Here comes McBride.
Necklace insured for $100,000 stolen from Beverly Hills residence of Cyrus Chandler.
San Francisco police checking reports. Sean O'Hara, former gambler in town. Quote, on business, unquote.
Parole board reveals Jimmy Severn, convicted jewel thief, has violated parole, gone into hiding. Police department.
Hello, my name is McBride, Rex McBride. I'm in room 414 Trojan Hotel. Better send a policeman over. There's a man here in my room, and he's pretty dead.
Out of the pages of Cleve F. Adams' popular novels, NBC presents an exciting new detective series. Here comes McBride, starring Frank Lovejoy.
Hello.
Mr. McBride, I'm Susan.
Hello, Susan.
This is Mr. McGillicuddy, the hotel manager.
Hi.
Mr. McBride, 2 minutes ago you telephoned down to the desk. Susan here took your call. You said you wanted a policeman.
That's right.
Why? I mean, if there's been a disturbance of any sort...
Come on in here, both of you. Take a look, that guy in the chair.
Well,
Wouldn't you want a policeman?
he's dead.
That's right.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, fine. What a great time to keel over.
Why, that's Mr. Severn.
The dead man?
Yes,
Who's Mr. Severn?
Mr. Severn in 514.
Well, look, he isn't in 514 now. He's in 414, and 414 is my room. That's what I wanted to see the policeman about. Maybe better sprinkle a few smelling salts on poor Mr. McGillicuddy here.
Oh, my, I almost forgot. Mr. McGillicuddy. Mr. McGillicuddy. Well, don't just stand there. Get some water for him.
Not me. I've already got fingerprints on the doorknob, the light switch, and the phone. That's enough.
All right, I'll get it myself.
You say this dead guy lived in 514, huh? That's directly over this room?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, you better stay here and give McGillicuddy a little artificial respiration. I'm going upstairs and take a look.
Where do you think you're going?
Well, upstairs, if it's all right with you.
It isn't.
Well, that's too bad. Now, suppose you keep your big nose out of
My big nose belongs here. Police.
Oh. Well, my mistake, Captain.
Your mistake again. It's Lieutenant. Lieutenant Orsatti. That's your room you just came out of?
Yeah.
And it's also the room
Where the dead man is.
Yeah. Come on, mister. As soon as we're through in there, I want to talk to you. Well, McBride, we've got your room all tidied up for you again. Now, do you care to add anything to your story?
There's nothing more to add, Orsatti. For the third time, I went out to dinner tonight. I left word at the desk I'll be back at 8. About 5 after I came up to my room, opened the door. There's this Severn sitting in the chair stabbed. That's when I phoned the police.
You were going upstairs when I stopped you. Where were you heading? Back to his room to see if you'd left anything?
Look, if you're trying to insinuate I killed Severn...
You're a pretty likely suspect right now.
Oh, sure. I stabbed Severn up in his room, then carried his body down here so nobody'd suspect me. Sounds real logical, doesn't it?
You'd either be pretty stupid or pretty smart to work it like that. And I don't think you're stupid.
Oh, thank you.
McBride, that suitcase in the corner is yours, isn't it?
Yeah, and somebody slashed the side of it.
I noticed that. I also noticed a gun in it.
It's mine, and I have a license for it, Orsatti.
You like to hunt, maybe, huh?
I'm an insurance detective.
Oh, I see.
No, you don't see. I came to Frisco on a...
San Francisco.
Okay. I came here on business.
You're from L.A.?
Los Angeles.
Oh, yeah. Well, we heard you in town. What kind of business are you here on?
I don't have to tell you that.
We got a complaint from a guy named Chandler about you, Cyrus Chandler. He claims you've been following him and his family.
Oh?
Isn't that the same Chandler who reported the theft of a diamond necklace down in Los Angeles?
That's right.
You know, I don't get it, McBride. If you're trying to recover the necklace, why are you following them?
Did I say I was following them?
Wait a minute. You maybe figure one of them faked the theft to collect the insurance.
Look, Orsatti, I'll make a deal with you. You worry about the dead man, I'll worry about the Chandlers and their necklace.
The Chandlers happen to be our worry right now, too.
Oh, how so?
This ward of his, what's her name?
Celeste.
Yeah, she's pretty wild.
Oh, yeah, she's pretty wild.
Already she's gotten herself into a couple of scrapes and bars. It's cost Chandler plenty to get her out of them.
Well, I guess she hasn't changed.
Oh, yeah, and another thing. There's a gambler named Sean O'Hara came into town a few days ago. We've been keeping an eye on him. You know O'Hara?
Uh-huh.
Didn't Chandler's wife used to run around with him?
Did she?
Yeah. I wonder if Mrs. Chandler lost money to O'Hara. Interesting thought, isn't it?
You're talking, I'm listening.
Okay, play it your way. So a guy named Severin turns up in your hotel room dead. By the way, how'd you happen to get a room in this joint anyway?
You want to read the papers. There's a convention in town. I couldn't get any reservations. Cab driver told me the Trojan Hotel wasn't too bad. He was so wrong.
McBride, maybe you're telling the truth, maybe you're not. Sooner or later, we'll find out which. We'll want you at the inquest, and in the meantime, don't be too hard to find. You know, San Francisco's a nice town. Stay in it.
Isn't the Regis roof sort of an expensive place for a poor struggling detective to take a girl to dinner, Mr. McBride?
Expense account, Susan.
Oh? What item do I come under?
I think it's something.
I'm sure you will.
I could put it under special occasions, maybe. Isn't every day I find a dead guy in my room and meet you.
No. Poor Mr. Seven. I'm afraid the Trojan Hotel is not a very nice place.
How did you ever happen to get a job in a joint like that?
Oh, I don't really work there. I'm just there part-time. See, I work for a bookkeeping service, and the Trojan Hotel is one of our accounts. As far as I'm concerned, the company can cross it off their list any time. Except Mr. McGillicuddy. I've always rather liked Mr. McGillicuddy.
Yes, does he faint often?
Oh, now that's not fair. He's just... Say, do you know that man over there?
Huh?
The stocky, gray-haired man at the corner table. He hasn't taken his eyes off you all through dinner.
His name is O'Hara. Sean O'Hara.
No? Who's he?
Gambler and assorted other enterprises. You name it, he's done it.
Sounds interesting.
Oh, yes. He's that all right.
I beg your pardon, Mr. McBride.
Oh, yes, waiter?
I believe you asked at the desk about a room at this hotel.
Yeah, they told me no soap.
You may have one now if you like.
Well, I like, but how come?
Mr. Sean O'Hare is turning his room over to you.
Well, that's very kind of Mr. O'Hara.
He wanted to know if you step over to his table for a minute.
Okay, thank you. Excuse me, Susan.
O'Hara must be quite a friend of yours.
Yes, he must be. I had... Well, it looks like the party's complete. The Chandler family just came in.
And who are the Chandlers?
Oh, they're some friends of mine. I'll be back in a minute, Susan.
All right.
Excuse me, please. Thank you.
McBride.
Well, Mr. Chandler and Mrs. Chandler. This is a surprise.
Mr. McBride.
Hello, Rex. Like to buy me a drink?
Oh, it's later tonight, Celeste. What are you people doing in San Francisco?
Well, I don't know about the others, Rex.
McBride, you deliberately followed us here.
Oh, me? I'm just here on a pleasure
I
trip.
warn you, if you persist in your ridiculous suspicions that any of us take the theft of Mrs. Chandler's necklace, I'll...
Your temper is showing, Chandler. Mrs. Chandler, Celeste, if you'll excuse me, there's someone I have to see. Sean O'Hara.
O'Hara?
Yes, Mr. Chandler.
Remember what I said, McBride.
I'll be seeing you.
Don't forget that drink, Rex.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So long, yeah.
Delilah, I'm not going to stand for this any longer.
It is not my fault that he's following us, son. Are you sure that it's us he's following?
Well, hello, O'Hara.
Sit down, McBride.
I ran into an old friend of yours on the way to your table just now. Delilah Chandler.
I saw her.
Thanks for the room.
I didn't give it to you for nothing.
Yeah, I figured that. What do you want?
McBride, you're trying to recover the Chandler's necklace.
Where'd you hear then?
I got big ears.
Well, they don't show. Must be the way you comb your hair. So what about the Chandler necklace?
You work for an insurance company. They'd be glad to pay a considerable amount of money to get it back. Maybe as high as $25,000.
Those big ears are showing now, O'Hara. How'd you arrive at that figure?
Never mind. Close, isn't it?
Maybe. Trying to tell me you've got the necklace?
I think you know better than that. But I might be able to put you on the trail of it.
What do you get out of it?
Simple, the $25,000. How about it?
I don't know. Have to have some time to think it over.
I can't give you much. 12 hours, maybe.
That ought to be enough.
Okay. Look, I'm running a little place down at the peninsula. It's an old house off by itself.
You got a layout there?
Small one. A couple of crap tables and a wheel. Here's the address. You'll be down there at 2 tomorrow afternoon. I think we can do some business.
No, it could be. Well, I better be getting back to my table.
See ya.
Oh, excuse me.
Quite all right.
Well, it's a good thing I didn't hold my breath for that minute you were gone.
I'm sorry I took so long, Susan.
That's all right. As a matter of fact, I had quite an interesting time.
Oh?
Those three people who stopped you when you got up from the table had an argument after you left them.
The Chandlers?
Mm-hmm. They seem to think you've been following them, and they were pretty mad about it. All except the younger of the women. The one with the funny eyes, light brown. Sort of like a cat.
Oh, no.
No, but I mean. And she also had... well, they were strange eyes.
Yeah, that would be Celeste.
She didn't seem at all mad that you were following them.
Yeah, that'd be Celeste. She's Chandler's ward.
She inferred you'd been following her quite a while.
You wouldn't have to follow Celeste quite a while.
Oh, my. Here all this time, I thought you had brought me here to be with me.
It's a strong union. They demand pleasant working conditions for us. You want to dance?
Oh, it's sort of crowded. Why don't we go to my place? We could have a drink there.
You know, I've got a stronger union than I thought. Come on. Nice apartment you've got here.
Thanks. About the drink. What would you like?
Come here.
Scotch? Or maybe bourbon.
Keep going. You haven't come to it yet.
That's enough.
Sure you can't break that date tomorrow night?
I don't know. It's with Arthur and...
Arthur?
Arthur McGillicuddy.
Oh, you mean Fainting Freddy?
I like Arthur. He's very nice.
I'm sure of that.
Well, I think I'd better fix those drinks. Have you got a cigarette?
Oh, yeah. I think there's one left. Yes, here.
You call that a cigarette? Where have you been keeping it? In your shoe?
It's my last one.
And I forgot to get any this afternoon. Rex, there's a stand right across the street.
Oh, now, look. It's midnight. You're not going to send me out into that fog when it's so comfortable here, are you?
It'll only take 5 minutes, and I'll have the drinks ready when you get back. Besides, I think you could use a little cold air anyway.
Okay. I'll get the cigarettes, but I'll give you a clue. I don't think 5 minutes will make much difference.
Here you are, mister. 2 packs, 36 cents.
Okay.
Thanks.
Real fog tonight, huh?
Yeah. Seems like it gets worse every year. I'm thinking of installing radar.
Might be a good idea. Night.
Night. Hey! Hey, mister, that car! Look out! Hey! You feeling better now?
Yeah, a little. Except my head. How long have I been out?
Almost 15 minutes. I think you hit your head when you dove for the sidewalk.
Yeah.
That was really a close one. I didn't even see the car until it was almost on you. You know, guys who drive like that shouldn't be allowed out on a foggy night.
You happen to get a look at him?
No, he didn't even slow down. He was driving a green Nash, but I didn't see his face. Why?
Oh, no reason. Thanks a lot.
Well, where did you go for the cigarettes, Oakland?
Yeah.
I just about given you up. Rex, what's the matter with your head? Where have you been?
Oakland.
Oh, come on in and let me put something on your head.
No, I'll be getting along.
But, are you sure you're all right?
Yeah, I'll call you tomorrow. Oh, here's your cigarettes. I hope you enjoyed them, baby. They cost me some lumps. Okay. Well, Mrs. Chandler.
May I come in, Mr. McBride?
Isn't 8 a.m. a little early for tea?
I found out you were staying here at the Regis. I just had to talk to you.
Oh, come in.
Thank you.
What's on your mind?
Well, Mr. McBride, I know you suspect the theft of my necklace was arranged by one of us.
Well, no.
Well, as far as my husband and myself are concerned, it's not true. But as for Celeste, I'm not so sure.
Oh? Well, that's interesting. You never cared very much for your husband's ward, have you?
Well, she's caused us nothing but trouble. She's wild, she gets into scrapes, and we have to pay for them. And that's not the worst of it.
What is the worst of it?
She's been making a play for my husband, I'm sure of it.
Oh, really?
I don't know what it is with her. She's all twisted around inside. It's a complex. Everything I have, she wants. She
Look, why are you telling me all this?
Well, because I think she took my necklace. And I want you to search her room.
You know, she might object.
She's not there now.
How come?
We don't know where she is. The last we saw her was about 11 o'clock last night. She's probably out on what she calls a party. Please search her room.
Well, I don't know.
It means a lot to me. I mean, if it would help clear things up.
Yeah, incidentally, do you know anyone who drives a green Nash?
Well, no, I don't. Why?
Skip it. Okay, I'll take a look in Celeste's room. Have you got the key?
No, but I can get it.
All right. You go ahead. I'll stop by in about 10 minutes. Here, let me.
No.
Well, Mr. McGillicuddy.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
What are you doing in the hall?
I came here to see you, Miss McBride, but I didn't know you were entertaining.
Purely business, Mr. McGillicuddy. I'll see you in a few minutes, Mrs. Chandler.
Yes.
Come in, McGillicuddy. What's on your mind? I forget to pay my bill when I checked out of the Trojan?
Miss McBride, perhaps I arrived at an embarrassing time, but I must say it confirms my opinion.
What opinion?
That's what I came to talk about. Susan has apparently taken an interest in you.
Oh, good.
Susan is a nice girl, Miss McBride. You may not be interested in that phase of her character, but she is a nice girl.
I'm sure of it.
I'm very fond of her. I've always thought that one day I'd ask her to... Well, what I mean is...
You're very fond of her.
But I'm not going to stand by and see her made unhappy by a man of your type.
My type? What is my type, Mr. McGillicuddy?
Just now was a perfect illustration. A lady leaving your room at 8 in the morning.
Yeah, that does look bad, doesn't
To
it?
say nothing of the notoriety you've gained in the matter of the Severn killing, I want you to stay away from Susan, Miss McBride.
Well, just for my own information, Galahad, what happens if I don't stay away?
I'm probably no match for you physically, but I warn you, I won't let that stop me. And I suspect you're more deeply implicated in that Severn killing than you admitted to the police.
Oh?
If you don't stay away and leave town as soon as possible, I'll keep at it until I find something which will incriminate you. And I'll stop at nothing.
Well, you're really all out on this thing, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Well, this is really open house day. I guess I should have ordered some cocktail napkins.
Hello, McBride.
Well, Lieutenant Orsatti, how's the police department?
Come on. I'm taking you in.
You're taking me in. The Severn inquest is tomorrow.
I'm taking you in now.
Why?
Know a girl named Celeste?
Sure, she's Chandler's ward. What about her?
She disappeared last night.
Now, that's what I heard. Look, I don't know where she is.
We do. We located her this morning.
And why don't you ask her where she's been?
Wouldn't do us much good. She can't answer. She's real dead. Look, McBride, you're going to stay right here in headquarters until you open up. You were after the Chandler's necklace.
I still am.
You figured Celeste had faked the theft, and that she had it. You knew you'd have to push her around a little to get her to talk. You pushed too hard.
I told you once I didn't have anything to do with her death. I'll tell you again. I'll keep on telling you. Because it happens to be the truth.
Hey, Lieutenant.
What is it?
This woman I want to see.
Why, Susan.
What do you want?
I just heard about the Chandler girl being killed last night.
So?
I understand the time of death was between midnight and 1 o'clock.
What's all this got to do with you?
Just that Mr. McBride couldn't have killed Celeste Chandler. He was with me all evening up until almost 2 o'clock.
Well,
Wait a minute. You willing to swear to that?
Yes.
You know what the penalty for perjury is?
No, but I'm sure it's quite severe.
How about it, McBride? You telling the truth?
you heard the lady.
Okay. I guess you can go then. Both of you.
I don't get it at all, Susan.
I'd rather not discuss it.
I left your place around midnight for the cigarettes. I was gone almost half an hour.
I said I'd rather not discuss
And yet
it.
you told Orsatti that I was with you all evening. You really stuck your neck out for me, baby. You know that?
Yes.
Well, why?
Does it matter why?
To me, it does.
Well, because maybe it doesn't take more than one night and one date for a girl to... Oh, what's the good of talking about it?
You're a nice girl, Susan. You're real nice. McGillicuddy was right.
McGillicuddy?
He came to see me this morning. Told me to stay away from you.
Well, I guess I'll have to have a talk with Arthur.
And maybe you shouldn't.
Yes. I'll tell him he doesn't have anything to worry about anymore.
Hmm?
I don't ever want to see you again, Rex.
What are you talking about? Why not? Oh, now, wait a minute, Susan. You think I did kill Celeste, don't you?
I don't know what I think.
You think that I killed her, and yet you gave me an alibi. You're a strange kid, Susan.
Yes, let's just leave it at that. I'm a strange kid. Goodbye,
Now,
Rex.
wait a minute, Susan. Look, I've got to see Mrs. Chandler about a little unfinished business, and then you and
No, Rex, I mean it. Goodbye.
Oh, Mr. McBride, I've been waiting for you. You said 10 minutes.
I got detained. You still want me to search Celeste's room?
Yes, more than ever now. They just told me about Celeste. If that necklace is in her room and were to be discovered by anyone else, there'd be a lot of terrible publicity.
Yeah.
Here's the key. I'll show you where her room is.
All right.
That's it.
216. You want to come in?
No, I'd better not. I'll wait for you in my room.
Okay, I'll check with you. No lights.
Okay, McBride, end of the line. Get out.
Look, with a head like mine, I don't feel like walking.
You don't have to walk far, just my front door.
Who lives here?
This is just a nice, quiet place in the country. You'll love it.
Hello, McBride. O'Hara. Sean O'Hara, sure. I should have figured it.
Sit down. Where's the necklace, McBride?
Necklace?
The Chandler necklace. I want it.
You think I got it, huh?
You're playing it really smart, weren't you? Celeste squares her gambling debts by giving me the necklace, and then she hires Severn to hijack it from my strong box.
Severn, so his killing ties in after all.
And you killed Severn and got the necklace from him. Okay. So you're a smart boy. Now let's have it.
So it was Celeste who gave you the necklace. All along I'd pegged Mrs. Chandler.
You're wasting my time, McBride.
I should have spotted it. Mrs. Chandler used to run around with you. She told me Celeste had a complex about wanting anything to belong to her. You, for instance.
You're a real deep thinker. So you can probably figure out what's going to happen to you if you don't turn over that necklace.
When you came to me last night with your phony deal, you weren't sure who had the necklace. You decided to pick up Celeste, roughed her up, trying to get her to talk, and you were too rough. She died.
Okay, Al.
All right.
Look, that's not going to do you any good. I don't have the necklace.
Could go on quite a while, McBride.
I tell you, it's not going to do you any good.
You know something? It's not going to do you any good either. Okay, Al, go ahead.
A pleasure.
Hmm. 9 o'clock. How is he, Al?
Still out like a light.
Been out quite a while now. Okay, put him on the bed. We'll let him rest a while.
Okay.
You stay here with him. I'm going downstairs.
Right.
Oh,
What's the matter, rugged boy? Not so rugged right now?
not so rugged.
Too bad, too bad.
Look, can you get me something for these cuts? I think my hand is broken.
No, isn't that a shame?
No, really. Here, take a look at it.
I don't see anything wrong with... Why, you...
Hey, you stay there face down or I'll drill you with your own gun. Now yell for O'Hara.
Huh?
You heard me. Call O'Hara.
O'Hara?
Come on, Songbird. You can do better than that.
O'Hara!
See, you can. Here he comes. Now keep your mouth shut.
What's the matter, Al?
Feels awful, doesn't it, O'Hara? Well, Sonny, you've got O'Hara on ice. I think you can get the whole story of Celeste killing out of him.
Yeah.
As soon as I knew O'Hara didn't have that necklace, I realized that he wasn't the guy who killed Severn. If he had, he'd have gotten the necklace from him.
So where does that leave you?
With the guy who had the perfect opportunity to kill Seven and plant his body in my room. The guy who knew I wouldn't be back until 8 last night.
McGillicuddy, the manager.
Sure. He figured I was just a transient, so he thought he'd plant the body in my room. And he found out I was a detective working on the Chandler case, and he got worried. That's why he threatened me this morning and tried to get me to leave town.
You know, McBride, you've got a very annoying habit of leading us to empty holes.
What do you mean?
A little while ago, I came up with the same idea about McGillicuddy. Right now, it's not doing us any good.
Why not?
McGillicuddy's disappeared.
Well, I hardly thought I'd be seeing you again, Rex.
Well, I figured now you knew I wasn't a big bad killer, Susan. You wouldn't slam your door in my face if I can't move it.
Oh, I'm really sorry for thinking what I did, Rex. Oh, poor Arthur. I still can't believe he was capable of killing anyone.
From McGillicuddy? Neither could I at first. But it's pretty logical when you look back on it. He was in the perfect spot for it.
Now, how do you mean?
Well, anyone who runs a joint like the Trojan Hotel keeps his ears pretty close to the wall. He found out Celeste hired Seven to hijack the necklace off O'Hara, so he killed Seven and grabbed the necklace himself.
Well, I know it looks awfully bad for him, but I just can't believe it. I can't help hoping that he'll come out of hiding and clear himself.
He isn't hiding, Susan. He's dead.
What? How do you know?
Well, it's the only way it figures. McGillicuddy's been a weak sister all along in this. He finally got to the point where even you couldn't prop him up anymore, so for your own safety, you knocked him off.
I? Oh, Rex, you can't know what you're saying.
Keep your hands away from your purse, Susan. The gun isn't going to do you any good now.
Well, now you're not even funny anymore. I was just reaching for a cigarette.
There are plenty right there on the table, baby, the ones you sent me out for last night, so that your friend McGillicuddy could run me down.
That's not true.
Then when McGillicuddy missed, you figured the smart thing was to cover up. That's why you gave me that phony alibi for Celeste's murder.
Oh, Rex, please. You know none of this is true. It's just some horrible idea of a joke you had.
Well, I know Milton Berle.
But you've got no proof at all.
Look, you haven't had time to get rid of McGillicuddy's body, not as thoroughly as you intended to. He's supposed to have landed with a necklace, remember? So the chances are the body's still in your car, or Sade's looking that over right now. Susan, drop that gun.
I'm going out of here, Rex. No, stand still. Stand quite still.
Put the gun down, Susan.
Stay away from me.
Put it down.
I said stay away.
Sorry. Pretty.
Well, for crying out loud.
Your timing is lousy, Orsatti. You nearly got me killed.
How about her? Did you have to...
No. She's just taking a little nap. Well, don't just stand there with your bare face showing. Did you find the body or didn't you?
Yeah, right where you said. Oh. Speaking of body, Baby here really has one, hasn't she?
You got the soul of an artist, Orsatti. And wearing a derby yet.
You have been listening to the first in a new mystery series, Here Comes McBride, starring Frank Lovejoy. The script was written by Bob Reif, based on the popular fiction characters created by Cleve F. Adams. The program was directed by Warren Lewis. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, a $5,000 reward will be offered each week on the program immediately following this announcement.
You out there, you who think you've committed the perfect crime, the perfect murder, and that there are no clues, no witnesses, that your identity is unknown, listen.
Somebody knows.
Yes, you, wherever you may be, no matter where you're hiding. Somewhere, sometime, someone listening to this program is going to bring you to justice. Yes,
Somebody knows.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents Somebody Knows, a program conceived in the public interest, dedicated to aiding the forces of law and order in the solution of this nation's unsolved crimes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to recreate for you tonight all the known facts in an actual unsolved murder. Somewhere, someone among you has had contact with the killer or killers. Someone whose identity need never be known has seen evidence or possesses information that can lead to the solution of this crime.
In the public interest, the Columbia Broadcasting System offers a $5,000 reward for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the killer in this unsolved murder.
We ask you then to please listen carefully, for you may be the one to win this reward.
Somebody knows.
It may be you. And now we open the files on one of this nation's unsolved murders. It's homicide file number 78654 of the St. Paul, Minnesota Police Bureau. The unsolved murder of Mary Agnes Kabiska.
$5,000 reward for information leading to the arrest and conviction of her killer.
The month is December, the year 1949. In a classroom on the campus of the University of Minnesota at Minneapolis, Dr. Stark R. Hathaway, professor of clinical psychology in the Department of Psychiatry and Neurology, is conducting a seminar with a graduate class. Listen carefully, please, because unknown to him at the time, this has a direct bearing on the case we're bringing to you tonight.
Well, it seems to me, Dr. Hathaway, that you've led us into an even more interesting field.
The discussion has covered a number of mental abnormalities and now turns to the subject of one specific type of insane or psychotic personality, one that presents an ever-present and terrifying threat to our society.
What do you have in mind?
Well, on the basis of the theories that we've analyzed so far, Dr. Hathaway, I'd say that psychotic personalities of this type tend to repeat their actions.
It's more than a tendency. It's almost a certainty.
Well, if that's true, then what of the so-called homicidal maniac, the psychopathic killer? Wouldn't he follow the same repetitive cycle, too?
In certain cases, unquestionably. The same pattern will be followed time and time again.
All right. Would it be possible, then, from a study of the circumstances surrounding a psychopathic murder to determine the type of personality of the killer? And then to determine whether such a crime would be repeated at a future date?
It would be definitely possible. As a matter of fact, we have a case in point that occurred in St. Paul a little over a year ago. It involves the murder of a young girl by the name of Geraldine Mingo. I consider it a classic example of the type of criminal personality now under discussion. Let's examine the details and see if they can be helpful.
The crime that Dr. Hathaway chose as an example took place on the stormy night of August 9th in the year 1948. As he described it to them, Geraldine Mingo, a small, slight girl of 17, was returning home late at night. Her destination was the residence at 1875 Pinehurst Avenue in St. Paul, where she was employed. It was around the hour of midnight that the Cleveland Avenue streetcar on which she was riding stopped at Pinehurst Avenue, and Geraldine Mingo got off. The dark, rain-swept street was deserted as she hurried along the 2 short blocks toward her home. Then, somewhere along the way, the street was no longer deserted. Other steps beside Geraldine sounded on the wet pavement of Pinehurst Avenue. And then...
What do you want?
Hey, in here.
I don't know what you're talking about. You must be crazy. Let go of me. No, stop that. Get away from me. Get away before
Dr. Hathaway reminded his class that Geraldine Mingo's body was not found until the following morning. in an alley some 3 miles from where the murder had occurred.
Her throat had been slashed viciously and both wrists had been cut after death. What's more, she hadn't been robbed or criminally assaulted. Geraldine Mingo was a quiet, rather withdrawn girl, and she had very few friends or acquaintances. At the time, no possible motives for the crime were evident. Gentlemen, it is my conclusion that Geraldine Mingo was killed by a psychopathic slayer.
Dr. Hathaway?
Yes.
Did the St. Paul police know of your opinion at that time?
Yes, they'd call me in for consultation. But the point I wish to make is that a type of homicidal compulsion was involved, which has its classic type of personality. A psychopathic personality that will react in a predictable fashion to a predictable set of circumstances. In the case of the murder of Geraldine Mingo, the circumstances were these. She was a small girl, underweight. She was shy and with few friends. The murder was committed on a quiet, deserted street. It took place around midnight. The weather was stormy, inclement. The girl had been riding a public conveyance on Cleveland Avenue. She got off alone, started to walk alone to her destination several blocks away. It is my belief that when a similar set of circumstances occurs in the future, and it will occur, the psychopathic slayer who took the life of Geraldine Mingo will almost certainly kill again.
Dr. Hathaway's prediction to his class was made in December of 1949. On the evening of January 14th, 1950, a certain set of circumstances begins to form. The time is approximately 7:30 p.m. The place, the residence of Orlando Teshion, music teacher and composer at 1899 Princeton Avenue, St. Paul, Minnesota. Mary Agnes Kabiska, adopted daughter of Mr. Teshion, is preparing to leave the house.
You sure you won't change your mind and go with me, Father?
No, Mary, no, not tonight.
Not even for a performance of the Ballet Russe?
No, not even for that, my dear. I'm afraid my love for the ballet cannot transcend my dislike for this miserable weather we're having. And with this cold of mine...
Oh, of course, Father, I understand.
Are you certain you wish to go, Mary?
To see a performance of the Ballet Russe? You know I couldn't miss that.
Yes, I do know. But on such a night as this, and to go alone... sometimes I wish I hadn't catered so to your love of music. Young, pretty girl like you should have more interest in friends, young men.
Oh, Father.
No, I'm sorry. By all means, go, my dear. Go and enjoy yourself very much.
Don't worry, Father. I will. Don't wait up for me. I may be late.
Be sure to call me if you're going to be very late, Mary.
Of course, I always do. Good night, Father.
Good night, my dear.
The performance of the Ballet Russe is a brilliant one. The audience at Northrop Auditorium sits enthralled by it. But at 10:45, a full 30 minutes before the ballet will be over, almost as though she'd remembered an important appointment, Mary Agnes Kabiska suddenly rises to her feet and leaves. At 11:14 p.m. at the corner of University and Pryor Avenues, a bus driven by Ray Milligan of 1022 Cumberland Street, St. Paul, stops to let her aboard. Then it proceeds through the stormy, inclement weather along Cleveland Avenue. It is now 11:30 p.m., a half hour before midnight, and the bus stops at the intersection of Cleveland and Princeton Avenues. And Mary Agnes Kabiska gets off at the same corner where she'd first taken a bus 4 hours before. And then her small, frail figure starts along the dark, deserted sidewalk toward her home, 2.5 blocks away.
In just a moment, we'll continue with homicide file number 78654 of the St. Paul, Minnesota Police Bureau. The unsolved murder of Mary Agnes Kabiska.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue with the rest of the factual information concerning the unsolved murder of Mary Agnes Kabiska.
Remember, $5,000 reward will be paid for information leading to the arrest and conviction of her killer. And the name and identity of the person supplying that information need never be known.
A few minutes after midnight on the morning of Sunday, January 15th, 1950, a call comes into the alarm room of the police bureau at 10th and Minnesota Streets in St. Paul.
Police bureau.
Hello, police bureau.
Yes?
I want to report my daughter's missing. She left home early this evening. Should have been back some time ago. She could...
Just a minute, please. I'll connect you with the dispatcher.
The operator at the police bureau switchboard plugs in another line. A phone rings in the dispatcher's office in the next room.
Dispatcher.
I would like to report my daughter's missing. I'm very worried about her. I would like to...
What is your name, sir?
Teshin, Orlando Teshin.
How do you spell that, please?
T-E-S-C-H-I-O-N, Teshin.
T-E-S-C-H-I-O-N. Yes, and your daughter's name?
Mary Agnes Kabiska. She's my adopted daughter. She left home early this evening.
How do you spell Kabiska, Mr. Tension?
Kabiska, K-A-B-I-S-K-A. She left home early this evening. Should have been back at least half hour ago. I'm very worried about it.
Kabiska, and your address?
1899 Princeton Avenue.
1899
She went to the performance of the Ballet Russe at Northrop Auditorium at the university. Should have returned home at least half hour ago. Something has happened to her. I'm sure of that.
Well, if your daughter's only a half hour late, I wouldn't be too worried about it, Mr. Teshin. In weather like this, traffic's pretty slow. She'll probably be showing up any minute.
No. You don't know Mary. She's going to be late. She would have telephoned me. She always does. Something has happened to her. I know it. Something has happened.
We have no report on anything here, Mr. Teshin. Why don't you call the Minneapolis police? If your daughter was over at the Northrop Auditorium and there was an accident or something, they'd have a record of it. You try Minneapolis. If your daughter hasn't come home in a couple of hours or so, you'd better call us again. We'll see what...
At 2:30 a.m., Orlando Teshin calls the police bureau again.
This is Orlando Teshin. My daughter Mary is still missing. The Minneapolis police don't know anything. I'm positive that Mary has fainted and is lying somewhere. She hasn't been well lately, and you must do something about it. You must.
The dispatcher obtains a description of the missing girl and immediately checks all hospitals as well as the Minneapolis police. The calls revealed nothing. Then this missing persons bureau report is broadcast to all cars.
To all cars, a missing girl, Mary Kabiska, 28, weight 90 pounds, medium complexion, 5'1", reddish-brown hair, blue eyes, wearing a fur coat, white tasseled cap, yellow scarf, blue jacket, and green snowsuit. Left home to attend Ballet Russe at Northrop Hall, University of Minnesota. Has not returned. WPDS.
At 3:02 a.m., a squad car is sent to the Teshin home to investigate the situation and check the neighborhood. At 3:55 a.m., the missing persons broadcast is repeated. Then at 8:33 a.m., the dispatcher's phone rings once more.
Dispatcher.
A girl. She's lying there in the snow. She's hurt.
Where?
In back of my place.
Where?
A girl.
What's your address, sir?
Address? 839 Tuscarora Avenue. I was shoveling snow. It piled up pretty deep in my back walk. The one near the alley. And I was...
and your name?
Name? Peter Thule. Peter J. Thule. T-H-U-L. Like I say, I was shoveling snow at the rear of my place near the alley. Then I came to this snowdrift, a big one it was, and right there, half...
All right, Mr. Thule, don't touch anything. Keep everyone away from the area. We'll have someone down there right away. Squad 311, Squad 325, Cruiser 566, to rear of 839 Tuscarora Avenue. Investigate an injured woman.
Squad 311, going to rear of 839 Tuscarora.
325, 839 Tuscarora.
Cruiser 566, 839 Tuscarora.
8:35 a.m., WPDS. Dispatcher, Lieutenant. I'm sorry to bother you at home, but we just got a report.
Yes.
An injured woman found buried in a snowdrift in the rear of 839 Tuscarora. Thought you'd better know, just in case it turns out to be something for homicide.
Thanks, dispatcher. Send a white car for me. I'll be dressed by the time it gets here.
Shortly afterwards, Detective Lieutenant Lester McAuliffe, head of homicide, arrives at the alley in the rear of 839 Tuscarora. The scene has already become a beehive of activity. Patrolman Trousseau has checked the body of the girl in the snowdrift and reported to the dispatcher that she is apparently dead. Lieutenant McAuliffe turns to Dr. Roy C. Herron, deputy county coroner and medical examiner.
Yeah, Lieutenant, it's official. She's dead, all right.
Thanks, Aaron. Have you seen Dr. Dalton from the crime lab?
Right here, Lieutenant.
Oh, good.
We've taken photographs of everything we could find here at the scene. Everything we can lay our hands on is being checked for any possible.
Then Lieutenant McAuliffe contacts the dispatcher on the radio of Cruiser 566.
Hello, dispatcher. This is Lieutenant McAuliffe. May we have your missing persons list for the night?
Lieutenant McAuliffe, only one person reported missing during the night. A girl. Name, Mary Kabiska, 28. Weight, 90 pounds. Medium complexion, 5'1", reddish-brown hair.
That's the girl, all right. Who reported her missing?
A man named Orlando Teschen, her foster father, at 1899 Princeton Avenue.
Send a car to pick him up and take him to the morgue for official identification. The body will be there by the time he arrives. And you better notify Chief Tierney. He's going to be very interested in the coroner's report on the killing of Mary Kabiska.
The post-mortem examination is made by Deputy Coroner Herron. Upon its completion, Lieutenant McAuliffe takes the report to the office of Chief of Police Charles J. Tierney.
A number of jagged cuts begin at right side of neck and become deeper as they approach the left. 3 stab wounds penetrate the neck and emerge on the left side below the angle of the jaw. The trachea was severed across. There's a deep cut on the right wrist. No evidence of criminal assault. Well, Chief, does that sound familiar?
It certainly does.
Yes, Chief?
Get hold of Dr. Stark R. Hathaway, University of Minnesota.
Contact is established with Dr. Hathaway, and he leaves immediately for the police bureau. Upon his arrival, he goes at once to Chief Tierney's office.
Doctor, you remember the killing of Geraldine Mingo?
Quite well.
Oh, of course. You told us that the Mingo killing had struck you as a repetitive type of crime, one that a psychopathic killer would be bound to repeat. Do you still think so?
I do. As a matter of fact, Chief Tierney, the Mingo case came up for discussion in one of my classes last month. I said at the time that St. Paul could expect the killer to strike again, perhaps very soon. And the more I consider the possibility, the more convinced I am that another such killing is imminent. Why do you ask?
Here, look through this. A post-mortem report made this morning. Tell me what you think of it. Well, Doctor, what do you say?
I'd say my predictions come true.
With the full cooperation of the St. Paul Police Bureau, Dr. Hathaway immediately begins an exhaustive investigation of all the facts and circumstances surrounding the murder of Mary Agnes Kabiska. Meanwhile, Detective Lieutenant McAuliffe pursues a relentless examination and inquiry into every possible motive, every possible suspect or clue that might have even the remotest connection with her death. Relatives are questioned, neighborhood gossip investigated, telephone tips followed up. With a thoroughness typical of the St. Paul police, over 500 persons are interrogated.
The results? Negative.
Then, on January 24th, 1950, a conference is held in an office on the campus of the University of Minnesota. Present are Chief of Police Charles J. Tierney, several of his assistants, and Dr. Stark R. Hathaway.
Doctor, we're just about licked on this Kabiska killing, unless you've managed to come up with something for us.
I've prepared an analysis for you, Chief Tierney, on the similarities and conclusions to be drawn in the Mingo and Kabiska cases. There it is.
This? Oh, 28 pages, single-spaced. What's in it?
Among other things, 21 points of similarity in the two killings. Similarities that indicate to me the repetitive nature of the crimes and that the killer is a psychopath.
You're convinced of that, aren't you?
I am, to such an extent that you'll find a description of the killer in that analysis.
Description?
Not a physical one. A personality analysis that I've been able to make after reviewing the facts in these two cases. I think it gives a pretty clear picture of the man you're after. But it doesn't add a very optimistic note.
What do you mean, Doctor?
It has led me to the inescapable conclusion that these crimes are not at an end. That the killer may already have become acquainted with his next victim.
Oh?
That the next victim will again be a waif of a girl. And that she will be stabbed in the neck and her body left in some significant locality, probably an alley. It is impossible to predict what the time interval may be between the killing of Mary Agnes Kabiska and the next victim. But one thing is certain. If he is not caught, this killer may repeat his crimes again and again and again.
Now listen carefully, please. Listen, all of you, wherever you may be. We're going to give you a recapitulation of all the pertinent facts in the unsolved murder of Mary Agnes Kabiska, including Dr. Hathaway's personality description of her killer. Better make a note of them.
And remember, by following the instructions we shall give you in a moment, you may be the one to earn a $5,000 reward.
Now here are the actual facts in the case. Mary Agnes Kabiska, 28 years of age, was stabbed to death somewhere in the vicinity of her home at 1899 Princeton Avenue, St. Paul, Minnesota.
The date? Early morning, Sunday, January 15th, 1950.
The murder weapon was a narrow-bladed instrument, possibly a penknife, very keen on at least one edge.
Her purse is known to be missing. A drawstring-type purse with a cardboard bottom, no metal on it.
The purse is black, with gold thread running through it in stripes. Inside the purse should have been her keys and a pair of opera glasses, lorgnette type, with mother-of-gold coating in a pinkish cast.
Also missing is the double mitten from her right hand. The inside mitten was black. The outside one was black with an embroidered flower in red with green leaves.
It is the theory of Dr. Stark R. Hathaway, professor of clinical psychology at the University of Minnesota, that the murder of Mary Kabiska is the second in a series of repetitive crimes performed by a psychopathic killer. Here is Dr. Hathaway's point-by-point analysis of that killer. Please listen very carefully.
Point number 1.
The man is somehow connected with the neighborhood in which the killing took place.
2.
He has an automobile, probably an inconspicuous one, possibly a small truck.
Number 3.
He has time to roam the neighborhood on at least some nights of the week around the hours of 10 p.m. to 1 a.m., either in the car or on foot.
4.
The killer had opportunity to hear about Mary Kabiska. Very likely knew her, at least by name. Possibly because he is in a business that contacts the public.
5.
He is probably between 20 and 45 years of age.
6.
He is likely to be married, with a probable deep maladjustment in that marriage.
7.
This man may be intelligent and a capable person who is thought of as reliable. He may have a good job or be in business. Not a person readily open to routine suspicion.
8.
He is likely to have had a nervous breakdown in the past.
9.
The killer will probably suffer from sullen or moody spells, though not be thought of as particularly queer or insane.
10.
He will probably be considered as having less than average interest in women and girls.
11.
The killer usually carries the knife with him.
You've just heard Dr. Hathaway's description, his personality analysis of the probable killer of Mary Agnes Kabiska, a psychopathic killer, one who, unless he is caught, will repeat his murderous crimes again and again and again. Ladies and gentlemen, if any of you possesses information that may have bearing on the unsolved murder of Mary Agnes Kabiska, follow these instructions so that your name and identity need never be made known unless you wish. Now listen carefully.
Write your information on a plain sheet of paper. Do not sign your name. Instead, sign it with 6 numbers. Any arrangement of any 6 numbers. Then tear off a blank corner of that paper with a ragged edge. Write the same 6 numbers on that corner and keep it. Mail the rest of the paper with the information to Somebody Knows. Hollywood 28, California. Tell nobody what you have done, and your name will not be revealed by us to anyone, nor will you have to appear in person.
If the information you've supplied leads to the arrest and conviction of the killer of Mary Agnes Kabiska, we will announce your signature number on this program. Then, if you don't want your name to be known, go to your lawyer, doctor, priest, minister, or rabbi, and have him present the torn corner of the paper to any CBS station. In this way, you will not have to appear in person.
If the torn corner matches the original paper containing the information, the $5,000 reward will be yours.
Remember, you, wherever you are, you whose name need never be known, you may earn a reward of $5,000.
Next week at the same time, we'll present another true case history of unsolved murder. Number 235-1950 in the homicide files of the Philadelphia, Pennsylvania Police Department. The murder of Joseph P. Bohannock.
Remember, you out there, you who have murdered in cold blood and think you've gotten away with it, listen. You cannot escape. There is no perfect crime. Remember, you are not unknown.
Somebody knows.
Tonight's case was written by Sidney Marshall from information in the files of the St. Paul, Minnesota Police Bureau. Research was by Maurice Zim. Music was composed and played by Milton Charles. Dr. Stark R. Hathaway was portrayed by Harry Bartell. Somebody Knows is a James L. Safier production in association with CBS by arrangement with the Chicago Sun-Times and is based on a copyright owned by W.L. Finstad. It was narrated and directed by Jack Johnstone. In order to be eligible for the reward, letters containing information leading to the arrest and conviction of the killer or killers of Mary Agnes Kabiska must be postmarked not later than midnight, August 2nd, 1950. Arrest of the guilty person or persons must occur within 90 days of that date, and conviction must be within 1 year of tonight's broadcast. If more than one person gives the information leading to conviction, our judges will divide the $5,000 reward among them in proportion to the importance the judges attach to the facts supplied. And in this, the decision of our judges will be final. Until next Thursday at the same time, this is Frank Goss saying good night for
Somebody Knows.
The Cases of Mr. Ace, starring George Rapp.
Yes?
My name's Eddie Ace.
Oh, yes, you're the private detective.
Yes. There was a message at my office from a Dr. Gale. Asked me to come right over here. Is he in?
I am Dr. Gale. Come in. Please.
So, you're Dr. Gale.
Shouldn't I be?
I didn't expect you to be a woman. Now, what can I do for you?
I want to retain you to talk to me.
To talk to you?
You'll be amply repaid for your time.
Well, you don't have to bribe me. All you have to do is tell me what I'm to talk to you about.
Your experiences?
Why?
You see, I'm a psychoanalyst, Mr. Ace. I'm planning a book dealing with criminal psychology. And I intend to do something different. And there I need your help. I want the material fresh and unbiased, so to speak, from the point of view of a private detective, of more specifically, an Eddie Ace.
You make me feel very important. Is that a trick of a psychoanalyst?
No. That's a trick of a woman. What do you say, Mr. Ray?
All you want me to do is to come here whenever I'm finished a case and tell you about it.
Mm-hmm. The strange people you meet, what they said, how they reacted, what they were after.
I guess you know what you're after, Dr. Gale. All right. When do we begin?
I'm listening, Mr. Ace. I'm listening.
The Cases of Mr. Ace, starring George Raft, and produced and directed by Jason James.
You're sure my typewriter won't disturb you, Mr. Ace?
I don't think the typewriter will bother me, but I'm not so sure about the typist.
When you arrived, you said you didn't expect me to be a woman. You were right. I'm a psychoanalyst. Shall we begin, Mr. Ace?
I see what you mean. Yeah. Well, it all started with a killing that was no business of mine. The murder of Frederick Miller. You know, the corporation lawyer. His body had been found in his apartment, 3 bullets in it. As I say, it was no business of mine until I arrived at my office over on 6th Avenue in the morning after the killing. A man was waiting to see me. He was very small, very dark, very smooth. He smiled and showed me all his teeth. He had a lot of them. I opened my door, and he followed me in.
Ah, merci, monsieur.
Sit down. You're French.
You are very observant, monsieur.
What can I do for you?
Permit me. My name, monsieur, is Forêt, Pierre Forêt. I have selected you to perform for me a very important service. Oui, a service.
Such as...
Oui. Now we come to it. Last night, monsieur, I performed a most impulsive act. I killed a man.
I see. You're a big boy now. You must learn to control yourself.
You are right. But that is how I am. I killed him, and I do not feel regret. I feel only pleasure when I look into my eyes and see him die again and again.
That's better than a double feature.
I had warned this man, monsieur. Twice I had warned him to stay away from Sally, my wife. He would not. So I killed him. It is simple.
You make it sound reasonable. Who is the lucky lover?
A pig named Miller. It is in all the papers. Oh, such a fuss. All for one pig named Miller.
Frederick Miller, eh?
Oui. Cochon.
What are your plans?
That is why I have come to you, monsieur. I am now on my way to the City Hall of Justice.
Giving yourself up?
Oui, but it is not serious. When I explain to the man in charge of the justice why I killed this Miller, he will let me go.
Yes, sure. He's cute that way. Why did you come to see me?
To hold for me 2 things, monsieur. One, $500. And 2, this little key.
This key, eh?
Oui. You will hold it for me until after the man in charge of the justice has heard my case. When I return, you will give it to me.
Suppose you don't return.
Oh, it is certain. How do I know? Because I am a Frenchman. But I say, if by some silly mistake I am detained, then you will give it to my lawyer. But only if I am detained by what you call a conviction of guilty.
Why not give it to your lawyer now, yourself?
He still remains to be selected, and I do not wish to surrender myself to the justice dispenser with the key on my person.
I see. And this 500, what do I do with it?
That? You keep it, monsieur, for your trouble.
Ray left, and I sat fingering the 500 and the key. It was a small brass key, the kind you use on your trunk. No marks on it except the number, 427. I had Foray doped as a nut. Anyway, Foray confessed to the killing of Miller. And the final editions told how Timothy Hogan, the wild Irish criminal lawyer, came forward with an offer to defend the prisoner. And The next morning, Holden came to my office. I had a hunch he would.
And as sure as I'm sitting here in your office, Mr. Ace, I'm certain that Pierre Foray did not kill Miller.
He confessed.
Confessed? Ha! So there you have a darling confession. A Frenchman, a crime of passion, and he gives himself up. No, not Foray. Not after talking to the man.
And what's your best guess?
Think, man, think. Can't you see it?
Maybe I'm looking in the wrong direction.
And that you are. Foray is covering up for someone he loved.
His wife?
Aha, that's the thought, Mr. Ace. That's precisely the thought. And that's why the case attracted me. There's no money in it. But it's sentimental and violent. And I'm Irish.
Well, it could be. But if he's covering up for his wife, how are you going to get him to sing?
I must. If I can get him to recant a confession from his wife, I could get her an acquittal with a twist of the wrist. Good heavens, man, look at the elements. Self-sacrificing husband, outraged and betrayed wife. She comes forth at the last minute. Why, it's better than Mother McCree. I'll have the jury swimming in their own tears.
I like your script. How are you going to get it on the stage?
Aha, that is the problem. And there I need your help. I know this much. Yesterday, before he gave himself up, Foray came to you. What did he tell you?
Nothing.
He gave you something?
Nothing.
Oh, I don't think you're telling me the gospel truth, Mr. Ace.
I'm not.
I see. Very well. I tried to persuade Foray to give you his permission to talk to me.
That's better.
But in the meantime, Mr. Ace, in the meantime, you might try to sound out the wife for me. Very, very discreetly, understand? But sound her out.
You hiring me?
Yes. Will you see what you can do?
I'm practically there now.
Yes?
Mrs. Foray?
Go away. All day you reporters have been
I'm a
driving...
detective.
What do you want?
Sit down.
Say what you want and get out.
Do as I say or I'll take you downtown.
You don't frighten me a bit. I'm ready.
I see what you mean. Okay. I'll level with you, Mrs. Foray. I'm not from the police. I'm a private detective. I'm working for your husband's lawyer on the Miller killing. You knew Miller.
Yes. Yes, I knew him. What is there to work on? That rat Pierre killed him. I hope he dies in the chair for it.
Pierre says you were seeing Miller. That might save him from the chair.
Let him prove that. Just let him prove I ever saw Fred Miller outside of his office on business.
When did you see Miller last?
None of your business. Get out.
Sure. But keep this in mind, Mrs. Foray. Your husband confessed to the murder. But maybe you'll be able to give the jury the impression that he's covering up for someone else. Someone maybe like his ever-loving wife.
I said go on. Get out.
Oh, by the way, did you ever see this key before?
No. Now get out of here. And tell that rat Pierre I'll do my best to get a ringside seat for his execution.
I went back to my office, opened my door, and then I saw him. A man was sitting behind my desk. He got to his feet. He didn't introduce himself, but I could tell by the bulge in his right pocket that he had a very good reference.
You are Mr. Ace.
What do you want?
The key, Mr. Ace.
What key?
Please, Mr. Ace, do not act childish. Give me the key.
I'm bigger than you are.
But if you force me to use this gun, I shall be liver than you are. The key, please.
He pointed a stubby little revolver at my head. I gave him the key. He thanked me politely enough and left. I counted 10, then raced down the hall to the fire exit, slammed down the iron stairs, and picked up behind him as he was leaving the building. He went straight to the Times Square station. I went right behind him. He went directly to the lockers. I was right behind him. He inserted a key in the locker number 427, threw the latch, pulled the little door open, and then... It must have been hours later when I opened my eyes. I was still in the station. Near me and around me were maybe a dozen more. Cops and interns milled around. But bending over me was Detective Lieutenant Walsh.
Feeling better, Ace?
Yeah, Oh, my head. What happened?
Bomb exploded in a locker.
Anybody killed?
Yeah, the man who opened the booby trap. Blown to bits, and 3 bystanders. You were lucky.
You can say that again.
All right, I will. You were lucky, and I mean lucky that you didn't open it yourself.
I? How could I open it?
With the little key you showed Sally Foray.
Oh, you certainly get around.
Where'd you get that key?
From Pierre Foray.
Oh. Pierre Foray, huh?
That's the name. He came to my office. Gave it me to hold. You can ask him.
Well, suppose you ask him, Ace. But you better get yourself a good spiritualist. Pierre Foray hanged himself in his cell 2 hours ago.
Walsh took me down to police headquarters. He talked to me for 2 hours. He didn't learn a thing, but I did. Pierre was visiting his cell by Hogan and Mrs. Foray just before he strung himself up. It was Hogan who found his body when he went back to talk to him again. I asked Walsh what he knew about Hogan, and he didn't know much. I left police headquarters and went around the corner to Jenny, the bail bond. Jenny had been around New York longer than the city charter and runs the biggest bail bond mill in town. I asked her what she knew about Timothy Hogan. She didn't know much offhand, but promised me a rundown by morning. I said I'd call her and left it at that. Outside, the rain was just beginning to wash the town. A hack pulled up. I opened the door, bent to get in when the butt of the gun came down across my skull, and that was that. It was the cold water that brought me out of it. I opened my eyes. A ceiling and a chandelier spun around. I closed them again.
Leo, douse him again. Ace. Ace, you hear me? Get up.
The man said get up, and the man meant it. The man was big enough to lift me to my feet with one hand. I tried to open my eyes. There were battleships tied to the lashes, but I made it. 2 other mugs flanked me, with Mike in front of me. The rug was wet with blood and water. The water and the rug were theirs. The blood was mine. Somebody must have taken a bad working over. I began to figure it must have been me, but I couldn't remember. In fact, I didn't even know who Ace was when Mike barked the name.
You hear me, Ace?
Give me a drink of water.
Leo, give him a drink.
Better.
Oh, you're making a lot of trouble for us, Ace. It ain't necessary. Now look what you look like. Busted nose, busted lips, busted eyes. You think we like to do things like this? And just look at me old lady's rug.
Don't let it break you up.
Just look at yourself. And for what?
Tell me. For what?
Because you get stubborn.
You mustn't be impatient. I'm not very bright. What am I stubborn about?
All we want to know is where is the envelope Foray gave you?
Michael? How much longer will you be?
Just a few more minutes, Ma.
Oh, well, just look at that rug.
I'll have it cleaned.
Well, hurry up. The hot kitchen's getting all burned.
All right, Ace, I'm through talking nice. Where's the envelope?
Foray didn't give me any.
Leo, take it.
Oh.
Michael! For heaven's sake, be careful of the rug.
And the last I remember, there was the old hack screaming about her furniture. I know I smashed a chair when I went down, and that made me feel pretty good. I felt the water hitting my face again. I got my right eye unstuck. I was on my back in a field up in the Bronx. The rain washed over my bruised face, and that felt fine. But I couldn't stay to enjoy it. I remembered there was a phone call I had to make. And by the time I let myself into my apartment over on 3rd Avenue, the sun was up. I looked into a mirror. I never saw the guy before in my life. But even if he was a stranger, I had to do something for him. I wrapped some ice in a towel, held it over my face, and then I picked up the phone. You sleep in that ratty office of yours, Jenny?
Well, there's citizens being arrested, day and night, Ace. I got that smear on Hogan for you.
How does he shape?
Well, he was the mouthpiece for the old Ringo mob. Back in Prohibition, Ringo got pushed over, rest his soul. Hogan fronted for the policy boys in Harlem. And finally, he broke away from the heist guys, went into straight criminal law. Only the very highest types of criminals.
Where does he hail from?
Why, he's from, here it says, Timothy Hogan, Washington University, class of 28, X.
X. What's that mean?
X, it says. I see, he didn't finish at Washington. No record of any other school.
I see. All right, thanks, Jenny.
Yeah? Anything else I can do for you?
Yeah. Keep a nice fat bail bond warm. I may need it.
Who is it? What? Oh.
Well, don't let the face frighten you, Mrs. Foray. I'm just breaking it in for Boris Karloff.
What happened to you?
What happened to me shouldn't happen to a private detective. But it did. Sit down. We're going to make with a little talk.
Look, I'm in an awful hurry, Mr. Ace. I was just going out.
What did you and Hogan tell Pierre in his cell yesterday?
Well, I didn't want to go. That lawyer Hogan, he insisted. Well, I guess I blew my top. I told Pierre I was going to tell the jury the truth. That Freddie Miller begged Pierre to give me a divorce. He wouldn't. Instead, he took money from Fred to keep his mouth shut and not make a scandal.
And you figure that's why Pierre strung himself up. So there was no chance for him.
That's the one thing I regret. He didn't go to the chair.
You must have had quite a burn for this guy Miller.
When I love a man, I love him. I love him.
You're kind of lost now, eh?
I loved him, Eddie. It's going to be awful tough. Freddie, what's the use? I wind up with memories in four walls. The kind of memories you can't forget. The kind that cut your heart out every time you breathe.
Come here.
What am I going to do, Eddie? How can I forget it?
Easy. You call me Eddie. Just try calling me Freddie.
All right. I'll try it. I'll try it.
A little later, I remembered that Sally was just on her way out when I arrived. I asked where she was headed for. She hedged a little, but then I saw the court orders on the desk. She was going down to the First National Bank to open Pierre Foray's safety deposit box. I went with her. The small vault contained some jewels, an insurance policy, and a bulky package wrapped in brown paper.
The jewels are mine. I'll take them with me.
Maybe we better see what's in this package.
I can't imagine what it could be.
Money. $1,000 bills. Must be 50 of them.
$50,000? Well, where did you get all that?
Not in the private eye business. In this envelope. I think we better open it in the presence of a lawyer. Look, I'm going upstairs to see if anybody's around that looks familiar. Here, take this nickel.
Yeah?
Call police headquarters. Lieutenant Walsh. Tell him to meet me right now at Timothy Hogan's apartment. This is important for both of us, Angel. So don't trip. I'll wait for you outside. I waited. 4 minutes later, she joined me. Told me Walsh was starting out. We got to Hogan's apartment first.
Well, Mr. Ace, Mrs. Foray, sit down, sit down. What happened to your face, Mr. Ace?
I ran into an open gun cell in the dark.
Oh, really now? Where?
I didn't get the address, but it was the home of that mug named Mike you keep on your payroll.
I see. What else do you know?
Put that heater away, Hogan. Walsh is on his way up. I'll give it to you fast. Frederick Miller, the lawyer used to Needle in Court. Dug into your background. Found out you weren't a member of the bar. Never finished law school. Why, you weren't even a shyster.
And that's why I killed him.
Right.
But Foray confessed.
That was the deal you made with him. 50 G's if he confessed to the murder of Miller.
And you think a man would confess to a murder for any amount of money?
You convinced him you'd get him an acquittal. On the unwritten law. But before he agreed, he wanted full protection. This little envelope we got out of his safety deposit box.
That's true, Mr. Ace. That's true. I had to give him my signed confession, just in case anything went wrong.
And plenty went wrong. He didn't trust you. You'd try to get that confession back. But you'd watch every move he made before he confessed to the police. That's why he came to me. Gave me a key to a booby trap. He figured you'd try to get that key from me. Open the booby trap. And get your head blown off. But you sent one of your mugs instead.
You leave nothing for me to say, Ace. Is there anything else you'd like to know before I kill you?
Yeah. How did you manage to kill 4A in his cell?
That, my friend, that is the trade secret which I cannot divulge.
Too bad, Hogan. Bright guy like you. I know that Walsh will feel the same way about it. But he's a city cop.
Mr. Ace, you are priceless. But you made just one little mistake. You see, Sally here wasn't in love with Miller. You didn't even know him. Sally was and always has been in love with me.
That true, Sally?
Here's your nickel, Eddie. I didn't make that call to police headquarters.
So little Sally wasn't 3-timing. She was 4-timing.
You know, Ace, it's remarkable you've stayed alive as long as you have. Can you give me one good reason why I shouldn't kill you?
Can I skip that question and take the $32?
Go home, Sally.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Eddie. Believe me, I am.
Go on home and sharpen your stiletto.
Going somewhere, Mrs. Foray?
Look out, Walsh. He'll shoot.
That's a darling break.
Tim.
Sally, get your double...
No.
Get your car.
No. No, I didn't, Tim. Honest, I didn't.
The dying. It's easier.
Tim.
Stop wailing, Sally. He can't hear you. He's dead.
And I wish he'd killed you. A brilliant man like him shot down like a dog, and you stand there.
Okay, Walsh. From here on out, it's your party. The confessions in the envelope will give you the score. Sally is right. He was a brilliant man. And that's how Timothy Hogan died. Yeah, I called Walsh when I left Sally for a minute at the bank. She could have been held as an accessory to the murder of her husband in his cell. But Walsh never got her down to headquarters. She took the header out of the window. I guess it was better for her like that.
Well, that was a gory business, wasn't it?
Gory? Oh, I thought I'd give you the mild ones first.
Mild? Good heavens. Do you mean that this sort of thing goes on with you all the time?
Only when business is good.
Well, for my sake, then, I hope business improves. Good night, Mr. Ace.
There's something I like to say, Dr. Gale.
Yes?
Well, it's... never mind. Maybe next time.
Or maybe the time after that.
You're reading my thoughts marked private. Good night, Dr. Gale.
George Raft, as Mr. Ace, will be back in a moment with news of next week's case. But now, a word from our sponsor.
Thank you. Next week, I have another appointment with Dr. Gale. I'm going to tell her about a murder that shouldn't have happened, not even to a corpse.
And, George, we'll all be waiting to hear that. In the assisting cast tonight, you heard Jeanette Nolan, Kathy Lewis, Theodore Von Eltz, Leo Cleary, and Stanley Farrar. The music was composed and conducted by Sandy Courage. This is Carlton Cadell speaking and inviting you to listen again to George Raft in The Cases of Mr. Ace.
Johnny Dollar.
Hey, Johnny, listen. This is Steve.
Steve?
You know, Steve Yoakum.
Oh, yeah, way out there in, where is that, Steve?
Kalispell, Montana.
Oh, yeah.
You know, Forest State Mutual.
Right. Well, what seems to be the trouble, Steve?
Listen, can you fly on out here right away, Johnny?
Sure, I guess so. What's up?
One of my clients, John Turner Whitcomb. Rich old man. Got him insured for nearly $500,000.
And?
Well, if what it looks like has happened, the company's going to be out almost $1 million. You know, 'cause of the double indemnity.
For accidental death.
Yeah. If, like I say, that is the way it's happened, I mean, if it's happened at all.
Well, is he dead or isn't he?
That's the trouble. I don't know. Not for sure.
What do you mean?
I mean, that's what you better get on out here and find out for us.
All right.
And if he is dead, whether it was accidental or it wasn't, but if he isn't dead, well, that we got to know about, too. But if he is...
All right, Steve. I'll be out to see you.
What I mean is... Oh, okay, Johnny.
Right.
Listen, if you can catch a plane tonight, you ought to get here sometime in the morning. I'll be waiting for you at the airport.
Well, first I'd better check a schedule of Hello? Hello? Okay, Rattlebrain, I'll be there.
The CBS Radio Network brings you Bob Reddick in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the 4-State Mutual Insurance Company, office in Kalispell, Montana. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Yak mystery matter. Expense account item 1, 10 cents for a morning paper. After carefully checking meteorological reports for a slant on the weather in northwestern Montana, I made sure to throw some gloves, heavy woolen socks, and a set of long-handled underwear into my luggage. Item 2, $5 for a cab to Bradley Field. Item 3, $145.50, plane fare. It was almost 9:30 a.m. by the time we sat down at the small but prosperous-looking city of Kalispell. And true to his word, young Steve Yoakum was there at the airport. We piled ourselves and my luggage into a Jeep that had the side curtains up, but no heater, and then took off.
Now, reaching back of you, Johnny. Swap that top coat of yours for a sheepskin you'll find back there. You're going to need it where we're going.
Where's that, Steve?
130, 40 miles. Up to the Yak.
The what?
Up near a town called Yak, if you can call it a town. Just a glorified crossroads. Maybe 40, 50 people living around there. Put it on. You'll need it.
Well, you're the doctor, Steve.
Yeah, we're going in real snow country.
You still haven't told me why.
Oh, that client of ours, John Turner Whitcomb, made a lot of dough in lumber. When his wife died, he retired.
So?
He and his good-looking daughter, Valerie, it's his only child, and her husband, Lou Larson, took off last week for a little vacation. Little hunting, maybe, out of Shorty Besson's camp. That's up in the rugged country east of Yak, over near Lost Horse Mountain.
And what's happened to him?
Well, I got a call from Shorty Besson just before I called you. Seems the weather had calmed down for a couple of days, and Whitcomb and the kids took some gear and horses and went out hunting.
Hunting at this time of year? What for, Steve?
Well, that's what I don't understand. But they went out anyway. Over Shorty's protest.
Oh?
They not only didn't come back, but Shorty hasn't been able to find hide nor hair of them.
Oh, fine. "90 miles out of Kalispell on Route 2, we stopped for lunch at the colorful sawmill town of Libby, a kind of headquarters and main supply point for the logging operations in that area. And then we cut north on one of the worst roads that I'd ever traveled. Yeah, the snow plows had been through, but that was all. And what's more, it clouded up. And then what started out as a cold drizzle turned into a heavy, wet snowfall in the middle of May yet. Steve had called it rugged country, and he wasn't kidding. Most of what we passed through was heavy forest land, spots almost impenetrable, except perhaps for the logging trails here and there, lots of big trees, jungle of heavy, tangled undergrowth. Not a good place to get lost.
Mighty good hunting country, too, Johnny. I mean, when the weather's good. Lots of deer and wolves, mountain lions, lots of things.
At Yak, we stopped long enough to fill up with gas. That's item 470. And then plunged into the deep forest, going eastward on, believe it or not, an even worse piece of road, following a vague sort of wagon path through the trees and the heavy snow. Only a four-wheel drive would ever have made it. It was after 5 p.m. by the time we finally got to Shorty Besson's camp. But there, in the big log cabin, or rather lodge, Mrs. Besson, a bright-eyed, sprightly old lady, took one look at our frost-bitten faces, sat us down in front of a roaring fire. That stone fireplace was big enough to walk into. Logs burning in it were over a foot thick. And then she poured us full of strong, steaming coffee, heavily laced with rum. And I began to feel warm for the first time in hours.
Well, I told him, Mr. Dollar.
Yeah, Shorty?
Yes, sir. Shorty told Mr. Whittaker and those young kids they oughtn't to pack out in those woods without him going along with them.
Yes, sir. I told him, Mr. Dollar. I told him likely there might be another snow coming up, too.
But Mr. Whittaker just wouldn't listen to him. Here, now, have some more of this.
Oh, no, thanks, Mrs. Besson.
Oh, name's Kate, and you know you need this. Now, you two still look a little blue around the gills from the cold out there.
Thank you.
Put some more rum in it, Shorty.
Oh, sure, Kate.
You too, Mr. Yoakum.
Huh? Oh, don't mind if I do. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Mr. Whittaker just wouldn't listen. Him having been such a great hunter all over the world so much, over in Africa, over in Kilimanjaro and India and all those other places he talks about, all around high mountains, all kinds of weather. Just wouldn't listen.
Just wouldn't listen.
Ask me. I think he was trying to prove with that son-in-law that young Larson was really a man up in this country.
But at least he promised they'd be back the next morning, so, well, I let him take some of the horses and go.
Then it snowed a bit that night.
Yeah, it snowed a bit.
When they didn't come back, well, that's when Shorty rounded up the Branson boys and Sid Keeler from over near the ranger station. They started looking.
Yeah, yes, sir. They started looking. Up until dark yesterday and most of today.
On account of that snow, they couldn't even find their tracks.
No, couldn't find their tracks. And they hadn't said where they was going to, so all we could do is look at all the likely places, but we didn't find a sign of them.
Well, then, Steve, how did you expect me to find them when these people who know this country so well can't do it?
Well, I know, Johnny, but...
No, wait. Listen.
What is it, Shorty?
Why, yes, that's a horse out there.
Oh, maybe they're back. They're all right after all. Come on, boys.
Right. No. Look.
What's that?
Johnny.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
What's the matter, Shorty? What is it?
It's that son-in-law, young Larson, out there.
Well, don't just stand around outside there talking about it. Get him in here.
Yeah, but he's just laying there in the saddle like
Come on. Let's see if he's still okay.
Larson, you still alive?
Steve, give me a hand with him. Help me get him out of that saddle.
Sure, Johnny. Here. Here now.
He's still alive, Mr. Dollar?
I don't know, Shorty. I don't know.
Well, get him inside here where I can do him some good.
All right, easy now, Steve. Easy with him.
Yeah, Johnny.
Yeah, I'll take care of the horse.
Lou Larson was still alive. And I wondered how a city boy, that was obvious from his soft hands and pale complexion, his general build, I wondered how he had managed to survive when the others... But it was well into the night by the time Kate brought him around, enough to tell us what had happened.
They're dead. They're dead, Mr. Dollar. Mr. Whitcomb and my Valerie.
Oh, that poor, lovely little girl.
Where, Lou, and how did it happen?
Somewhere on the south slope of Lost Horse Mountain.
Yeah.
At least that's where Mr. Whitcomb said we were.
Now, boy, you just get some more of this hot coffee inside of you.
Yeah, boy. Get some hot coffee in you.
Thanks. I'm feeling all right now, I think.
Go on, Lou. What happened?
When the snow came, he said we better make camp, not try to get back here.
Now, that was wrong of him. He'd have known this country at all.
I wondered about that, too, Kate. It was getting dark.
He found a kind of shelter and built a fire. It was under some big rocks beside a real deep crevice.
On the side of the Lost Horse Mountain?
Yes.
Oh, Lordy, that was Dead Man's Hole.
It's very narrow. Very deep.
It's a death trap. That's all it is, a death trap.
It's a death trap. That's what it is.
Told me to go look around for some more wood while he and Val try to make camp.
But a fire under the snow that piles up there?
Dollar, if my horse hadn't followed me, we'd have died out there, too. Maybe it would have been better if I'd stayed with him with Valerie and died with her.
Easy now.
She was my wife, Mr. Dollar. I loved her very much.
I know, Lou. Go on, please.
I only got a couple of 100 feet away when I heard that terrible sound. Like thunder.
An avalanche. That's what it was.
And I looked back.
And that's what's taken the lives of more people in that awful chasm. It's a death trap, I tell you.
It's a death trap.
Go on, Lou.
All I could see was thousands of tons of snow and rocks falling down where I'd left them, rolling everything, even their horses, into that chasm. It was terrible. Terrible.
All right. Now, son, you just take yourself another drink of this, and then you sleep a while.
Thank you, Kate. So tired. So tired.
Sure you are. Here, you men help him into bed.
Yeah, come on, Shorty, give me a hand.
Yeah, sure, Mr. Dollar. We'll put him in what was Mr. Whittecomb's room. It'll be warmer there.
That's a good idea. It'll also give me a chance to...
What's the matter, sir?
Come on. Let's get him to bed.
It's, getting kind of late, Mr. Dollar. The other folks are all asleep.
How far is it to that canyon, Shorty?
Oh, a couple hours if you know the way. If you don't know the way, in this kind of weather, it could take a couple of days, like it did young Larson. Awful easy to get lost out there.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're thinking of going out and try and find them, Mr. Dollar, there's no point in it.
Why do you say that?
Well, like Kate said, they're not the first to have fell in Dead Man's Hole. But nobody's body's ever been drug out of it.
Why not?
It's too deep, too dangerous, too easy to start more rocks sliding down inside of it.
Well, I'll take your word for it.
Most anything would start a slide there. Build a fire under the snow overhang on top of that rock he was talking about, you'd start a snow avalanche.
Really?
Just fire a shot on some of the smaller rocks on the side, you'd start them tumbling down. Why, even a little animal walking around up there would do it. Oh, it's happened many times, Mr. Dollar. Read up in all the books that ever been wrote about this part of the country. Yeah. Well, now, Mr. Dollar, I don't know about you, but it's late and everybody else is to bed, so why don't you and me hit the sack, too, huh? Nothing more we can do tonight anyhow.
You go ahead. I'll be along shortly. I don't know what I was really looking for there in Lou Larson's room. And I had to be very quiet. But then, in one of his suitcases, under a pile of shirts, was a piece of a topographical map. A map of the area surrounding Lost Horse Mountain. At one point on the south side was a check mark to what was obviously a very deep, narrow canyon. And there was a book, too. The Legend of Lost Horse Mountain. All right? Reason for suspicion? Sure. But that was all. Or was it all? The next morning was, surprisingly enough, quite warm, though heavy storm clouds raced across the sky.
You never know this time of year, Mr. Dollar. One day it'll be hot like this. Next it'll be freezing up again, or maybe snow.
I knew now that I had to have a look down into Dead Man's Hole. And before another avalanche could fill it up some more.
It happens 8, 10, 15 times a year. They'll never fill up that big chasm. Washes out in the summer floods anyhow.
Over his protest, Shorty and I set out on a couple of the horses, armed with pick and shovel and a pair of binoculars. As for Steve Yoakum, who'd struck me as being pretty useless in a situation like this, I left him behind to look after young Larson, still asleep in Whitcomb's bed.
I don't like those clouds, Mr. Dollar. Chances are we're going to get a lot of rain.
Well, it's a chance we'll have to take.
But if you think I'm going to let you lower yourself down in Dead Man's Hole to look for a couple of bodies that are probably all covered up anyway...
Sorry, Shorty, but I have to. Now, let's get there before this storm breaks.
But we didn't. And when a storm hits that part of the country, it isn't fooling. Together, Shorty and I stood on the lower, the firm edge of that canyon, the only safe part of it, across from where the others had been.
Look. There they are, down there.
I see them.
The rain has melted away the snow that covered them up. But we'll never get to them.
Let me have those field glasses.
Oh, sure, here.
Thanks.
This rain will also cover them up again with all the rocks and stuff it'll wash down there, and that'll be the end of them.
Oh, no, it won't, Shorty. Break out those ropes and help me down there.
Now, don't you try it, Dollar.
Come on. Help me rig a line.
Now, I tell you, you're crazy.
Sure, I was crazy. But what I'd seen in the glasses had told me that Mr. Whitcomb and his daughter had been murdered. Before they'd been thrown into that canyon. Bullet holes in their heads. Slowly, I worked my way down toward them, careful not to dislodge any rocks or rain-soaked clumps of gravel. And now, even without the glasses, I could see the bullet holes.
Now that you're sure, come on back here. Come on back up, Dollar.
Just another few feet so I can get a line on them and we can... What was that?
That wasn't no thunder. Dollar, that was a rifle shot.
I know.
From lengthwise down the canyon. It hit that rock on the other side, broke it loose.
I know.
Look out. Another avalanche. Dollar!
How Shorty Bessum ever managed to haul me up out of that pit of death with tons and tons of rock and mud pouring down all around me from the far side of the chasm, I'll never know. But somehow he did. And then, panting from exhaustion, we lay there, well back from the edge, the blessed rain in our faces.
I'm sure they was rifle shots, Dollar. I'm sure of it. And when I saw one of the key rocks blasted away over there and start another slide again...
And I'm betting it was the same rifle that was used to kill Whitcomb and his daughter before they were thrown down in there.
Young Larson.
He knew how easy it was to start a slide at this spot from a book that he'd read. One of those that you talked about. And he knew that nobody but a fool like me would try to come here and look for those bodies.
Well, why, Dollar? Why?
Money.
Oh.
Whitcomb didn't like him, did he?
No, sir. That's true.
Kate said that Whitcomb brought him out here to see if he was really a man.
Yes, sir, that's true.
And that means he didn't like having young Larson married to his daughter, in line to share all of his money when he died. Valerie was his only child.
That's true, too, Dollar.
But why should Lou share it? By getting rid of both of them, he could have it all.
That is true.
Sure it is.
But he seemed awful sorry about losing that Valerie.
Oh, sure. He broke right down and cried.
That he did.
Sure he did. But he also recovered pretty darn quickly, Shorty, in order to go on with his explanation of what was supposed to have happened out here.
That's true, too.
But believe me, the only reason that Larson ever married that girl was to get his hands on the old man's money. Certainly never did any work with those hands of his.
So maybe Kate is right. I mean, despite the way she's taken care of him after he came in, well, She just didn't like him, didn't trust him.
Wait a minute, Shorty.
Huh?
If he's still around here and armed with a gun, I mean those shots.
Oh, he was still asleep when we left, and that insurance man, that Steve Yoakum, he was watching over
He was
him.
supposed to be watching him. He could have slipped away from Steve.
Now, maybe Larson saw the slide and thought it killed us both and went back.
Maybe. But if he is still around...
Right here, Dollar.
Huh?
Now, don't move, either of you.
Put down that rifle now, Lou.
Not a chance, Shorty.
Then all I said was true, huh, Lou?
Of course it was, Dollar. But nobody else will ever know it. How nice of you to come out here. We're another rock slide, and this time a big one will take care of you.
What you gonna do, Larson?
Very stupid of you, Dollar, to go through my things last night.
Wasn't it pretty stupid of you to come out here after us?
Who came where? So far as anyone knows, when I left the lodge, it was simply to wander aimlessly about in the woods, in a sort of delirium, following my state of near exhaustion.
That pretended state of exhaustion.
Fooled you, didn't I? And Shorty and his wife, even that stupid insurance man.
I should have realized your horse Betsy was in too good shape when you brought her in last night.
Of course, Shorty, because Betsy and I had been perfectly comfortable in your hay shed, the other side of the property, all the time we were supposed to be missing.
So, now you got to us? What you gonna do, Larson?
Me? Nothing. You're going to do it for me. Up on your feet now.
Huh?
I said up on your feet. Come on.
Well, sure, but...
Be very careful, Dollar. I warn you.
You have the gun, Lou.
I'll back up. Back up.
Way into that canyon?
You too, Dollar.
No, it'll kill us.
It's either that or a bullet, Shorty. Back up.
Better look behind you, Lou.
Come off it, Dollar. That old gag won't work. Now back up.
Sorry, Lou.
You give me no choice.
He means it, Dollar. He means that he's going to shoot you.
I doubt it.
Shorty is right, Dollar. You're going now. You're going now, huh? Get his rifle, Shorty.
Yeah, sure. Yes, sir. But that gunshot, Mr. Dollar, where'd it come from?
I'm sorry, Johnny. Almost didn't make it.
Mr. Yoakum.
You're telling me, Steve?
When he sneaked out of the lodge, I thought instead of stopping him, I'd better follow, see what he was up to.
And you were suspicious of him, too, huh?
Well, sure, but man, with him making such time for a guy supposed to be all in, and me not used to walking so far, well, I almost didn't make it, and I'm sorry.
You did all right, Steve.
Yeah, you sure did, son.
So the laws of succession take over, and somebody else gets the insurance and the old man's estate. And as for Lou Larson, well, even hanging's too good for that kind. Expense account total, including the trip home, $207.75. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here is our star with an important message and a few words about next week's story.
The CBS radio network and this station are both very much a part of National Radio Month. But the figures show that you, the listener, are just as much a part of the celebration. You take part every month of every year with your purchases of new radio sets. Today, there's an all-time record number of radio sets in use. Today, there are more listeners than ever. And the number one network for the best sound around is, of course, CBS Radio. And now, next week, the stock in trade matter. And the stock I'm talking about is just exactly that, stock. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Reddick, is written by Jack Johnstone, produced and directed by Bruno Zerato Jr., musical supervision by Ethel Huber. Heard in our cast were Robert Dryden as Shorty, Bill Lipton as Steve, Athena Lord as Kate, and Ellen Manson as Lou Larson. Be sure to join us next week, same time, same station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Art Hanna speaking. This is the CBS Radio Network. This is the CBS Radio Network. This is the CBS Radio Network. This...
Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes present The Big Story.
Okay, let's moose. Now, you all know what to do. Let him in.
Hiya, Joey.
Sit down.
What's the matter? Hey, put that gun down, Joey.
What's the matter, huh? Nothing. Not a thing.
Just ratted. You just went and sang to the cops.
I didn't.
Shut up. Shut up and start to die. Because here it comes.
Oh, don't, Joey, don't.
Just a gag, Moose. It wasn't loaded. I was getting bored, so I thought I'd have a laugh. Okay, now let's get to work. I got a nice job. All lined up.
The Big Story. Another in the thrilling series based on true experiences of newspaper reporters. Tonight, to Ted Prager of the New York Daily News goes the Pall Mall Award for The Big Story. Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding. The longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package, Pall Mall.
Ladies and gentlemen, have you noticed how many of your friends have changed to Pall Mall? There's a reason. Pall Mall famous cigarettes.
Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
Yes, there's one cigarette that's really different. Really outstanding. Pall Mall. For Pall Mall's greater length of traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos filters the smoke of this longer, finer cigarette. Gives you that smoothness, mildness, and satisfaction no other cigarette offers you.
Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding.
Pall Mall famous cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild.
Now the authentic and exciting story of Manhunt in Manhattan.
You are Ted Prager, night reporter for the New York Daily News. And murder is almost old hat to you. You've covered the doings of Vincent Mad Dog Call, Dutch Schultz, Oni Madden, and Murder Incorporated for your paper. You know your underworld. You know robbery, arson, burglary, and homicide. Almost inside out. The way an insurance man knows statistics. Yes, you know your business. You're even a little blasé about crime. Until one night, about 1 a.m, you're in a friendly bar on East 7th Street. And the conversation is small talk with Sandy, the bartender.
Oh, football is not football anymore. You're too professional, Sandy. Give me those college teams.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mr. Prager. You take that old Notre Dame team, I'd rather watch them than it. Hey, Mr. Prager, you see that?
What?
That guy just walked in.
The one with his hair all slicked down?
Yeah. Looks like there's 4 or 5 with him.
Say, I know that face from somewhere. Some small-time mug or other.
What are they spreading out like that for?
I don't know. Sandy, it looks like a stick-up.
There's a smart man. Cute, too. Give that man a cigar. That's just what it is. All right, everybody, quiet. And you people haven't figured it out yet. This is what we call a hold-up. Get your wallets out, rings, jewelry from the ladies. My boys will pass among you. Barkeep, you.
Me?
Open up that register and empty it on a bar. Now. Make the rounds, boys. And you don't have to leave none of these good people car fare. Let them walk. What are you looking at, cute guy?
Nothing.
Let's see what you got.
Here's my money.
Yeah, $40. I'll take your pen, too, and your wallet and that ring.
Okay.
What do you think you're looking at? My face? Don't you like what you see? Maybe you want to remember me. Is that it?
Here.
Moose.
Yeah?
Give me a blackjack. This cute fella here is giving me the once-over.
Chief, we're all set. We got everything cleaned it out good. Let's go.
Okay, we go. Too bad, cute guy. And I was just going to give you something to remember me by. So long, dopes.
Then something incredible happens. 5 crooks walked in, but only 3 leave. 2 of them are still standing in the bar, looking bewildered, not knowing what to do. Then you realize that they're not armed. Maybe you can stop them. You move, and pandemonium breaks loose.
All right, stand back there. You two, stop, all right? Okay.
The cop got them both. Good shooting there, officer.
Thanks.
Well, you couldn't get them all, but at least you got 2 of them.
Yeah.
They dead, officer?
I don't think so. Say, who are you? You look familiar.
Ted Prager of the News.
Oh, yeah, sure. I remember you, Mr. Prager. Excuse me, I got to call the ambulance.
Nice work, officer. I'd like to write you up. What's your name?
Matt Gaines, 22nd Precinct. I could use the story, Mr. Prager. You could say it's too bad I only got 2 of them.
Too bad I only got 2 of them. Ain't that the funniest thing you ever heard?
Oh, that's terrific, Joey.
Listen, when Joey Rice does it, it gets done. Yeah. Too bad I only got 2 of them, said the policeman. Listen, from the paper, get this. It was not until after the shooting that the officer discovered his fatal mistake. The 2 men who had entered the bar with the gang were not part of the mob. I like that, not part of the mob.
Yeah, go ahead, finish it, Joey.
Yeah, hold your horses, not part of the mob. Instead, they were 2 innocent taxi drivers that the leader of the mob had forced to stay behind to act as shields, so that the actual robbers might escape under cover of the violence directed against the taxi drivers. Boy, is that the payoff.
Yeah, those dopes standing there. You know, I can just see them.
Jeez, imagine what they'd done. They start beating up those taxi drivers, and a cop comes and bang, bang. Law and order lays them out cold and says, too bad I only got 2 of them.
Yeah. They dead, Joey?
No, only one. Here, listen. One of the drivers, George Beaver, age 51, died instantly. The other, Edgar Benedetto, 34, is in City Hospital, where his condition is listed as critical. Boy, I ask you, ain't that the best scream you ever heard?
Yeah.
Sit down, Gaines. Why don't you sit down?
If he dies, Mr. Prager, I don't know what I'll do.
Now, why blame yourself? You made a mistake any cop might have.
A mistake?
That's right. Anyone could have done it. No one blames you.
I killed a man, an innocent man, and there's another one inside there in the operating room, and he may die, too. I murdered 2 men.
You didn't murder anyone. You accidentally shot 2 men in the line of duty. Look, I saw the face of the man who really murdered Beaver, the leader of that gang. It was a cruel face and a vicious one. He's the murderer if anyone is.
I tell you, if Benedetto dies, Mr.
Gaines,
Prager,
I'll make you a promise. I'll find that man. I know his face from somewhere. I don't care how long it takes or what I have to do, but I'll find him.
That man, Benedetto, in the operating room, I checked up on him. He's 34. Been driving a cab since he was 21. Got a wife and 2 kids, a girl, 7, and a little baby, 21 months. I killed their father. I made a widow out of his wife.
Stop it, Gaines. You've got to stop it. In the first place, Benedetto's not dead.
No, only one of them's dead. Only Beaver's dead. Only a 51-year-old man's dead. That's not so bad, is it?
Why do you torture yourself?
Yeah, maybe I ought to just go outside.
Sit down and just wait, Matt. Try it. Maybe it won't be so bad. Yes? What is it, Doctor?
I'm sorry, gentlemen. Mr. Benedetto died on the operating table.
Gaines, are these all the pictures in your rogues gallery?
That's right, Mr. Prager.
Well, let's get started. That batch there'll do. I'll know that face when I see it. You turn him, Gaines. I'll call if I see anything.
All right.
Nope. Nope, it's none of those. Let's see some more.
You aren't going to find him.
Keep going, Gaines. Just keep going. No. What did you do that for? Why'd you throw him down?
Oh, what's the use? We won't find him. What's the use of anything?
Look, I told you before, you've got to get that crazy idea out of your head that you're responsible for the death of those drivers.
I killed him, didn't I?
Gaines, try to listen to me. I'm going after the man who led that holdup, the man who's really responsible for the death of those drivers.
Well, that's going to be dangerous, Mr. Prager. If it gets around you're hunting a crook, you'll lose all your contacts. You won't be able to get the inside on anything.
I'll take that chance. I can take care of myself.
You won't even be able to get a byline on these stories. You won't dare let anyone know who's doing the job.
That's not the most important thing in the world.
And you get too close to this guy, there's no telling what might happen to you.
I can still take care of myself. Now pick up those pictures and let's finish looking at them. And get rid of the idea you killed anyone.
Yeah, okay, sure. I'll just forget the whole thing. Like it never happened. Only what do I do when I see a kid on the street and he reminds me of Benedetto's kids? What do I do at night to make me forget so I can go to sleep? Tell me that.
And you, Ted Prager of the Daily News, you look at his eyes as he says these words, and you realize that this is a lot more than a story for your paper, important as that is. Yes, you want to help catch that crook with the patent leather hair and the steely eyes. But a man's sanity is at stake as well. The sanity of a nice Irish patrolman named Matt Gaines. That's also at stake. And you watch his big, open face as he listlessly turns the pictures in front of him. And you know you've got a job on your hands. A big one.
We'll be back in just a moment with tonight's big story, but first a word from Cy Harris.
Ladies and gentlemen, have you noticed how many of your friends have changed to Pall Mall? There's a reason. Pall Mall famous cigarettes.
Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
Yes, there's one cigarette that's really different. Really outstanding. Pall Mall.
When you pick up a Pall Mall, you can see the difference, you can feel the difference. And when you smoke a Pall Mall, you can taste the difference.
For Pall Mall's greater length of traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos filters the smoke of this longer, finer cigarette. Gives you that smoothness, mildness, and satisfaction no other cigarette offers you. Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding. The longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package. Pall Mall famous cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild. Now, we return you to our narrator, Bob Sloane, and tonight's big story.
You, Ted Prager, night reporter for the New York Daily News, get moving on your search for a smooth-haired bandit who held up a bar and caused the accidental death of 2 taxi drivers. And though you know what you're doing is dangerous, it may cost you your job or maybe even your life. And even if you get anything, you won't be able to write it with your byline. You start making the rounds. You start combing through those smoke-filled bars where crimes are hatched and dips meet to talk over their successes.
And you know what she did? She went right up to him and scratched her initials in his cheek.
What did he do to her, May? Tell him that.
Drink your beer.
Hold it, May. What do you want, Bud?
Nothing. Just looking.
Well, we don't allow looking in here. Scram.
Hello, Matt. Ted calling. No, nothing yet. But don't give up, fella. I've only been to about a dozen places. I'll find him. boys.
Right, 1 beer.
He never should have done it. Using a couple of taxi drivers for shows.
Why not, Maxie?
Because it makes it tough for us. They double the cops in this area. They're watching every minute of the day. For him, yeah. But meantime, it makes it tough on us.
Oh, never thought of that.
Well, I did. Ask Millie here about him. She was there when it happened.
Right in the place? No kidding?
That's right. Right in the place when he walked in. The bar on East 7.
Did he take you for anything?
Got $20 out of my bag. And a ring that Maxie gave me, worth $80.
No kidding.
Sure. And he didn't have to do that with the drivers. I tell you, I'd like to make it hot for that wise guy. I'd like to sing a little tune.
Hey,
if
shut up. You won't sing no tune for anybody. Can't you see there's people around?
Hi. I'm, interested in what you said there, Millie.
I don't know you. I didn't say a word.
Beat it.
Look, if you want to make a little money...
I said to beat it.
Okay. Okay. Only if you change your mind, my name is Ted Prager. There's people around who can tell you where to find me.
You don't exist.
Well, boys, like I always say, another day, another $8,000.
Oh, Joey, you're really in there, huh?
Yeah. We've been quiet now a month. I think it's time we stop being quiet. I even hear people stop talking about me. The job I pulled with the taxi drivers. So?
What's the caper, Joey?
You like this one, Moose? You'll like this special because this one is more my style. Listen.
Prager speaking.
Ted, this is Benson on the city desk. Can you get down to East Side Hall?
Sure, what's up?
Just got word about a big holdup. Some girl was being confirmed. Big party and all that. 3 men did the job.
Who can I see?
You can see the girl herself. She was only a kid, too. 14.
Right. Give me the address. I'm on my way.
He came in, Mr. Prager, and they just took everything.
I see. What did the leader of the gang look like?
He was terrible. He had his hair all smoothed down and oily, and a smile on his face.
Uh-huh. Did he laugh? Out loud, I mean?
Yes, sir. Especially when he came after me.
What'd he do to you?
Well, I had my ring. My father just gave it to me for my confirmation. It was a ring with diamonds, Mr. Prager, so to keep him from getting it, I put it in my mouth.
Yes?
Well, he came up to me with that smile on his face, and he put his thumb on one side of my cheek and his fingers on the other. And,
why, that...
and he squeezed until I couldn't stand it anymore.
He's back. So he's back on the job. Don't you worry. I'll find that man.
You can't park that car here, mister.
Matt.
Oh, it's you.
I've been driving around looking for you. Can you get in?
What for?
He's back at it again. The guy we're looking for. He's around town. Can you come with me?
Well, yeah, I'm off duty, but what for?
Because I'm going hunting for him. For that patent leather hair and the smile. I want company. Hop in.
Driving around 3 hours. Where do you expect to find this crook? Just standing on a corner?
Maybe. You never can tell. He might... Matt.
What's the matter?
Right there.
Where?
On the corner. Wouldn't he be Right on the corner of Essex and Hester in broad daylight.
That one?
The one talking to the girl as if he didn't have a care in the world.
You mean it, Ted?
Take him, Matt. He's yours.
Oh, brother, will I take him? Ted, I just saw Mr. Dennis.
The prosecuting attorney?
Yep. He says he needs a positive witness.
Our friend denies everything?
Of course. Never was in the 7th Street bar. Never held up anybody. Used taxi drivers as shields. What, him? Joey Rice do a thing like that?
Oh, so that's his name, Joey Rice.
Slick as they come. Smooth. It'll be tough to pin it on him.
Okay, Matt. I'll go in and see Mr. Dennis.
Oh, no, you can't identify Rice.
Why not?
Because it would finish you as a police reporter, cut off all your contacts. And that's not all it might cut off.
I'll take a chance.
No, Ted, don't.
I'll tell you what I'll do. Get Rice before me on a one-way screen. I'll identify him. Then let Mr. Dennis prepare his case. If he needs me in court, I'll testify.
Now you're talking sense.
So are you, Matt.
All right, Rice. That way. Walk that way.
What is this?
Just a little matter of identification, Rice. As prosecuting attorney, I thought it might be a good idea to identify you. Get over to those chalk marks now and just stand still. Light on him okay for you, Mr. Prager?
That's fine, Mr. Dennis.
Well?
That's the man held up the 7th Street bar.
You sure?
Yes, Mr. Dennis. I'm absolutely sure.
Okay, Sergeant, take him away. Thanks for the identification. I needed that. Next time you see him, he'll be in court. On trial for robbery and criminal assault.
Look at him. Look at Joe Rice smiling, Matt.
Yeah, but what are we going to do?
I don't know. Maybe Mr. Dennis has an idea.
He looks plenty worried.
Oh, here comes the judge.
Hear ye, hear ye. The Honorable Judge Bernard Smith presiding. Court is in session.
There goes Dennis.
Your Honor.
Mr. Dennis, yes?
Your Honor. As prosecuting attorney, I must protest the appearance of the defendant. If it please the court, it is obvious that the reason the defendant, Joseph Rice, came into this courtroom today wearing a full beard is to make absolute identification of himself impossible. Your Honor, we allege the defendant committed the crimes he's charged with a clean-shaven face. And consequently, he must, in the interest of justice and equity, be ordered to shave off the beard he has grown, which is a patent dodge and a ruse.
Your Honor! Your Honor!
The attorney for the defendant.
Your Honor, my client, Joseph Rice, likes to wear a beard. He thinks a beard becomes him. And I say that every man has the constitutional right, if not the God-given right, to shave or not to shave, to wear a beard or not to wear a beard.
Order, please, order! This is a very complicated question, gentlemen. We'll have to rule on that. Court is adjourned.
Never been decided before. It could go against us, and we'd be licked before we start.
He can't be ordered to shave, Mr. Dennis.
It's never been decided before, Prager.
What are we going to do, sir?
I wish I had an idea, Gaines.
Mr. Prager,
Millie.
can I talk to you a minute?
Why, sure.
Mister, I've seen what happened, what he pulled. I'd like to get up on that stand.
You would, Millie?
It'd be a pleasure, mister.
Can you positively identify Joey, even with his beard, as the man who held up the 7th Street bar?
I could do it if he was standing upside down.
Okay, Millie. The prosecuting attorney's right over there, but, what changed your mind?
That little trick he pulled on the girl being confirmed, remember?
Sure, I remember.
Well, that little girl is my kid cousin.
And she testifies that beard or no beard, it was Joey Rice who held up that bar. You look over at Patrolman Matt Gaines as the trial winds up, and for the first time in months, the man's smiling. He's a human being again. And you've got your big story. Yes, but nobody knows it. Nobody knows it until now, this very night, on a radio program called The Big Story. Not until now can you say, well, this is the job I did. This is the role I played. Ted Prager, night reporter of the New York Daily News.
In just a moment, we'll read you a telegram from Ted Prager of the New York Daily News with the final outcome of tonight's big story. The cigarette that's really different. The longer, finer cigarette that's really outstanding. Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes. Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
Yes, Pall Malls are good to look at, good to feel, good to taste, and good to smoke. Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding. The longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package. Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild.
Now we read you that telegram from Ted Prager of the New York Daily News.
Hold-up man in tonight's big story was quickly convicted by jury. But while awaiting sentence, he became violent and was officially declared to be insane. He was therefore transferred to the asylum at Mattawan, where he is still confined. Many thanks for tonight's Pall Mall Award.
Thank you, Mr. Prager. The makers of Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes are proud to have named you the winner of the Pall Mall $500 Award for notable service in the field of journalism.
Listen again next week, same time, same station, when Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes will present another big story. A big story from the pages of the Pittsburgh Press. Byline, William A. White. A big story that began when a taximeter ticked off moments of waiting for a man who didn't return.
The Big Story is produced by Bernard J. Proctor and directed by Harry Ingram with music by Vladimir Zelinsky. Tonight's program was written by Arnold Pearl. Your narrator was Bob Sloan, and William Quinn played the part of Ted Prager. All names in tonight's story, except that of Mr. Prager, were fictitious, but the dramatization was based on a true and authentic case. This is Ernest Chappell speaking for the makers of Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
We got enough water in that tub, don't you think, huh, Frank?
After a few minutes, the amount of water doesn't matter much, Tiny.
We're wasting it now, don't you think?
So we're wasting it, so what?
Yeah, I guess we don't care. Ain't our water, Bill. How's Joe doing?
He hasn't moved a finger for a couple of minutes. Maybe we better pull him out and have a look.
Yeah. Looks the same as before we pushed them under, don't you think?
Yeah, he does. We better keep him under a little longer.
Nice place Joe has here, don't you think?
Sure is. I always wanted to live upstate in one of these small towns. Trouble is, there isn't enough opportunity in a small place, huh?
Uh-oh, the phone.
Better answer it.
Okay.
If it's Smitty, tell him we'll see him in the city as soon as we get back. We try to be early in the morning.
Okay. Hello, what you want?
Hello, I'd like to speak to Joe, please.
You want to speak to Joe, huh?
Yeah.
Just a minute. Hey, Frank. It's a dame who wants to speak to Joe.
Wants to speak to Joe? Just a second. Too late. He's dead.
Okay. Hey, lady.
Yes?
Sorry, lady. Joe's out.
Oh, I see. This is Valerie Johnson. When'll he be back?
He didn't say. When he went out, he wasn't talking.
Well, is Frank Horton there?
No.
Well, when Joe comes back, will you tell him I called?
Okay, lady. I'll tell him when he comes in. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Hey, Frank. That was sure fancy covering, don't you think? The dame wanted to know if you was here, but I said no.
You did right, Tiny. Now turn off the water, will you?
Okay.
Who was that, did you say?
Yeah, Valerie Johnson.
Oh, yeah. Joe's girl.
What do we do with Joe? Leave him here for his girl to find?
No. We'll take him to the city with us tonight. Let's see. It's almost midnight now. If we leave right away, we ought to be in the city before it gets light.
Yeah, if we drive fast. But what do we do with Joe?
You call Smitty after I leave you, and the two of you dump him in the river. I have to go home and get some rest, or I'd help you.
What do you want to rest for, Frank? The big job we just pulled will keep us healed for a long time, don't you think?
Yeah, it should. But last time I stayed up all night, I slept all the next day. And I couldn't watch them feed the sea lions at the zoo. They get fed at 2:30 every afternoon.
Oh, what do you care if the sea lions get fed or not?
Tiny, my day isn't right unless I watch them jump after those fish. I tell you, my day just isn't right.
And now, on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
3, 5, 1. Ding, dang, ding, dang. Ding, dang.
Hello?
Hello, Smitty. This is Tiny.
Oh, hiya. You and Frank back from Portic already?
Yeah. We just got in a couple of minutes ago, and Frank went home to get some sleep.
You got Joe with you?
Uh-huh. Frank says me and you were supposed to dump him in the river, and you'd know where.
Why the river?
Well, Joe's around. The river's a natural place for a drowned man to be, don't you think?
The river's no good, Tiny. You never know when a guy's going to turn up and embarrass you.
Yeah, that's right. How about the lake?
No, that's not fair to sailors and their girls out in the boats. Maybe we ought to take 'em back out in the country and dump 'em down a well. Yeah, that's it, a well.
Well, Frank says we ought to dump Joe somewhere in the city where nobody will know him. And when Frank Horton says something, we do it, don't you think?
Sure, but let's not make it the river. Too many patrol boats these days, and they got cops watching the lake, too.
Hey, wait a minute, Smitty.
Huh?
I got the perfect place to dump that body. Yeah, and what a joke that's going to be on Frank.
Well, Mary, here we are. Last stop, all out.
Thanks for taking me shopping, Blackie. When my car is fixed, I'll take you sometime.
Well, let's not make it as early as this, though, huh?
Oh.
I don't mind getting out at 9 in the morning for you, but I'd just as soon not do it for myself.
You're just selfish, that's all? What are your plans for today?
Well, for one thing, there was a robbery and a murder last night. I heard it on the radio after you woke me up with that phone call.
Well, that means you're going to see Inspector Faraday?
That means I am not going to see the good inspector. I'm keeping away from police cases if I can. Especially as you and I have a 2 o'clock appointment this afternoon. The matinee, remember?
Oh, Blackie, I'd forgotten all about that. We'll have to change the tickets for later in the week.
Why?
I promised Aunt Martha I'd take my niece to the zoo today.
Well, it's only 10 o'clock. It doesn't take all day to look around a zoo, does it?
Oh, I know, but little Helen wants to watch the sea lions being fed. And their feeding time is until 2:30.
What am I doing now? Playing second fiddle to a bunch of fish-eating sea lions?
All right. Be jealous if you want to. But you'll have to admit a sea lion has awful cute whiskers. You don't have to shave for 2 days, and I'll take Helen to see you. How's that?
Don't you ever miss watching me toss fish to the sea lions, Mr. Horton?
Wouldn't miss it for the world, Sam. Hey, Barco really had a jump for that one, didn't he?
Nah, he didn't have to. Big Barco just likes to show off. Here, watch what happens when I throw him this one.
He almost gobbled up little Junior going for that one.
With sea lions, fish come first and children later. Watch Daisy go for this.
Oh, bad throw. You made Daisy dive for that one.
You think she doesn't love that? She got a big laugh from the crowd. I'm surprised she doesn't rear up and take a bow.
Hey, the kids sure go for the sea lions, don't they?
Yeah.
Look at them all. Hey, there's an awfully cute little tot. The one with that pretty girl over there by the rail?
That pretty girl is Mary Wesley. Know who she is?
No, who?
Boston Blackie's girl, that's who. The little doll's her niece. Brings her here every once in a while. Well, here's the last fish for the sea lions.
Throw this one to Barco, but make him go a long way for it.
Right. Here she goes.
That's my boy Barco who did that. Went halfway across the pool for that one and gave his fans a splashing, too. He's some performer, that Barco.
If he's ever missing, I'll know where to find him. In your bathtub.
Well, I guess the fun's over for today. Hey, what's the matter?
I don't know. Hey, Mr. Horton, look at the edge of the pool there.
Huh?
There's a body floating in the water. All right, Parker, get that crowd back and make it stay back. We've got to have room to operate. What's with the body, Coroner?
He's dead. He's going to stay dead, Inspector Faraday.
I know that much. What can you tell me about him?
Well, I'd say this fellow's been dead at least 12 to 14 hours, maybe 16.
In that case, he died sometime between 10 last night and 2 this morning.
Right.
This zoo is locked up at 8 at night. It isn't open again till 8 the next morning. What did this guy sneak in here to commit suicide for? Or didn't he?
I guess so. He died by drowning. Suicides go to crazy lengths to kill themselves sometimes, Inspector.
Yeah.
You know who this fellow is?
No identification on him. All we found on him was a gun. I sent it to the lab for tests.
Yeah?
I just wonder if this is the guy I'm looking for.
You mean the man who held up that warehouse safe and killed that guard yesterday?
I mean just that. He knew we were going to nab him sooner or later, so he turned yellow to beat the chair. They're all yellow, these tough guys with guns.
Hello, Faraday.
Oh, hello, Blackie. I'm glad to see... Blackie, what are you doing here?
Well, it's a long story, Faraday. Where do you want me to begin?
At the end. Now go away. I got work to do.
I know brain to do it with.
Oh.
What'd this guy do? Jump in the sea lion's pool?
Yeah, but why?
Maybe he likes fish.
Maybe I don't like you. What do I mean, maybe? Blackie, for the first and the last time, beat it.
Oh, please, now, Inspector Faraday.
Miss Wesley, you too.
Yes, me too. In fact, I'm responsible for Blackie's being here. I was watching the sea lions when this man's body came to the surface, so I phoned Blackie.
Who is your dead friend, Faraday?
I don't know. But I suppose you do. He's just like you. All wet.
I never saw him before in his life. Was he drowned, shot, stabbed, or strangled?
He drowned himself.
You mean he slipped in here in the middle of the night, climbed high wire fences to drown himself in a sea lion's pool when there's a nice lake just outside the zoo?
How do you know he had to sneak in here to kill himself?
I heard the coroner tell you how long the man's been dead.
Okay, big ears. So what?
So I don't think this man died here.
Oh, he killed himself somewhere else and then walked here to be found, huh?
No, I don't think he killed himself. That's all. I think he was murdered and thrown in the bottom of this pool. You know, Faraday, you can't keep a good man down. That probably applies to a bad man, too.
Come in.
Here's the lab report on the body found in the sea lion pool, Inspector Faraday. I thought I'd bring it in myself.
Good, Bob. Thanks. I've been waiting for this. Ballistics show the gun we found on him is the gun that killed that warehouse guard, all right?
Yeah?
I say the guy killed himself because he was yellow. All right, what's the report saying?
Well, I was right, Inspector. The man died somewhere between 10 and 12 midnight last night.
Uh-huh. Dead 14 to 16 hours when we found him.
Mm-hmm.
That means he slipped into the zoo to kill himself because he knew the place would be deserted. Go on, Bob.
Well, water found in the man's body is a far different type than the water found here. Its iron content is 90% greater than ours.
Huh? What does that mean?
That means our man didn't die in the sea lion pool, Inspector, because he drowned in water the likes of which isn't found within a radius of 150 miles of here.
Well, I'll be it. That Blackie is always right. This means the guy was murdered. Now I have 2 killings on my hands instead of 1. I don't even know who this victim is.
It's going to be tough to identify, too, Inspector. There wasn't even a laundry mark in his clothes. We don't have his prints on file, neither does the FBI.
That's a big help. That means the only thing we know so far is that the gun on him is the gun that killed that warehouse guard. We don't know where the guy was killed. We don't know who he is. We don't know who killed him. We don't know why he was killed. Now, I could go on like this forever.
Why don't you, Faraday? At least it'll give you something to do.
Blackie, get out of here. I got problems.
Well, tell them to me. I was a problem child.
I suppose you're pretty proud of yourself because you knew that guy in the sea lion pool was murdered.
No, it was only a guess, Faraday. Just didn't look like a good place for a guy to kill himself. You see, if I were going to commit suicide, I wouldn't pick a sea lion pool.
Oh, you wouldn't. But I got news for you. Go pick any place you like to do it. It'll be okay with me.
Faraday.
Yeah?
You've got an unsolved murder on your hands. I've got a few seconds on my hands. We'll put the two together and see if we can't come up with a handsome solution to this case.
And now, back to Boston Blackie. A man is killed by drowning in a bathtub in a small upstate town. His killers take his body to the city, where they dump it in the sea lion pool at the zoo. When the body is found, it looks like suicide, until laboratory tests prove what Boston Blackie suspected, that the man was murdered a long way from the zoo. Only identification on the body is a gun, which turns out to have been used the previous day to kill a guard during a warehouse robbery. As we return to our story, Blackie is in his apartment with his friend, Mary Wesley.
Oh, Blackie, a fine afternoon this has been. Do you know how many phone calls you've made?
I'm waiting for a return call on number 18 right now, Mary.
And why? Because you think out of all the towns upstate that have water with a high iron content, you can find one where a man is missing. And you can do it in one afternoon.
One afternoon and 100 phone calls. If the afternoon is long... Oh, here's the call I've been waiting for. I hope.
I hope you'll give up.
Hello.
Hello, Boston Blackie, is it?
Yes, this is Blackie.
This is Chief Williams of the Portuck Police. You put in a call to me, did you?
Yes, I did, Chief Williams. Tell me, do you have any recent report of a missing person in your town?
I sure do. Joe Adams. You found him, have you?
I don't know. What does Joe Adams look like?
Oh, tallish, black hair, light complexion, long, slight, crooked nose.
That's the Joe we found, then, Chief.
Good. He's got his girlfriend to dither. She's been calling me every hour since last night trying to get me to locate him, she has.
Well, you tell his girlfriend that... No, wait a minute. What's his girl's name?
Johnson. Valerie Johnson. Nice girl. Prettiest thing in Portuck. Crazy about Joe, she was.
Well, you tell her that Miss Wesley and I are going up to Portuck. Miss Johnson must have liked Joe Adams. Maybe she can tell us who didn't. I'm sorry Chief Williams went into such detail about your boyfriend's death, Miss Johnson. I was just going to tell you that he was killed.
He didn't commit suicide, Blackie.
No, Miss Johnson. Inspector Faraday told me that the test showed that the water in which he drowned was not the same as the water in the city, but was the kind of water you have in this section of the state.
And he was killed here?
Here and here. Do you know who could have killed him, Miss Johnson?
No, I don't.
Well, do you have any idea why he was dumped in the sea lion pool at the city zoo?
No, not the slightest. Joe told me he was in trouble, but I had no idea it was as serious as this.
Well, what did he say, Miss Johnson?
Nothing that I could understand.
I see.
He said he'd fallen into bad company, but that it would be all right pretty soon. Oh, my handkerchief, I'm sorry.
Oh, here, I'll pick it up. There you are.
Thank you.
You and Joe were going to be married soon?
Yes, this week.
Uh-huh. Well, Chief Williams told me Joe had no family. Do you want to come to the city with me and take charge of the body?
I suppose someone ought to.
Good. I'll wait outside with my friend Miss Wesley while you pack some things, and we'll drive you down.
All right. I won't be long.
Take your time.
Poor girl. She must feel awful.
Well, she sounds it, doesn't she, Mary?
I could hear her out here, and she'll have to stop crying, Blackie, or she'll be exhausted.
That girl wasn't crying. She was acting. Her handkerchief was completely dry when I picked it up.
No tears?
Not one. Mary, that girl is in this thing right up to her eyes.
Come in.
Hiya, Frank. You sent for me? What you want?
You know what I want, Tiny.
Are you sore or something?
Of course I'm sore. Of all the stupid places to dump Joe's body.
Oh, that was a good joke, don't you think?
It was a stupid joke because you don't think. Whose idea was that? Yours or Smitty's?
Mine. Smitty said the river lake was no good, Frank. Too many cops.
Well, you could have taken him out in the country to dump him. I nearly had heart failure when he popped up in a sea lion pool.
Well, look, Frank, what diff did it make where we dumped him? He pop up sooner or later, and he didn't talk when he dragged him out of the sea lion pool, did he?
I suppose the gimmick worked all right. Last I heard, the police thought it was suicide because of the gun they found on him.
Yeah. Good thing the gun you killed that guard with was a stolen gun. Now the cops thinks Joe stole the gun and killed himself because they were looking for him for murder, don't you think?
Well, Tiny, I could kill you for tossing his body in a sea lion pool.
Oh, that's talking sort of tough, don't you think?
You know how I like it at the pool. And you were even hoping Joe's body would pop up while I was there, weren't you?
Well, Smitty and I got a laugh out of it, Frank. We was there over by the monkey case. You sure did jump.
I don't like your sense of humor, Tiny. And maybe I'm getting so I don't like you.
Now, look here, Frank.
Tiny, I told you and Smitty to dump that body, not throw it in my face. You think I like to look at a man I just killed?
Well, nobody asked you to kill him.
I killed Joe because I had to, and for your sake as much as mine. He wanted to go to police after I killed that guard at the warehouse. Said he didn't bargain for murder when he went in on that job.
None of us bargained for murder, Frank. You didn't have to kill that guard. You could have just slugged him.
After he got a good look at me? Oh, no.
Well, if he didn't see me or Smitty or Joe, we could have got away and saved your dope for you till you got out.
You'd like it if I got a murder rap, wouldn't you, Tiny?
Oh,
you
no.
and Smitty could divide the whole 100,000 just two little ways.
Nah, Frank.
Well, maybe I'm going to divide it one way and make sure there's nobody who saw me kill that... What time is it?
10 minutes after 2. So what?
So I can just make it to the zoo by 2:30. My day isn't right unless I see those sea lions fed. I tell you, my day just isn't right.
I beg your pardon, but you're the keeper attached to the sea lion pool, aren't you?
That's right. Who are you?
You wouldn't know me. My name is Boston Blackie.
Boston Blackie, and you think I wouldn't know you? I know all about you. What can I do for you, Blackie?
That fish you're loading in the basket there, that's for the sea lions, isn't it?
Yeah, I feed them in about 5 minutes. Why?
I want to take over for you today.
What?
See that girl over by the sea lion pool?
Well, yeah.
I followed her here. I know she's waiting for someone. I want that uniform you're wearing and a basket of fish. And with the help of this phony mustache I'm carrying, while I'm throwing fish for the sea lions to catch, I'm going to catch a killer.
I wonder where the keeper is. It's 2:30.
Hello, Frank.
Huh? Oh, Valerie. What are you doing here in town?
Surprised to see me?
Kinda.
I didn't know where you lived, but I knew I'd find you here. Joe used to tell me how you always come down here every day.
Oh, he did he? You want to know? Wait a minute. There's the guy who feeds the sea lions. I've been waiting for him. Hello there.
Hey.
Hey, you're not the regular keeper.
Nope, that's right. He's sick. What about it?
Nothing. I'm Frank Horton. He was going to let me help him feed Barco and the other sea lions.
Not today, mister. He'll be back tomorrow. See him then. And don't bother me. I'm busy. Shout time, sea lions. Here. Catch.
Frank, forget those sea lions for a minute. I want to talk to you.
I know. You want to know what Joe is? Well, I haven't the slightest idea. He left after we split the dope at a warehouse job.
Don't kid me, Frank. I know he's dead. And that you killed him.
Keep your voice down, you fool.
Oh, that keeper can't hear it. Even if he could, he wouldn't know what we were talking about. I'm not going to the police, Frank. About Joe, I mean.
Go on.
Joe was supposed to get $20,000 out of that job. I don't imagine he did. I imagine I will. If I don't, then I go to the police. Well?
I think we can make a deal.
You two are pretty stupid to talk murder when I'm around.
Frank, he's no zookeeper. That's Boston Blackie with a phony mustache.
Oh, really? Well, what do you know? And Blackie, what do you know about this? Come on, Valerie. Blackie's out. Now let you and I get out. Fast.
Do you remember what to say now, Mary?
Oh, sure, yes.
And can you remember how to say it?
Well, I drove all the way down to Portuck with Valerie Johnson, didn't I?
Well, yes, you did, but...
All right, now, phone's ringing.
So's my head from that sock I got at the pool.
Hello?
Frank?
Yeah?
Valerie.
Oh, you found out where I live, did you?
I'm a clever girl. Too clever to want any part of any of this. I'm going to the cops.
Are you? What for?
You know what for. I'm going to tell them everything I know, and I know a lot.
Look, Valerie, where are you?
In the Park Hotel.
Stay there. I'll be up in an hour.
Oh, Blackie, it worked.
He fell for it, huh?
He'll be in Valerie Johnson's room in an hour.
Perfect. And I'll be there waiting for him.
Hello?
Hello, Valerie. This is Frank.
Oh, yes, Frank.
Valerie, did you just phone me?
No, I didn't.
I didn't think so. I thought that was just one of Boston Blackie's tricks.
What's up?
Blackie is on his way up to your room.
On his way up here? How do you know?
Some girl phoned me just a minute ago pretending to be you and saying she was going to the police. I knew you wouldn't do that to me.
What I do to you depends on what you do for me.
I'll take care of you, honey. But first, we got to take care of Boston Blackie.
Porter, how soon can you get that trunk out of here?
Practically right away, Miss Johnson. Practically right away. Yeah, I got on the rows now and just waiting for the guy who helps me.
Well, go tell him to hurry up or I'll miss my train.
Yes, ma'am. I'm practically on my way to tell him, Miss Johnson. You mind if I leave the door open?
No, that's all right, but hurry up, will you?
I'm practically hurrying as fast as I can now, Miss Johnson. I'll be back in just a minute.
See if I forgot, Miss... Porter, I thought you were...
The porter didn't close the door, Miss Johnson. I did.
Blackie.
May I come in?
I don't know why not. You're already in.
And I see you're on your way out. Trunk is ready to be rolled away and everything.
Yes, I'm leaving.
Is this your trunk?
No, it's not.
It is your trunk, Miss Valerie. You live here most of the time, don't you? Or did live here. You've been posing as a little country girl living a quiet life in Portuck, but actually you've been down here doing something crooked, I guarantee.
I don't know what you're talking about.
That trunk, Miss Johnson, is yours. You certainly didn't bring one with you when we drove down from Portuck today.
All right, so I have been living here part of the time. So what?
So nothing. But thanks for being such a big help to me. You led me to Joe's killer, and when you led me to Frank Horton, you did exactly that.
Don't turn around, Blackie, or my gun may get gay.
Frank, you must be part cat. You came out of that closet without a sound.
Well, Horton, I thought I was going to wait for you, but it seems that you've been waiting for me.
You don't think I fell for that phone call from your girlfriend, do you?
Well, I was hoping you would. Would have made things a lot simpler.
Things from now on are going to be very simple, Blackie. We'll go out the back way, down the stairs, and out to my car where Tiny and Smitty are waiting to take you for a sightseeing tour.
Oh, you're taking me somewhere, are you?
Sending you somewhere, Blackie.
Properly stamped, but with no return address.
That's right. And don't think they'll ever trace your death to us either. Miss Johnson's trunk is packed and ready to go. Only you're going first and like a nice boy.
Look who's talking about being a nice boy. Nice boys don't point guns and kill people the way you killed a nice boy like Joe.
Nice boys don't turn yellow and want to run to the police because a guard was killed.
Oh, that's why you killed Joe, is it? He wanted to go to the police because you killed that guard.
That's right. Now, Blackie, let's move.
I'm not moving. That trunk is moving right at you.
You
can't shoot straight either, can you, Horton?
Yes, I can.
You don't get another chance. What you think?
Open up in there, Blackie. Come on.
Come on in, Faraday. And Valerie, you better be a good girl and a quiet one.
Okay,
What's
smart
going
guy.
on in here? Hey, you sound as if you expected me.
After I left my apartment, I told Mary to phone you and tell you where I was. There's your killer, Faraday. The man who killed Joe and also that warehouse guard. His two boys are downstairs.
We'll get them. So this guy spilled everything, huh?
Yes, after he was spilled by this trunk.
Nice going, Blackie. Hey, this trunk is on wheels.
Yes. It was just about to be carried out. What do you say we do the honors with Horton here instead?
What's the matter? What is it?
It's another case for Nick Carter, master detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective. Presented by the three great Linex home brighteners, Linex Clear Gloss, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme quality paints. Today's curious adventure,
Death in the Pool, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Mink Coat.
In just a moment, we'll hear how an expensive mink coat helped Nick Carter solve the mystery of the dead man found floating in the lily pool. But first, here's something you'll want to remember. A home is a place to enjoy. That's why you keep it as lovely as you can. Thousands of American homemakers have discovered that Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, is the way to new wall beauty. Now, renewing the beauty of your floors, Linex Self-Polishing Wax gives a satiny luster without tiresome rubbing. And it resists wear, water, and dirt amazingly, for it contains real carnauba wax. You can actually clean with a damp cloth or mild suds. What's more, Linex Self-Polishing Wax, the non-skid floor finish, resists slip even when water is spilled on it. Get Linex Self-Polishing Wax at your paint, hardware, or department store. Headquarters for all three great Linex home brighteners and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish. And now for today's mysterious adventure with Nick Carter. As our story opens, Nick and Patsy, his assistant, are driving home a girl who is not feeling well.
Where does she live, Patsy?
In the Gray Bar Apartments, Nick. It's the one with the big lily pool in the court.
Oh, that one. She would live in a place like that. All show, nothing else, just like Sally.
I wish you wouldn't talk that way about her, Nick. She used to be one of my best friends years ago.
Well, she's no friend of mine. I've no use for girls that drink the way she does.
She's had a lot of trouble recently, Nick, and she just drinks to make herself forget. Her husband divorced her about a year ago just because she went out on a few parties he didn't approve of. She's been alone ever since.
Funny, you standing up for her, Patsy. Usually you'd be the first to condemn anyone who plays around the way I understand she does.
All right, Nick, think what you like. Just as long as we get her home to her apartment so I can put her to bed.
Who's going to bed? Evening's young yet. Let's go somewhere.
The only place you're going, young lady, is home to bed.
Well, who's that? I don't know him.
Oh, yes, you do, Sally. That's Nick Carter, the man I work with.
Never heard of him.
This the place? Just ahead, Patsy?
Yeah, stop at this first entrance. She lives on this side.
Okay.
Come on now, Sally. This is where you live. I'll get out first and give you a hand.
Get out myself. Don't need a hand. Can take care of myself.
Want me to go up with you?
No, Nick, you wait here. She'll be all right.
All right. But don't let her keep you up there all night.
I won't. I better go after her. She'll fall in the lily pool if she's not careful.
Yeah. She's getting pretty close to the edge of it. You bet.
In heaven's name.
She sounds terrified. Come on.
What's the matter, Sally? What is it?
Man in the pool. A man. He's dead. Dead!
That's you, Nick?
Yes, Riley, over here, by the edge of the pool.
Patsy phoned me that you found a man's body in the pool. Drowned, was he?
Flash your lights this way, Riley.
Okay. Holy smokes, Nick. Look in his back.
Yes, a knife. Right between the shoulder blades.
Did you find the body, Nick?
Not exactly. It was Patsy's girlfriend who found it, really.
What's her name?
Sally Reeves.
Oh, that one. Where is she now?
Oh, Patsy's putting her to bed. She lives in this house. She's, well, slightly under the weather.
How'd she happen to find him?
Oh, Patsy and I were at a small friendly gathering having a quiet evening, and then she walked in. Got well lit up and wrecked the party. Patsy wanted to bring her home, so we did. As she went by the pool, she started screaming. I came over here and found this.
Let's have a look at him. Nick, that's Arthur Reeves.
What?
That's Sally Reeves' ex-husband. And you say she found him?
That's right.
Very interesting. Maybe she found him because she knew just where to look for him.
Lieutenant Riley seems to think Sally did it herself. He's a dope.
Well, you said she's hated her husband ever since he divorced her, Patsy. Maybe she did kill him.
Oh, Nick.
Well, she certainly acted guilty enough when they questioned her.
That doesn't mean anything, and you know it.
Well, maybe and maybe not. Well, Riley will find out.
Oh, Nick, you can't leave it to Riley.
Well, that's certainly what I'm going to do. This is none of my affair.
Nick Carter, you've got to make it your affair.
Now, Patsy.
But I'm not going to see Sally put in jail for something she didn't do. You've got to help her, Nick.
And why?
Because I asked you to, that's why.
Oh, Patsy.
Oh, Nick, will you do it?
Well, I suppose I'll have to if you put it that way.
Oh, Nick, I knew you would.
But it's against my better judgment.
I don't care why you do it, just as long as you do it. Now, where do we start?
Well, I guess the best thing is to go down and see Riley in the morning. And find out just how the case against her stacks up so far. Then we'll see where we go from there.
Good morning, Nick and Patsy.
Hi, Riley.
Well, Lieutenant, have you let Sally out of jail yet?
Let her out. I should say not, Patsy. She's in for good the way it looks now. She did it all right.
Riley, do you mind telling us just what the case is against her so far?
Oh, I don't mind at all. Which side are you on in this, Nick?
I'm on the side of the law, just as I always am. You'd know me well enough for that by now.
Oh, sure. Well, here it is. Reeves was Sally's ex-husband. He divorced her for seeing too much of other guys, and she hated him for it. In spite of the $500 a month alimony he was paying her, or supposed to be paying her.
She said he hadn't paid her anything for the last 3 months.
Exactly. You're proving my case for me, Patsy. Now, Reeves' partner tells me that Reeves was having a tough time making both ends meet, let alone paying his alimony.
He spent too much on his second wife.
And here's another thing. Reeves just took out a $50,000 insurance policy in this Sally's favor.
Is that so?
He had to. That was part of the divorce settlement. He should have done it before this.
Yeah, I know. But that insurance policy is another swell motive for Sally to want Reeves dead.
She wouldn't kill anybody.
Well, here's another point then. She says she got to your party about 9:30 or 10 o'clock. Well, the medical examiner says the guy was killed at least by 9 o'clock, so she could have killed him and gone to your party for an alibi.
Where does she say she was from, say, 8 o'clock up to the time she got to our party?
She says Reeves called her and asked if he could see her about 8:30. So she said yes and sat in her apartment waiting for him, but he never showed up. So she says. It's a fine alibi, I don't think.
It's no alibi at all. Who was the last one to see Reeves alive?
Oh, his partner, Workman. He said Reeves was at the shop, but left to go to see Sally about something.
Amazing. Now everything points to Sally, isn't it?
Oh, it ain't amazing, Nick. It's natural. She did it.
She didn't do it, and Nick's going to prove it.
Oh, is he now, Patsy? Well, how's he going to get around the facts?
Nick's going to dig up some new facts, Lieutenant. Then you'll see how wrong you are.
Well, maybe, but I doubt it.
Look, Lieutenant, can I see Sally?
Oh, sure. I guess it'll be all right. Would you like to see her now?
If I can.
Okay, I'll fix it.
You go ahead with your investigation, Nick. I'll go back to the office and wait for you when I'm through here.
All right. I'll see you then in a little while. Think I'll go down and have a talk with Reeves' partner first. Now, Mr. Workman, you say Reeves was here in the store last night after dinner?
Yes, Mr. Carter. He was checking stock with me. Then he left to see Sally. That was about 8:30. He said he'd be right back to help me finish checking.
Did he say why he wanted to see her?
He said he was going to ask her to let him out of some of the alimony he owed her.
I see. But he didn't come back.
No. I stayed here by myself until about 1 o'clock.
I should judge by the type of furs you carry here, Mr. Workman, that you must do a pretty good business.
That's right, Mr. Carter.
Then how do you account for Mr. Reeves having such a hard time keeping up his alimony payments?
Well, Mr. Reeves is a heavy spender. He spent money freely himself. His second wife was extravagant.
Did Reeves have any insurance with the partnership? The kind, I mean, that leaves you any money if he dies.
Oh, no, Mr. Carter. We talked about it, but decided it wasn't necessary.
Have you and he ever had any trouble?
Oh, not the slightest. We've always been the best of friends.
Well, thanks for your trouble, Mr. Workman. I guess that's all for now.
Anytime I can help you, let me know.
Oh, by the way, mind if I use your phone?
Oh, not at all. It's on the desk over there.
Thanks. Just want to call my office.
I'll be in the back room if you want me.
Thank you. Oh, Patsy, how'd you find Sally?
Well, better than I expected, Nick. She's so mad at Riley for thinking she did it that she hasn't had time to be depressed. How'd you make out?
Nothing new. That is nothing definite. I'm going to see Reeves' wife. Then I have to drop in on the DA, so I may be tied up the rest of the day.
Oh, that's good, Nick, because Sally wants me to go and stay in her apartment while she's away. She has a cat and a canary, and she wants me to take care of them. And I think that's a swell idea.
What's so swell about it?
Well, don't you see? It'll give me a chance to go all through her things. I bet you I find something to help prove she's innocent.
Or guilty.
Now, Nick, don't be like that. If you'll drop over there around 8 o'clock tonight, I'll show you what I found.
Okay, see you about 8 then. At Sally's apartment. No wonder Sally couldn't afford to let any of the alimony installments be missed. Cost her plenty to live in this place. Great Scott! Patsy! 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 Patsy, where? Patsy! What happened, Patsy? Patsy, can you hear me?
That's you, Nick?
Yes, what's the matter?
A man. He tried to...
Patsy.
Well, what started out to be, for Nick at least, a routine investigation has suddenly taken a strange turn. What's happened to Patsy? And what does this have to do with Nick's attempts to find out who really killed Arthur Reeves? We'll see in just a moment. If you have furniture you treasure, you want to keep it handsome. And Linux Cream Polish will protect its beauty effectively. For Linux Cream Polish is designed to restore your furniture's original beauty in one quick, easy application. Yes, Linux Cream Polish actually cleans as it polishes, removing the cloudy accumulation of dust and polish, banishing messy fingerprints, helping conceal ugly scratches. And it dries to a hard, lustrous finish that leaves no oily film to attract more dust. This makes less work for you. Linux Cream Polish, the creamy white preparation that saves you one whole step in your furniture upkeep, is truly the modern way to protect the things in your home. Depend on it to give you added leisure, to give your furniture added loveliness. Ask for it by name. Linux. Lin-X. Linux Cream Polish. One of the 3 great Linux home brighteners. Get it now at your nearest paint, department, or hardware store, where you'll find it together with Linux self-polishing wax, Linux clear gloss, and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish that covers in one quick coat and dries in 1 hour. And now, back to our story. We left Nick trying to revive an unconscious Patsy so he could find out what had happened to her in Sally Reeves' apartment.
Feeling better now, Patsy?
Yes, Nick, I'm all right. Except for that crack on my head.
Well, what happened? Can you tell me?
I don't quite know, Nick. I was standing here in front of the bedroom mirror trying on Sally's new fur coat. Oh, Nick, isn't it heavenly?
Yes, it's certainly a valuable piece of fur. But what happened, Patsy?
Well, as I was trying on the coat, a man came through the door. He was wearing a mask. He told me to take off the coat and give it to him or he'd kill me. I told him I wouldn't do it.
Did he have a gun?
Oh, I didn't see one.
How'd he talk?
Why, it was sort of funny, as if he were trying to disguise his voice. Sounded as if he might have had something in his mouth.
Probably did. It's an old trick. Without your best friend wouldn't recognize you. Then what?
He tried to jerk the coat off me, so I scratched his face for him.
Good for you.
Not so good, Nick. Look at my fingernails. They're all broken.
Oh, they'll grow in again. Then what happened?
Well, he hit me and knocked me down just as you rang the buzzer. You must have gone out the back door as you came in the front. Then I must have gone out cold.
You were certainly completely out when I found you.
What does all this mean, Nick?
Where did Sally get this coat? You know?
Oh, yes, her ex-hubby gave it to her instead of some back alimony that he owed her. He took it out of the stock at the store about 2 weeks ago and brought it to her.
Took it out of the stock at the store, huh?
Well, does that mean something to you?
I don't know, Patsy. But either this coat is tied up with a murder, or it's an extraordinary coincidence.
Well, how can you find out?
Get the history of the coat, first of all.
Well, how do you do that, for heaven's sake?
I know a man who can tell me. Come on.
Well, I'm glad you phoned him in advance. I'd hate to have made all this trip for nothing.
Hello, Mo.
Nick, how are you? Come in, come in.
This is Patsy Bowen, my assistant, Mo.
How do you do?
Hello, glad to see you. And now, what is this puzzle you say you got for me, eh?
Here's a fur coat, Mo. Have a look at it.
Why, it's beautiful, Nick. Beautiful.
What can you tell me about it?
Well, it's worth at least $4,000.
No, that isn't what I mean. What can you tell me about the coat itself?
So everything I could tell you about it, Nick. But I might have to rip it apart a little here where it's sewed.
Go ahead. I want to know as much as you can tell me.
Sure, Nick, sure. Now, I rip a little of the lining here, and I cut a few of the stitches here, if the skins are sewed together. Now, look, Nick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You see this little blue mark on the skin here?
Yes.
That means the coat was sold by Fishburne Brothers. At their mark. The skins were sewed together by Herman Schultz, who works for them. Nobody else in the business stitches like Herman.
Anything else?
Well, Fishburne Brothers make up the coat. They sell it to a retailer. That's all I could tell.
Suppose they could tell me anything else about it?
You can ask them. They got a store right on the block from me. I could telephone them that you are coming, and they should take good care of you right away.
Thanks, Mo. Oh, by the way, that knife there on the counter, is that any particular kind of knife?
All for you who make garments use them, Nick. That is a good knife for trimming the skins. Why do you ask?
Oh, just saw it one while ago, and I was curious. Come on, Patsy. Let's go see Fishburne Brothers.
I'm sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Carter, but I wanted to be sure of the facts. This coat was sold by us to Perilon. And Perilon sold the coat to a Mrs. Jackson Moody, who lives in Boston. But 3 months ago, she reported it stolen and offered $500 reward for its return.
$500? Oh, Nick, we can claim that reward. We found the coat.
You found it, Patsy. The reward's yours if you want it.
Is that what you wanted to know, Mr. Carter?
Yes, thanks. That's exactly what I wanted to know. Oh, Patsy, call Riley and tell him to meet us at Reeves and Workman's place.
Well, what are we going back there for?
I want to see if Workman can add anything to what we already know about this stolen coat.
Goodbye.
Oh, goodbye.
Why, Mr. Carter, I didn't expect to see you again tonight.
I just want to ask you a few more questions, if you don't mind.
No, not at all. Come in, all of you.
Working pretty late, aren't you?
Yes, I am. You see, without Mr. Reeves, there's so much more for me to do.
Pretty dark in here for you to be working, isn't it?
Oh, no, I can see plenty well in this light.
Well, Lieutenant Riley has to make some notes, so...
Make notes? On what, Nick?
Why, on Mr. Workman's answers to my questions, naturally. Sure you won't mind if I turn on another light, will you, Mr. Workman?
Oh, now, really, Mr. Carter, I don't
Nick,
think...
look. His face is scratched right across the cheek.
Yes, there was a cat sleeping on a pile of furs a little while ago. I didn't see him, and when I tried to move the furs, he jumped at me and scratched me.
What an alibi.
Now, what was it you wanted to ask me?
Well, first, Mr. Workman, I'd like your permission to look around your shop a bit.
Oh, now, see here, Mr. Carter. I don't see what right you have
Riley.
to come in here and...
See that Mr. Workman stays where he is while I take a look around the place.
Now, look here. You can't come in here and do
Sit where
this.
you are, Workman. Nick knows what he's doing.
But I don't understand
Just
what...
sit tight. Nick will tell you when he's ready.
Well, this is an interesting package, Workman. Addressed to some firm out in San Francisco. Seems to be full of pieces of fur coats, some odd neck pieces, and other odd pieces of fur. All expensive fur, too, if I'm not mistaken.
That's just some pieces I had left over.
I don't think so, Workman.
What do you think they are, Nick?
I think Workman is a receiver of stolen furs.
Ridiculous.
He cuts them up and ships them to the West Coast. His accomplice out there ships his stuff east. Then they put them together and mix the furs up so they can't be identified.
You're crazy. I wouldn't get mixed up in anything like that.
Riley? Ever see a knife like this one before?
By golly, Nick, that's the same kind of knife that killed Reeves.
You quite sure?
Of course I am. That same dark-colored handle, the same two metal bands around it, I'd know that anywhere.
That's the same kind of knife we saw at Moe's a little while ago, Nick. Except that the handle is different.
Exactly, Patsy. The knife's a regular furrier's knife. But I imagine at some time in the past year, Mr. Workman had new handles put on all his old knives. Right, Mr. Workman?
Say, now look here. If you're trying to connect me with Reeves' murder, you're all wrong. I didn't kill him.
Ever see this fur coat before?
No.
And I suppose you weren't the man who tried to take it away from Patsy tonight at Sally's apartment.
No, of course not.
Hey, what's that about, Nick? You didn't tell me about anybody trying to rob Patsy.
Reeves gave Sally a very expensive fur coat out of the stock here at the store instead of paying her some back alimony. But Reeves didn't know it was stolen. Then when you arrested Sally, Workman knew he had to get that coat back before you found it, recognize it from the description that's been sent out, and trace it back to him. So he tried to steal it from Patsy tonight in Sally's apartment.
Lies, all lies. Hey, Nick, I'm beginning to see what you're leading up to.
Do you, Riley?
I'll say I do. Reeves finds out that Workman is dealing in stolen furs. They get into a fight about it. Workman tells Reeves the coat he gave to Sally was stolen. Reeves is sore and starts for Sally's house to get it back. That's where he was headed when he was killed last night. I'll bet that's it.
Go on, Riley. Doing well so far.
But when Reeves leaves, Workman gets scared. He doesn't want Reeves to tell anybody he's selling stolen furs. But the only way he can stop him is to kill him. So he grabs one of his fur knives, beats it up to the apartment house before Reeves gets there, waits for him, and kills him. Why, it's as plain as the nose on your face.
You're crazy, all of you. I didn't kill Reeves.
Where were you between 8 and 10 last night?
I told you I was here in the store, taking stock, alone.
That ain't no alibi. Come on, Workman. I'm taking you down to headquarters. We got ways of making fellas that have nothing to say talk a lot down there.
So I was right, Nick. Sally didn't do it. Oh, Nick, you're wonderful.
Well, thanks for those few kind words, Patsy. Okay, Riley. Take him down to headquarters and wait for me there.
Ain't you coming, Nick?
Now, there's one last bit of evidence that'll clinch this case, Riley, and I think I know right where to put my hand on it. Meet you in your office in about half an hour.
Oh, there you are, Nick.
Well, glad to see the four of you gathered here to welcome me. Riley, Patsy, Sally, and Mr. Workman. Now let's sit down and be real cozy.
What's all this about, Mr. Carter? They won't tell me anything except that you've got some news for me.
Okay, Nick.
Okay, Riley, go right ahead.
Well, Sally, it's like this. Mr. Workman here is the man who killed your ex-husband, Arthur Reeves.
That's a lie, Riley.
Oh, no, it ain't. Selling stolen furs, your knife, Sally having a fur coat that was stolen, and you trying to get it back, it all adds up. Just wait till the jury gets it.
Then, you know I didn't do it.
Of course we know it. And I'm apologizing right here and now to both you and Patsy for being such a dumb idiot as I was. I should have known you wouldn't kill him.
Isn't it wonderful, Sally? You're free. And Nick did it. I knew he would. Now I can collect the $500 reward for recovering the stolen fur coat.
Oh, it's just super, Patsy. You collect that money, and I'll collect the $100,000 on the insurance that Arthur took out for me.
I don't think you will, Sally.
But, Mr. Carter, why not?
Yes, Nick, why can't she get that money?
Sally,
Yeah?
you told me Reeves never got to your apartment last night. That you didn't see him at all, didn't you?
Yeah, that's right. I waited and waited, but he didn't come.
Riley. Got the things you found in Reeves' pocket?
Well, sure, Nick. Right here. There you are.
Sally, in Reeves' pocket was a bill for women's clothes, addressed to you, postmarked the morning of the murder. It must have been delivered to you that afternoon. Now, if you didn't see Reeves, how did that bill get in his pocket?
Why...
You did
what?
see him, didn't you?
Yes, he tried to take my fur coat away from me, but I wouldn't let him.
And you got into an argument about money, didn't you? He was broke and couldn't give you any, so you gave him this bill and said he could at least pay that, right?
Well,
And by the time he left you, you were so mad you could have killed him, weren't you?
But I didn't kill him. Workman did.
Workman didn't kill him, Sally. You did. After he left, you grabbed up that furrier's knife, ran down the stairs, rushed over to where he was still standing beside the pool, and plunged the knife in his back before he knew you were there.
No, I never owned a knife like that. I couldn't have done it.
Ever see this picture, Sally?
Huh?
I found it in your apartment a few minutes ago. A flashlight shot of a tea party you had in your apartment. Dated 3 months ago. And on the table is one of Workman's fur knives being used as a cheese knife. So you did own a knife like that.
All right, I did kill Arthur. I had to have money quick. I got a lot of bills that have to be paid. He wouldn't give me any money. Insurance was all I could get. So I killed him.
Well, Nick, so she did do it. I was right all the time.
I told you I didn't do it.
I knew you didn't do it all along, Workman. But I had to do it this way to break down the case against Sally. Sorry.
You say you knew all along, Nick?
Certainly. And you Workman couldn't have done it because he'd never have chosen such a public place as the court inside a large apartment house at 9 o'clock on an early fall evening. There's altogether too much chance of his being seen. He'd have picked a much safer spot. Furthermore, he never would have killed him before he got that stolen coat back from Sally. No, Riley, only someone who was so mad they didn't stop to think would kill a man in such a public place.
Well, then I gotta let Workman go?
He was dealing in stolen furs, wasn't he?
Oh, By golly, you're right, Nick. I'll see that he gets his for that, I will. Come along, you. And you too, Sally Reeves. I'm going to push you both right where you belong. I knew it was you right from the very first. And you can't going to show me up.
Well, Nick, I was certainly wrong that time.
You certainly were, Patsy. Completely wrong.
She wasn't like that when I knew her years ago.
Well, times change. So do people. You couldn't know what she's like now.
I'm sorry, Nick. Gee, I suppose I'll never hear the end of this.
You probably won't, Patsy. But don't feel too bad. If it hadn't been for you, we'd never have caught Workman and broken up his racket and stolen furs. And the right person is going to pay for Reeves' murder. Those are the things that really matter. Always.
In just a moment, Nick and Patsy will bring you a preview of next week's exciting case. But before they do, a word to the wise. When you use Lin-X clear gloss on your floors, linoleum, furniture, and woodwork, they look as though you'd spent hours polishing them. And yet Lin-X clear gloss is so easy to apply, so easy to keep clean. Lin-X clear gloss is a durable, protective coating which is brushed on easily, drying without brush marks to a tough, transparent surface that sturdily resists alcohol, perfume, fruit acids, boiling water, and hot grease. The brilliant beauty of Lin-X clear gloss is a constant source of satisfaction to every homemaker, for it wears and wears, keeping its good looks for a long, long time. Lin-X clear gloss keeps dirt on the surface, too, where it's easily wiped away. So protect and beautify every wood and linoleum surface in your home with Lin-X clear gloss. It'll add sparkle to your home and save you hours of housework. Thousands of American homemakers have already learned what a time-saving, labor-saving product Lin-X clear gloss is. Learn for yourself what a household help it can be. Ask for it by name. Famous Lin-X clear gloss. Available at your paint, hardware, or department store. If your dealer hasn't received his supply of the three great Lin-X home brighteners, he'll have them soon. Ask him to save one or all of them for you. Acme will see that he gets them, and you get them, as quickly as possible. And now let's hear from Nick Carter himself. What exciting story have you got for us next week, Nick? Can you tell us a little about that?
Well, Ken, next week I'm going to tell you about a murder in a little country town. Patsy and I had gone there for our vacation. But for that one day, we got very little vacation.
A friend of the sheriff's was shot to death in his home in the early morning, and the sheriff made Nick take over. The sheriff found one big clue that satisfied him, but Nick found a number of small clues that really solved the murder.
What do you call the story, Nick?
I call it Murder in the Night.
Or the mystery of the milkman's discovery.
So long for now.
So long, everybody.
And so long to you, Nick and Patsy. We'll be looking forward to seeing you again next week. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter, Master Detective, entitled
Murder in the Night. Or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Milkman's Discovery.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is a copyright feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. It is presented at this same time and over these same stations by the three great Lin-X home brighteners. Lin-X Clear Gloss, Lin-X Cream Polish, and Lin-X Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme quality paints. In the Nick Carter Adventures, Lon Clark is starred as Nick. Helen Choate is featured as Patsy. Original music is played by Lou White. The programs are written and directed by Jock McGregor. This is Ken Powell speaking for the thousands of Lin-X dealers all over America and saying so long until next week. This is Mutual.
NBC presents Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. Behind the business suit respectability of the big city lies another world, a world of other standards and other laws. It's the rich world of chance. Rich for all but the suckers on the outside. Your choices are many. Backroom roulette, nickel and dime policy slips sold on many a corner, and upstairs poker clubs for the tuxedo trade. For all its profit, feeding the public urge to get rich on a spin is a tough business. The men who run it live steady and die hard. The most recent boss of Operation Wager, Sligo, Joe Sligo, wanted in New York for extortion, in Illinois for murder. But all the Chicago authorities knew about him was his business philosophy, pay up or die. I was just straightening up everything preparatory to a night on the town when I remembered I'd left a story lead on my editor's desk. I walked upstairs and along the corridor toward his office when I heard steps behind me. I turned around. It was Charlie Robbins, who worked in accounting. And when he got to me, he grabbed my arm.
Randy, boy, I'm glad I caught you.
What's up?
I got to talk to you. It's important.
Must be.
Let's go downstairs to the coffee shop, huh?
Well, as soon as I pick up some copy.
No, there isn't time, Randy. Come on.
I knew what it was before he told me. It had happened before. Charlie was a family man and a hard worker. A guy with a future, they said. His only trouble was he liked the rattle of dice, and once Charlie started losing, which was most of the time, he'd throw every cent he had to the wolves and then start playing on his credit rating. Charlie's ventures at the tables hadn't leaked through to his boss as yet, only because his friends had kept him out of trouble with cash loans. We crowded into a back booth at the cafe, and I made up my mind I was going to let Charlie sweat this one out alone.
Gee, I'm glad I ran into you, Randy. I don't know what I'd have done if I hadn't run into you.
Well, the answer is no, Charlie.
Listen, Randy, this is the last time, I swear.
Every time I bail you out, you only get in deeper.
The last time, so help me, Randy, the last time.
That's been the story for 2 years, Charlie. What do you let yourself get in so deep for?
I don't know what it is. It's something that gets you. Every time I go in there saying, I don't care whether I win or lose. I'm just doing it for the fun of it. That's what I say. Then I start to drop some dough. It's like I'm drowning. I got to get back. Then it's all gone, and I come out of it, and there's the guy with my money. I want to reach across and grab it back. And then I remember I lost it. And I got to go home.
Can't stay away from it, huh, Charlie?
No.
Well, what about next time?
There won't be a next time, Randy, I swear. Look, Randy, I wouldn't ask you for the money, not if it was just another $50 to some guy in the club, but this is serious.
Isn't it always?
Yeah, I guess. But this is really serious. Randy, this guy, he told me, if I don't have the money by tonight, see, I'm in deep to him. Not like the other times, deeper.
How much deeper?
I'm to him for $3,000.
$3,000?
Yeah.
Oh, Charlie, you're talking to the wrong guy.
What do I do, Randy? He said if I didn't have the money...
Who said?
Phil, his name is. He's Sligo's right-hand man.
Sligo? Joe Sligo?
Yeah.
You know Sligo?
No, and I don't care if I never meet him. Randy, what am I going to do?
$3,000. You got yourself in a lot of trouble.
You know lots of people, Randy. Look. Let's say I took a loan. Now, I make $75 a week. Say I took out a loan for $3,000 and paid it back over a period of, say, 2 years.
Who are you kidding? You're loaned up to your neck.
Yeah, but I'd pay this one off first.
$3,000. A wife, a couple of kids.
Don't lecture me.
I got half a mind to let them do what they want to you, Charlie. Maybe you have a right to throw your own dough into the lake. That's your business. As far as your family is concerned, that's their business if they put up with this routine. But when you come to me for dough, that's my business. My good sense says I'll be supporting the City Poker Club for the next couple of years.
You're right. You're right. I got no business coming to you for money. I got myself into it. I got to pay for it. Forget it, Randy. I'm sorry I brought it up.
Sit down. Sit down. $3,000.
The reason I was thinking about a personal loan from somebody, I wouldn't have to tell them about my other obligations. A loan company, a bank, I wouldn't have a chance. They want to know about the people you owe and maybe collateral.
Oh, hold on now. Come on, take it easy. Here, take a cigarette.
Thanks. What did they do, Randy?
I don't know.
They'll kill me, won't they?
You never can tell.
I've been in debt to them for 6 months.
I can't figure how they let you play that long.
I told Phil I was getting some money from San Francisco. This Phil, he knows me. I always managed to pay up before, so he gave me credit. But 6 months.
Yeah, he's a little crazy, too.
Oh, well, I told him a good story.
I'll bet.
If he goes to Sligo tonight and tells them about it...
All the guys to get mixed up with, Sligo. Hey, wait a minute.
What is it, Randy?
Charlie, look, you say he wants the money tonight.
Tonight. Got to be tonight.
You're not going to get $3,000 cash from anybody I know. It's 11:30 now. What time do you have to have the money?
He said be at the club at 4 a.m., the latest. That's when they close up.
The police are looking for Sligo. You know that.
Yeah, I know that.
They've been looking for him for months. They're not even sure he's in Chicago.
Look, I'm not getting involved in any...
You're already involved up to here. Now, the police want Sligo. Without Sligo, you don't owe $3,000.
No. Count me out.
Okay, forget it. I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do.
They'd kill me if they found out I was the one who turned him in.
You know where Sligo is, Charlie?
I didn't say that. I just said that...
How could you turn him in if you didn't know where he was? You know where Sligo is, don't you?
No, I don't know where he is.
You're never going to get a hold of $3,000 tonight.
I got to.
Never. Not a chance in a million. Get that through your head, Charlie. You'll never get a hold of that money tonight.
All right.
You know the ropes. You know the operation. Sligo can't afford to have debtors wandering around. A debtor broadcasts a debt. If people find out Sligo's getting lenient, you know what happens. Credit goes to pieces. Collection is rough stuff, Charlie. It's only one way Sligo can make good a bad debt. And that's with a gun.
You're trying to scare me.
That's exactly what I'm trying to do.
I'll get the money if I have to...
Oh, sit down. Don't be a fool. That's not the answer.
There's $50,000 up there in the safe. I've got the key to the office.
Why didn't you take it before?
I thought of it. You think I didn't think of it?
But you didn't take it.
All day I handled this stuff. We made up the payroll today. All I had to do was
You didn't take it, and that's what counts. And you're not going to take it now. Now, sit down. Now, listen to me, Charlie. You came to me for help. Now, if I'm going to help you, you've got to tell me everything, and on the level. Otherwise, I won't lift a finger.
I told you everything.
Do you know where Joe Sligo is? Now, answer me.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I want to know.
But I'm not...
There's $3,000. Now, is it possible to make arrangements to give it to him personally and instead of handling it through this,
Phil, no, not possible.
Why not?
Because it's not, that's all. What's this all about?
A trap, a setup.
Are you crazy?
It's safer than walking home past those dark alleys, Charlie.
What would it be? I mean, what kind of a setup?
Well, that we'd have to talk to the police about.
And if something went wrong?
You'd be no worse off than you are. What do you say?
I need a drink. Let's get out of here.
Across the street was a little bar. Blue lights and soft music. We sat down. I bought Charlie something to settle his nerves. He gulped it down, made a face, and then fell to dipping the bottom of his glass in the wet spot on the bar. I asked him if it was all settled, if he'd go through with it. He didn't answer me. I got up, called Lieutenant Peterson, told him where to meet me. In 15 minutes, the three of us, Charlie, the lieutenant, and I, were sitting in a back booth making our plans.
4 o'clock, huh?
That's what he said, didn't you, Charlie?
Did you say 4 o'clock, Charlie? Come on, Charlie, snap out of it. Look at me. Did you say 4 o'clock?
4 o'clock, yeah.
What's the address?
He's got friends. They'll get me. If he doesn't get me, his friends will.
If everything goes right, you'll be okay. If it misses, you're in trouble. Just make sure it doesn't miss. That's the way to play it safe.
Either you get Sligo or Sligo gets you, Charlie. It's as simple as that.
I'm not going through with it.
Well, you said...
I never said I would.
What's the address, Charlie?
I'm not getting myself killed.
He'll do it, Lieutenant. He'll do it. Charlie, now what's the address? We haven't got much time. It's 1:30.
I've got $3,000, marked bills. It's right here in my pocket. It's the only way you'll ever beat him. Now, come on. What's the address?
Blanchard Hotel, 307.
We'll do it this way. You go upstairs, give him the money. Not before 4 o'clock. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I understand. Not before 4 o'clock.
That's right. At 4:05, get out of here.
And if I can't? What if I can't get out of there?
It won't matter. We'll have the place covered from a place across the street, from the door, from the room adjacent.
They'll hold me hostage.
The best way to ensure your safety is to do what you're told.
I can't do it. I can't do it, Lieutenant.
Why can't you?
They'll hold me.
Charlie, look. What's going to happen if you don't have the money?
Oh, don't tell me again. I know it.
It's very easy if you remember what to do. You hand them the cash.
Why do I have to be in there? It's the Blanchard Hotel, 307, 4 o'clock. Why do I have to be in there?
You tell me.
Well, maybe you don't. Do you, Charlie?
I'm supposed to pick up the key at the desk and wait for them upstairs. If I don't pick up the key, if I'm not in the room, they don't come in.
Well, maybe just pick up the key and then...
They'll be watching from down the hall, they said.
Here's the money, Charlie. I'm depending on you. Stay with him, Stone. I've got to get busy. It's going to be all right, Charlie. At 4:30, you'll be home in bed, and you won't owe anybody anything.
I'm scared.
Take care of him, Stone. See you at 4:05.
Well, let's get out of here. What do you say?
Yeah. Maybe they're watching. Every minute, maybe they've got their eye on me. Maybe they saw me with the police.
Maybe.
If they did...
No turning back now, Charlie.
What if I told him everything? What if I get him up there and tell him the whole deal?
Now, there's a great idea. Tell him I brought the cops right to his door. He'll love you for that.
Why me? Why does it have to be me?
Because you're the guy in trouble.
Look, I got a family, a wife and 2 kids.
A little late for that.
I got to call her.
After it's all over.
Yeah. I guess you're right.
Nice evening.
Yeah. Nice evening and a great story. It's going to be a great story, isn't it, Randy? Great story.
It's a great story either way, but it's a better story with a happy ending. The people buy more papers that way.
I can't get out of it, can I? Well, maybe I can. I could make a break for it. Meet him, hand him the money, and beat it.
$3,000, except that it's marked. Marked money leaves a trail like neon. He may not like you handing him that kind of money.
What time is it?
It's 1:55, about 2 more hours.
Hello, Charlie. How are you? Remember me?
Phil.
Yeah, Phil. How you been? You're looking great. Hey, let's go down to the place. I'll buy you a drink. What do you say?
Hey, that's a great idea. Come on, Charlie. Let's go get a drink.
Just Charlie.
Oh, just Charlie?
Yeah.
Charlie and I have a couple of things to do tonight.
Oh, yeah?
Doll, huh, Charlie?
There's a car across the street. Get going.
Better do as he says, Charlie.
You, too.
Where's the party?
Don't get funny, mister. People have a way of getting killed.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. A child with cerebral palsy has only half a chance. Won't you give him the other half? He needs costly, highly specialized care. He needs to learn to walk and talk. He needs to learn things everyone else takes for granted. But does he get them? He gets less than half because the care just isn't there. Right now, the tragic truth is that 92 out of every 100 persons with cerebral palsy must struggle along without any care at all. Give them a chance to lead useful, active lives. Give them a chance to become self-sufficient. That's all they ask, just a fair chance. You can help them lead active, useful lives by supporting cerebral palsy, care of your local postmaster. Remember, a child with cerebral palsy has only half a chance. Won't you give him the other half? And now back to Night Beat. And Randy Stone.
It was 2:00. 2 hours early for the setup. Maybe the lieutenant was having us watched. Maybe, but the chances were slim. The best guess was Charlie and I were on our own until 4:05. The Blanchard Hotel was a crummy dump near the railroad tracks. We went inside and went upstairs to 307. Phil unlocked the door and we went in. There was nothing to do but play for time. We sat down, and through the window I could hear a switch engine doing its chores. I looked at Charlie. He was white, his eyes big with terror. Phil sat near the door smoking. We watched until 3:45. Then the door opened and closed quickly. It was Sligo, 15 minutes early. He was a big man with an ample bubble of paunch under his gabardine and a white, broad-brimmed hat and 4 or 5 extra chins packed between his jaw and his collar. His pinpoint eyes and Pat's smile were all business and cash on the line.
Phil, do me a favor, pull down the blinds. I don't want the nosy neighbors picking in.
Blinds, right.
Close the window. It's dusty.
Window, right.
What'd you bring this other one for?
I had to, Sligo. He and Charlie. I thought maybe Charlie tipped or something.
You tip anything, Charlie?
Me? Not me, Sligo.
I'm just a friend.
You gave me till 4:00.
Phil, you got the money?
He's got it. He was in the back booth of a bar. I saw the 3 of them. I watched them just like you said, Sligo. He got the money from some guy.
What guy?
Some guy, I don't know.
A personal loan from a friend.
I didn't ask you.
That's all I know about it, Sligo.
What's your name, you?
Stone, Randy Stone, Chicago Star.
Newspaper reporter. That's fine, Phil. A newspaper, man. Let's bring the whole city in on this deal. What'd he say?
I was scared he knew something, Sligo. I thought that...
Every time you think, I end up in trouble.
You gave me till 4:00.
You got the money now. What's the difference?
Collateral.
What collateral?
He promised the guy he borrowed the money from to give him a note on his house.
I had to mortgage the homestead, eh, Charlie? That's tough.
He said he'd have the note by 3:30 tonight.
Well, that's too bad, Charlie.
You gave me till 4:00.
Do me a big favor. Shut up. Phil, give me a cigar.
A cigar, you bet. Here.
Tell me, Stone, what kind of reporter are you? You go out and get the news, or you a fella out to change the world?
A little of both.
Seems to me I read something of yours sometime.
That's always nice to hear.
About a man getting sent up for murder. How it was that he got mixed up in it, right? Phil, do me a favor. Sit down. Pacing makes me nervous. Didn't I tell you?
Oh, sorry.
People in this room, they're the only ones know I'm in town. The only ones in the world. Now, when information like this gets out, like through a mouthy slob like Charlie here, I can get into lots of trouble.
Must be a big payoff, Sligo.
Good enough. A thing like this racket, I don't let get away so easy.
I get your point.
You like to gamble, Mr. Stone. You think it's naughty, huh?
Well, gambling? I don't know.
Yeah, well, let me tell you something, Mr. Stone. Gambling is a good way to get out your hate. That's why people gamble, not to get rich. You gamble your money, it's like a knife. And you gamble, can I stick that knife in that fellow, or will he stick his knife in me, huh?
Sligo, listen.
Shut up. You're an onion head. I'm talking with a man got some sense. You sit there, you listen, try to learn something, onion head. Stone, what I say, that's right, huh?
There's some truth in it.
Yeah, you bet. I'll tell you something else, Stone. Everybody gambles. Everybody. You step down off a curb, you gamble. You bet your life. That's what you do. Every time you step off a curb, you say, I bet my life a car don't come along and hit me. That's gambling, huh? Ain't it, Stone?
That's gambling.
Okay, Charlie, let's have the money. Here, Phil.
Yeah.
Count it later. I don't think Charlie's a double-crosser. He hasn't got the knife. Phil, put it away.
Yeah, all right.
Phil, not naked. Put it in an envelope. I told you to bring an envelope.
I got it.
What time is it, Phil?
3:40 about.
Not about. What time?
3:38.
Let's get out of here.
Like to take a little bet of mine, Sligo?
You got a bet? Sure. What kind of bet?
I'll bet you Charlie and I never lived to walk out of here.
You're a pretty smart fella, Stone. I like smart fellas. Sorry, gotta be that way. I can't let you blabber now, can I?
That wouldn't be safe.
That's right. Wouldn't be safe.
Just how big a gambler are you?
I've been at it a lot of years.
Gambling? Big boys like you don't gamble.
Not unless it's for big stakes. Big enough to enjoy.
What's the biggest loot you ever took, Sligo?
100,000, one roll of the dice.
Peanuts.
100,000, that's peanuts, huh?
I'll bet you more than that.
More than 100,000?
I'll bet you our lives.
Your lives, huh?
Come on, Sligo, let's get out of here.
Shut up, Phil. Go on, make your proposition, Stone.
One hand of draw poker.
For your life.
For my life and Charlie's. There's a gamble for you, Sligo. Or are you strictly a sure thing better?
A gamble is a gamble, Mr. Stone. If I gamble for your life, what do I get out of it? I got your life right now. I don't gamble for what I already got.
One hand of draw poker, Sligo. If you win the kill. If you lose, we get out of here. 100% safe.
It's a crazy bet. I get nothing out of it.
I'll leave $10,000 for you in a checking box at Grand Central Station. Now, that's my bet. That's what you win. $10,000, Sligo. Our lives are worth more than that.
Only to you. Besides, what do you get 10,000?
I'll get it.
If you don't?
You know where to find me.
Come on, Sligo.
Shut up, Phil.
The stakes too high for you?
It's a lousy bet. I'll take it.
Let's not kid around, Sligo.
I told you to shut up, didn't I? You gotta pardon him, Stone. He's no gambler. You and me, we got gambling in the blood, huh? Charlie, what about you? You like the deal?
What do you say, Charlie?
Look at him. He can't say a word. Scared, eh, Charlie? You scared? Phil, the cards.
Sorry.
Sorry? What do you mean, sorry?
Not your cards, not my cards. A new deck.
Who buys the deck?
I do.
Get the cops, maybe? No soap, Stone. I thought there was some...
Phil can come with me. There's a counter open in the lobby.
Phil, go with him.
I don't like it.
Don't have to like it. Go with him. I'll be waiting for you, Stone.
Come on, Phil. Phil and I went downstairs. I walked slowly, using up the seconds. We bought a deck of cards. I put them in my pocket. And Phil and I went back upstairs. I looked at my watch. 3:55. When we walked into the room, there was the night table dragged out in the center of the room, 2 chairs on each side. Charlie was sitting in the corner, his face white and the sweat pouring down the flesh of his throat. Sligo was all smiles. He was having the time of his life. We sat down. I put the unopened pack of cards on the table right in the middle. Sligo picked it up, turned it slowly around in his hand, and then he put it down again, and he nodded. The game was on. One hand, draw poker. The stakes, our lives.
You open the pack, Stone. I trust you.
Thanks.
Nice and shiny, huh, Phil?
I don't like it.
That's because you're stupid. Cut for deal, Stone.
Cut for deal.
You first.
After you.
Okay. Queen.
Pretty good.
Your turn.
All right. 10, your deal.
No, please, no.
Shut them up, Phil.
Yeah.
No, hold it. Let him watch. If he makes too much noise, give it to him, but good. But I like when he watches.
Deal.
A 5-card draw, that's what you said.
5-card draw, that's right.
Fine. Looks funny, no money on the table.
It's a nice pot.
Phil, put 10,000 in the middle of the table. Looks good there.
Right.
How many, Stone?
3.
3? Got a pair, huh?
Maybe.
You got a pair.
Shut up, punk.
Let him alone, Phil. Let him cry.
3 cards, Sligo.
3 cards. I'll take 1. Okay, Stone. What do you got?
You first, Sligo.
I called you.
You first.
The rules of the game.
Let's see him, Sligo.
Queens over 10s.
That's pretty good.
Come on, Stone. Let's see that hand.
Okay. 3, 10, ace. Ace.
Put up your hands, Sligo.
Cops, you dirty double cross.
Gotta get out of here.
Stay where you are.
Our lives against yours, Sligo. It was a fair bet.
Fair bet, yeah. Let's see that card.
What, the last card? Sure.
Ace of diamonds.
3 aces, Sligo. Beats 2 pair anytime. Yeah, Joe Sligo, gambler, got fat on his own odds. The cards were always stacked, and the wheel always favored the house. But when he played a straight hand of draw poker for human life, Joe Sligo just didn't have enough aces. That's because he forgot that luck and rackets don't jibe. When you're betting murder against the chair, you're up against the United States population. And you know what those odds are. 150 million to 1. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's story was written by David Ellis with music by Robert Armbruster. Featured in tonight's cast were Shep Menken, Jeff Corey, Hal March, and Don Diamond. Don Rickles speaking. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC.
The National Broadcasting Company invites you by transcription to join The Chase. There is always the hunter and the hunted, the pursuer and the pursued. It may be the voice of authority, or a race with death and destruction, the most relentless of the hunters. There are times when laughter is heard as counterpoint, and moments when sheer terror is the theme. But always there is the chase.
Yes?
Dr. Harvey?
Yes?
This is the floor nurse in Ward 8, Doctor. Edward Kirk is being escorted to your office.
Thank you.
Doctor, one moment, please. Dr. Benson asked me to advise you against being alone with the patient for any length of time. He says it may be dangerous, sir.
Well, Kirk's behavior for the past 3 or 4 months has been exemplary, and the shock treatment seemed to be doing him some good. I won't have his confidence unless I talk to him alone. Please tell Dr. Benson I can handle the patient.
Very well, sir.
Here they are now. Come in. Hello, Kirk. You can leave us alone, orderly. Come over and sit down. Cigarette?
No.
How do you feel, Kirk?
Great. Nothing like being shut up in a nut house to make a man feel just great.
You were sent here, Kirk, because you attempted to murder a man. You weren't sent to prison because you were ill.
There's nothing wrong with me.
I'm afraid there is.
Why didn't they ship me to jail instead of here? 2 years with a bunch of lunatics? Who says I'm crazy? Who?
Kirk! One more outburst like that, and I'll have to send you back upstairs.
Sorry, Doc.
I want to help you, Kirk. You must believe that. One day, when we feel you're completely cured, you'll be a free man again.
Yeah.
Now, let's go over a few things once more and see if we can light some dark corners in our minds.
We're going to talk again, Doc, about the guy I nearly croaked?
Yes, we are. Now, why did you try to strangle him?
Why?
Yes. Why?
Maybe I didn't like his puss, Doc.
Is that the only answer you have for me?
Yeah.
You hated that man for a reason. Can't you remember what that reason was?
No. All I know is I don't hate him no more, Doc.
You don't?
You see, I got somebody else to think about now.
Who?
You really want to know, Doc?
Yes.
His name is Melville. Doc Melville.
The man who testified at your trial?
Yeah. That's the guy. He's a cutie, that one. Told the judge I was off my conk. Said I was a dangerous maniac. Needed to be put in a joint like this.
And you feel that he's the cause of all your troubles, do you?
Who else? He sent me up here for life, that's what. Who asked him to open up his lousy yap? If I ever get my hands on Melville, What are you doing, Doc?
Perhaps we'd better have our interview some other time. You're not in a very good mood today. I'm going to call your orderly.
Just a second, Doc.
Well?
You've been okay to me.
I've been trying to help you, as I said before.
You've been the right guy. That's why I want to ask you to do me a favor.
What is it?
I want to send a short note to a friend of mine. They won't give me no pens or pencils upstairs. They won't even let me have any laces in my shoes. Would you write the note for me now?
Yes, of course.
Thanks. You sit down at your desk over here and let me dictate.
Very well.
I'll, make it short.
I'm ready, Kirk.
Dear Mary.
Dear Mary.
When you get this note.
When you get this note.
You'll have something to celebrate. Because I got news for you, baby. Big news.
Celebrate. Because I've got news for you.
Baby, big news.
Baby, big news.
I'm getting out of here now.
You're?
Sorry, Doc, but this is how it's got to be.
I'm leaving, Ellen.
Well, let me look at you, Dad.
All right. Do I pass inspection?
I think you're going to be the handsomest man in that lecture hall tonight.
Oh, sure. I don't mind telling you that, I'm rather nervous.
Nervous? The eminent psychiatrist, Dr. Richard Melville, nervous? Darling, you'll be a sensation. I wish I could hear you make your acceptance speech when they give you the Dakin's Award. Why Why do they always insist on making these things stag?
Because, my darling, even a doctor needs an occasional rest from his family.
Dad, that sounds suspiciously like insubordination.
Well, I'd better hurry. I'm late, Ellen.
Have fun, darling.
Lock the doors before you turn in. I'll be home around midnight. I have my key.
All right. Night, Dad.
Bye, dear.
Hello?
Is this Dr. Melville's home?
Yes?
Dr. Harvey speaking. I want to talk to Melville at once.
Oh, he's gone, Dr. Harvey. This is his daughter, Ellen. Can I give him a message?
Where did he go?
He's attending the Dakin's Memorial Award banquet this evening. Is something wrong?
I'm calling from a state mental hospital. A patient named Ed Kirk escaped about an hour ago. He almost strangled me to death.
Ed Kirk?
Yes.
You mean that psychotic Dad testified against 2 years ago?
Yes. He's sworn to track your father down if it's the last thing he does.
Oh, what?
He's a dangerous, homicidal maniac, Miss Melville. And he'll never give up the chase until he sees your father in his grave.
You say he escaped an hour ago.
Time enough to get to your home if he managed to steal a car. I was only found in my office unconscious 5 minutes ago, or I would have called before this. I'll try to reach your father at the banquet immediately.
All right.
You'd better call your nearest police precinct. Ask them to send a guard around.
I'll call the police right now. Dr. Harvey.
Try not to worry too much. With adequate protection, your father will be safe. Goodbye, Miss Melville.
Goodbye. Oh.
Put it down, sister. Put it down.
What do you want?
Get away from that desk. I never did like telephones.
You're Ed Kirk.
Where's Melville?
You're the man who...
Where's your old man?
He isn't home.
Don't lie to me, sister.
You're breaking my arm.
Where is he?
I told you. Out.
When does he come back?
Very late.
You all alone here?
Yes?
You're his daughter, aren't you?
Yes.
For 2 cents, I'd choke the life out of you first.
Please. You're ill. You need medical
Shut up.
attention.
I'm as sane as you are, sister, as anybody. It was only your old man who didn't think so. He put me in that asylum. It was his testimony that did it. So help me, I'll squeeze the life out of his throat with my bare hands.
No.
You're scared, aren't you?
Why should I be scared?
Because you know I mean every word I say. I'll make him crawl the way I crawled. Killing is too good for him. I only wish...
What are you staring at?
You.
Don't touch me.
I'll bet your old man's nuts about you, huh? I'll bet you even mean more to him than living.
If you're wise, you'll give yourself up, Kirk.
Sure.
They won't hurt you if you
I
do.
can hit him harder through you, sister, and make him wait for it, too. I'll show him what it's like to eat his heart out. Sit down.
What?
I said sit down. Now, pick up that pencil and a sheet of paper. I'm in a regular letter-writing mood tonight, sister. Only I like to dictate my letters. Now, put this down. Dear Pa,
Dear Pa.
I'm going for a ride
Right.
with Ed Kirk.
Kirk.
It'll be just a short ride for maybe 2 hours because at 10 o'clock sharp, he's gonna kill me. Write it?
All right.
I got my car outside, Princess. Let's get started. precinct, Sergeant Hallinan.
Sergeant, this is Dr. Richard Melville, Holly Road. I was notified a few minutes ago that a man named Edward Kirk had escaped from the state mental institution.
Yeah, Doc, we got the description half an hour ago. We're on the lookout for him.
Yes. Well, he's got my daughter with him.
What?
Yes, I just came in and found a note here. He says he's going to kill her at 10 o'clock.
I'll send out another alarm, Doc, right away.
Hurry, please.
You like the ride, sister?
I can see that you're enjoying it.
Why not? With a doll like you at the wheel, it's a pleasure.
What have you got against my father, Kirk?
Are you asking stupid questions?
All he tried to do was to get you medical care. You'd have been sent to prison instead.
Shut up and drive. I got my own way of squaring accounts. Oh.
What's the matter?
It's my head. Every once in a while, it starts to ache. Keep both your hands on that wheel.
Don't you realize that there must be a statewide alarm out for us now? Every highway patrolman within 50 miles will join the chase.
You think I can outsmart a cop? Just you watch.
Yes. I know you're smart.
You do? Huh?
You must have been. To escape from that institution.
Oh, it wasn't hard, sister. Not when you got a medic who's dumb enough to trust you. His office was on the ground floor and it was dark. It was easy to slip on that white coat of his, hop out of his office window, and then walk across the grounds and out the gate without nobody paying much attention.
That was very clever of you, Kirk.
Yeah.
But you won't be clever enough to get away with murder.
No?
No.
Who says I want to get away with it?
You mean you're going to release me?
Sure. But you won't be alive to know when.
They'll track you down, Kirk.
Sure they will. They'll send me back to that crummy pen. I got nothing to lose, see? And a lot to gain. Yeah, a lot to gain. What's the matter?
Something's wrong with the motor.
You trying any tricks, sister?
No, I swear it. It must be the gas. I think we're running out of gas.
There's a filling station on the right. Drive in quick. I just made it. Look, I'll do the talking, sister. One wrong word out of you, and I'll bury this knife up to the hilt.
Evening, folks.
Fill her up.
Special?
Yeah, special.
Right.
Don't look around like that, baby. There's nobody here but that station attendant. And I can take care of both of you if I have to.
Want me to check your oil?
No, the oil's okay.
Yes, sir.
What time does it say on that watch you're wearing, sister?
20 minutes past 9.
Mm-hmm. You got just 40 minutes more.
You folks figuring on going much further up the road?
Why?
It's blocked.
Who's blocking it?
The state troopers. They're looking for a guy and a girl who...
A guy and a girl who what?
I don't know. There's... That's 557, mister.
My wife will give it to you.
Your wife?
Go on, honey. Pay the man.
Yes, of course. Here.
Thank you. I'll get you change.
Get out of this car, sister. Quick, you and me are going inside that station.
What are you going to do?
Shut up and move.
I said an emergency operator. This is Joe Moore at the Walker gas station. Get me the state troopers, Barrett, quick. You
dirty stoolie.
No, Kirk!
Back to the car, fast. We're getting out of here.
What time is it, Harley? 9:45. They've got to catch them. 15 minutes. They've
We've got to find them.
Get hold of yourself, Melville. The police won't fail us. They've got every road blocked from here to the state line. 200 troopers have been alerted. Kirk can't get through that cordon.
Well, he may not even try. He may kill her in the car before they can stop him.
It's all my fault. I grew overconfident with Kirk. I thought he was on his way to a cure. We'd gone through everything. Shock, pentothal, hypnosis.
Hypnosis?
Yes, to try to get him to talk more freely, to probe into his subconscious.
Yeah.
But it didn't work. The only results we got were with a rather unimportant post-hypnotic suggestion.
How's that?
He'd obey the suggestion on a given signal, but that was all.
Oh, that may be the police. Hello?
Dr. Melville?
Yes?
Sergeant Hallinan.
Any news, Sergeant?
Well, yes, but not actually good.
Oh, is she?
Your daughter's still okay as far as we know, Doc. One of our troopers just picked up a gas station attendant about 20 miles from here. He was slugged with a heavy can of oil.
By Kirk?
Must have been. We figure he's heading back this way again.
This way?
The road was blocked by our boys about half a mile from the gas station.
I see.
Unluckily, the attendant mentioned it before he was hit. Kirk must have made your daughter turn the car around.
Yes.
The attendant said she looked all right, though, when he saw her.
Oh, thank heaven.
We'll keep you alerted, Doc. You'll stay there at your house, won't you?
Yes, yes, of course, but hurry, hurry. There are very few minutes left.
Keep that needle at 45, sister. No more or less.
Whatever you say.
Time's getting short. Your old man must be chewing his lips off by now.
Can't you possibly understand that he's not your enemy, Kirk? He wanted to help you get well.
He hates me. He hates my guts. They all hate me. The whole world, they got it in for me.
Head hurt you again?
Getting worse.
You want me to stop the car so you can rest?
You stop this jalopy, sister, and I won't bother to wait until 10 o'clock. Somebody's following us.
I don't see him.
Keep your eyes on that road ahead. One light. Must be a motorcycle cop. Well, they ain't looking for a girl alone. I'm getting in back, on the floor. One peep, one false move. If he asks you a question, and I'll jam this knife through the back of your pretty neck. And remember, get rid of him.
Pat! Pull over, miss!
Driving a little fast, weren't you, miss?
I thought I was under the speed limit, officer.
Where'd you just come from?
Hanksville. We're about 10 miles north.
Where you going?
Scarborough.
You see anything of a lone couple in a car on your way down?
A lone couple?
Yeah, the man may have been wearing a white coat, the kind a doctor wears.
No, I didn't see them.
You sure?
Yes, quite sure.
What are you so nervous about?
Nervous?
Well, your hand's shaking on the wheel. Say, you haven't been drinking, lady?
Drinking.
All right, let's have a look at your license.
Here's the wallet.
Yeah. You're another one of these cocktail drivers, lady. You're going to be sorry. We got a test at the barracks that can spot... Hey, is this your license?
Yes.
You mean your name is...
Step on the gas, or I'll give it to you. Hey, stop, or I'll shoot!
Faster! He aimed away from us. He wouldn't take the chance of hitting you. Turn off to the left here. It's behind us again. Drive faster. You better pray he don't catch up with us, sister. That's all I got to say. He's gaining. There's a shack up ahead on the left. Stop the car in front of it, sister. We'll see who makes the last move. We'll see.
Harvey, it's 1 minute of 10.
Easy, old man.
Well, why don't they call? Why don't they tell us what's going on?
I'm sure you'll get some good news any moment now.
I can't answer it, Harvey. I can't face it.
Stay where you are. Hello?
Dr. Melville?
This is Dr. Harvey speaking.
Sergeant Hallinan.
Have you found them?
Yes,
Is the girl all right?
so far.
Good work.
Wait a minute, Doc. The danger isn't over yet.
What do you mean?
One of our troopers cornered them in an abandoned shack about 5 miles from here. They're both inside. We've got 20 troopers surrounding the place.
Then why don't you close in?
He yelled out he'd kill her if we made a move. I think the only reason he hasn't done it yet is because we've cornered him. He knows we won't close in while he's got the girl and she's alive.
What are you going to do?
We know how to deal with the usual type of criminal, Doc, but this guy is insane. We figure you and Doc Melville may have some suggestions. After all, you're the psychiatrists.
Exactly where is the shack?
4.5 miles up Route 17, you take a right turn. You'll hit a second-class road. The house is half a mile up on the left.
We'll be there immediately.
Right, Doc.
She's all right, Harvey?
Yes, but from here on, it's up to us. Let's go.
Brock, turn that light on full on the window. You men on the right, don't make a move unless you get an order.
Sergeant,
Yeah.
how much longer are we going to wait?
Well, Dr. Harvey and Dr. Melville should be here any minute now.
Yeah, Kirk may not wait another minute.
We're holding our own so far. Did you send Jones and Murphy around the back with the tear gas?
Yes, sir. They're waiting for an order now.
Sergeant Hallinan?
Yes.
I'm Dr. Harvey, and this is Dr. Melville.
Is my daughter all right, Sergeant?
As far as we know, Kirk had her show up at the window just a few minutes ago.
You've done everything possible?
We've got the house completely surrounded, Doc. There's a tear gas squad in back, and two of my men are covering the door with Tommy guns.
I see you're using searchlights.
We have the whole area lit up like a circus. Everything's set, and yet we can't move in.
Sergeant, let me go in and talk to Kirk.
Are you crazy, Doc? Excuse me, sir. I mean, well, he hates you more than he does your daughter. All he's looking for is a chance to take a crack at you both.
I can't stand around and wait like this. We've got to do something.
Let me talk to him, Sergeant.
You, Dr. Harvey?
I don't think he hates me in spite of what he tried to do to me. Perhaps I can get close enough to reason with him.
Well, if you want to try, it's all right with me. But you'd better walk in across the lights where he can see you.
All right.
Come with me.
Stay away from the window, sister. Look at that production. Lights and all. We're getting to be big shots, ain't we?
Kirk! Ed Kirk!
It's Doc Harvey. You must have come here with your old man.
Kirk, can you hear me?
Sure, Doc. What's on your mind?
Release the girl and I'll see that no harm comes to you.
That's rich, Doc. You're making me laugh my head off.
You have nothing against the girl, Kirk. It's her father you hate, isn't it?
Yeah. Hey, you sure hit it on the head that time, mister.
Oh, Kirk.
Hey.
What?
Maybe I can get the two of you at once, sister.
Oh, no.
Hey, this is great.
Hey, Doc.
Yes?
You want the girl? Send Doc Melville in instead.
Kirk!
You heard me. Send him in and she goes free. But make it fast. Getting tired of playing cops and robbers. I'm liable to make up my mind to let her have it inside of 2 minutes.
No, wait, Kirk. I'll tell her father.
Yeah. Tell him to join the party. I'm just itching to say hello. I tell you, it's a trick, Doc. He'll kill the two of you.
I've still got to try. I'm going in. Melville, wait. I just remembered. You said you'd given him a post-hypnotic suggestion once. What was it, and how did he respond about it?
It was a simple test to see how deeply the hypnosis had affected him. We told him to obey an order to turn to the wall whenever he was asked.
Turn to the wall. I'm going to try it.
It may not work anymore.
But if he's still under its influence, it's a suggestion he can't stop himself from obeying. It's my one chance, Harvey. I'm going to take it.
Here he comes, sister. Your old man in person. He fell for it.
You're not going to...
I've been waiting for this break for the whole 2 years. I don't care what happens to me anymore. All I want is a crack at him. Shut up or you get it first.
Kirk? This is Dr. Melville.
Hiya, Doc.
Send my daughter out, and I'll come in.
First, you come in, Doc.
All right?
Use the door. And walk slow, huh? And listen, I got your girl in front of me. You got a gun in your hand, or a cop with you.
She goes.
I'm alone and unarmed, Kirk. I'm coming, Kirk.
Wow. At last. Been a long time, Doc.
Release my daughter.
Sure. Right after I push this sticker through her chest. You hear, Doc? You're going to wait right there until I reach you.
Turn to the wall, Kirk.
Huh?
Turn to the wall.
What are you talking about?
You've got to obey me, Kirk. Don't try to fight it. You were given an order. You can't refuse. Turn to the wall.
No. No. I...
Grab him. Take him outside.
Let me go! Let me go!
Dad.
Oh, Daddy.
Oh, Daddy.
It's all right, dear. It's all right, Ellen. It's all right now.
In the animal world, there is the hunter and the hunted, hound and fox, hawk and sparrow, chicken and worm. But who is to judge precisely which is the pursuer or the pursued as we enter the chase? The Chase was created and written for the National Broadcasting Company by Lawrence Clee. Featured in tonight's cast were Joe DeSantis, Jane Webb, Paul McGrath, John Stanley, Ken Lynch, and Merrill E. Joels. The Chase is directed and transcribed by Fred Way. Fred Collins speaking. Next week, a frightened New York housewife runs directly into danger as she joins the chase.
Listen to Mr. President this evening on NBC.
After all, what would you do if your husband thought romancing in the moonlight with you wasn't as much fun as solving a murder mystery?
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of the Abbotts, starring Claudia Morgan and Les Damon as Jean and Pat Abbott, those popular characters of detective fiction created by Francis Crane. NBC invites you to join Pat and Jean each week at this time for another recorded adventure in romance and crime. Now here is Jean Abbott to set the stage for tonight's puzzle in murder.
You've heard about the unbelievable fogs they've been having recently in England. Well, this one topped them all. Pat had been working on a case in a remote town in Scotland. And now we were flying back to London to pick up the transoceanic plane and return to the States. The plane we found in Scotland was a chartered job. It was the best we could get, being in a hurry to reach London. Pat, of course, was sitting as calmly as could be. Nothing on earth rattles that boy's nerves. He was nonchalantly thumbing through a magazine. Me, well, as usual, I wasn't doing too well, peering out at the weather. Pat? You want to play Scrabble?
Nope.
Oh, be sociable, Pat. You should say I'd be delighted to play Scrabble, especially with you, Mrs. Abbott, the world's champion player.
Mm-hmm.
I found a set, Pat. Now I'll get a pencil and paper and we'll play. Let's see, I have a pencil. Oh. Maybe he has some paper.
Who?
That man right in front of us. That very distinguished-looking man.
Well, if you're looking for an excuse to talk to him, dear, go right ahead. I'm not the jealous type, you know.
Not much. If he talked to me for more than 60 seconds, you'd pick him up like you were back out west with a newborn calf. Toss him out of the plane.
I would not. Now, go on. Ask him for the paper.
Okay. I beg your pardon.
Yes?
We wanted to play a game, and we haven't any paper. Have you?
Oh, surely. I have a pad right here in my briefcase.
Well, it's awfully kind of you.
Oh, not at all. There you are. Go on, take the whole pad.
Thank you.
Sounds a bit rude, but it isn't a game 3 could play, is it?
Why, surely, Mr.
Dr. Rhodes.
Oh, I'm glad to know you, Doctor. I'm Jean Abbott, and this is my husband, Pat.
You aren't Dr. John Rhodes, a psychiatrist, are you?
Yes, I am.
Well, I'm delighted to meet you, sir. I read your book, Psychoneurosis in Wartime. Jean, Dr. Rhodes is one of England's foremost analysts.
You sound as though you were quoting the dust jacket on my book. I wish you wouldn't. It's most embarrassing. Are you a physician, Abbott?
No, I'm a private detective from San Francisco. Your book, as you might well imagine, was very closely connected with my field.
You mean some private detectives read? I was under the impression they all solved their cases by being periodically knocked unconscious.
Well, that happens, too. But criminal psychology is also helpful at times. Your theory about us is very much like our theory about you.
And what is that?
That all psychiatrists begin a case by fluoroscoping the patient's wallet.
I'm afraid our business is considerably more serious than that.
Especially, Doctor, in the area where psychosis becomes crime?
Yes, Mrs. Abbott. You know, our most widespread problem medically today is not heart disease or cancer, devastating as they are. By statistics, it's mental illness. Hundreds of thousands of persons lie in hospital beds today because they are emotionally ill. Still more are at home or wandering the streets.
Wandering the streets, contemplating murder, eh, Doctor?
Occasionally.
Does becoming absorbed in the criminal mind sometimes make you, well...
Wonder about myself? Of course. I simply like to think my more evil impulses are reasonably controlled, though.
So controlled you could never commit homicide?
No. I'm susceptible, too. But we are admitting an entire area in this discussion. The area of fanaticism. The lunatic who believes he must have power in the form of admirers, followers, who believes he has a special mission on Earth, even though it means bloodshed. Which gets me to my present trip.
Might we ask what that is, Dr. Rhodes?
The British government is sending me to Kensington Downs, to a hospital there. There are some very perplexing cases in that hospital. Cases of fanaticism.
Pat,
I'm going to...
Excuse me, Pat. Pat, something's wrong. The pilot isn't cutting that motor. It's missing.
Yes, I know. I hear it. It's all right. It'll pick up again.
Pat! Pat, the lights!
Steady, Mrs. Abbott. If anything were really wrong, the pilot would warn us.
Just stay in your seat, Jean.
But
don't fidget and don't become hysterical. We can always make a belly landing. We aren't over water. We're somewhere near London. He'll find a place to set us down. This whole section is pockmarked with airports.
Fasten your safety belts. Fasten your safety belts.
Pat, we're going to crash.
Now, easy, darling.
Oh, Pat.
Get that belt tight.
Yes.
There you are.
Pat, we'll be killed. We'll be killed.
Now, don't lose your head, Jean.
Oh, we're going to die. Pat, we're going to be killed.
No, we're not. Now, darling, steady. Steady now. Steady.
Where are you, Pat?
Jean.
Where are you?
Jean, darling. You hurt?
Oh, no. I'm all right. Are you, dear?
Yes. Just a little shaken up. Oh. Can you stand up?
I think so. Wait till I unfasten the belt.
Here, let me help you.
I'm okay. I'm pretty dizzy, though. Oh, golly, the plane's all in one piece.
Yeah, so let's get out of here fast. It might catch fire. That emergency exit's open. See it up ahead?
What is it? Where are you? I can't see you.
Over here. Dr. Rhodes.
Was he hurt?
He's out. Cold.
Oh, Pat, there's the pilot outside. He'll help. In here. There's someone hurt in here.
All right. Take it easy. I have a flashlight.
Oh, please, my eyes.
Shine it this way. That's it. That chap got it bad, didn't he?
Oh, his head.
Well, I sent someone for an ambulance. They'll fix him up.
I don't think so.
Why not?
He's dead.
He is. Oh, no.
Too bad that confounded motor had to blow like that. Well, you two come on out. We'll take care of him.
Watch your step, Gene.
That's it.
Gosh. Dark and cold out here. Ooh. What is this, a swamp?
No, we're about 80 miles from London. There's a hospital down the road. I sent there for help. I'll be back. Have to see about the other passengers.
Ooh. So cold. Can you see anything, Pat? It's so foggy.
No, not much.
Darling, we should get down on our knees and thank God for that pilot. I never thought we'd walk away from this landing.
Uh-huh.
What are you doing? Get away from that motor. It's broken. It's liable to explode or something.
Uh-huh.
Pat, will you listen to me?
Oh, yeah, huh?
Fine thing. A man nearly gets killed in an airplane crash, and what's he do? Calmly strolls around examining motors. Of all the coat...
Gene, that motor is in awfully good shape.
It just doesn't make any sense to go... Good shape?
Yes. Looks like nothing's wrong with it at all.
Oh, but
Yes,
darling...
I know. We had a crash landing. It's a puzzle, huh? Yes, and when you've got the answer to that, you might try telling me how Dr. Rhodes got killed.
Well, he was killed in the crash.
He was tied into his seat with a safety belt. He didn't bounce around any more than we did. We're well, but the doctor's head is bashed in. Skull is cracked wide open. You wanted to play games, Gene. All right. Get a pencil and paper and figure that out.
We stood beside the huge silhouette of the plane in that cold, damp English countryside with the dead body of Dr. Rhodes inside the plane. Spotlights swept the ground from police cars. Ambulances roared about. White-coated interns like ghosts flitted past us. Pat was very deep in thought and businesslike. Now that he'd stumbled into a murder, he kicked the ground pensively.
Now, Gene, listen. When they come over to us, no matter what I say, follow my lead. Don't ask questions.
Pat, do you think you know why we had that phony accident? And why Dr. Rhodes was killed?
I'm just a detective, dear, not a crystal gazer. Keep your pretty shirt on.
Good evening. My name is Sterling, Major Sterling. I'm the director of the Regent Hospital down the road. You people feel all right? Anything we can do for you?
Why, we're...
I think you might help me. I feel punchy from shock. I get kind of tossed around in the plane.
Why, certainly. If you'll come this way, I have a car. You can rest at the hospital, and we'll have a look at you there.
Fine. Thank you, Major.
Major, I'd appreciate it very much. I'm his wife. I'm Mrs. Abbott, and this is my husband, Pat.
Well, don't worry, Mrs. Abbott. We'll have him fixed up in no time. He's probably just a bit rocky from the fall. Now, if you'll take his other arm, he can lean on both of us. That's it. There we are. Now, I'll just tell the pilot that I'm stealing two of his passengers. I say there.
Yes?
I'm taking Mr. and Mrs. Abbott to the hospital. Mr. Abbott doesn't feel well.
He doesn't feel well?
No, he said he's very dizzy and weak.
Well, that's funny.
Why?
We simply had a rough landing, that's all. I don't see how he could have been hurt so badly.
You don't?
No.
Well, that's strange, too.
Why?
Well, you say the landing wasn't rough enough to injure my husband. But it was rough enough to kill Dr. Rhodes, wasn't it? As soon as I saw the hospital, I realized it was some sort of military establishment. It was surrounded by high stone walls with sentries and machine guns. The major told Pat he'd soon be okay and advised him to lie down for a while. They put both of us in a small private room. You can stop groaning now, Pat. We're alone.
Oh. Didn't I do a terrific piece of acting?
Marvelous, darling. Pat,
Hmm?
you know you haven't kissed me for ages. After all, we might have been killed.
You know something? Maybe I should have been an actor instead of a detective. Just imagine. Radio City Music Hall presents Ava Gardner and Pat Abbott.
I was talking about a much more fascinating subject.
Now, let's see. What role would I play? Maybe I'd be... Huh? What'd you say? What were you talking about?
Kissing, remember?
Oh.
It's lots of fun. Very popular nowadays.
Oh, Gene, now stay away from me. I'm supposed to be sick. What if somebody walks in?
Oh, they'll get a good practical lesson in the art of kissing from two highly qualified experts.
No, Gene, I'm supposed...
Close your eyes, dear. Lie back. You're supposed to be sick. And I'm Dr. Abbott, who's about to give you something that's a sure cure for chills, fever. Well, maybe not fever. You ready?
Oh, Doctor.
Yes? Oh, your fever's worse. Better give you another treatment.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry to break in on you like this. I'm Vic Williams. The major sent me. I'm an intern.
What is it, Vic?
He said for you to drink the stuff in this glass. It's a sedative.
Oh, thanks, Vic.
Hi. You don't mind my saying so. That was quite a clinch you two were in. Young love's a wonderful thing. What?
Yes, sure is, Vic. Now, if you'll just run along...
You should see me and my girlfriend. Like two lovebirds we are. I haven't seen her in a fortnight. Been stuck here at the hospital. Can't even talk to her. The phone lines are down, you know, on account of the storm. I shan't be able to call her for a couple of days. She must be pining away no end.
Yes, I'm sure she is, Vic. Now, if you've nothing else to tell us...
You're from the States, aren't you?
That's right.
Married?
Yes. Now, look, if you'll just...
where are you from in the States?
San Francisco.
They just brought in that corpse from the plane, Dr. Rhodes. He looked like a real top line there in the morgue. Sort of friendly-like. Did you know him?
We just met him on the plane.
Hey, how'd the accident happen? I mean, were you two just sitting there?
Look, Vic, suppose we ask you some questions.
All right, I'll go ahead.
What is this hospital?
It's called British Military Hospital, T-17, Kensington Downs.
Well, what sort of men are here? Veterans of World War II?
Yes, Mum. And others, the weird ones.
You mean mental cases?
Well, some of them are legitimately that, Mum. The others...
Yes, what about the others?
Oh, you know, the British government's mixed up with plenty of fanatics in the Near East. We're always having trouble with them. They got some chaps here from the Mediterranean Society.
Oh, what in the world is that?
Wild-eyed blokes, I call them. Professional assassins. Stage riots in the Near East, kill people, usually for money, although they claim some other fancy reasons. A lot of them are homicidal maniacs. Some of them are narcotic addicts. British Army rounds them up now and then, pulls them out of the area, ships them here for the cure.
The cure work?
I often wonder.
Lots of the Mediterranean League in this hospital?
You know, it's quite a three-ring circus with those boys and the kind they attract.
What kind do they attract?
Deportees, ex-Nazis, neo-fascists, the lunatic fringe. There's a lot of ex-Nazis who turned up in the League.
Let's come in. Everything
all right, Mr. Abbott?
Oh, fine, Major. Thank you.
Well, you try to get some rest and take that sedative. It'll calm your nerves. If you want anything at all, just tell Vic.
Thank you.
We haven't any caviar or champagne, though. Much as I'd like to give it to you. I'll see you in the morning.
I'm getting along myself. I know you two want to be alone. How long have you been married?
A few years.
San Francisco, huh? What business are you in, Mr. Abbott?
Oh, I make a fortune, Vic. I dunk donuts for nearsighted millionaires. Now, look.
I know. I'm going. Oh, by the way, after I go, bolt the door.
Why?
This is a hospital for lunatics, man. You remember? During the nights, they get hopped up. They start running around. Pleasant dreams.
Oh, lovely place. Lovely. Pat, what are you doing?
I'm going for a stroll.
Here? Now?
What did you think I pretended to be sick for? I want to see what makes this hospital tick.
Or wouldn't you rather lock the door and make believe we're back in Scotland on that moor in the moonlight? You made quite a fancy Heathcliff back on that moor, Pat, darling.
Right now, I'm more interested in who bounced Dr. Rhodes on the coconut and why. I'll see you around, Mrs. Abbott.
Not on your life. If you prowl, I prowl. If you think for one moment you're going without me, I'll scream.
No, all right. Shh. Come on. There are no lights out here. Follow me. Tiptoe.
Pat, look. A light's shining under that door.
Yes, I see it. Oh, come on. Easy.
Yeah.
Easy. I'll peek through this keyhole.
What do you see?
2 doctors. Looks like an operation. They're working on a man's arm.
What are they doing?
One of them has a tattoo mark on his arm. Looks to me like the doctor is taking off the tattoo.
Oh, is that all?
It's enough. More than enough. Come on, Jean. We're going to find the major.
But, darling, thousands of men have tattoos.
Not those men, and not for that purpose. Now, come on, let's go. Hurry. Sorry to break in on you, Major.
Oh, what's wrong, Mr. Abbott?
You know what's happening to some of your prisoner patients?
What?
I just saw them in the operating room. The doctors are removing tattoos from the men's arms.
Tattoos are usually...
Now, Jean, in a situation like this, those tattoos may be very important. Every man who served in Hitler's Waffen-SS bore a tattoo, a Nazi insignia, and his blood group. Ex-Nazis by the hundreds have them. And as for that Mediterranean League, they probably have a tattoo also. Most fanatic secret societies do.
You're right, Pat. I remember the Pachucos, the dangerous secret society in America. Same deal.
Yes. And once out of this camp, any of those men has a much better cover story. It would be much easier to deny any affiliation they once had.
A rotten trick of theirs. Well, I'm grateful to you, Mr. Abbott. I'll telephone our headquarters in London, and I'll double the guard. Oh, you'd best get back to your room. Mrs. Abbott will be safer there. These men may riot if they find out we're onto their game.
It's okay, Major.
Hello. I want military headquarters in London.
Here's our door, Pat.
Yes, and you're going to stay in this room, Jean, because...
Look out, Pat, behind you, the pilot. He has a knife.
Yes, I see him.
You... Wrist. You break my wrist.
Now drop the knife. Let go of that knife.
All right. My wrist.
I'll let go of your wrist after we finish playing a little quiz game.
All the double-crossing.
You faked that crash, didn't you? Didn't you?
Yes.
You turned out the lights, left the controls, ran back, and in the excitement, you hit Rhodes over the head. Simple, wasn't it? Especially when the plane's supposed to be out of control, anyway. Then you went up front, did a few wing-overs and a sloppy landing. They'd say the doctor died in the accident. Very neat way to commit murder. Now, why did you do it? Why did you do it?
You break my arm. I got paid 2,000 pounds.
All right. You're going to stay here a while. Come on, Jean, let's get out. I lock him in.
Here's the key, Pat.
Get a doctor. My arm.
Yeah, that does it. He'll stay there now. Come on, let's find the major.
Well, Mr. Abbott.
Oh, it's Vic.
I heard cries. I thought you were sick. What are you running about for?
Come with me, Vic. I'm going to the major. We're all in for a little entertainment. Your Nazi guests are acting up.
Huh? Well, what do you know?
Major?
More trouble, Mr. Abbott?
Yes. The pilot of our plane was waiting for me in my room. With a knife. I had to knock him out. He's confessed he murdered Dr. Rhodes. It was a fake accident.
What? He walked?
I'll give you the details later. But I haven't picked up by your men.
Oh, yes, I certainly will. Oh, I just telephoned headquarters. There's an investigating squad on the way here now.
Well, it's about time.
You know, Major, you're quite a remarkable man. Taking all this in stride. Telephoning London.
Well, it's all part of my job, Mr. Abbott.
No, I think you deserve special mention for an extraordinary job. Telephoning London, and the telephone doesn't work.
What was that?
Pat.
Yes, it's amazing. You say you called London for help. But Vic here told me a few minutes ago that the lines were down on account of the storm. He wouldn't be able to telephone his girlfriend for the next 2 days. How did you manage it, Major? Is magic also one of your accomplishments?
You've been asking unpleasant questions all evening, Mr. Abbott. I think I've had about enough.
Careful, Pat. He has a gun behind the desk. I can see it from here.
Vic?
Yes, Major?
We'll have to get rid of Abbott. Quickly, too. I wouldn't try any childish tricks, Mr. Abbott, or I shall be forced to kill your wife.
Surprised me. This chap was trying to gum up the works. You suspect Abbott at all, Major?
Yes, I did, Vic. Since he first presented himself at the hospital. It was obvious there wasn't anything wrong with him. I allowed him to come in, though, basing my tactics on the old saying, give a man enough rope.
You paid that pilot to kill Dr. Rhodes, didn't you, Major? You had to get Rhodes out of the way.
Go on. Very interesting.
The British authorities suspected everything wasn't exactly as it seemed in this hospital. They probably figured some of the so-called incurable prisoners were cured a long time ago. That some were feigning insanity. That all sorts of shenanigans were going on here, so they selected a top-flight psychiatrist, Rhodes, to check the patients. Not a full-dress investigation. Just a seemingly innocent visit.
Yes, they underestimated me on that, too, Mr. Abbott.
Yes, you needed a bit more time before staging what was probably going to be a wholesale escape. So you hired the pilot to keep Rhodes from coming here.
You fit the pieces together very well.
Thank you. You even told the pilot to crash right near Kensington Downs so you could sign the death certificate and get the body out of the way fast. Who paid you, Major?
No one. I helped them because I believe in the cause. My father was British, but my mother, Mr. Abbott, was an Asiatic. I was raised in the Near East, and raised in a tradition that loathes the British Empire and the Western world in its entirety. My father left my mother. I grew up as a poverty-stricken gamin in the filth of the worst of Cairo. This Mediterranean League you wish to destroy is my fondest hope.
Even though it's really a hopeless cause, Major.
Is it, Mrs. Abbott? Or does it burn within us with a high, dead white flame? Mr. Abbott, you will drink the contents of this glass. It's an overdose of a sedative I offered you before. It will be fatal almost instantly. A most regrettable accident. Happens occasionally in a hospital.
Oh, Pat.
Take the glass, Mr. Abbott. In your hands. That's it. Now drink it. I said drink it. Oh, my... No, I'll take that gun.
Oh. You know, for an apparently intelligent man, Major, it's quite a foolish error to hand someone a full glass of medicine and stand close to him so he could easily throw it in your eyes. A childish trick, as you warned me about before. Vic, try reaching London now.
But
you work for MI5, don't you, British Intelligence?
Yes. You are a smart bloke. I've been investigating this hospital for some time now.
Well, Vic, the least you could have done
I'm
was...
sorry, Mrs. Abbott. Obviously, I couldn't tell you anything. I had to let you both sweat a bit. I had no other choice. I'll call London and report this. I'll see you later, Mrs. Abbott. Get moving, Major.
Bye, Vic.
I hope you'll get to talk to your girlfriend soon, Vic.
Oh, I will. Love conquers all, you know. Get going, Major.
Pat and I finally did get to London. We caught the clipper, and as we flew over the Atlantic toward home... Pat? If Vic told you he was an investigator, why didn't you tell me?
He never told me.
Well, then how did you know?
Because in the first place, he asked an awful lot of questions when we met him. Too many, in fact. Made me wonder whose side he was on. Then he told us to bolt the door, so I knew he was worried about us.
Darling, how could you be sure?
Well, dear, when the Major said he'd use the phone, Vic didn't say anything.
Uh-huh. And that did it, huh?
Mm-hmm. That did it.
Pat.
What?
I just thought of a wonderful game we can play.
Scrabble again?
It's too dark.
Well, what kind of a game can you play in the dark? You got neon checkers?
No. I was thinking we could play
Well, what?
post office. Footnote to the story of the dead white flame. Modern airplanes are perfectly designed for safety, speed, luxury travel, and indoor sports.
The National Broadcasting Company has presented The Adventures of the Abbotts, starring Claudia Morgan and Les Damon as those popular personalities of detective fiction, Pat and Jean Abbott, created by Francis Crane. Tonight's cast included Everett Sloane, Burford Hampton, and William Lally. The Adventures of the Abbotts was written by Howard Merrill. Original music composed and conducted by Dewey Bergman. Produced by Ted Lloyd and Bernard L. Schubert. Directed and recorded by Harry Frazee. Next week, same time, same station. Another exciting adventure in crime with Pat and Jean in The Adventures of the Abbotts.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
What is it? It's a case for Nick Carter, master detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, master detective.
Phyllis, it's true. I know it's true.
But it's not true, June, darling. Don't you suppose I'd know it if you were going crazy?
But why do I hear these noises all the time? Why am I so cold when it's really warm in here? Why
Listen, June, you're just working yourself up over nothing. Now, why don't you
Alex
relax?
told me my mother acted the same way, Phyllis.
My husband didn't mean
He
that.
said Mother heard noises like thunder in her ears. He told me that she was cold and shivering no matter what the temperature was. Alex told me that.
Well, even if that's true, it doesn't prove...
It does. I'll kill myself before I let them take me away. I won't go to an asylum. I won't.
A young girl convinced that she is going insane. A fiancé who is not convinced, who doubts that it can be true in spite of the evidence. An appeal to Nick Carter, Master Detective. The uncovering of a strange and unnatural plot. Not for money, not for power, but for hate. This is the story unfolded in The Case of the Demented Daughter.
That must be Randy Wyatt. I made a date for him to see you at 10:30.
Is Mr. Carter here yet?
Yes, he is. Won't you come in?
Thank you. Mr. Carter?
Yes?
I'm Randy Wyatt. Your father and mine used to be pretty good friends. That's why I'm taking the liberty of asking you to help me now.
Why, no liberty at all. Come in, sit down.
Thank you, sir.
What seems to be the trouble?
Well, last night I got this note from the girl I'm engaged to. She sent my ring back with it.
May I see it? It's no use, Randy, darling. I'm doomed. And I won't have you burdened with an insane wife. So this is goodbye. Your heartbroken June.
I tried to call her as soon as I got the note, but the housekeeper wouldn't let me talk to her. Said she was too ill to come to the phone.
Well, have you seen any signs of this insanity she speaks of?
I know, and I don't believe it. There's been something funny going on somewhere. She's been a little more nervous than usual when we've been out together this past month, but that isn't insanity.
You say when we've been out together. Does that mean that you don't see her at home much?
Well, for the past month, she seemed to prefer to get out of the house. Doesn't want to stay home anymore.
Well, have you seen her at home at all?
Well, I was there one night about a week ago. Her sister Phyllis and her brother-in-law, Alex Benson, were out, and we spent the evening there alone.
Did she seem to be the same as usual?
Why, except for one little thing, yes. She complained that she felt cold, almost shivery. The house was cold even for me. The thermometer said 78, but it wasn't as warm as that in there. But the fact that she was cold when the thermometer said 78 seemed to prey on her mind. I tried to tell her the thermometer was wrong and that I was chilly too, but she insisted I was just being nice to her.
I see. Well, has she any reason to be afraid of going out of her mind?
When I was waiting for June the other night, Alex, her brother-in-law, warned me that she was acting queer. Said he felt I ought to know. Told me her mother died in the Harrah Hill Sanitarium. I tried to laugh at him, but he insisted he and Phyllis had seen definite symptoms.
Uh-huh. Anyone else live there with June beside Phyllis and her husband?
The housekeeper, Miss Everett, a cook, and a maid.
They must have plenty of money.
Oh, yes, June's father was a rich man, and he left his entire estate to be divided between the two girls.
How long ago did her mother go to the sanitarium?
Let me see. June was 6 then, so it must have been 1932. She died there in 1940.
I see. What does this Alex Benson do?
He has a very good business, I understand. Doing very well.
And this housekeeper you spoke of, has she been with him long?
Since a couple of years after Miss Kemper was taken away. She's a peppery old lady, but an excellent housekeeper. She and Phyllis brought June up.
I'd like to talk to your fiancée, Wyatt. Can you arrange it?
That's what I'd hoped you'd say, Mr. Carter. June isn't crazy, I know that. Just as sure as I know my own name.
Well, when can we see her? Around 5 this afternoon, perhaps?
We can try. Where shall I meet you?
You better be here at the office about 4:30. We'll go up together.
I'll be here. Oh, Mr. Carter, I do hope you can straighten this out.
Well, I'll certainly do what I can, Wyatt.
You're swell, Mr. Carter. Well, see you at 4:30. Goodbye.
So long.
Goodbye, Mr. Wyatt. Oh, the poor kid. Losing her mind at her age.
I'm not at all sure she is, Patsy.
Huh?
Look at this note she sent Wyatt.
Well, what about it? Writing looks awkward, but she was probably upset.
Well, look closely. See how the pencil bears down much harder in some places than in others?
Yes.
And it's not always in the places where the lines would naturally be heavier.
Which means?
One explanation would be that somebody was guiding her hand, forcing her to write this.
Oh.
Patsy, I think we'll do some checking up.
Okay. What'll we do?
Call Scubby of the paper. Ask him for a full report on both Phyllis and Alex Benson.
Uh-huh.
The society doings and any other information he may find in the morgue.
Yeah.
Also tell him to check up on Alex's business and financial ratings.
All right. Anything else?
Yes, I want you to call in the housekeeper. Give her some excuse. Find out all you can about her.
I'll tell you what. I'll pretend I'm making a checkup of the conditions under which housekeepers work for some magazine, say. That'll do it.
Good. While you do that, I'm going down to the surrogate's office and take a look at the father's will. If there's any conspiracy going on, there's very likely to be money involved.
Okay, Nick. See you here as soon as I get the dope on Mrs. Everett.
As I told you when you called, young lady, I can give you only a few minutes.
Well, I'm glad you could see me at all, Mrs. Everett.
We can sit here in the breakfast room.
Thank you.
Now, ask your questions and I'll answer them, if they're not personal.
Well, they are personal, but only in a general way. How long have you been here?
Since 1936, the year after Mrs. Kemple died.
Uh-huh. Had you worked previously?
I had 14 years, 2 jobs. In each case, I left because I was offered more money. If somebody offered me more money than I'm getting here, I'd leave tomorrow.
Uh-huh. Are you married, Mrs. Everett?
I was. My husband died.
Any children?
I have not. I hate them.
How do you find working conditions here?
I've seen better and I've seen worse.
How do you get along with your employers?
Mr. Kemple was a fine man. We got along well.
Oh. Do you mean you're having trouble with Mr. and Mrs. Benson?
No, Phyllis and Alex are all right. We get along well enough, but that June, I can't stand her. I never could.
Oh. Do you have any special reason to feel that way? Or is it because you don't like children?
She's a brat. Always was. Used to play tricks on me when I first came here. Left a toy wagon for me to stumble over when she was little, and I fell and broke my ankle. I'd have left here then, but Mr. Kemple offered me so much money I couldn't afford to go. But I made that June pay for what she did. Why, I'm talking too much. What else do you want to know?
You wouldn't want to tell me what they pay you here, would you?
I wouldn't. I told you not to get personal. Now, I got to go. Good day.
Goodbye, and thank you, Mrs. Everett. All right, Scubby, I'll tell him. Thanks. Goodbye.
Oh, hi, Patsy.
Hello.
How'd you make out?
Here's a typewritten report of my interview. I didn't like that Mrs. Everett at all.
Oh, so she doesn't like June, huh?
Mm-mm.
Well, good work, Patsy. That covers it.
You really like it, Nick?
I do. Get your hat. We're taking a ride out to Harrow Hill Sanitarium where Mrs. Kemple died. I want to talk to the doctor out there.
Right with you, Nick. Walter went out after you phoned, but he'll be back pretty soon.
Have you heard from Scubby yet?
Oh, yes. He says he found plenty of stuff about Phyllis and Alex, but nothing you'd want. Except that Alex's business is in a pretty bad shape. He needs to expand and has been having trouble getting capital to do it.
Yes?
Scubby says he couldn't find out whether he'd put any of his wife's money into it or not.
I see.
What'd you find out at the surrogate's office?
I found that Mr. Kemple left a large fortune, divided equally between the 2 girls. But there were 2 interesting clauses in the will. One was that should either daughter develop a mental weakness of any kind, the other daughter was to have control of the money and administer it for the other's benefit.
Hey, Nick, that's something.
Yes, and the other, peculiar, is a statement that since the circumstances surrounding the birth of the 2 sisters were fully taken into account in drawing the will, no claims on that basis were to be allowed under penalty of forfeiture of all rights under the will.
What in the world does that mean?
Wish I knew. I called the lawyer who drew it, but he refused to talk about it. So I'm having Waldo look up the birth certificates of both girls. Might be some help there.
Uh-huh. You think the doctor at the sanitarium could help you?
I don't know. I hope so. That's one reason I want to have a talk with him.
I'm sorry I can't be of more help to you, Mr. Carter, but my knowledge of the Kemple family is limited to Mrs. Kemple herself, as I said.
Doctor, tell me, did Mrs. Kemple know what was happening to her?
Oh, yes, some years before it actually happened, it became evident that sooner or later she would have trouble. Hers, as I said, was a case of schizophrenia, split personality. And in her case, the other side of her was homicidal.
But you say it can be inherited, Doctor.
It can be, but fortunately, it rarely is.
Well, thank you for your time, Dr. Lennox, and for your information. I think it'll help us to get to the bottom of this.
Turn left here, Mr. Carter. The Kemple place is halfway down the next block.
Nick, did I hear Walter telling you he could find only Phyllis's birth certificate?
That's right, Patsy. No record of June's birth at all.
Oh.
Wyatt, do you know where June was born?
No, I don't. Oh, by the way, Mr. Carter, I tried to get in touch with June to tell her we were coming, but the housekeeper wouldn't let me speak to her. Said she was asleep. Darn that woman, I don't trust her at all.
Is this the house?
Yeah, that's it.
You'll have to wait in the car, Patsy. Mrs. Everett knows you.
Right, Nick.
I hope we can get in.
Oh, I think we'll manage somehow.
If Phyllis is here, she'll let me in.
Maybe there's nobody here. hear someone coming.
When there's somebody sick in the house, you ought to know better than to make so much noise.
Mrs. Everett, I'm sorry, but we must see June Kemple at once.
She's in her room and in no condition to see anyone at once. Who are you?
This is Mr. Nick Carter, Miss Everett. Please let us see June.
What's a detective doing here?
I'm not here as a detective, rather as a friend. May we see June?
Very well. She's in her room. You can go up, but make it as short as you can. She's sick.
Thank you. Come on, Mr. Carter. I can't understand Miss Everett's dislike for June. She never has a good word for her.
Some people are like that, Wyatt. Some people just don't seem...
Randy, help! Help!
That's June. Come on.
Oh, Randy.
June, honey, what's wrong?
I couldn't open the door. I couldn't make my hands open the door.
It was probably stuck, June.
No, it wasn't the door. It was me. My hands.
Why, what do you mean by that, Miss Kemple?
It's just the way my mother acted when she was sick. Alex told me about it last night. She couldn't make her hands do what she wanted. I tried to open my door, and I couldn't. I just couldn't. I had to try and try before I could get it open. Oh, Randy. It was like a nightmare. A horrible nightmare.
Come now, honey. Don't cry like that. I just can't stand it. Please, honey.
Wyatt? Look here.
Oh, what is it, sir?
Notice this?
Why, well, that's wax, isn't it?
It is. Wax that someone stuffed in the latch of a door to make it difficult to open. Not impossible, just difficult.
Then there is a plot to drive her insane. I knew it.
Either that or a plot to make her think she's insane. Nothing very mental about a piece of wax and a door lock.
Listen, June, honey, marry me right now. Let me get you out of this house. You'll be safe once I get you waiting here.
Oh, no, Randy, I can't. It wouldn't be fair to you.
Listen. Someone just came in.
I'm glad you got that. Randy Wyatt and the detective are up talking to June, and she shouldn't be seeing anyone. She's sick. I tried to keep them out, but I couldn't. I'll go up and see what they're doing.
Is everything all right, June?
Yes, Miss Benson. There's nothing wrong with June.
I'm surprised you felt you had to see her when she's so ill.
Miss Benson, this is Mr. Carter, a friend of mine.
How do you do?
I wanted him to see June.
Well, now that you've seen her, you better go. Come, June. I'll take you back to your room. You better lie down and be quiet.
All right, Phyllis, but it's no use. It's no use.
Well, Mr. Carter, I guess we...
Yes. Come on, Wyatt.
I'm sorry that Phyllis seemed a little abrupt, but we're really very much worried about June. As I told you, Randy, she's exhibiting all the symptoms her mother had just before she was taken away.
Alex, this is Mr. Carter. He knew my father years ago.
How are you, Mr. Benson?
How do you do, sir?
Mr. Benson, do you happen to know where June was born?
June?
Yes.
But, no, I don't think I do. Oh, wait a minute. It seems to me I've heard Phyllis say that she was born in Barnstable.
And where's that?
Well, it's about an hour out of the city, I believe, on the River Turnpike. Phyllis, wasn't June born in Barnstable?
Yes, she was. Oh, Alex, I don't know what we're going to do with that girl. She's possessed with that one idea. And since Mother... Oh, I don't know what to do.
Come on, Mr. Carter. We better get out of here.
Yes. Our work is finished here. For now.
But, Nick, aren't you going to eat anything before you go?
We'll grab a sandwich and a cup of coffee on the way. Why, oh, Sim Carter,
But,
you
Nick,
ought to go...
what are you expecting to find in Barnstable?
June was born there. If her birth certificate doesn't give us a clue to that clause in Kemple's will, I'll find somebody there who can. Patsy, you wait here at the office for me.
But what do you expect from me, Mr. Carter? You say you found the birth certificate in good order?
After we finally got that guy to open up town hall so we could have a look. Boy, was he hopping mad at being called away from his supper.
Dr. Jessup, you signed the birth certificate, so you should be able to answer my question. What is there about June's birth that would cause her father to put that strange clause in his will?
I couldn't tell you, Mr. Carter. Mrs. Kemple came up here for a rest, and June was born while she was here.
Dr. Jessup, suppose I should tell you that I think someone is trying to make June think she's losing her mind because her mother did. Would that stir your memory?
Losing her mind because her mother... Oh, no, that's impossible. Why, pardon me, I must see who's at the door.
Certainly, we'll wait.
It's strange that they should come to the back door.
Nick, he knows something.
Sure as you're a foot high, he knows something.
Yes, Waldo, I think he does. And I think he's going to talk.
Nick, sounds as if he's in...
Dr. Jessup, what's wrong? Dr. Jessup.
You're right. See Leona Perkins. She... Look at Nick. He was shot twice, right through the chest.
So I see.
But we didn't hear no shots.
Silencer, apparently. Waldo, see if you can spot anyone out there.
Right, Nick. I'll get him.
Oh, poor guy. If I hadn't come here, Waldo! Waldo! Did you...
It's no good, Nick. I thought I saw a guy hiding in the trees there, so I took a couple of shots at him. I guess it was just shadows.
You ought to know better than to go shooting off that old 44 of yours blindly that way.
But, Nick, I
Waldo,
want to...
you stay here. Call the sheriff. Tell him what happened. I'm going to find Leona Perkins before someone tries to eliminate her, too. You got that, Patsy? Tell Matty to have his man keep constant watch on the Kemple house. And tell me just who goes in or out.
Uh-huh. And he's to wait until you come and report to you.
Right. I'll pick you up at the office on my way back. Oh, and have Randy Wyatt there, too, so he can go with us.
Where did you say you are now?
In Barnstable, at the home of Leona Perkins. She was June's nurse after she was born. She knows the answers if anyone does. All right, I'll see you at the office, Patsy. Sorry, Mrs. Perkins, but I had to get that call through without delay. Now, you know Dr. Jessup, of course.
Yes, of course. I worked with him for 15 years. He sent you to me?
Yes. I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but Dr. Jessup has just been killed.
Dr. Jessup? Killed?
Yes, shot. By someone who wanted to keep him from telling me what I came to Barnstable to find out.
Dr. Jessup dead. I can't believe it.
Before he died, he told me to come to you. That you would tell me what the mystery is about June Kemple's birth.
Why are you asking these questions, Mr. Carter?
Because June's sanity is in danger.
June insane? She can't be.
Why not? Her mother was, I understand. Died in the sanitarium.
Then you understand wrongly, Mr. Carter. Her mother is perfectly sane, and she's still alive. Alive and well.
What's that you say?
Do I look insane to you?
You? Why, no, of course not.
Mr. Carter, I am June's mother.
You are June's mother?
I am. June is really my daughter.
Miss Perkins, I'm afraid I don't understand. Why was she brought up as the Kemple's child?
Mrs. Kemple had one daughter, and she wanted another, desperately. But she knew she was gradually going out of her mind. And she was afraid if she bore another child, it, too, might be susceptible to the same dread disease. So she decided to adopt a baby, but secretly, to prevent any possible discrimination against it. She made inquiries in several places. Dr. Jessup heard of her search and came to me.
How did he happen to come to you?
He was my doctor. My husband had just been killed in an accident, and my baby was to be born in 3 days. We were very poor, and I was frantic with worry. I had no money, Mr. Carter, no relatives. I'd never worked a day in my life. I could see no way to provide for the child who was coming.
And you agreed to give up your baby?
Yes. In a moment of weakness, I did. When June was born, Dr. Jessup registered her as being born to Mrs. Kemple instead of to me. Oh, perhaps it was wrong of him, but he felt it was the wisest thing to do.
You've never seen her since?
No, Mr. Carter. Bitterly as I've regretted my decision, I'd sworn I'd never try to see her again. And I never have.
Did anyone else beside you, the doctor, and the Kemples know of this?
No, not a soul. Even Phyllis was never told. She believes June to be her own natural sister.
I doubt that she does now. Mrs. Perkins, you must go back to the city with me at once. Not only June's sanity, but her life may be in danger at this very moment.
And you say you found some real evidence, Nick?
The best in the world, Patsy. I found Mrs. Perkins here.
Well, I don't understand, Nick.
You'll know the whole story in a few minutes, just as soon as we get to the Kemple's house.
Is it a plot against June, Mr. Carter? Is she really all right?
Yes, Wyatt, I believe so. It'll take time to get her back on her feet, but basically she's as sane as you or I.
But who would want to do a thing like this?
It'd only be one person. And how she found out about it, I don't know. But she did, obviously.
Mr. Carter, how much further? I promised once I'd never see June again, but now
That's one promise that is better broken than kept. Well, here we are. Oh, that must be Matty's man across the street. You three go in. I'll be with you as soon as I get his report.
I must protest, Mr. Carter. This is outrageous.
Sorry,
this
Mrs.
time
Everett.
of night.
It has to be done this way.
Everybody's here, Nick, all except Phyllis. She's been in bed with a migraine headache ever since dinner.
Oh, well, we'll go ahead without her.
Okay.
June,
Yes.
you say various things happened to you that seem to indicate that you're losing your mind.
Yes, Mr. Carter. Just like my poor mother when she was losing her mind.
How do you know about your mother?
Why, Alex told me.
Alex told you. Mr. Benson, may I ask if you knew Mrs. Kemple?
Why, no, I didn't. She died before I met Phyllis.
And how do you know how she acted while she was going to pieces?
Well, I've heard the story from Phyllis.
Complete with details?
Why, yes.
Recently?
Why, I guess she has told me more in the last few weeks than she ever did before, but what are you getting at?
I won't let them take me away. I'll kill myself first. I will.
Steady, June, steady. That won't be necessary. There's nothing wrong with you mentally, and there never has been.
But all those queer things.
Every single one of those things is a trick, suggestion, planted in your mind.
But my mother died in that place.
No, June, you're wrong. She didn't.
Why, Nick?
June's mother is alive and well today. I'd like to introduce her to you. Mrs. Leona Perkins.
Nick, this is the most fantastic story I ever heard. Are you sure?
I am. I have positive proof. Dr. Jessup's story and Mrs. Perkins' story, which can be backed up with documentary proof. And if you want something you can see for yourself, look at June's little finger. I've just now noticed how she has the same peculiar little crook at the end of it that Mrs. Perkins has.
By golly, Nick, you're right. It's just the same.
You're my mother. My real mother.
Yes, June, darling. Your real mother.
Oh, Mother.
Mr. Carter, who in heaven's name would want to do this to June?
A person who was afraid that she might be susceptible to the thing that killed her mother, and consequently hated the person who wasn't. A person who wanted to prove that it was someone else, not her, who was the weak one.
Carter, do you realize what you're saying?
Unfortunately, Benson, I do.
But you mean that Phyllis... Phyllis?
Oh, of course he doesn't, Alex. That's sheer nonsense.
Mrs. Benson, didn't you help June write the note that broke her engagement to Randy Wyatt?
Yes, at her request.
After you talked me into doing it.
And didn't you suggest that June heard things and felt things, and then when you got her believing she didn't you suggest to Alex that those things were a sign of mental weakness?
She did. I can tell now. She was always asking me if I didn't feel this or hear that. I thought she was trying to help me, but
I was trying to help.
Where have you been the last 2-3 hours?
In my room with a headache.
No, you weren't. You drove to Barnstable, shot Dr. Jessup so he couldn't tell me the secret, and came back here. My man saw you come in. You sneaked in the back door and up to your room, changed your shoes because they got muddy in the doctor's backyard, and then you came down here to brazen it out. Randy, if you look, I'm sure you'll find the muddy shoes in her room, and you'll find the motor of her car still hot. And probably you'll find a gun in her car, too.
I'll take a look right now.
Stay where you are, all of you. You may find the muddy shoes, but I've got the pistol right here, and I'm going to kill you all. You're a pack of sneaking...
Better take her away, officer, before she hurts someone.
Officer?
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Nick!
All right. No harm done. Alex, take her upstairs. Keep her in her room.
Yes, Mr. Carter. Come on, Phyllis.
Sure. Lock me up. Just the way they locked my mother up. You think I'm crazy, but I'm not. I'm as sane as any of you. I'll show you.
How could you do such a thing, Phyllis? Why should you hate me so?
Why shouldn't I hate you? I've hated you from the moment I found those old letters of Father's after he died. Those letters from Dr. Jessup, which gave away the whole story. Dr. Jessup said he hoped I'd never suffer as my mother did. Said he could understand how pleased Father was to know that there was no possibility of you having inherited any tendency to a mental weakness. I knew what he meant, and I hated you for it. I wish I'd killed you long ago.
Come, Phyllis. You'll feel better in your own room. Mrs. Everett, will you come with us, please?
Of course, Mr. Benson.
Take your hands off me.
What a terrible thing.
Yes. If she'd never found those letters, this whole thing might never have happened. They not only turned her against June, they planted the fear of insanity in her own mind. And the hate and the fear together grew into a phobia that was too strong for her.
Mr. Carter, I don't know what to say. If there's any way I can repay you,
You have only to name it.
Oh, yes, Mr. Carter. I feel as if a load had been lifted off my heart.
This is a wonderful thing you've done, Mr. Carter. A wonderful thing. God bless you for doing it.
Nick? In the excitement, I forgot.
Forgot what?
Waldo.
Well, what about Waldo?
Waldo is being held in Barnstable on charge of killing Dr. Jessup.
What?
Yes. He called just before you got back. Said he'd try to explain what happened, but the sheriff didn't believe him. Especially since 2 shots had been fired from his pistol, and 2 shots killed Dr. Jessup.
Oh, poor Waldo. I suppose the more they questioned him, the more excited he got that he finally talked himself right into his cell.
Well, you better do something about it, Nick, before Waldo goes crazy. Before he...
Okay, Patsy. Yeah, use your phone, June.
Certainly.
Poor Waldo. Oh, operator, I want the sheriff's office in Barnstable. Yes, the sheriff's office, that's right. I want to talk to the sheriff himself. Yes, the sheriff.
Well, Nick, how about a little look into next week's story?
No sooner said than done, Hugh. It all started with a man being strangled in his hotel room in the very early hours of the morning.
And then went on to include a piece of silk torn from a shirt, a dictaphone record, and a missing wife.
Who was missing because her husband wanted it that way, but refused to stay missing when she received a letter containing a railroad ticket.
It was really the hotel maid.
Patsy, save something for next week.
What do you call your story, Nick?
I call it The Case of the Dictaphone Murder.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, which is produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications Incorporated. Pictured stories of Nick Carter appear in every issue of The Shadow comics. In the broadcast of Nick Carter, Master Detective, Lon Clark is starred as Nick, Charlotte Manson is featured as Patsy. Original music is played by George Wright. Script is by Jock McGregor and Peggy Mayer. Any resemblance of these programs to actual persons, living or dead, or to actual places is purely coincidental. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented over most of these mutual stations each week at this same time. This is Hugh Sanders saying so long until next week. This program was heard in Canada through the facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation.
Didn't think I'd make that one, did you, Sam?
No.
Think I'll be the club's billiard champion this year?
If you play this way, Roger.
But will I? That's the question. Here, see if you can make the same shot.
How silly can you get? Well, I'll try. This didn't look easy, and it wasn't.
If you want to see a hard one, watch this.
You're trying to make me feel worse than I do already.
What I'm trying to do is make myself feel better. Watch. That's what reverse English does for you. Here now, you try it. See if you can.
No, I've had enough, Roger.
Hey, Sam. Nice boys don't throw cue sticks on the floor.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, but no use, Roger.
What's no use?
I can't stop thinking. I can't stop wondering who I was and what I did before I came to town.
Look, Sam, you've been talking about that now for 10 years. Will you cut it out before you give everybody the creeps and drive yourself crazy?
I can't. Lately, it's been getting worse. Listen, I'm Sam Fisher now, but I wasn't before I lost my memory. Roger, don't you understand why I'm so jumpy? I came to this city a little over 10 years ago with no memory of who I was or where I'd been or what I'd done. I had an accident, and I woke up in Kansas City, and I didn't know my name. No one did, or where I'd come from. They just found me in the street. Unconscious.
So what, Sam? Everybody knows who you are now. You're a happily married man, an important business executive, one of the city's best-dressed men.
But I've got to know who I was. I've got to. I'm sorry, Roger. I've got to get out of here. This place is getting on my nerves. I'm going to get some air.
Don't go too far away, Sam.
Hello?
Mrs. Fisher, please.
Speaking?
Oh, Rita. I didn't recognize your voice. This is Roger.
Oh.
I'm in the billiard room at the club. Your husband just walked out on me.
Oh, is poor darling Sam upset again?
Upset? That obsession of his is driving him out of his mind.
Oh, the poor dear.
Yeah. Isn't it a shame? Shame it's taken him this long to begin to crack. Pretty soon, Rita, we can do exactly what we planned.
And now on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Now, let me get this straight, Mr. Fisher. You don't think you're really Sam Fisher?
No, Blackie. How can I be? Just the name I gave myself when I came to after an accident in Kansas City 10 years ago.
I see. But why did you pick that particular name? It might have some bearing on your past.
No, I'm afraid it doesn't. You see, I call myself Sam Fisher because my doctor's name was Sam, and he was an excellent fisherman.
Well, that takes care of that. Tell me this. How much effort have you made to find out who you were before you became Sam Fisher?
None. I was afraid to.
Afraid to? Why?
Well, somewhere in the back of my mind, I had a vague memory that I'd done something wrong.
Mm-hmm.
But it was just a glimmer of a memory, so faint it never took shape, never gave me an inkling of my past. But it's always with me, always haunting me, poking at my conscience. Blackie, I just can't stand it much longer.
So you want to find out who you were, where you've been, and what you did before you became Sam Fisher?
Yes, I've got to. I've got to know no matter how terrible the truth is.
Mr. Fisher, why are you so convinced that you did something wrong before you had that accident? Well, why do you think that?
Just think it, that's all. I can't help it. It's there in my mind. Blackie, you've helped others. I know you can help me. I'll give you all the assistance I can.
But how can you help me when your memory stops with that accident 10 years ago?
Tell you something I've told only to Mrs. Fisher and a few of my closest friends. It's about a dream I have. Fantastic dream that I have almost every night.
Excuse me. Hello.
I'd like to speak to Mr. Fisher, please. I understand he's there. This is Mrs. Fisher.
Oh, just a minute. This is your wife, Mr. Fisher.
Oh, thank you. Yes, Rita?
Oh, Sam, I hope I've called you in time. The maid said you left for Boston Blackie's an hour ago. How much have you told him?
Well, not very much of anything, dear. You sound awfully upset. What's the matter?
Well, Roger just phoned. He's found out something about you.
Before the accident?
Yes, Sam, and it's awful. Don't tell anybody anything, not until you've seen Roger.
He's found out something about me. What? What did he find out?
I don't want to talk about it over the phone. Roger will tell you. He's waiting for you at the club. Now get down there right away.
All right, dear, I will. Right away.
Well, that sounded important and encouraging.
Blackie, I'm sorry, but I'll have to leave.
Leave? But you were just about to tell me about...
I'm sorry, Blackie, but I can't tell you anything now.
Wait a minute, Fisher. Do you...
I don't think I'll need your help. I don't think anybody can help me now. So I was right about myself, Roger. I was a murderer before I lost my memory.
Well, it isn't positive, Sam. There's only an indication that you were. I'm checking it further. Now, you get in a cab and go home to Rita.
How can I? Murderer.
Well, no, I don't know for sure yet, Sam. Don't you understand?
When will you know?
It'll take a little while. I want to check slowly and carefully. Here, there's a cab waiting at the stand.
Taxi! Roger, let me help you check up on this thing.
No, Sam, you stay out of it. If not for your own sake, for Rita's.
Well, you let me know your progress, won't you?
If I make any. Now, I'll get in the cab. Go on home and don't worry.
Don't worry. I won't sleep till you find out the truth, Roger. Find it out soon, will you?
As soon as I can. Night, Sam.
Night, Roger. Thank you for everything.
Bye, Sam. You're a nice guy, Sam. You'll live a long and happy life, I imagine. But you'll never be seen again.
But, Mrs. Fisher, the Missing Persons Bureau can't go out looking for every man and woman who stays away from home overnight.
But you don't seem to understand, Lieutenant Martin. My husband's never done this before. And he was terribly upset last night when he got into that cab. I know something's happened to him.
Why are you so sure?
Because it's something he was afraid of. He thinks he has amnesia. That he's not really Sam Fisher at all, but someone else. A killer, maybe.
Are you talking about the same Sam Fisher I'm thinking about, Miss Fisher?
He's the Sam Fisher who was voted one of the city's best-dressed men this year.
We're talking about the same man.
Oh, then I don't have to describe him for you, do I?
Oh, no, I know what he looks like. Well, he won't be hard to find, Miss Fisher, if he's really missing, which I doubt.
Oh, but I think he is. I know he is. He's probably run away or suddenly become the person he was before he lost his memory.
Oh, that might be. You say he was last seen getting into a cab in front of his club.
Yes. By Roger Ainsley, a friend of his.
Uh-huh. Had your husband done anything out of the ordinary yesterday?
Well, no. No, but he was especially upset about himself, though, when he went to Boston Blackie for help and finding out about his past.
Went to see Boston Blackie, huh?
Yes.
Did he see Blackie?
Yes, I phoned him, and he was talking to Blackie then.
All right. I think I'll call Inspector Faraday. He might be interested in this.
Why, Lieutenant? You think Blackie might have something to do with my husband's disappearance?
Well, I don't know, Miss Fisher. I'm just checking that angle as a possibility.
I see.
Faraday speaking.
Hello, Inspector. This is Lieutenant Martin over in Missing Persons.
Oh, hello, Martin. You found anything lately?
No, we just lost one.
Yeah?
Sam Fisher, last seen getting into a taxi outside the Arnicle Club.
Arnicle Club, huh?
Yes, I know that doesn't interest you, Faraday, but this might. Fisher was up to see your friend Blackie the evening he disappeared.
Up to see Blackie, huh? Well, this is more interesting to me than you think. It ties in with a case the homicide department's just started work on. I can follow your missing Mr. Fisher's tracks step by step, Martin.
You can?
Sure. He left Blackie, went to his club, took a taxi from his club to the waterfront, and then disappeared.
How do you know he went to the waterfront?
Because we just found the cab he took. The cabbie's report shows his last stop was the Arnicle Club.
The cabbie described Fisher as his passenger?
The cabbie wasn't in condition to describe anything. He was dead, strangled with a necktie. And I think I can tie Boston Blackie into this, too. All right, you guys, finish with those pictures and let's get that body out of here. Maybe you guys like the salt air of the waterfront, but I get seasick on a park lake. So make it snappy.
Hello there, Inspector Faraday.
Hello, Lieutenant Martin. Fine, Blackie?
Yeah, here he is.
Yes, here I am, Faraday. Here you are, and here's a dead body, and here's where I solve another case for you. Ho-hum.
I'll ho-hum you. I know who killed this guy, Blackie. It was Sam Fisher. The lovely red and green tie around the cabbie's neck came from around Fisher's neck.
Only it fits the cabbie's neck a little too tightly, huh?
Yeah. And you know why Fisher killed this cab driver and where Fisher is now. Well, do you or don't you?
Don't I, Faraday? Say, by the way, Faraday, keep away from the waterfront or you'll wind up mounted on some fisherman's living room wall. And don't try to get me connected with this. All I know is Fisher came to me for help last evening. He thought he was suffering from amnesia, and he wanted me to find out who he was before his mind went blank.
And what else?
There's no more else, Faraday. He got a phone call from his wife and then beat it out of my apartment. I haven't done anything on the case because I was out with Mary last night.
Good. Now you can go out with her again right now. I just wanted to hear your story. I know what happened here. Fisher's run away. He killed this cabbie, so he couldn't tell
which way he went. That's a nice theory. For you, Inspector, it shows remarkable logic. But as usual, it's wrong.
Because you say so?
No, because the green and red necktie says so. It was found twisted around the cab driver's neck, right?
So?
So somebody twisted it around his neck. Chances are somebody was wearing the necktie, took it off, and strangled the driver.
That's right. Somebody named Sam Fisher.
Who, if memory serves me, was one of the city's best-dressed men.
What's that got to do with him not killing this guy here?
Fisher wouldn't wear a tie like that green and red thing, Faraday. It's monstrous. He wouldn't be found dead wearing it, much less use it on somebody else who's found dead.
That's what I like about you, Blackie. You keep saying that you're always helping me, and the first thing you do always is complicate things. If Fisher didn't kill the cab driver, who killed him?
I don't know, Faraday, but as long as I told you who didn't, I might just as well try to find out who did.
And now back to Boston Blackie. Wealthy and prominent Sam Fisher recovered from an accident 10 years ago, but suffered loss of memory. When his friend Roger Ainsley tells Fisher that he has made a mild discovery about the years before the loss of memory, Fisher gets into a cab and is not seen again. But the cab is found, and so is the driver, dead, strangled with a necktie. As we return to our story, Boston Blackie talks to the missing man's friend, Roger Ainsley.
Mrs. Fisher tells me you're one of her husband's closest friends, Mr. Ainsley.
And his greatest admirer, Blackie. Oh, why shouldn't I be? I had a little 2x4 business 8 years ago, and look at my office today. Thanks to the contacts I made through Sam Fisher.
Apparently you're indebted to him, yes. Perhaps you can help us find him.
Well, I don't know how. He's still missing, and the cab driver who took him to the waterfront is dead.
You put Fisher into that cab, didn't you?
Yes.
Did you get a good look at the driver?
No, I didn't, Blackie. It was dark, and besides, all cab drivers look alike to me. Do the police really think Sam killed that cabbie?
They think so, but I don't. That wasn't Fisher's necktie found around the cab driver's neck. It wasn't his type of tie, and it wasn't expensive enough for him.
Well, I will say Sam had expensive taste in clothes.
And good, too. Do you remember what Fisher was wearing when he got into that cab?
Yes, I do. A blue double-breasted pinstripe suit. It was his newest.
Yes, that's right. He wore it up to my place. And that's further proof Fisher didn't kill that driver. He never in the world would he wear a green and red tie with blue. And he wasn't wearing it when I saw him. Well, so much for Sam Fisher's present. What can you tell me about his past?
Nothing. I've known him only since he came to town, and that was about 10 years ago. He never told me anything about his past because he didn't know anything about it himself.
You believe he actually suffered from amnesia?
I don't know. He told a convincing story, and he told it often. It's possible he did have amnesia. I'm sure of that.
Well, that and the fact that he didn't kill that cabbie are the only things I'm sure of about this case. Thanks for your time, Ainsley.
Don't mention it.
Well, I will mention this. You may hear from me again.
Well, you know where to reach me anytime you want. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, I'm sorry, Sailor.
Sailor? Hey, what's the matter with you landlubbers? Can't you steer straight course?
Oh, sorry, maybe I thought I was plowing through mined waters.
Hello, Ainsley.
Captain Dunn, what are you doing here?
You don't know, Mr. Ainsley? Well, you got a surprise coming.
Look, you're a fool to come here. Boston Blackie was just here. If he saw you, he might start putting things together. You said you'd stay on your ship until it pulled out.
If everything went according to plan, Mr. Ainsley.
Well, didn't it? You got your $5,000 to take Sam to China with you, didn't you?
I did.
Well, then what's wrong? I kept my part of the bargain, and I left Sam lying on the wharf for you, just as I said I would.
You did.
Then what are you doing here, you fool? You realize somebody might get the connection between us and... And look, Sam was still there when you came ashore to get him, wasn't he? He didn't come to and walk away, did he?
No, he didn't walk away. He couldn't. And he didn't come to. He couldn't do that either. Now, what did you hit him with? The broadside of a four-masted schooner?
Well, no. Why? What do you mean?
I mean, whatever you used, you hit him too hard. When I found him on the wharf, he was dead.
Dead? No.
Dead, aye. Dead as the wind in the Sargasso Sea, but I got rid of the body.
Oh, this wasn't in the plans.
And it wasn't in my plans to have to get rid of a body either. So I've changed my price. The $5,000 you give me is just a down payment for my services now. You better come aboard with 5,000 more.
But I don't have it.
You don't have it, eh? You better get it, landlubber. You better get it.
Rita, honey, Sam's dead, and you're going to come into a fortune from his insurance alone.
But I'm going to be careful how I spend it, Roger, darling.
All right, pinch every penny of it until it squeals if you want it, but you've got to give me that $5,000 for Captain Dunn.
You killed Sam. You pay Captain Dunn.
I don't have it. Besides, I didn't mean to kill Sam. It was an accident. I hit him too hard.
You certainly did.
Look, Rita, what's the matter with you?
Why don't you stop?
You trying to get rid of me, too?
No, I'm not. I'm trying not to get rid of $5,000.
Yeah. You're willing to do anything to get rid of Sam. You thought it was wonderful. when I came up with the idea of telling Sam I knew something about his past. And then to see that he got lost for good, so it looked like he ran away.
It was a brilliant plan, Roger. Brilliant.
It was perfect. You were even going to write to him after Captain Dunn shanghaied him to China. You were going to tell him that we were sure he was a murderer, so we knew he'd stay away.
I was, but I'm not going to have to write to him now. You killed him. He's not in the mood for letters.
Look, waiter. Give me that $5,000 for Captain Dunn. That's all I ask.
You killed my husband. That's something I didn't ask.
All right, maybe I did kill him. I said, maybe I did. I don't know. All I know is that I got to the waterfront before him in his cab, and I did slug him. But I also know I didn't kill that cab driver. And I think you did.
I did?
Yeah.
Why, Roger,
yes,
I don't know...
you. That's it. You killed that driver. Only you and the cab driver knew my plans. After all, he was well paid to take the long way around to the waterfront so I could get there first. But you were the only one who knew where that cab driver would be and when.
Well, what if I did? I had no reason to kill him.
Oh, no?
No.
You killed him so he wouldn't tell that I paid him to drive Sam to the wharf. You killed him so that there'd be a murder involved in our scheme, and I'd have to keep my mouth shut forever about it.
You get out of here,
Not
Roger.
yet, I won't. You knew when that driver would drop your husband off at the wharf. You waited up the road until the cab passed, and then you hailed it. The driver and his cab were found just a little ways up the road from the wharf where Captain Dunn found Sam.
You have a beautiful imagination, darling. Too bad it imagines all the wrong things.
Oh, yeah. All right, go ahead. Deny it if you want to. But that won't stop me from getting your money to keep the words out of Captain Dunn's mouth and us out of a jam.
Listen, Blackie, are you trying to make a beachcomber out of me? We boarded 2 ships in this dock.
And there are only 3, Faraday. So come on, let's get aboard this one and find out what we're looking for. Or go home.
I don't know why we're looking for anything down here.
Do I have to tell you all over again? We're looking for the ship's captain that came to see Roger Ainsley this afternoon.
Yes. So there's bound to be a connection between the sea captain and Ainsley, because you think there's a connection between Ainsley and the disappearance of Sam Fisher.
And the dead cab driver, too. Let's not forget him.
Let's forget to go aboard this ship, and let's remember to go back uptown.
Too late, Inspector. We talked our way right up the gangplank, and here
There's
we
nobody
are.
on deck. Let's go.
Oh, but there's bound to be someone aboard. Hello? Hello, anybody home?
Hey, who's there?
That's the man, Faraday. That's the man who saw Ainsley this afternoon.
Ahoy down there! Who's calling?
I am, Captain. I want to talk to you.
Aye? Well, come up to my quarters. I'm dressing to go ashore.
Thanks. Come on, Faraday. These steps here.
Blackie, if this is a wild goose chase...
Oh, come on now, Faraday. We're on board a ship. Be nautical. If anything, we're on a wild gull chase.
Throw that joke overboard, will you? And don't let go.
Oh,
You
Faraday.
men want to see me?
Well, it's always proper to pay a visit to the captain of the ship when you invite yourself aboard, isn't it? You are the captain.
Aye. Come in. Seems to me I've seen you before.
You have. You bumped into me just outside Roger Ainsley's office door this afternoon.
Oh, so I did. You're still steering a zigzag course.
No, from now on I hope to go straight to port. This is Inspector Faraday of the Homicide Squad.
Huh?
How are you, matey?
I'm Boston Blackie. I don't think you told us your name.
Dunn. Harvey Dunn. What do you want aboard my ship?
We'd like to know why you went to see Ainsley this afternoon.
Personal business. I suppose you want to know why I'm wearing civilian clothes to go ashore tonight. That's personal business, too. Anything else?
No, but I wonder if you know a man was killed and another man disappeared in the vicinity of this wharf last night.
Yes, I know. Heard it on the radio.
Yeah, nice new tie you have there, Captain.
You got something on your mind, Blackie?
That tie, Captain Dunn. The rest of your shore clothes are rather old, but the tie is new, brand new. You didn't leave your old one somewhere, did you?
No. I threw it away.
You threw it away, it flew down the road and wrapped itself around a cab driver's neck and choked him to death.
Hey, Blackie, that red and green striped tie would be okay with the captain's suit, wouldn't it?
Yes, Faraday, but it isn't okay with the captain that we've caught him with his
Mike!
necktie.
Henry, come here! Mike, Henry! Yeah, Captain Dunn.
Uh-oh, Faraday, these guys are big.
Mike, Henry, get to work on these. All right, Captain. All right, get over there.
You're in this too, Captain. Scram, Faraday, and get to a pole.
I can't. I'm too busy.
Oh,
It
yeah?
won't be for long.
Come here, you luck.
You all right, Faraday?
A little bruised, but still here. How about you?
Present. And Dunn and his slugging chums are all accounted for.
Yeah. It was that table leg that accounted for little Mike there. It's a handy little gadget, table leg.
I got Henry, boy, with an arm. My arm with a fist on the end of it. And look at our friend the captain. He looks all at sea.
Oh, why don't you stop that?
All right, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Ainsley. I'll see you in my office now.
Of course.
All right.
Thank you, Inspector Faraday.
Oh, stop whistling that turkey in the straw.
Of course.
Come on.
Well, what's the verdict, Inspector Faraday?
I didn't kill anyone. Don't you let Roger say I did. He's lying.
I am not lying.
To save
You're the
himself.
one.
That's enough of that, both of you. Well, Blackie, shall I tell him the bad news, or would you like to?
Well, I'll tell him this much, Faraday. Ainsley, Mrs. Fisher, we got a confession from Captain Dunn a moment ago. He killed both the cab driver and your husband, Mrs. Fisher.
And you know I didn't do it.
And I didn't.
No, Ainsley. Fisher was very much alive when the captain found him on the wharf. Unconscious, but alive. You didn't hit him too hard.
That's right. Now, here's what happened. Captain Dunn killed the cab driver first. He waited up the road near the wharf and hailed the cab. After it had been down to the dock to drop Fisher.
The driver had brought Fisher to the wharf so that you could get a slug at him, Ainsley. Captain Dunn killed the cab driver to cover up the murder he was about to commit. A dead cab driver can't talk about his last passenger.
But, why did Captain Dunn kill my husband?
He thought he could get more money from Ainsley if Ainsley here thought that Sam had died from that blow on the head.
Oh.
It was a blow from the captain that killed him, though.
So you two ought to be happy. You're not going to jail for murder.
I know
Well,
I'm
that's
happy.
something.
Don't let that become a habit. Neither you nor Mrs. Ainsley is in the clear.
Why?
Well,
We didn't do anything.
Well, of course not. All we did was...
All you did was conspire to defraud and injure the person of Sam Fisher. There's a charge being placed against you for that.
Charge?
Why don't you whistle, Ainsley? Or is the turkey in the straw unhappy because he's going to be a jailbird?
The makers of Camel cigarettes present Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. Steady pack after pack smoking is the only sensible way to tell how a cigarette will get along with your throat. In a test from coast to coast, hundreds of people smoked only Camels for 30 days. Noted throat specialists made weekly examinations and reported not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels. Make your own Camel 30-day test. Smoke only Camels for 30 days. See how well Camels agree with your throat, pack after pack, week after week. Here transcribed is Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency. Help.
Rick, what's the matter?
Just that, Helen, dear. Help. I haven't had a client in 3 weeks.
Oh, well, I'll take you to dinner tonight and fatten you up.
No, I'm not hungry. You couldn't just send the money, could you?
No, go ahead and starve. Ferdy Parker asked me to dinner anyway. You remember Ferdy.
Oh, sure. Your old boyfriend, the very old one.
Rick, Ferdy's really a very nice boy. Plays polo divinely.
So do horses.
Well, do I go out with Ferdy or don't I?
Helen, and lose the chance of watching me stuff myself? Now, you tell Ferdy you've got to do some research on a tapeworm. I'll see you in 10 minutes. Bye.
Bye.
Diamond?
That's right, but I'm leaving now. Come back tomorrow.
This won't wait till tomorrow. My name's Duke Crandall.
How do you do?
Pretty well in the dark.
Yeah.
Rick, dear, I know it's a nasty habit, but I get so annoyed when people keep me waiting over an hour.
Oh, hello, Helen. Yeah. Well, I took a nap.
That's nice. Bye.
Honey, now wait a minute. 13 guys just beat me up.
What did he look like?
Well, he was very big and it was dark and I couldn't see him.
Maybe it was Ferdy Parker. He's really a brute at heart.
No, this guy was breathing.
Rick, did someone really hit you?
Honey, I may be kidding, but this bump on my head isn't.
But why? The man didn't just walk in and hit you for no reason at all, did he?
No, it's a hobby.
Rick.
Ellen, if you don't believe me, just sit tight. I'm going down to the 5th Precinct to see Walt Levinson. I'll drop around and show you my bruises.
Hello, Rick. How's the... Well, what happened to you?
I got engaged. She was lovely. Used gunpowder.
Better get a beefsteak for that eye.
My eye's not hungry. What I want now is to find the guy, Walt.
Who?
Said his name was Duke Crandall.
Crandall? We've been looking for the Duke ever since he jumped bail on a blackmail charge.
Oh? Know where he is now?
If we did, he'd be in jail. How'd you get mixed up with him?
I wish I knew. He just came into the office and sold me a fistful of dreams.
You, sure it was the Duke? What'd he look like?
Oh, I couldn't see him too well in the dark. He was a big guy. Wore a flashy plaid overcoat.
Yeah, the overcoat fits. Duke's a natty dresser. You can look over his record for yourself, Rick.
No. You, say you're looking for this guy?
Yeah, he's somewhere in the city. It's anybody's guess where.
What about this blackmail charge?
He was, bleeding a city official. And Duke used to work for Benny Rathman, the gambler. Some think Benny was behind it, but Duke's the only one we could grab off.
Who put up his bail? Rathman?
Yeah. Until now, we thought maybe Benny had killed Duke after he bailed him out, so he couldn't pin the job on him. Here's a package.
Don't worry, he's still alive. I got the bruises to prove it. What about this Benny Rathman? You think he'd know where Duke is?
Hard to say. If he did, I think he'd try and get rid of him. See, the DA's been trying to pin something on Ben for a long time. And if we find Duke and Benny is implicated in the blackmail, it'll be the DA's meat.
Oh, I catch. So if Duke's smart, he let Benny bail him out and then goes in hiding before Benny can get to him. That'll make him twice as hard to find.
You're really going looking for him, huh?
Yeah, might as well. I don't mind getting slugged, but I'd like to know the reason why. Thanks, Walt. I left the 5th Precinct and hailed a cab. The fresh air made my head feel better, but my pride hurt all the way to the Blue Chip Club, owned and operated by Benny Rathman. As we pulled up, I lit a Camel, came to a little, and when I walked inside the club, I found a dissipated pianist playing worn-out love songs on a worn-out piano.
Hi.
Hi.
Like my playing?
Not particularly.
Me neither.
Your boss around?
Maybe.
Back room?
Maybe.
Alone?
Again, maybe.
Thanks for the brilliant conversation. Maybe.
I enjoyed it.
Hey.
Hello, Benny.
Well, Diamond. Don't you ever knock?
Only a gin rummy.
Well, grab a chair. Not every day we get a visit from the Richard Diamond.
Well, roll down your sleeves. Your goosebumps are showing.
I'm allergic to stupid remarks.
Benny, Duke Crandall used to be on your payroll. Where is he now?
Looking for the Duke, eh? Now, that's a coincidence. So am I.
And you just don't happen to know where he is, huh?
That's right. I put up bail for Duke, and then he skipped. I don't like that.
Go on.
That's all. Duke cost me a lot of money. Yeah, I'd sure like to have a little chat with him.
Mm-hmm. Only I bet Duke would wind up speechless. You know, if he's caught, you'll be in hot water, Benny.
So, I've been in hot water before.
Not recently, I'll bet.
Keep it up. I may grow to hate you.
I'll work on it.
Look, Diamond, that blackmail rap's all Duke's. I'm an honest businessman.
For that line, you should be a comedian. Benny, did Duke ever mention my name around here?
Maybe. He used to swear a lot.
Oh, very funny.
Why all this interest in Duke, Snooper?
I owe him something, that's all. I'd like to pay my debts.
Oh, gee, I'm sure sorry I can't help you, pal.
Save the tears till I leave, Benny.
Wait a minute. Here.
What's this?
The address of Duke's old girlfriend. Name's Patty Carroll. She won't talk to me, but maybe she'll help you.
Well, it's worth a try.
And if you should locate the Duke, let me know, huh? I'd still like to have that little talk with him.
Maybe I will, if he's in any condition to talk. I left the Blue Chip and went across town to the flat of one Patty Carroll. Benny described her as a one-time girlfriend of Duke's, and when she opened the door, I had respect for Duke's taste. She had the kind of figure that drives architects mad, and any other type of man, too, for that matter.
Hi. You the television man?
Do I look like a television man?
How should I know? You're cute.
Well, thanks. So are you.
I guess they could have cute television men.
I don't see why not. But I'm not one of them.
Oh, shoot. 3 days I've been waiting for that set.
Heartbreaking.
Ain't it, though? My brother says, Patty, that's my name, Patty. He says you got to get a television set, see a lot of educational programs and such. He says it makes you appreciate the finer things in life.
Yeah, like radio.
So I get me a television set, but the guy ain't shown up yet. What do you want?
Well, I'm glad you got around to that. Honey, I want a little information.
I'm no library.
I'm no bookworm. Mind if I come in?
All depends. You a gentleman?
All depends. I eat with a fork.
You sure look all right. Only I wish you were the television man.
Patty, at times, so do I.
Now, what's on your mind?
Duke Crandall.
Oh, you must be a cop then. Hey, I like cops. I used to think it was fun to date hoods, but my brother says, Patty, that's what he calls me. Patty, he says, you gotta quit running around with the hoods. So now I like cops.
Very commendable change.
Yeah, hoods are always getting sent to prison. And who did you say you were looking for?
Duke Crandall.
Oh, yeah. I used to date Duke, till my brother said...
Where's Duke now, Patty?
I don't know. We broke up, Duke and me. He was always slapping me and ruining my makeup.
Look, honey, think hard, will you? Do you know any of Duke's friends who might know where he is now?
Let me see. Yeah, I know one guy, Joey Thompson. Him and Duke used to play cards every Friday.
Where does Thompson live?
How should I know?
No, just wishful thinking. Mind if I use your phone?
I guess not. Only don't be long. The television man might be trying to call me.
This'll only take a minute.
Homicide, Lieutenant Levinson.
Well, I got a problem. You know a guy named Joey Thompson?
Thompson? I know a Charlie. Oh, yeah, Joe Thompson. Yeah, I know him. Used to be a small-time pickpocket.
Where can I get in touch with him?
Last I heard, he had a legit job. Runs a watch repair shop on Fountain Street. You can get the address in the phone book.
Thanks, Walt. Call you later if anything develops. And thank you, Patty.
You leaving? Don't you want to stay and watch television when it gets here?
Oh, no, thanks. No. All that violence makes me nervous.
Well, drop in again anytime.
Hoppy goes on at 8, doesn't he? Patty had few brains and many curves and was the type you hated to leave. But Joey Thompson might lead me to Duke Crandall. And curves can be dangerous if you don't watch your speed, I always say. The hall outside Patty's dark, and as I walked down it, I had the strangest feeling that someone was behind me. 2 seconds later, the strange feeling became one I was thoroughly familiar with. Oh, the wall spun around, and I spun with them. But on the way down, I caught sight of what had hit me. An ugly blackjack held by an ugly hand sticking out of the prettiest plaid overcoat you ever saw.
Before we continue with Richard Diamond, here is an important question. Will one puff or one sniff tell you how mild a cigarette is? No, but steady smoking will. Try Camel's for 30 days as your steady smoke. Enjoy Camel's rich, full flavor. Let your throat tell you how mild Camels are. Pack after pack, week after week. Hundreds of men and women from coast to coast made the Camel 30-day test under the supervision of leading throat specialists who examined their throats every week. Those throat specialists reported not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels. Start your own Camel 30-day test tonight. You'll get day-in, day-out proof of Camel's mildness and flavor. And you'll know why, after all the mildness testing of recent years, Camel leads all other brands in popularity by billions.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Smoke Camels and see.
And now, back to Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
At approximately 5 p.m., I had been worked over by a man named Duke Crandall, wearing a plaid overcoat. 1 hour later, I received the second installment, again by the man in the plaid overcoat. Monotonous? You know it.
Hey, hey, wake up.
Oh.
Come on, that's a boy. You all right?
Oh, yeah. Well, my head feels like a mashed potato.
I heard the noise outside. You shouldn't lie around on the floor.
Yeah, I know.
So I dragged you in here.
Oh, thank you, Patty. I'll remember you in my will, which may be in effect before long.
Who slugged you?
Your old boyfriend, Duke Crandall.
Who's that bully? What's he got against you?
That's what I want to find out.
Here, let me fix that ice pack.
No, thanks, honey.
Hey, now, you shouldn't get up now.
I know. I like to show off. Where's your phone book?
Over there.
Thanks. Now, let's see. Patty, what does T come after?
I should know.
Thompson. Oh, here it is. Thompson Watch Repair, 19 Fountain Street.
You going to see Joey?
That's the general idea.
I bet he won't talk to you. He can smell a cop a mile away.
Well, they can't shoot me for trying. On second thought, maybe they can.
Besides, maybe Duke ain't even in town. Maybe he's gone back to Arkansas.
No, he's still around. What did you say?
I said maybe Duke's gone back to Arkansas. That's where he came from.
Does Joey Thompson know that?
I guess so. Duke's always blowing about it.
Thanks again, Patty.
Okay. Say, you ain't going to drive in that condition, are you?
Of course. I'm too dizzy to walk. I stepped out into the hall. This time I looked carefully around to make sure no plaid overcoats were following me. The hall was empty, and immediately my head felt better. 10 minutes later, I arrived at Joey's watch repair shop on Fountain Street. I stopped outside, pulled my pants up too high, turned my hat rim back, and then went in.
Yeah, what can I do for you?
Well, my name's Harold Appleknocker from Big Lake, Arkansas.
Oh, how are you, Mr. Applesucker?
Appleknocker, Harold.
Oh. Well, you got a watch?
Watch? No, never used them. Down home, we go by the sun and the hogs. When the sun's straight up, it's noon, and when the hogs holler, it's dinner time.
Now, look, pal, we don't repair hogs. Now, what do you want?
Well, sir, I'm looking for a fellow named Crandall. What's that fella's first name? Something like Prance or King or, I don't know. It's one of them royalty fellas.
Duke, maybe?
That's it, Duke. That's the fella.
You got the wrong place. Now, beat it.
Oh, doggone it, that's what everybody tells me. Sure wish I could find that fella, give him his money, and go back home. The city life is killing me.
Did you say money?
Yeah, that's what I said, money. Plain as could be. You see, my cousin Josh is one of them lawyer fellas, and this Duke fella's uncle died and left him some money. Uncle Josh sent me up here to find him, and doggone, I sure wish I could.
How much money?
Friend, I don't rightly know. But Uncle Josh says it's enough to buy a poke of pigs, 2 or 3 farms.
That'd be a lot, huh?
Sure would be, Fred, sure would be.
Duke could use some dough. Yeah. Sure you're on the level?
Well, I think so. Had to come up a hill to get here, but I do believe
Never mind. You got the money for Duke?
Nope, but I got this here paper I'm supposed to watch him sign, and then Uncle Josh will send him the money.
Well, wait a minute. You stay right there.
So far, so good. Joey went into the back room, and I heard him dial. I couldn't hear the conversation, but I knew he was talking to Duke. 2 minutes later, he came back out.
Okay, pal. I'll take you to Duke.
Why, now, that'd be right neighborly. Only I don't want to take you away from your work, and you just tell me where I can find him.
Duke says to bring you. The shop will keep. Now move.
Joey locked the door, and then we went to his car and drove to the warehouse section. He pulled up in front of a deserted warehouse, stopped, and blew his horn twice. Pretty soon, a big man wearing striped trousers and a loud check sport coat came out of the warehouse and over to the car. This had to be Duke Crandall.
This the guy, Joey?
Yeah, Duke.
Okay, Hicks, start talking.
Appleknocker, Harold Appleknocker.
You dropped that business. You told Joey my uncle left me some dough. Oh, you ain't got an uncle, friend.
No, I was afraid of that.
Yeah. Now, what's your name?
How about a Swedish dialect? Got any uncles in Sweden?
You see, Duke? I told you over the phone he was a fake.
Yeah, it's good work, Joey. Now, get out, bud. I want to know why you were looking for me.
I didn't know where you were.
Get out, he said.
Oh, all right.
Maybe somebody followed this blade, Joey. Drive back up the alley and keep a lookout. I'll take care of him.
Right, Duke.
In the warehouse, Buster. That's good. Now you better tell me what you wrangle.
I suppose you tell me first.
I don't get you.
Turn on a light. My name's Diamond, remember? The guy you nominated for a punching bag.
You don't make sense.
What?
I don't know anyone named Diamond. There are your lights. I still don't know you.
You stand there and tell me you've never seen me before?
Yeah, that's right. I suppose you do some talking.
Well, all I know is that a guy in a plaid overcoat came into my office and said he was Duke Crandall. Then he sapped me. An hour later, the same guy in the same overcoat repeated the process.
So you came looking for me?
That's it.
Well, it's too bad. I'm going to have to take care of you, Diamond. You might just mention where I'm hiding.
Oh. Then Benny Rathman's really after you, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, it's too bad that you had to stumble into this.
Well, I guess it just ain't my day.
This is a lonely place. Let's get it over. Wait a minute. Must be Joey. Hey, Joey. Joey!
Joey's taking a little nap, Duke.
What the...
Don't turn this way with that gun or you'll be a dead man.
The man with the threat was Benny Rathman, standing in the doorway with a .45 in his hand. And what interested me was his wearing apparel, a flashy plaid overcoat.
Well, Duke, you picked a nice hideaway. And thanks, Diamond.
For whatever you mean, you're not welcome.
For finding Duke, smart boy. You see, I knew you'd never take my money if I tried to hire you to find him. So I posed as him in this overcoat. I knew you'd get mad enough and look for him on your own.
Well, aren't you cute?
Thanks. It was easy. Tailed you, and you brought me right here.
Hey, look, Benny, let's talk all this over, eh? I wasn't going to rat on you. Hey, look, I'll even take the rap on that blackmail charge.
But... I like you, but business is business.
But...
No buts, Doogie. Now you, Diamond.
I was afraid you'd get around to that. But then I'm not really worried. You're not a very good shot, even at close range.
What?
You didn't even kill Duke. Get him, Duke. The ruse worked, and Benny turned around quickly. He was too far away for me to lunge at him, so I grabbed the next best thing, the light switch.
All right, Diamond. I should have expected some trick from you, but I've got lots of time. You've got no gun. Let's play cat and mouse, huh?
I crouched behind some crates as Benny came closer. He was right about the gun. I felt as helpless as a rabbit in a traffic jam. And then I noticed there were 3 crates piled on top of the one I was behind. It was a long chance, but better than none at all. Benny got closer, and I waited.
It'll be soon, Diamond. I'm getting accustomed to the dark now. I'll find that light switch soon, and I'll get you...
The crates hit Benny and knocked him off balance. I raced out and lunged in the general vicinity of a plaid overcoat. My left hand caught a flabby stomach, and the gun went clattering to the floor. Then my free right hand went hunting for a bobbing head. It found it. All right. All right, Betty, get up.
Oh.
I beg your pardon?
Oh.
Well, I'll quote you on that. Now then, upsy daisy. Attaboy.
Oh, my head.
Hurts, doesn't it? But you know, Benny, you hit me twice today, and I've only hit you once. Now, that's hardly fair, is it?
How's your eye?
Oh, still at half-mast.
Here, put this steak on it.
That? That's a whole cow. You could feed a family with that thing.
Now stop clowning and put it on your eye.
Well, all right.
Notice anything different?
Yeah, it covers my whole face.
No. I mean about me.
Hmm? No. New dress?
Mm-mm.
New hairdo?
Mm-mm.
Well, you're too young for new teeth. I give up.
New perfume. Smell.
Nice. Yeah. What's the occasion?
Oh, after you broke the dinner date, Ferdy Parker dropped in for a little while.
Oh, good for Ferdy. Did he make it under his own steam?
Oh, Rick, aren't you even a little bit jealous?
Of course not, honey. I'm broad-minded.
You mean thick-skulled.
Oh, Helen, dear, I was only kidding. I noticed something different as soon as I came in.
Oh?
Yeah. You finally got your piano tune.
Rick.
When we are dancing and you're dangerously near me, I get ideas. I get ideas. I want to hold you so much closer than I dare to. I want to scold you 'cause I care more than I care to. And when you touch me and there's fire in every finger, I get ideas. Oh, I get ideas. And after we have kissed goodnight and still you linger, I kind of think you get ideas too. Your eyes are always saying the things you're never saying. I only hope they're saying that you could love me too. For that's the whole idea, it's true. That lovely idea that I've fallen in love with you.
Rick,
Mm-hmm.
I'm also wearing a new lipstick.
Why, Helen, aren't we full of surprises tonight? Come here. And people feel sorry for me when I get beat up.
Dick Powell will return in just a minute. Camels lead all other brands in popularity by billions. And here's the reason. Millions of Americans have discovered Camel's rich, delightful flavor, a flavor no other cigarette has. They found out how mild Camels are, how well Camels agree with their throats. Start enjoying the cigarette that's enjoyed most in America. Start enjoying mild, flavorful Camels tonight.
How mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
Here's Dick Powell with a special message.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, in 1952, as in the past, the makers of Camels will continue to send thousands of packs of Camels to hospitalized men and women of the armed forces every week. This week, the gift Camels go to Veterans Hospitals, Wichita, Kansas, and Montgomery, Alabama. U.S. Army Station Hospital, Fort Custer, Michigan. U.S. Naval Hospital, Pensacola, Florida. And to the Military Air Transport Service, which evacuates virtually all overseas wounded personnel. Now until next week, enjoy Camels. I always do.
Dick Powell can now be seen starring in the Universal International film You Never Can Tell. Tonight's transcribed adventure of Richard Diamond was written by Dick Carr with music by Frank Worth. Our director was Nat Wolfe. Virginia Gregg played the part of Helen Asher. Alan Reed was Lieutenant Levinson. Others in the cast were Herb Butterfield, Sidney Miller, Sandra Gould, and Sheldon Leonard.
There's more genuine pipe-smoking pleasure in Prince Albert. Let the singers tell you why.
The bite is out and the pleasure's in when you smoke Prince Albert. It's specially treated not to bite your tongue. The bite is out and the pleasure's in.
Pack your pipe with Prince Albert, the national joy smoke. The bite's out and the pleasure's in. And now there's more tobacco in every tin.
Listen next week for another exciting adventure of Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell. This is Your FBI. The official broadcast from the files of the FBI follows immediately. Stay tuned. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the American Broadcasting Company.
Which is heard on Thursday nights at this hour, is taking its customary summer holiday. Suspense returns to the air 6 weeks from now on Thursday, August 31st.
Ladies and gentlemen, a $5,000 reward will be offered each week on the program immediately following this announcement.
You out there, you who think you've committed the perfect crime, the perfect murder, that there are no clues, no witnesses, that your identity is unknown. Listen.
Somebody knows.
Yes, you, wherever you may be, no matter where you're hiding. Somewhere, sometime, someone listening to this program is going to bring you to justice. Yes?
Somebody knows.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents Somebody Knows, a program conceived in the public interest, dedicated to aiding the forces of law and order in the solution of this nation's unsolved crimes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to recreate for you tonight all the known facts in an actual unsolved murder. Somewhere, someone among you has had contact with the killer or killers. Someone whose identity need never be known has seen evidence or possesses information that can lead to the solution of this crime.
In the public interest, the Columbia Broadcasting System offers $5,000 reward for evidence or information leading to the arrest and conviction of the killer in this unsolved murder.
We ask you then to please listen carefully, for you may be the one to win this reward.
Somebody knows.
It may be you. And now we open the files on one of this nation's unsolved murders. It's homicide file number 235-1950 of the Philadelphia, Pennsylvania Police Department. The unsolved murder of Joseph P. Bohannock. It's 2 hours and 20 minutes past midnight, Monday morning, April 10th, 1950. Red car number 13 of the Philadelphia, Pennsylvania Police Department cruises slowly along in the almost deserted vicinity of Broad and Carpenter Streets in South Philadelphia. As the red car approaches the intersection of Broad and Carpenter, Patrolman Harry Bunting and Sergeant George Chester look toward the Atlantic Refining Company filling station on the northwest corner. It's well lighted, and the night manager is plainly visible within the office. He waves a cheerful hand in greeting.
No trouble there tonight, Harry.
Doesn't look like it.
What's the time?
2:20.
Well, we'll be around again in an hour.
Yeah.
Number 11 car. Number 11 car.
That's not us.
Disturbance in Broad and Fitzwater.
Car 11, Broad and Fitzwater. Got it.
It is now 2 hours and 30 minutes past midnight, Monday morning, April 10th, 1950. And within the office of the Atlantic Refining Company filling station on the northwest corner of Broad and Carpenter Streets in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. It is now 2 hours and 35 minutes past midnight, Monday morning, April 10th, 1950. A 1949 Ford sedan drives south on Broad Street, approaching Carpenter. John A. Pellegrino of Chalfont, Pennsylvania, is at the wheel. He approaches the filling station at the corner, slows and pulls in, stopping beside the pumps.
Hey, where is that guy anyway? Probably asleep in the office. Hey, is anyone... Good Lord.
John Pellegrino runs out of the filling station office and into the street. The yellow cab is driving north on Broad Street.
Hey, cab, stop! Hold it, will ya?
What's the matter, mister?
The police. I gotta get the police.
Police? What's up?
The filling station, the attendant. Looks like he's hurt pretty bad. We gotta get the police.
Okay, mister. See what you can do around here. But I'll probably find a cop before you will.
John Banks, the driver of the yellow cab, speeds northward on Broad Street. Near the intersection of Fitzwater Street, he sees police car number 11 in charge of patrolmen Stecker and Donnell.
Hey, red car! Something wrong at the filling station at Broad and Carpenter. Guy's been hurt. Better get there fast.
Okay, thanks.
Red Car 11 proceeds immediately to the filling station and pulls up in the driveway. One of the patrolmen is out of the car and hurrying to the office almost before it comes to a halt. He pushes aside the half-open door, enters the office, and stops. A man lies motionless on the floor beside a show window, in a pool of blood, his head toward the door. A bullet wound is plainly visible in one temple. The policeman bends down, feels for a pulse. And then...
Get the emergency car, Donald. He's been shot.
This is car 11. Send an emergency car to Broad & Carpenter. Hospital case, shooting. Car 11, send an emergency car to Broad & Carpenter.
In a matter of minutes, the police ambulance is at the scene. The wounded man removed and sped to the Graduate Hospital. There he's examined immediately by Dr. Sylvester. The doctor's report, recorded at 3 a.m.
Dead on arrival. Removed to the morgue.
At approximately the same time that Dr. Sylvester is examining the body, a telephone rings in an office of the Detective Division on the first floor of Philadelphia's historic City Hall.
Homicide, Riccardi.
Complaint room, Riccardi. There's been a shooting at a gas station, Broad and Carpenter Streets.
Right. Brenner's there. Come on, we've got work to do.
Detective Sergeant Samuel Riccardi and Detective Eugene Brenniser of the Homicide Division proceed at once to the scene of the shooting, and the police investigation of the crime begins. Several officials of the Atlantic Refining Company also arrive at the filling station, and among them is Mr. Philip T. Hopley, supervisor of the company. Following information is given to Acting Detective Lieutenant Charles Brown of the 1st Division at the 15th Street and Snyder Avenue headquarters.
His name was Bohannock, Lieutenant. Joseph P. Bohannock. He'd been with us, the Atlantic Refining Company, since October 1945. This past year, as night manager of the Broad and Carpenter Street station.
Mm-hmm. What else do you know about him, Mr. Hopley?
Well, let's see. He was 38, married. Wife's name is Mary. 2 children, girl 14, boy 7. What's happened at that station tonight, Lieutenant?
Well, right now, we'd have to guess. Our files show that Bohannock was the complainant in an attempted robbery and holdup at that station on December 2nd in 49. And there was a successful attempt at robbery just 11 days ago.
Yes, I know.
Well, this might have been another robbery attempt. And if Bohannock tried to put up a fight and was...
Our men are all warned not to resist if any such attempts are made, Lieutenant. We most certainly don't want them to get hurt.
Naturally not, Mr. Hopley, but I thought...
Of course, Joe did feel pretty grim about the last holdup, but I don't think he'd have done anything. Thought too much of his wife and kids. He'd been trying to get off night work because of them.
Oh.
He asked for transfer, a day job upstate. Promised to give him one, too. Matter of fact, there's a vacancy going to open up in another week or two.
Meanwhile, Detective Sergeant Samuel Riccardi completes his investigation at the filling station, then proceeds to No. 1 Detective Division to learn what information has been uncovered there.
Joseph P. Bohannock, 2816 East Castor Avenue.
He was the complainant in an attempted holdup at the same spot last December 2nd, Sam.
Yeah, I see. The 2 brothers apprehended as suspects released on bail December 13th.
We sent out a pickup on him, just in case.
Yeah. Well, I'll check back with you later, Lieutenant.
What about your preliminary report, Sam?
It'll hold for a couple of hours.
Oh? Something more important to do?
Somebody's going to tell the widow, don't they?
A short while later, a police car pulls up before the neat, well-kept house at 2816 East Castor Avenue. Several men get out and walk reluctantly to the front door. They hesitate there a moment, uneasily, and then one of them stabs at the doorbell with a rough, angry gesture.
Yes? What is it?
We'd like to see Mrs. Mary Bohannock, please.
I'm Mrs. Bohannock. Who are you?
I'm Detective Sergeant Riccardi, Mrs. Bohannock, Homicide Division. I'd like
Detective? The police? What do you want with... Joe, something's happened. What is it? What's happened? Tell me, what's happened?
There was some trouble at the filling station, Mrs. Bohannock. Your husband was shot. I'm afraid
Joe, shot? Oh, no. No, he couldn't have been. Where is he? I must get to him. Where is he? You said homicide division. Then my Joe is...
I'm sorry, Mrs. Bohannock.
Joe was such a good man. Why did anyone want to kill my Joe? Joe was such a good man. Why did anyone want to kill my Joe? Why did anyone want to kill my Joe?
In just a moment, we'll continue with homicide file number 235-1950 of the Philadelphia, Pennsylvania Police Department, the unsolved murder of Joseph P. Bohannock.
CBS invites you to hear another adventure in the far corners of the world with yours truly, Johnny Dollar, tonight. Starring Hollywood actor Edmund O'Brien, yours truly, Johnny Dollar, brings you the adventures of a top investigator for a large insurance company. For action, thrills, and adventure in the far places, listen to yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Edmund O'Brien, every Thursday on most of these same CBS stations. Now, back to Somebody Knows, and a true case history of an actual murder.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue with the rest of the factual information concerning the unsolved murder of Joseph P. Bohannock.
Remember, $5,000 reward will be paid for information leading to the arrest and conviction of his killer. And the name and identity of the person supplying that information need never be known.
During the day of Monday, April 10th, 1950, all the information then known by the Philadelphia, Pennsylvania Police Department is correlated and reported upon. Ballistics has this to say.
Fatal bullets were .32 caliber automatic. They were fired from foreign, Belgian, smokeless cartridge cases. The automatic used had right-hand rifling.
Coroner's Detective John Fenton made this report.
An examination of the body of the deceased disclosed one bullet wound in the vicinity of the right temple, one bullet wound just to the left of the spine at the shoulder blade, one at the shoulder joint, and one below the armpit to the rear. One eye was badly bruised.
At the filling station, the remains of a sandwich, piece of cake, and some milk are on the desk. A short folding ladder is overturned, and a man's cap is found beneath it. $25.72 in bills and change is scattered around. On the basis of this information, Sergeant Riccardi reconstructs the crime at number 1 detectives for Acting Lieutenant Brown.
The way I see it, Lieutenant, around 2:20 a.m., Bohannock was counting his receipts and entering records in ledger.
Yep.
He was eating lunch at the same time. He waved to Chester and Bunting in red car 13, went back to his work.
Mm-hmm.
Then his killers came into the station, put up a fight for a while. That's when the ladder turned over and one of the killers lost his cap.
Yeah.
And tried to break away. That's when they gave him one through the back. As he fell, they fired 2 more into his back, then gave him a 4th bullet into the right temple and tore out of the place without picking up the money Bohannock had been counting.
Well, it could be that way, Sam. But if it is, it doesn't look like any ordinary holdup.
And that's what we figured. Brenniser's over at the morgue now, checking with Fenton, Bohannock's relatives. Maybe he'll come up with something.
Okay, Sam. Keep in touch.
Meanwhile, other detectives are conducting a search for possible witnesses to the killing. An intensive interrogation is made of truck drivers and employees of the Frankfurt Grocery Company at the southwest corner of Broad and Carpenter Streets, directly across from the filling station. Typical of the results is the statement of Vincent Bulgarino, receiver in the produce department.
Yeah, sure. I was working at the time in the locker room. That's it there, facing north right at the gas station. But I didn't hear any shots, didn't see anybody either. But I was busy working. Oh, I saw the red car drive up all right. But that's all. I was busy working.
By the afternoon of Monday, April 10th, 1950, 2 theories regarding the killing of Joseph P. Bohannock are advanced by the police. The first, as expressed by Acting Lieutenant Brown.
There aren't many gas stations open after midnight in that section of South Philadelphia. Bohannock's was the only one in a radius of many blocks. It made a natural target for a stick-up gang, as witnessed the attempts on December 2nd, March 31st. It's quite possible he was shot while resisting a third attempt, either by the same gunman on a return visit or by others.
The second theory is advanced at City Morgue, 13th and Wood Streets. Homicide Detective Eugene Brennizer is accompanying Joseph Bohanek's widow and three brothers-in-law, Norman Franks, Charles Spuler, and Frank A. Mask. An official identification of the deceased is to be made.
All right, let's look at him.
No. No, I can't. I can't. Oh, Joe.
I'd better look after Mary.
Well, Mr. Spuler? Mr. Mask?
It's him, all right.
Yeah, that's Joe, Detective Brannitzer.
Well, thanks for your trouble. Okay, put him away.
Any ideas what happened to Joe?
We have a theory that it might have been a grudge killing.
A grudge killing?
Yeah, but who'd have a grudge against Joe?
We thought maybe one of you could tell us.
He didn't drink or play around. He was a quiet guy who liked to stay home with Mary and the kids.
Any money troubles?
Money troubles? No. He made good pay, $67 a week in bonus. He owned his own home. You're barking up the wrong tree with that grudge idea of yours.
On April 15th, 1950, Detective Sergeant Riccardi and Detectives Brennizer and McCann went to Reading, Pennsylvania.
Bohanek had friends and acquaintances in Reading. Maybe we can learn from them if he was killed for revenge, a grudge, or some other reason.
The detectives talked to Corporal Toy of the Pennsylvania State Troopers, who had known Bohanek when he lived there.
Nope, no leads there.
They talked to Bohanek's sisters.
No leads there.
They talked to friends, acquaintances, people who worked with him there in the Berkshire Mills.
No leads there.
Meanwhile, detectives Robert McGarvey and Francis Kelly quietly working on another angle of the case. There is one clue that they're convinced will eventually crack the murder of Joseph Bohanek. The clue found under the ladder that was overturned during Bohanek's struggle with his killers. A man's faded green cap. The crime laboratory makes a thorough examination of the cap. Their report gives the police the first hint of a possible description of the killer.
Our studies indicate that the cap was worn by a young white male who should have medium brown, straight hair.
The cap is distinctive, unique in materials and workmanship. Philadelphia clothiers believe that it was of New York make. Detective Robert McGarvey leaves immediately for that city. Upon his return, he reports,
I made the rounds of every cap manufacturer in New York City. Not one of them recognized the cap as his own make or the make of anybody else known to the trade.
Detectives McGarvey and Kelly then begin making the rounds of Philadelphia cap manufacturers. At the end of 2 full weeks spent in visiting hundreds of places, they've come upon no leads. Their conclusions?
The shop that made that cap was probably small and possibly out of business now.
But if the manufacturer can be learned, we might trace that cap to the retailer who sold it, the man he sold it to, and the man who wore it early on the morning of April 10th.
Then, on April 25th, 1950, what seems to be the first big break in the case occurs. At 5 o'clock that morning, motorcycle policemen Thomas Brooks and Harry Sladek are in the vicinity of Ridge Avenue in Oxford when a car roars past them. The policemen recognize the car as one reported stolen and take out after the speeding automobile. After a chase of several minutes, they succeed in curbing the car and then approach it with drawn guns. 5 youths are inside. They put up no resistance to the arresting officers and are taken to 2nd Detective Division headquarters at 12th and Pine for interrogation.
Okay, you've decided to talk. Now let's get it straight for the
In the
stenographer.
second-floor interrogation room at number 2
being the
detectives,
window-smashing burglars
Detective
who committed the
Lieutenant
robberies
William
at
Greenhall conducts the questioning. The 5 youths confess to a series of window-smashing burglaries, latest of which is the looting of the Crawford clothes store at 6th and South Streets earlier that very day. Then Lieutenant Greenhall makes a stab in the dark.
What about filling stations, boys?
Filling stations?
Yes, like the one at Broad and Carpenter Streets, for instance.
Okay, we'll give you that, too. Sure, we tried to knock it over.
Only we knocked over Bohannock instead.
Be sure to get this down. All right, boys, start talking.
Sure. We'd spotted the joint a couple of nights before. It looked like a pushover, but we wasn't taking no chances, so we gave it the once-over a couple of nights running before we moved in.
As the civilian stenographer takes down the proceedings, a full confession is given by 3 of the 5 youths. They tell how they planned the hold-up attempt carefully. They knew of the hourly police car checkups. They waited outside the station at 2 a.m. until Bunting and Chester in red car number 13 came by, waved, and pulled away. Then, while one of them remained outside, the 2 others entered the filling station office.
Okay, this is a stick-up.
Bohannock jumped for the gun and a fight began. Then, when he tried to break away from them, several hours after the confession, Captain James A. Kelly, head of the homicide squad, makes a statement to the press.
As most of you know, we've obtained confessions to the murder of Joseph P. Bohannock. Those confessions have been repudiated. They were based solely on the reading of newspaper accounts of the crime and not on fact. A typical attempt to get cheap publicity. Now, there's no actual evidence to connect these 3 men with the killing. The killer of Joseph P. Bohannock is still unknown.
Unknown? No. The killer of Joseph P. Bohannock is not unknown. Somewhere, wherever this man is hiding, someone of you has seen him today, has spoken to him, knows where the gun is that he fired that night 3 months ago in a filling station at Broad and Carpenter Streets in Philadelphia. No, the killer who took the life of Joseph P. Bohannock is not a person who is unknown.
Somebody knows.
Now listen carefully, please. Listen, all of you, wherever you may be. We're going to give you a recapitulation of all the pertinent facts in the unsolved murder of Joseph P. Bohannock. Better make note of them.
And remember, by following the instructions we shall give you in a moment, you may be the one to earn a $5,000 reward.
Now, here are the actual facts in the case. Joseph P. Bohannock, 38 years of age, night manager of a filling station at Broad and Carpenter Streets in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, was shot to death while working at his job.
The date, Monday, April 10th, 1950. The time, approximately 2:30 in the morning.
Only a tentative description of the suspected killer has been determined.
A young white male who should have medium brown straight hair.
The murder weapon is a .32 caliber automatic with right-hand rifling. The bullets were fired from smokeless cartridge cases made in Belgium.
The only other clue is a man's cap found at the scene of the crime.
The police department in Philadelphia feels certain that this cap can lead to the killer. They're vitally interested in learning the name of the manufacturer, the identity of anyone known to have worn a cap of its description. Now, here's that description. Listen carefully, please.
The size of the cap is 6 7/8. When new, it was a Kelly green cotton twill, but when found was badly faded from the weather.
The headpiece is sewn together from 6 sections instead of the usual 3. The taping used to sew the sections is unusual. 50% cotton and 50% wool, black and white tweed. It has an adjustable eye shield that can be folded up against the cloth visor or pulled down for protection against glare.
The cap was made on 2 types of sewing machines. One was a Singer, single needle numbered 24-7. The other, used to sew the taping, was a Singer, double needle numbered 24-36.
And remember, this cap is the most important single clue, possibly the vital clue in the solution of this case. Ladies and gentlemen, if any of you possesses information, and please don't send us guesses or hunches, but authentic information that may have bearing on the unsolved murder of Joseph P. Bohannock, follow these instructions so that your name and identity need never be made known unless you wish. Now listen carefully.
Write your information on a plain sheet of paper. Do not sign your name. Instead, sign it with 6 numbers, any arrangement of any 6 numbers. Then tear off a blank corner of that paper with a ragged edge. Write the same 6 numbers on that corner and keep it. Mail the rest of the paper with the information to Somebody Knows, Hollywood, California. You need tell no one what you have done.
Mail your letter to Somebody Knows, Hollywood, California. And if the information you've supplied leads to the arrest and conviction of the killer of Joseph P. Bohannock, we'll announce your signature number on this program. Then, if you don't want your name to be known, go to your lawyer, doctor, or priest, minister, or rabbi. Have him present the torn corner of the paper to any CBS station. In this way, you do not need to appear in person.
If the torn corner matches the original paper containing the information, the $5,000 reward will be yours.
Remember, you, whoever you are, you whose name need never be known, may win a reward of $5,000.
Next week at the same time, we'll present another true case history of unsolved murder. It's homicide file number 49-104 from the records of the state's attorney's office in Cook County, Illinois. The unsolved murder of Frank J. Christensen.
You out there, you who have murdered in cold blood and think you've gotten away with it, listen. You cannot escape. There is no perfect crime. Remember, you are not unknown.
Somebody knows.
Tonight's case was written by Sidney Marshall from information in the files of the Philadelphia, Pennsylvania Police Department. Research was by Maurice Zim. Music was composed and played by Milton Charles. Somebody Knows is a James L. Safier production in association with CBS by arrangement with the Chicago Sun-Times and is based on a copyright owned by W.L. Finstad. It was narrated and directed by Jack Johnstone. In order to be eligible for the reward, letters containing actual, authentic information leading to the arrest and conviction of the killer or killers of Joseph P. Bohannock must be addressed to Somebody Knows, Hollywood, California, and must be postmarked not later than midnight, August 9th, 1950. Arrest of the guilty person or persons must occur within 90 days of that date, and conviction must be within 1 year of tonight's broadcast. If more than one person gives the information leading to conviction, our judges will divide the $5,000 reward among them in proportion to the importance the judges attach to the facts supplied. And in this, the decision of our judges will be final. Until next Thursday at the same time, this is Frank Goss saying good night. And remember,
somebody knows.
Most cameramen are content to take pictures and let it go at that. But not Casey. When he snaps a picture, he also sees to it that the law snaps the handcuffs on the man he's photographing. Because Casey is the famous CBS crime photographer who is both cameraman and detective. Casey will be dealing with the Lorelei killer in just a moment over most of these same CBS stations. So stay tuned. This is CBS, where you hear Arthur Godfrey every day, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Whitehall 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the true stories of some of its most baffling cases.
These are the true stories. The plain, unvarnished facts, just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names of the participants have for obvious reasons been changed. The broadcasts are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research on Whitehall 1212 is furnished by Percy Hoskins of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Chief Superintendent John Davidson acts as custodian of the Black Museum. He will tell you now about Scotland Yard case number 630612, which began on the 20th June, 1946, and was concluded the 26th October the same year. Here is Chief Superintendent Davidson.
Good afternoon. Aside from our collection of weapons of murder, of which we have a great many, there are many more objects here which seem highly incongruous among the knives and the guns, the battered bullets, and the conventional blunt instruments. Now, I could show you a hat, a left boot, a folded 5-pound note, and a riding crop, a copy of the Book of Common Prayer, all of which have figured in their various times in one murder or another. What I have to show you from the file of case number 630612 is this very small thing. I assure you there are other things in that box, but this artificial pearl from a girl's necklace aided enormously in hanging a man. You know, if you're contemplating murder, a look at our exhibits here at the Black Museum would almost make you lose your enthusiasm for it. Now, this is Superintendent Thomas Meredith, who had a great deal to do with this case.
I find myself becoming more and more impatient with murderers, John.
I suppose I should ask why.
They're so stupid. None of them ever learns that he can't get away with it.
Well, if we could get murderers to come to a school, perhaps...
They come to school, John, but they're always late. And I don't think that they like the schoolmaster very well.
Oh, the judge?
No, old boy. The hangman. I was unable to accompany Inspector Cecil Daly of the CID when he went down to the Pembridge Court Hotel, Notting Hill, that Friday morning in June 1946 to investigate the reported death of a guest. When I finally arrived there 2.5 hours later, I was glad I hadn't got there before. Inspector Daly told me all about it, though.
She was lying there on the other bed with one arm cramped under her body, on her face.
Shot or what?
Died of suffocation, the doctor says. Her face was buried in the pillow. Matter of fact, a good bit of the pillow had been stuffed into her mouth like a gag.
You'd think she'd have got herself up.
She was tied to the bed.
Oh?
Ankles tied together with a bath towel. Head fastened to the frame of the bed with the belt of her coat. Face down on the pillow.
Bloodstains here on the bed. You see them?
She'd been beaten.
What with?
Well, from the marks on her back, I imagine it was a riding crop of some sort.
Riding crop? Haven't seen one for years.
And they took her over to the Hammersmith mortuary. You can go and have a look at the marks if you like.
What about her clothes?
Well, she had all her clothes on, except her shoes. Back of her dress was ripped, stuck to her back. Blood.
Beating didn't kill her.
So the doctor said. I fancy he'll be doing a post-mortem, though, just to be sure.
Know who she was?
Identity card and ration book in her purse. Name of Marjorie Tate.
It's murder, of course.
I don't think it was measles, sir.
You haven't any idea who did it?
I think a bloke named Neville George Clevelly King.
Oh?
That's the name this room was booked under. He's had this room booked since yesterday morning. Had a front door key.
The way they run these places.
That's a spot careless, isn't it? All the staff goes to bed at midnight, leaving the place locked up.
So nobody saw them come in, then?
Not a bloody soul.
You
No.
don't even know he was here, then?
Somebody was.
Yeah. Well, looks as if we'll have to find him.
Well, the manageress gave me his home address. I expect it's phony, though.
Let's have a try. Where is it?
Seven Oaks in Kent.
We'll get the Seven Oaks police on the telephone and...
Well, I think I'll run over there if you don't mind.
If you like, but a telephone call...
I'd rather go in person. I'd like to bring him in myself.
But why, when the telephone...
You didn't see that poor girl's body.
Inspector Daly was a little surprised to find that the address was correct. Nobody, however, was much surprised to find Neville George Clevelly King gone from there. Daly brought back a photograph of the man, which showed him as a remarkably good-looking young man of about 30, dressed in the uniform of a flight sergeant of the Royal Air Force. We contacted them.
If you do hear of him, squadron leader, will you please let us hear from you at once, then? Inspector Daly. That's right. Scotland Yard. Thank you, sir.
What about him?
Snafu, as the Americans say, sir.
What?
Posted as a deserter 3 months ago.
I knew it looked too easy.
As a matter of fact, it didn't look quite so difficult as Inspector Meredith seemed to think. The pressmen had got hold of the story, and every newspaper in London, as well as a great many in the rest of the country, were carrying lurid stories about the sadistic murderer and his victim, for one thing. Another thing, the photograph of the young Air Force sergeant had been given general circulation amongst all the police stations in England. And with the RAF looking for him as a deserter, it seemed certain to me that he'd be found at once.
But he wasn't. He did communicate with Scotland Yard, with me, rather. That was on Monday the 24th, 3 days after the battered body of Marjorie Tate had been discovered. Well, true, my name was in all the papers, but he didn't have to demote me to the rank of inspector. Dear Inspector Meredith, he wrote, I feel it to be my duty to inform you of certain facts in connection with the death of Mrs. Marjorie Tate at Notting Hill Gate.
Kind of him.
Quite. I looked in at the hotel last Sunday, but not with Mrs. Tate, whom I met for the first time last week. She had asked me if she could use my hotel room on Sunday night, and I gave her my keys, asking her to leave the door open when she left. She said she would be leaving the room about 2 a.m. It must have been about 3 a.m. when I returned to the hotel and found her in the condition of which you are aware.
It's a delicate way to put it.
She had told me that she was to meet a man there whom I have seen. I will give you a description of him. Aged about 30, dark hair, black, with small moustache, height about 5 feet 9 inches, slim build. His name is Jack. And I gather he was a friend of Mrs. Tate's of long standing.
Does he say why you left the place?
I realized I was in an invidious position when I found the body, and rather than notify the police, I packed my belongings and left N.G.C. King. The man think we're idiots. Oh, here's a postscript. I'm in possession of the instrument with which Mrs. Tate was beaten, and am forwarding it to you today. You will probably find my fingerprints on it, but you should also find others as well. NGCK. What are you daydreaming about, Daly?
I'm just wondering why he killed her, sir.
You think he did?
Sir, I'm not an idiot.
I sometimes wonder whether I am. I watched the post eagerly all day for the instrument King had spoken of. Of course, it didn't arrive. Not on Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday. On Thursday, Marjorie Tate was buried. The coroner's jury had not found out anything except what we had already known. Another victim of a person or persons unknown. That same day, I had a full report of what a squad of detectives and laboratory men had discovered in the hotel room at Notting Hill Gate. They discovered nothing. No fingerprints, nothing. Oh, yes, blood. On Friday, I had a visitor at Scotland Yard. Who is it, I asked Inspector Daly?
A young woman. This one's alive.
Ask her to come in.
And here, please, miss.
How do you do?
Yvonne Higgins, Inspector Meredith.
Superintendent Meredith, Miss Higgins.
Oh, I'm sorry. Never called you Inspector. I'm terribly
That's quite
sorry.
all right, miss. Who called me Inspector?
Why, my fiancé, Inspector. Oh, Superintendent. You know him. You've spoken to him. Well, I mean...
Who is this man?
Why, he says he knows you, sir. He came in here to see you. Isn't he here?
Who is he?
What have you done with him? Is he in jail? Why, what's the...
No, he isn't in jail yet, Miss Higgins. Now, tell the inspector... I'm sorry, the superintendent his name, please. Although I think he knows.
I'd like to hear this young lady tell me.
Why, it's Neville George Trevelyan
King.
Oh, then you do know him. Don't you?
We have heard of him, Miss Higgins, is it?
Higgins, yes. But I expect to become Mrs. King one day soon. Neville was visiting me and my parents, you know, just Monday. He told us about the frightful murder that happened in his hotel room whilst he was away. He said you called on him and showed him the body. Fair gruesome, he said it was. He had to leave to come to London because you wanted his advice.
His
there at
advice?
Scotland Yard. Why, isn't that right? Neville said... Isn't he here helping you?
My dear young woman, I mean... What I think Superintendent Meredith is asking you, Miss Higgins, is... are you telling us the truth?
Of course I'm telling you the truth, officer. I demand to see my fiancé at once. He told me he didn't trust you and didn't want to come.
I'm sure of that.
Well, where is he?
I don't know.
You're lying to me. You've got him hidden away somewhere.
Oh, make us stop that, Bailey. Well, now, look here. Please. I can't do anything with it, sir.
You're holding him prisoner. No. Well, that's the thanks that he gets for doing it.
Now, young woman. Stop her, Daly. Listen. Sir, I can't stop her.
Neville, where have they got you?
You see?
I want Neville.
Now, wait a second. Now, wait a second. Wait, I say. That's better. Now, listen to me. No, look here, I'm old enough to be your father. Will you believe me?
Yes, sir.
Well, then, now listen. We want your Neville just as badly as you do.
But you aren't going to marry him.
No, I think I can assure you that we're not. What we want is to ask him a few questions about the murder of Mrs. Tate.
He had nothing to do with it. You asked his advice.
Madam, I have never seen the man in my life.
He said you knew him well.
I do not.
Neither do I.
But he said you asked his advice.
He lied if he said that.
Oh, I don't understand.
How long have you known this man?
Well, a month.
Are you aware that he is a deserter from the RAF?
He's a lieutenant colonel in the Air Force.
There aren't any lieutenant colonels in the Air Force, miss.
Oh. I was going to marry him.
Do you still want to?
Did he? He didn't murder that woman, did he? Did he, mister?
We think he knows who did, miss.
That's why we want to find him.
What am I going to do?
How old are you?
I'm 25, sir.
Then you are certainly old enough to know the difference between right and wrong. I suggest you go back home and make up your own mind.
Now, look
Young
here.
woman, I would point out to you that you are dealing with the police now.
Yes.
And if you hear anything further from him, you are to advise us at once.
Yes, sir.
And after we are finished with him...
And the RAF.
Yes. After we're all finished with him...
I don't think I shall want to marry him.
You will probably find that course much safer. Goodbye, Miss Higgins.
This way, miss.
I hope you do find him. Why, there's a thief.
Tut, Miss Higgins.
Yes. Goodbye.
Well, I fancy I handled that quite well, Daly.
But you didn't find him, Superintendent.
No, you'll turn him up for us.
If he doesn't beat another woman to death first.
Doreen Reed's body was found 3 days later near Bournemouth in a deep, narrow ravine called Branksome Chine, quite near the center of the town. The chief constable of Southampton, who had the authority, called Scotland Yard at once, and it was quite natural that Daly and I were sent down to Bournemouth. Quite a group was assembled at the Bournemouth police station when we arrived. Detective Constable Ted Allardyce of Bournemouth.
We've got the body in the mortuary if you'd like to see it, Superintendent.
You go and look at it, Daly.
Yes, sir.
I'll take you over there presently, Inspector Daly, if you wish.
Thank you.
Who are these other people?
The fat gentleman there's the manager of the Norfolk Hotel, where this Miss Reed was staying, sir. The dead one. The other one's the hotel manager, too. The Tollard Royal Hotel, where Miss Reed was last seen alive. The other man's the hall porter of the Tollard Hotel. I don't know what he's doing here. Shall I throw him out?
Oh, that's where she was last seen. Let him stay there.
I say, Daly, you go over to the mortuary with Constable...
Allardyce,
Yes, I'll have a talk with these fellas.
Yes, sir.
Did one of them find her?
No, sir. It was an elderly lady found the body. She's at home. Shock was too much for her.
Well, you pop along to the mortuary, Inspector, and come back as soon as you can.
Yes, sir.
I'll talk to the fat one, the one where she lived.
Right, sir. Come over here, please, Mr. Golden. Come along, Inspector, if you please. It isn't far, sir. We'll be back directly.
All right.
Here? This gentleman?
I'm Superintendent Meredith of Scotland Yard, sir.
Eli Golden, sir. Managing Director of the Norfolk Hotel here. How do you do?
How do you do? I understand Miss Reed lived at your hotel, sir.
That is correct. A most charming young woman. She's been ill. Influenza, I believe. Bournemouth is an excellent place to recuperate, as you know, Superintendent.
Yes, sir.
I was very fond of the young lady.
When did you last see her, Mr. Golden?
On Friday afternoon, the 5th. She was starting out for a walk. I remember I said to her, "Don't get lost, Mr. Reed."
Did Miss Reed have any visitors during her stay at your hotel, sir?
No, sir. Not that I know of. Oh, yes. Her father did call her on last Sunday, the 30th of June, but he returned at once to his station. He's a major in the Guards' Armored Brigade, I believe.
He know about his daughter's death?
The body was found only last night, sir.
No ideas about it, I suppose?
Me? I have my own ideas, yes, sir.
Mind telling me about them?
I think she was murdered.
And who murdered her?
I would not care to impugn the rectitude of a guest at a competing hostelry, sir.
You what?
Be suspicious of the customer of another hotel.
What are you talking about?
The person with whom Miss Reed was last seen is a guest of my colleague, Mr. Athelston Levitt, there, of the Tollard Royal Hotel.
Levitt. Come here, Mr. Levitt, please.
Yes, sir.
This is Inspector...
Superintendent.
Excuse me. Superintendent Meredith of Scotland Yard, Athelston. I was just telling him that the late Miss Reed was last seen alive with one of your guests.
Thank you, Eli. I'm afraid that is true, Superintendent, unfortunately.
Who is the guest?
Group Captain Rupert Brooke of the Royal...
Rupert Brooke?
I'm under the impression that he's a relation of the late lamented poet, sir.
Is he still staying at your place?
He's still a guest at the Tollard Royal, yes, sir.
I'd like to see him.
Surely you don't suspect Group Captain Brooke, sir. He is a guest.
I'd like to see him.
I shall ask him to come down here, sir.
Please. By the way, did you see Miss Reed the day she disappeared?
I saw her with Group Captain Brooke in the lounge that afternoon and evening, sir, yes.
You saw Brooke start to accompany Miss Reed to her home, the Norfolk Hotel, sir, where she never arrived.
I did not.
You said you did, Athelston.
I said I saw him start away with her, but he came back and she walked home alone. Or started to.
Did they quarrel?
I don't think so.
Tell the superintendent the rest of your story, Athelston.
Will you please stop prompting me, Eli?
If you please, gentlemen.
Go on, Athelston, go on.
Eli. All right, Superintendent. Group Captain Brooke had a drink in the lounge. I think he drank a pink gin.
A gin and it, you said, Athelston.
What does it matter what he drank?
A gin and...
Gentlemen, please.
Whatever he drank, he presently went out through the front door alone, looked around a few seconds.
Athelston always watches his guests so closely.
I learned the art from watching you, my dear Eli.
Well, was I? Your guest was looking around.
Oh, yes, he went for a stroll.
In the dark.
Be quiet. Did he follow Miss Reed?
No. Well, at least I don't remember.
Well, what happened?
He didn't come back, Superintendent.
Who didn't, you?
No, I came back, but, well, it was rather unusual. Group Captain Brooke came back to his room through a window.
Why?
He told Mr. Levitt here that he was playing a joke on the hall porter, Peter Lind over there.
What sort of a joke?
He told me he knew Peter'd be on duty all night, and he'd think he hadn't come in.
Who?
Group Captain Brooke, sir. So he took a ladder the builders had been using and stuck it up against his window and popped in the hotel that way, and when he hadn't been seen coming in, he'd been there in the morning, and, Peter wouldn't know it.
Very funny, Superintendent.
Yes. I want to see this group captain at once, Mr. Levin.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Superintendent Meredith.
Huh?
Oh, hello, Daly.
I've seen her.
Yeah?
I'd like to speak to the superintendent privately, if you please, gentlemen.
Why, certainly. Get that fella down here, Levitt. Oh, here's Constable Allardyce. Allardyce, go to this gentleman's hotel with him and bring that group captain, Lord Tennyson, or whatever his name is. Bring him back here at once. I want to see him.
Yes, sir. Now, Mr. Levitt.
What's up, Daly?
I saw her.
Well, talk her.
And in my present opinion, it's the same man.
Same fellow that killed the other one, you mean?
No, she's been beaten, too. The marks look like the ones on the woman at Notting Hill Gate.
Like a riding crop, you said then.
I take my oath that this was a riding crop, too.
She's suffocated, too.
One of her stockings had been rammed down her throat. Oh, her face was quite blue.
Does look like the same bloke.
Yeah, there's only one thing was different.
What?
He cut this one's throat, too, after he'd beaten her.
Something else different, too.
Sir?
It was an Air Force sergeant that was mixed up in the other affair. Looks as if he got promoted. There's a group captain mixed up in this one.
The group captain's in the next room, sir.
Who, Allardyce?
Well, that fellow from the Tollard Royal, sir.
Have you been there and back?
Well, sir, that's Mr. Levitt. He didn't want me to go into the hotel, because everyone knows I'm a police officer. So he fetched him down himself while I waited here.
Did I or did I not give you a direct order, Constable Allardyce?
You did, sir?
Which you didn't obey.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
I'll deal with you later, my lad. Come along, Daly.
Yes, sir.
So, and you, Constable, you stay outside this door here and wait until I call you. Do you understand that? See that you do. In here?
Yes, sir.
I brought Group Captain Brooke down here, sir, as you
You may
requested.
step outside, Mr. Levitt. You too, Mr. Golden.
But
Outside, both of you. And, please wait.
Come on now.
Well, Group Captain Brooke, you're not in uniform.
My dear man, I'm on leave. If you knew anything about...
I'll have a look at your papers, please. Oh, it's quite all right. I'm Superintendent Meredith, CID, Scotland Yard.
So I understand.
Your papers, please.
Oh, well, look, old chap, they're in my jacket back at the hotel. Good Mr. Levitt rushed me down here in such a hurry.
Levitt,
Yes, sir.
get this man's jacket from his room down here at once.
Yes, sir.
I say, aren't you just a trifle high-handed, old man?
I merely want to be sure you are who you say you are.
Well, I'm sure my papers will prove who I am.
I hope so. Now, you knew Miss Doreen Reed.
The young woman who was murdered Friday night.
How do you
What do
know
you say, Daddy?
I said I wondered how you knew she was murdered Friday night, Group Captain.
Well, I thought everyone knew that, old boy.
It seems you were the last person to see her alive.
Afraid so. Awfully sorry. She was rather a nice girl. Shocking thing, isn't it?
Will you tell me why you entered your rooms that night by means of a ladder instead of in the normal manner, Group Captain?
Oh, that. I'll never tell you about that. I told him, you know. A great joke on Peter, the hall porter. We're always ragging each other. He was a leading aircraftsman in the early days of the war. Dropped a 100-pound bomb on his foot. Oh, it was a dummy one. Loaded with earth, you know.
Was that the only reason why you crawled into your rooms by the window, sir?
Huh? Oh, why, of course, old boy. What other reason would there be?
That's what I'm wondering, sir.
Well, I assure you it's just...
See who it is, Daly.
Group Captain Brooks' jacket, sir, from the hotel.
Thank you, Allardyce.
Excuse me, sir.
What?
Is that Group Captain Brooks?
Yes.
No, it ain't, sir.
What? Do you know him?
What's going on there?
That ain't Group Captain Brooks, sir.
No, now, what sort of nonsense?
Now, look here, Allardyce. I've had about enough of this nonsense.
I said he ain't Group Captain nothing, sir.
Constable.
Who is he, Constable?
Here's who he is, sir. Yeah. Right here in my pocket. Here's his picture. Right here on this bulletin you sent out yourself from Scotland Yard not a week ago. Look here. For murder. Wanted. For the murder of Marjorie Ruth Tate. Neville George Clovelly King. That's who he is, sir. Aren't you, Group Captain?
In the pocket of the jacket, we found no papers at all, only a cloakroom ticket from the Bournemouth West Railway Station for a suitcase. Allardyce went and fetched it, and we opened it up. Group Captain Brooke watched us with his pleasant smile. Inside the suitcase was the name of the owner, Flight Sergeant N.G.C. King, RAF. Inside it, too, were several other things.
1, an old-fashioned riding crop stained with blood.
2, a blue foulard scarf, also slightly stained with blood.
3, a single artificial pearl, broken apparently from a necklace. Miss Reed had been wearing an artificial pearl necklace when last seen. 47 pearls were found alongside the body. There are 48 in a necklace of this type.
The blood on the scarf was his. There was a small scratch on his neck. Blood of the same type and bits of skin corresponding to his was found under the dead girl's fingernails.
Blood type OA, Marjorie Tate's type, and blood type B, Doreen Reed's type, were found on the riding crop. A blood stain on the clothing of Doreen Reed corresponded exactly with the pattern of the plaiting of the riding crop shaft.
And Flight Sergeant Neville George Clovelly King, who had tried being a group captain, made a statement.
I do not hate women at all, in general. But I am afraid that I have a very short temper where women are concerned. Marjorie Tate was a bad woman. She needed to be punished, and I punished her. It's quite easy. So when Doreen Reed refused my company, I decided to punish her. But when one gets the habit, it's so easy to go a little too far, isn't it? I must say that Yvonne Higgins, whom I intended to marry, was always quite nice to me.
It was as well for Miss Higgins. A jury found Neville King guilty of murder at Old Bailey, and he was added to the casualty lists of the Royal Air Force at Wandsworth on the 26th of October, 1946. Death by process of law is the last entry in his record.
Heard in today's reenactment of Scotland Yard case number 630612 were Harvey Hayes, Guy Spall, Morris Dallymore, Gordon Stern, Evan Thomas, Lester Fletcher, Beulah Garrick, and Pat O'Malley. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper. In these uncertain times, it's pretty hard to plan for the future. But more and more American girls are discovering a career that offers both opportunity and security. And that career is in modern nursing. There are new and greater opportunities in this job now than ever before. And the demand for nurses is continually increasing. To become a student nurse, you must be a high school graduate or a college student of good health and character. If you can qualify, get full information at the nearest hospital in your community. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
It means just $700 more in the piggy bank, and yours truly can start tooling around the countryside in a brand new, fancy foreign sports car.
Oh, I see.
So unless you can guarantee me a minimum of $700, why should I travel all the way to Corpus Christi? Possibly miss out on something lucrative around here.
Sports car, huh?
Oh, the ultra, George. Slightly over $10,000 worth.
You know, it sounds like the little hunk of iron I keep stashed away in my garage.
You?
Well, you're talking about a Franzetti, aren't you?
That's the one, all right. How do you like it?
Great, now that I got used to it.
What do you mean?
Well, have you ever driven one of these dream boats?
No, the tight-fisted dealer won't let me touch it until I lay the cash on the line.
Why don't you run on down here and give mine a workout, huh?
You mean it?
Sure.
Well, okay.
I mean, come on down here and take over this insurance problem for me, and the Franzetti is yours.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Oh, couple of days, couple of weeks, as long as you like.
After handling a case for you.
Well, anything wrong with that?
No, I suppose not.
And who knows? Maybe in addition to your expense account, I can dig up a little extra for you. Say, $700?
Georgie, you're a doll.
CBS Radio brings you Bob Reddick in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Eternity Mutual Insurance Company, office in Corpus Christi, Texas. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Rat Pack matter. Expense account item 1, $133.70. Taxi, tips, and plane fare to Corpus Christi. It was early afternoon by the time the big silver bird set me down at Municipal Airport.
Yeah, Johnny.
Huh?
You know, I kind of thought maybe that bait of mine would bring you down here in a hurry.
Hi, George.
Hi.
Well, where is it?
The car.
Well, what else?
My little sports car.
That's right.
The Franzetti.
Come on, stop beating around the bush. Where is it?
Safely locked up in my garage.
Are you kidding?
Why, not a bit. I came over here in the beat-up old crate that I drive to work.
Georgie, you're a dog.
But as soon as you've cleared up this mess for me, the Franzetti is yours, all yours.
All right, whatever you say. Now, what kind of a mess? Let's put these bags into your car. Run on into your office in town or whatever
Johnny,
hotel
no.
you picked out for me, and on the way you can tell me what it's all about. Did you say no somewhere along the line there?
Yeah.
Well, why?
Because what you're going to use, pal, is one of the new compacts. I've arranged the rental for you, and it's sitting right over there at the curb.
What a guy.
Because you are taking this job on all alone over in a town called Summit Hill.
Summit Hill?
Mm-hmm. Named after a hunk of rock sticking up out of the ground, or maybe 40, 50 miles north and west of Skidmore.
Where's Skidmore?
Oh, maybe 40, 50 miles north of here.
I see. Well, what's going on in Summit Hill? Murder, embezzlement, arson, or what?
No. Summit Hill is a nice, small, well-to-do residential spot. A lot of nice old folks who made enough in oil and gas to retire there with their families.
So?
But the last couple of months, all we've been doing is writing checks to settle claims.
The old folks are dying off. Huh?
No. But like I said, they all have nice homes and a bunch of nice cars. And that's where the damage is being done.
What kind of damage?
Malicious mischief. Only mischief is too mild a word. Just call it vandalism.
Like what, George?
I like taking those nice new models out on the back roads and hot rodding them to death, then wrecking whatever is left of them in a ditch or up against a tree.
Well, that sounds to me...
I mean, you should see what it does to a pretty sedan or limousine when it's been drag raced over some of those backcountry roads. And then our company has to foot the bill.
You know what that sounds like to me, George?
Sure, pal, and you are 100% right. It's the work of a worthless bunch of kids, some rat pack.
What's the matter with the police up there?
Oh, the police department consists of exactly one sweet old man and a couple of half-witted deputies, just as helplessly scared and upset as the rest of the population. Even the police car's been taken out and wrecked a couple of times.
But don't the state police get in on a thing like this? I mean, if these kids are using the roads and highways...
The minute they appear, even when they've made some careful stakeouts, Johnny, and they're pretty smart at that sort of thing, why, everything stops. The whole town gets just as quiet as a churchyard.
In other words, I better not let anyone know my reason for going there.
Oh, you're right, pal. And you can see why I don't want you taking my pretty little Franzetti along.
Yeah, you got a point there.
Who knows? Try to cross up those crazy kids? I mean, try to protect your property? Why, they could be killers, Johnny.
You think they'd go that far?
I know this.
Driving a nice car, I wouldn't even want to be in that town, not after dark.
But you're perfectly willing to send me up there to tangle with that rat pack.
Well, after all, pal, that sort of thing is your job.
Oh, sure.
Sure.
Well, thanks, pal. Expense account item 2, $6.85 at a stationery store. I bought a large, impressive-looking blank book with a fancy binding. For an extra $1, the stationer carefully stenciled on the cover the words, Official Business, Federal Suburban Population Survey. Then I drove north to Skidmore, took the cutoff, and finally ended up in Summit Hill. There, after going from house to house, asking questions, conducting a mythical survey, I got the impression that this community of 600 or 700 people might have been a very nice place to live. For the older people, that is. If it weren't for a gang of clever young troublemakers. Item 3, $3 for some gas.
Well, tell you this, though, mister. Want me to fill up?
Yeah, fill her up.
Tell you this. Those dirty, ornery kids try to mess around my car, take it out and wreck it. Well, I got a gun, mister, and I'd shoot first and ask questions after. That's what I'd do.
Pretty bad bunch, huh?
Well, you ask me, we better organize some vigilantes around here. Old Chief Foster can't do anything. Never any trouble when the state police come around. So how those kids always seem to know when there's cops around, I can't figure it out.
Don't the folks around here keep their cars in garages?
Most of them, but those fancy houses up on the hill where the money is have open carports.
Well, certainly people don't leave the keys in their cars.
Don't need to. Kind of those kids use jumper wire. They hot wire them.
Now, how do you know they're kids? Anybody actually seen them?
Plenty of people, mister. Plenty.
Well, then if their descriptions were given to the police...
Descriptions? Well, if you see those Halloween masks they wear, and the false beards and the hair, and those crazy costumes like a Halloween parade, how could anybody identify them?
I see.
Now, tell you this. I was that nice Mr. Briley up on the hill with that nice new hardtop that was delivered to him today.
Brierly?
Yeah. Well, I sure wouldn't keep it around this town, tell you that. That'll be 286. Compacts don't hold very much.
Right. Here you are. I don't bother with the change.
Oh, thanks. Well, now you can get on with that survey you're making. Be out of town before dark.
Now, you said Brierly.
Yep.
Well, I seem to have missed that family in my survey.
Top of the hill, 27 Summit, please.
Okay, thanks.
But I tell you this, I wouldn't bother tonight. I'd come on back in the daytime.
By the time I could grab a bite to eat, that's item 4, $1.75, and get up to the Brierly home on the hill, it was well after dark. The brand new expensive hardtop was there in a carport at the side.
Yes? Who is it?
Mrs. Brierly?
Oh, I see by that book in your hand you're the survey man I heard about.
Well, I know it's late, but may I come in?
Well, all right. I guess it's safe to let you in.
Who is it, Mother?
It's the survey man, Henry.
No, my name is Dollar, Johnny Dollar.
His name is Mr. Johnny Dollar.
Oh, well, you must excuse me holding a shotgun this way. But, Mr. Dollar, I'm always so worried when somebody comes around at night.
Well, from what I hear, I can't say that I blame you.
Oh, dear Henry, I hope that Frank and his nice girlfriend are all right.
At a dance over in Pleasanton? Of course, they're all right, Mother. We're really worried about ourselves, Mr. Dollar.
Why do you say that, sir?
I just don't think we should have bought that nice new car. I mean, with all those horrible children around doing such awful things with people's cars.
Isn't the chief of police, Chief Foster, any help?
Oh, he tries, but whenever he puts on extra men to look after folks like us, nothing ever happens.
Oh, yes, it does, Mother. but somewhere else in town, to somebody else's car.
Well, I'm frightened.
If only there was something could be done about it, Mr. Dollar.
Or maybe something is going to be.
By whom? Even the state police haven't been able to do anything.
Sure, because somebody's apparently been able to tip off this rat pack. And that means local knowledge.
Local knowledge?
Of everything that goes on in this town.
You think they're local boys?
What else?
That couldn't be.
Couldn't they? Well, I've looked over this town pretty carefully. I've done a lot of thinking about it.
Because of your survey?
It looks like a mighty nice place to live.
Oh, it is, it is.
It was.
Sure. For people of your age. But no baseball field, tennis courts, no movies, things like that.
Well, I know.
Not even a soda joint with maybe a jukebox. No place where the kids can gather and talk and laugh and dance and let off steam.
Oh, we make up for that, Mr. Dollar, we parents, all of us, by giving them everything they want. Our Frankie has a nice home with us and nice clothes and all the money he wants.
I see.
And his hi-fi and his records and things and all the good books he needs. And all the others of his age have everything, too.
That's true, Mr. Dollar. Except perhaps for cars.
Oh?
Well, after all, we don't want to spoil them.
You don't want to spoil them. How much do you check up on their activities, say, at night?
Well, they're pretty grown up.
How old is he?
What?
This son of yours.
Oh, well, Frankie's 22.
Mm-hmm. And what does he do for a living?
What do you mean? Work?
Well, does he?
He doesn't have to, Mr. Dollar. Why should he?
And how many other families are there with the same situation? Kids about the same age, plenty of money, nothing to do.
Well, practically all of us up here on the hill.
Well, then what is the matter with you people?
I beg your pardon?
Don't you see? Haven't you got brains enough? Wait a minute. Listen.
What?
Outside the house. All right, now both of you stay right there.
I hear it too, Mother. Somebody out at the carport.
Oh, no. Is that a pistol you have there?
That's right. What's the matter with this thing? I can't get the chain off.
Hey, it's that little pin I put on underneath there.
I'll open
But that gun, Mr. Dollar.
Open it for me, will you?
Maybe that awful gang out there.
Of course it is. Will you open this door, Mr. Brierly, or do I shoot the chain away?
No, I'll open it.
And I'll lock it again after me.
Yeah, but if you go out there, if you try to stop me...
All right, now just stay inside. All right, you kids. Come on back here with that car. Okay, then, just one tire, just one of those...
So now your gun is empty, huh?
What?
No, don't try to turn around, mister. This switchblade is very sharp. You turn around, it might just cut your throat.
The switchblade knife at the back of my neck was moved just enough to prove it was razor sharp. I could feel a trickle of blood go down the inside of my collar.
Now, you see, man, I don't fool. Now, drop the rod. Drop it.
Sure.
Now, you pick it up, Gene, like we add that one to our collection. That's right.
Moving only my eyes, I could see this other one plainly. First, the heavy cotton gloves that picked up my gun. And then, standing there in front of me, the tattered blue jeans and sneakers, the grotesque rubber mask, the sloppy, dirty sweatshirt, on the figure of a girl.
Now, why you try and spoil our fun, man?
Okay, tough guy.
Oh, you mean no panic. You're not afraid of me.
Well, you're pretty big with that knife in my neck, aren't you? Huh?
Well, it seems like you thought you were pretty big when you had that gun. Too bad you used up all those pretty bullets, man. But Jeannie knows what to do with it.
Well, then you listen to me, Jeannie, whatever your name is.
Oh, now, you think we use our real names on a caper like this? Any more we use our real faces, huh? Well, turn around real slow and see how you like my face. Don't you hear good? I said turn around, but slow and careful, so maybe you don't cut your throat.
So I started turning. Slowly. Slowly. But then as I felt the edge of the knife leave the back of my neck, I swung out with my left and sent it spinning away. And then I drove a hard right into his midsection. But before I could turn again, my own pistol came crashing down on the back of my head. Ow. Too, I was stretched out on the sofa there in the Brierley's living room, an ice pack on my aching head. The taste of bourbon burning in my throat.
Are you all right, Mr. Dollar? A little more of this bourbon?
No, thanks. Oh.
When everything was quiet out there and you didn't come back in.
Yes, and when Chief Foster called to say our car had been rammed into a tree in front of his place.
Mr. Henry went outside and found you lying there.
Yeah, and, well, I went through your pockets, Mr. Dollar.
Oh?
You're a special investigator, aren't you?
Yeah.
You're really here on account of the children, aren't you? And I hope and pray that our Frankie isn't one of them.
Well, so do I, Mrs. Brierley, but don't bank on it.
Mr. Dollar, I've given a good deal of thought to what you said earlier.
Well, it's about time you and a few of the other people around here do more than just think and talk about it, Mr. Brierley.
Yeah, I know. We shall. And meantime, Mother and I can only pray that...
What's that?
Back door.
All right, now listen.
Hey, Mother? Huh?
Oh, Frankie.
What happened to the car? Where is it? I mean, your snazzy new... Hey, who's this?
Frank, it's Mr. Johnny Dollar.
Dollar? You mean the big insurance investigator? Hey, this is a privilege. But what happened to you, Mr. Dollar?
Where have you been tonight, Frank?
Why, the girlfriend and I took a bus over to... Hey, Mother? Pop? What's wrong? Those kids again?
You didn't know, Frankie?
Now, you don't think I'm one of those crazy kids, Mr. Dollar?
Are you?
No, sir.
Now, believe me, I hope not.
I swear that, really, sir. But you know something, Mr. Dollar?
Yeah.
Well, maybe Pop and Mother won't like hearing this.
What is it, Frankie?
Yes, son?
Well, if you find out who they are, Mr. Dollar, then maybe you can. I've heard a lot about you, Mr. Dollar.
Well? Go on, Frank.
Well, you can't really blame them. Oh, I know that what they're doing is wrong. It's wrong, all wrong. But what else have they got to do around this place? They've got to get their kicks somehow, don't they? I mean, instead of rotting away in a place like this where there's nothing for kids to do. And they're afraid to go away and be on their own because, well, their loving parents keep preaching to them and it'll break their hearts. And how could they get along on their own anyway? They and me and all the rest of us haven't ever been given a chance to even think for ourselves. Just tied down here, all of us, because they won't ever let us do anything else. Now, can you blame the kids for wanting to let off a lot of steam?
Frank.
Can you blame them for trying to... Oh, I don't know what to say, but don't you see, Mr. Dollar?
It's okay, Frank. We understand.
Of course we do, darling. But now, please, you've become so overwrought.
I'm perfectly all right, Mother.
I'll fix you a nice warm cup of cambric tea, darling.
No, Mother, please.
Just let him work things out for himself, Mrs. Brierley, just once.
It puts the poor boys all upset.
No, Mary, no. Mr. Dollar's right.
Now, Frank.
Thanks, Mr. Dollar.
That's all right. Now, it's pretty obvious that you know who the members of the Rat Pack are, even if you aren't one of them.
I'm not, sir. On my word.
But you know them. Now, you want to tell me who they are?
Would you think much of me, Mr. Dollar, if I did?
These cases of mine usually have big, fat, dramatic endings. And the devil with any kind of a message. Well, not so this time. I honestly don't know whether I did the right thing or not on this one. Too much faith in the younger generation? Well, maybe I have. But the next evening, there at the home of the Brierleys, there was a meeting of parents. Of all the wealthy, doting, indulgent parents of all the kids in their late teens and early 20s. Well, I tore into those parents, and by the time I'd finished, there were plenty of red faces among them. Incidentally, a couple of times out of the corner of my eye, I thought I saw the face of a teenager in the shadows outside one of the windows. What I said to those people in laying down the law to them, well, I honestly don't remember exactly. But it must have given them a jolt. And if they carry out their plans, there won't be a kid in that town with an idle moment on his hands. But their activities, their projects will be their own, with as little parental advice and guidance as possible. Then, the following night, thanks to a tip-off by young Frank, without the knowledge of his parents, I barged in on a meeting of the kids, 7 or 8 of them. As I might have expected, they were there in their foolish masks and makeup, knowing that I'd be among them. And if you think I'd been rough on their parents... But again, by the time I'd finished with them...
I guess you're the only one in this town, Mr. Dollar, ever remembered he was a kid once.
Yeah, I told you.
But even if you're right, even if you got somewhere with the old folks, what happens now? We all go to jail for all those crazy things we did?
Well, I'd say that depends on you. You certainly might if you keep on with this silly juvenile masquerading. Well, what do you say, whoever you are behind that corny mask?
Okay, I'll take it off.
Me too.
See, Mr. Dollar, maybe you don't know it, but some of us heard what you said to our folks last night.
Did you?
Yes, sir, we did. And we heard what they're going to do, not for us, but with us. I mean, if they really do.
Sure they will. I'm betting on them. But what'll you kids do?
Well, sir, if it means anything, I'll somehow earn the money. And I don't mean for my folks. Pay for all the damage I've done. You've got my word on it, Mr. Dollar.
Yes, sir, Count on me. Dollar.
Now, as long as you know who we are, and as long as you got to report us to the police and all that. Well, my name...
Why?
Huh? Well, you got to know who we are, don't you?
Well, like I said, that depends on you. And I mean from here on out. I have seen you now. I can come back here and identify every one of you. If I ever have to.
Believe me, Mr. Dollar, believe me.
Yes, sir, we promise you.
All right. Now it's up to all of you. Well, I sure hope I did the right thing by simply leaving it the way it stood. And yet, what else could I have done? Have them all locked up for something that was only partly their doing? Try to make them into criminals? I don't think so. Incidentally, because of a call to get right back to Hartford, I never did drive George Franklin's Franzetti. But I did get that $700 fee, and that'll help me buy one of my own. Expense account total, including... Oh, what am I talking about? This one is on the cuff. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
And now, here is our star to tell you about next week's story.
Well, next week, a doll, a purple doll, and all that goes with it. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Reddick, is written by Jack Johnstone, produced and directed by Bruno Zerato, Jr. Heard in our cast were William Redfield as George, Gertrude Warner as Mrs. Brierly, Phil Meter as Frank, Jack Grimes as the Kid, Roger DeCoven as the gas station attendant, and Bob Dryden as Mr. Brierly. Be sure to join us next week, same time, same station, for another exciting story of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Dan McDonald speaking. Johnny Dollar. This is Dan McDonald speaking. Johnny Dollar. This is Dan McDonald speaking. Johnny Dollar.
Blackie, that saw's making too much noise.
The guards are sure to hear us sawing these bars.
Bite your tongue, Brennan. We've been looking so far.
What happens if they catch us trying to cut our way into the corridor?
It'll be a long time before either of us see the outside of these prison walls. That's what happens.
I won't care to see them if we can't do this, Blackie.
Well, shh. The guard's coming. Duck down.
I'm already down.
Whew. That was almost the end of that.
Maybe we'd better not go through with this.
It's too late now, Brennan. Besides, this is something I have to take care of personally.
Gotta be, Blackie. If things go wrong, you'll never get out of that uniform you're wearing. You'll be number 6859437 for the next 10 years.
Oh, I don't know. If I'm a good boy, they might give me a different number just to break the monotony. There, we did it. That's 3 bars sawed through. I think I can crawl through the window now. Thanks for the help, Brennan.
I'm the one who should be thanking you.
Well, don't thank me yet. I haven't done anything so far.
But you think you can do it, don't you?
Well, so far, I've done everything I said I would. Well, here goes. And I'll bet this is the first time on record anyone ever broke into a state penitentiary.
And now back to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Now, wait a minute. All right.
Attention in the exercise yard. All men of cell blocks 5 and 6. Roll call for breakfast in 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Gee, some nerve they got calling us an exercise yard. Who's exercising? Kevin?
I don't know. All I know is it ain't us. You see him around anywhere?
No, I'll let you know when I do. I promised you, didn't I?
Well, this is the day. The day I gotta take care of that rat. That's what I promised myself. And nobody's gonna stop me.
Oh, I wouldn't say nobody, Kevin,
Huh?
unless you call me a nobody.
Boston Blackie. And in prison. Well, what do you know?
Hi, Kevin. Who's your friend?
His friend is me, and the name's Joe. What's it to you, Blackie?
Don't make me answer that.
So the great Boston Blackie finally wound up in stir. Well, what do you know? Beat it, Blackie.
Sorry, Kevin. I went to too much trouble getting in here. Relax. We've got talk to make, you and I.
Wrong boy, Blackie. Me and the friend Joe are talking to each other, and we kind of like it that way.
I'd keep moving if I was you, Blackie. You heard what Kevin said.
Don't get tough with me, Joe. I don't like it. In fact, I don't like you. Go walk away somewhere. In fact, don't walk, run. Go away. I want to talk to Kevin.
Blackie, I wouldn't talk to you if we were the only 2 cons inside these walls. Now get out of my sight before Matty Ennis finds you here.
Hey, Kevin, what's Matty Ennis want with this guy?
Only his heart, Joe. If any 2 guys in this world hate each other, it's Matty Ennis and Boston Blackie. Only maybe I'm in there, too. I hate them both as much as they hate each other.
Listen, Kevin. Ennis is just the guy that I want to talk to you about.
Talk to me about rat poison. I'd like it better. And you keep out of my sight or I'll... Uh-oh, the alarm. Some fool's trying to make a break for it, the jerk.
Something big, all right.
Attention in the exercise yard. Then we want for inspection. Quiet. Stop talking. Quiet, all of you. Fall in for inspection. Fall in.
Inspection. Hey, some nerve they got. What for?
Something screwy somewhere, that's all I know.
The men are saying something. Can you make out what it is?
No, but they're passing the word down this way.
Hey, fella. Hey, what's up, boy?
Shut up. Listen. We'll find out what's happened.
Matty Ennis murdered in his cell.
They found Matty Ennis murdered in his cell. They found Matty Ennis murdered in his cell.
Matty Ennis murdered in his cell.
Look, Warden Ross, if you'll just get hold of Inspector Faraday of the Homicide Squad, he'll identify me.
We have a call into Faraday already, Blackie. That's what your name is. You'll just have to wait. But it might help if you told us what you're doing here in prison uniform.
I can't tell you that, Warden Ross, but believe me, I didn't break into prison to kill Matty Ennis. And I have a permit for the gun that you found on me.
You don't have a permit to break into this penitentiary, Blackie. What did you do it for and how?
Suppose we settle for the how. I got over the wall and sawed my way into the corridor in cell block 5.
Where were you all night? Not in the corridor.
No, I hid in the washroom. I knew I'd be safe there because all the prisoners had been checked into their cells for the night.
You're still luckier than smart, Blackie. I've heard about the crazy things you've done, but I want you to know that this is the... maybe this is your friend Faraday.
I hope so. I want to get out of here. There's no point in my being here now.
Hello?
Hello, Warden Ross. This is Faraday, homicide. I got your message. What's the matter?
Well, first of all, a man broke into this prison last night.
I guess we have a bad connection, Warden. I thought you said broke in.
I did say break in. Or broke in. Connection's good. It's the situation that's bad.
Somebody broke into Langley Penitentiary?
Yes.
Last night and wasn't caught till this morning in an emergency checkup of prisoners.
There's only one man who'd try such a wacky thing and get away with it. Boston Blackie.
Well, that's exactly who this fella claims he is. Would you know his voice if you heard it over the phone?
Yes. Put him on.
Just a minute. Here, Blackie, he wants to talk to you.
Thanks. Hello, Faraday, old pal.
That's enough. Put the warden back on.
He wants to talk to you, Warden.
Okay. Well, Inspector, is it Boston Blackie?
Yes, it's Blackie, all right. What do you want to do with him?
Get rid of him. I have enough trouble on my hands as it is.
Okay, let him go. He's all right. Only, don't tell him I told you so.
Tell Faraday I can hear him. It'll spoil his day.
I'll spoil that guy's face one of these days. What's this about other trouble, Warden?
A convict was found murdered in his cell this morning.
That's so. Anybody I knew?
You might remember him. It was Matty Ennis.
Matty Ennis?
Yes.
And Blackie broke into prison last night? Don't let Blackie go.
Don't let him go. Why not?
Why not? Because Boston Blackie promised he'd get Matty Ennis one of these days. That's why not. And it looks like, as usual, Blackie's kept his word.
This way, Blackie. Seeing you're a special prisoner, I guess there's no time limit to you in the visitor's room. Only, don't break out, will you? That's new wire we just put up.
Okay, God, I'll remember that. Who is it wants to see me?
Oh, some girl.
You didn't say that right. If it's a girl, it's Mary Wesley, and she's some girl.
I got to look at her. You're not kidding. You can say anything you like, Blackie, but just don't invite her in.
I won't. Hi, Mary.
Blackie. Oh, Blackie, how did you get into this mess?
Why, this isn't a mess I'm in. It's penitentiary.
Oh.
Well, how do you like me in this number? Or do you think I'd look better in a snappy 547925 instead of this English drape 5735210?
Oh, now, Blackie, don't try to be funny. Gee, I heard you broke into this place. Now, why did you do anything like that?
Well, I'll tell you a secret. Promise not to tell it to any member of the police force or your ladies' club.
You know I won't tell anyone.
Well, in that case, what's the use of bragging?
Oh, Blackie.
I'm sorry. I'll tell you why. Do you know who Johnny Brennan is?
Yeah. He owns that restaurant we go to on Ralph Avenue.
That's right. Well, his son Kevin is serving 5 years for being mixed up with a gang of young West Side hoodlums. And now he's in a worse jam than ever and doesn't know it.
Well, he couldn't be in more trouble than he is right now.
He is, though. His father found out through the underworld grapevine that Kevin was going to be framed for the murder of Matty Ennis.
Matty Ennis? Well, he was found dead right here in prison this morning. I heard it on the radio. But, gee, I didn't hear them mention Kevin Brennan.
No, but they'll mention him soon. Young Brennan and Ennis have adjourning cells, and as soon as they find out Kevin hated Ennis, it's going to look bad for the kid.
Well, why didn't Kevin's father write his son and tell him about the frame?
No, Brennan tried to ward Kevin, but his son wouldn't see him. Brennan wrote letters, but Kevin returned them unopened.
So Mr. Brennan asked you to see his son.
Mm-hmm.
And Kevin wouldn't talk to you either.
I got here a little late. And don't say we should have gone to the police about the frame, because after that, if Ennis was murdered, that would have made Kevin the number one suspect.
But, Blackie, you're still in jail.
Oh, but I'm a special prisoner, Mary. I even chose my own cell, the one Ennis was murdered in.
Oh, fine. Well, if you see any ghosts, tell them goodbye for me.
It's what's next to the late Matty Ennis's cell that interests me, Mary.
What?
Kevin Brennan has the next apartment, and I want to try to get some information out of him.
Well, I should think you'd want to get out of here. That this place must get you down.
It does, but I'm not going to stay down until I turn Ennis killer up.
Hello? Brennan's restaurant?
Mr. Brennan, this is Mary Wesley.
Mary, did you see Blackie up at the prison?
Yes, and they tried to kid about it, but he's in trouble. And you've got to get him out of it. Now, look, you've got to go to Inspector Faraday with me and explain why Blackie broke into prison.
Well, Miss Wesley, with Ennis dead, I can't do that.
But
if I say I asked Blackie to go and order to stop my son from being suspected of his murder, they'd throw the book at me, boy. I can't go.
Blackie didn't say he couldn't go when you asked him to break into prison.
Oh, but that was different. This could mean me boy's life.
Or Blackie's. Well, I tell Faraday myself, but he won't believe me, and Blackie won't talk. Now, you've got to do it, Mr. Brennan.
Please don't ask me to do that, Miss Wesley. It'd be like killing my own boy. I'll go to see Inspector Faraday with you if you want. But I can't tell him why I asked Blackie to go to penitentiary.
Hey, Kevin. Kevin Brennan, I want
want to talk to you.
Shut up, Blackie. I'm busy.
Kevin, do you know how Matty Ennis was killed?
He was stabbed. What about it?
That means someone had to get close to him. Who could get closer to him than you? This cell I'm in is the one Ennis was in. It's the last in the row. You're the prisoner nearest to him.
So what? I didn't kill him. Now keep your talk in your own cell, will you?
Listen, Kevin, I want to tell you something.
You
You're
had a
not...
kid to say shut up, didn't you, Blackie?
Who's that?
It's me, that's who.
It's Joe, my cellmate. And we're having a nice friendly little game of cards. So for the last time, shut up and let us alone, will you?
Not a chance, kid. You're going to listen to
Now
me
look,
if it's
Blackie, I'll tell you something that'll maybe make you shut up.
Oh, the tough character again, huh? What do you know, Joe?
You ain't funny, Blackie. The kid don't want you to talk to him, so don't. I'll start taking it personally. Know what I mean?
I hope so. I'm still unhappy with myself for not taking a poke at you in the yard. Maybe I'll make myself glad about me tomorrow, though.
Oh, tomorrow, huh? Well, you got a date, Blackie. You see, maybe the kid didn't like Matty Ennis, but I did. He was my friend. And I don't like guys who kill my friends, which is one more reason that I don't like you.
Now back to Boston Blackie. Because he is not on speaking terms with his father, and because he refuses even to read his father's letters, convict Kevin Brennan is unaware that he is to be framed for the murder of Matty Ennis, a fellow inmate of Langley Penitentiary. So Boston Blackie breaks into the jail to see Kevin, but before he can force young Brennan into conversation, Matty Ennis is murdered. Because Ennis and Blackie are sworn enemies, Inspector Faraday feels Blackie has something to do with the killing, and Blackie is held in the penitentiary, pending investigation. As we return to our story, Mary Wesley and John Brennan are in Inspector Faraday's office.
Please, now, Inspector Faraday, before you go up to the penitentiary, tell me that you know Blackie didn't kill Mr. Ennis.
I don't know anything of the kind, Miss Wesley.
Sorry, be Inspector. Why would Blackie kill Ennis?
Why, Mr. Brennan? Because Blackie said he would someday.
Well, now, Blackie says a lot of things that he doesn't mean.
He meant this, Miss Wesley. Ennis was sent to jail for a $100,000 robbery, in which 2 little girls were killed in the getaway. We couldn't pin a murder rap on Ennis, and Blackie said he'd take care of Ennis himself.
Oh, but that was just an idle threat, Inspector.
Blackie hasn't been idle a day in his life, Mr. Brennan. But I have more against him than that threat. Ennis swore he'd get him someday because Blackie broke that case. And I have an idea Ennis and Blackie met. Ennis went for Blackie when Blackie broke into the prison, only Blackie was too quick for him.
Well, that would be murder in self-defense, Inspector Faraday. You can't...
I know what it is, Miss Wesley. But it's still murder. You don't think I like to see Blackie in a jam, do you?
Well, I hope not.
But he is in a jam, Miss Wesley. Why did he break into Langley Penitentiary if not to kill Ennis? That's what has to be answered before he has a chance to get out of this mess.
Well, I could tell you why he did it.
And I'm supposed to believe you?
Sorry, Pete. Do you think Blackie broke into that jail to kill Ennis?
He might have, Mr. Brennan. Ennis was caught after that robbery, but we never found the money. Maybe Blackie went after Ennis to force him to tell where he'd stashed the dough.
Well, I remember the Ennis robbery, Inspector. Ennis had an accomplice who wasn't caught.
You don't remember enough. Ennis had an accomplice, all right, and he wasn't caught right after the robbery. But he was caught a little while ago. And according to the records I went over this afternoon, it looked as if he wanted to be picked up. Yeah, the clever Joe Atherton walked right into a trap.
Joe Atherton? That was Matty Ennis's partner?
Yes.
Thought he'd be. Joe Atherton is my son's cellmate.
So what?
Nothing. Well, no wonder Kevin has turned against me so.
What do you mean, turned against you?
I have his last letter written several months ago, telling me not to bother writing to him anymore.
Huh?
He had a friend, Joe Atherton, who was going to show him the right way to make good. He didn't want to be bothered with any more of my preaching.
That's typical of all youngsters who get in with hardened criminals, Mr. Brennan. It may not be too late to straighten your son out. I'll see if I can have him moved away from Atherton.
And will you see if you can have Blackie moved out of the penitentiary, Inspector Faraday?
Getting out of jail is strictly up to Blackie, Miss Wesley. When I get there, he's got to tell me what he was up to when he broke into jail. That is, if he hasn't broken out by now.
Inspector, you have no idea how cute you look behind that chicken wire. Just like a setting hen.
You're going to be looking at me through bars if you don't start talking, Blackie.
Listen to the setting hen cluck.
Blackie, you going to tell me why you broke in here, aren't you?
I read any good books lately, Inspector.
All right. Then you can stay in here till you're 95.
Well, that's a relief. I thought you might have them keep me here polite.
Look, Blackie, Why did you kill Matty Ennis?
Oh, Inspector, come now. Maybe I'm a bad boy, but I'm not that bad.
You're plenty good. Good enough to break in here without getting caught. Good enough to find Ennis and try to force him to tell you where he stashed the $100,000 he got in that robbery. Good enough to beat him to the punch when he tried to kill you.
Will you be good enough to tell me what I'd want with that $100,000?
You're not the richest man in the world.
No, but I wouldn't go to Ennis to find that money. If I wanted it, I'd try to find his accomplice who wasn't caught and beat it out of him.
His accomplice is right here in this prison.
Is he?
Yes. And in a cell right next to where Ennis was killed.
Kevin Brennan didn't work with Ennis.
No, but Joe Atherton did. And Atherton and Brennan share the same cell. But I don't think that's news to you. I think you knew it.
Keep your badge on, Inspector. Keep your badge on. How do you know Atherton and Ennis were partners in that robbery?
Because we got a description of the accomplice who got away when we grabbed Ennis. And Atherton fits that description.
He fits something else, too, Inspector. Go back to sleep and dream that the Ennis murder is solved. See me later, and I'll make that dream come true.
Hey, Joe, you asleep?
No, Kevin. What's the matter up there? Bugs in your bunk?
No, I'm just thinking, that's all.
Yeah, what about?
Blackie. He went to an awful lot of trouble to get in here to talk to me. Maybe I should let him have his say.
Yeah, what for?
Because he's an all right guy. He did get to say something about Matty Ennis to me and about me getting into trouble because of him. And I'm beginning to think
You're beginning to go off your nut.
I go to sleep. I did a lot of talking about hating Matty Ennis.
Yeah, I know, kid. You want people to think you're a tough guy, don't you?
I don't know now. That was your idea. And maybe I shouldn't listen to your ideas.
One more crack like that, I'll pull you down out of that bunk of yours and slap you around.
We'll try it and see what happens to you.
Oh, you think you're real tough, huh? Hey, well, we'll see. I'll get you down out of there.
Cut it out.
Ow! There, you're down there, kid. Let's see if you're up to that.
My turn. It's a guard.
Keep your mouth shut now, Kevin.
Yeah, and you keep your mouth shut. Listen to me.
What's going on in there, Brennan? You, Atherton. What are you up to now?
Nothing, guard.
Sounded to me like you two were fighting. Maybe you'd both like a little solitary, huh?
No, we weren't fighting, guard. Just swatting flies.
Swatting flies?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, just swatting flies.
Sure, I was just trying to exterminate an insect.
Hello, Warden. You sent for me?
Yes, I did, Blackie. Come in, sit down.
Thanks. That's one of the best things I do.
Blackie, you don't know that Ennis was stabbed with a spoon shaped into a crude knife. Probably by some convict who had access to an emery wheel in the machine shop.
That sounds normal enough.
After dinner yesterday, we checked the silverware the prisoners used. We do it after every meal. The spoon was missing. We searched but couldn't find it. We know it was missing from the bench where young Brennan ate.
But Joe Atherton ate there, too, didn't he?
Yes, but there was bad blood between Ennis and Brennan. Atherton and Ennis got on pretty well. And Blackie, young Brennan worked in the machine shop.
Didn't Atherton? You see, you keep overlooking one fact, Warden, and that is that Brennan's cellmate Atherton had the same opportunity to kill Ennis as the kid did. Exactly the same. Your point, of course, is that Atherton had no reason to kill Ennis, and Kevin did. Well, let's make believe that Atherton had no reason you know of.
What are you getting at?
Warden, would young Brennan be foolish enough to kill a man everyone knows he hated in a way that had to be traced to him? I doubt it. Look, can you arrange a baseball game between the convicts for tomorrow morning?
Yes, of course, but why?
You want to know what the score is, don't you? I guarantee I'll be able to tell you when Joe Atherton comes to bat.
Your attention, all prisoners. Your attention.
Okay, Warden Ross, okay.
You men are allowed in the exercise yard today pending your best behavior. I'm allowing this baseball game because I don't think it's fair for all of you to suffer for the actions of 2 or 3. I think it's a good idea for us to take our minds off Matty Ennis for a little while. But you're to be allowed out here only as long as you behave yourselves. All right. I'll umpire the first few innings. Let's play ball.
Come on, the warden said play ball. Stop yapping out there on the mound and pitch to me.
All right, let's go, men. Well, Blackie, I didn't know you were a catcher.
I've taught more than baseballs in my time, Warden Ross. I didn't know you were an umpire.
I'm not. Who's going to argue with the warden?
I see what you mean.
Come on. Stop that fooling out there and let's play ball.
Come on, pitcher. Burn one in. You're too good for this guy. You're too good for him, pal.
6 is 1. You're not going to feel in that mitt of yours, Blackie. I'm going to slam this one over the wall.
And don't you wish you could go over the wall after it?
You said
Here
it.
comes the pitch, boy. You can't get it. You can't. Hey, got it.
Fair ball. Batter up. Get the next batter in there.
Lucky hit, kid. Lucky hit. Just keep finding the middle of this whole mitt here. Burn it down and they'll never see it. Pitch it to me, boy. Pitch it to me.
It's gonna never reach you, Blackie, and a pass to the first one a mile.
Well, look who's up. Joe Atherton. Sucker's up, kid. Throw him a hook and he'll break his neck.
I'll break yours, I get half a chance.
Wouldn't surprise me at all, especially after what you did to Matty Ennis.
Blackie, don't fool with me now.
Let's run.
What do you mean?
Nice pitching, kid. Nice going. The guy needs a paddle, not a bat. Now, one more in the same place, boy. The next one goes right in your head, Joe.
You try to beat your brains in.
That's something that would be impossible for me to do to you. No brains.
Boy, I'll show you what do you mean?
You see, Atherton? You turn back to look at me, and my boy puts another one right over. You put one over on Matty Ennis, too, didn't you? You killed him so you'd get the money he'd stashed away after you got out.
Blackie, after the game, I'm going to fix you.
Shut up.
Money.
You're not going to do anything. Now, come on, kid. One more gets this sucker out here.
Oh, a sucker, huh?
Sure you are. You didn't think I knew that you were Ennis's partner in that 100-grand robbery, did you?
Who told you? Oh, the Brennan kid, huh? I should have framed him better.
Let's see. You're out.
Oh, okay, Blackie, you talked me into striking out, but you know too much, and I'm going to...
Not with that bat, John. Warden, look away.
You could have killed him. Hit you with that bat.
Sure, but I hit first. Warden Ross, this character killed Ennis here and was going to frame young Brennan for the murder. A baseball game is a swell spot to tag him, too. He had 2 strikes on him from the time I broke in here.
Well, Inspector Faraday, are you satisfied we have Matty Ennis's killer? What I heard Atherton say to Blackie at home plate was enough to convince me.
Yes, Warden Ross, Atherton's our man. You don't mind if I wait in this office of yours till my men get here to pick him up, do you?
No, not at all.
Well, you can wait here if you want to, Faraday, but I'm leaving. I've had enough of this penitentiary to last me for 100 years.
Blackie, I ought to send you here for 100 years and a day for not telling me why you broke into this place.
Well, I couldn't tell you, Faraday. And if I did, you wouldn't have believed me. Besides, if I told you Kevin Brennan was going to be framed for killing Matty Ennis, what would you have done when Ennis was found dead?
I wouldn't have accused Kevin Brennan because I have to have proof before I accuse anybody of anything.
Oh, is that so? You accused me of killing Ennis. Did you have proof?
Well, no. But that was different. I can accuse you of anything and be right most of the time.
Pal, you're so far from ever being right, the fellas called you Lefty.
Yeah.
You would have picked on young Brennan, all right.
All right, so I would have arrested him and made a mistake. So he would have been released. I suppose you never made a mistake.
I made a mistake not figuring out who had a motive to kill Ennis before breaking in here. If I'd known Ennis's accomplice was in prison, too, I could have saved myself a lot of trouble.
I guess you think it's my fault for not telling you. I didn't even know you were working on the case.
If I'd told you what I was going to do, you'd have worked on me. But I've had enough of this case and enough of this jail and too much of you.
That's so.
I'm getting out of here. It's all right for me to go now, isn't it, Warden Ross?
Yeah. Yes, Blackie. There's nothing to keep you here now. Faraday here wants to prefer charges against you for breaking into jail.
I can do that too, Blackie. Well, I could prefer charges.
I know what you could prefer, Faraday, but I know you prefer not to have me in prison. Just how far would you get on your cases with your body in your office and your brains in jail?
case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's the case of the Poker Murders. Another case for that most famous of all manhunters, a detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Deep in the waterfront section of the city, there lies a condemned slum area. The streets dark and deserted, lined with empty, crumbling tenements. Deep in a grimy tenement deep within, a masked man sits in a hidden room and plays solitaire. This is the sinister master of crime known as the Ace of Spades.
Yes?
The 6 and 7 are clubs to see you, Ace.
Send them in.
Well, here we are, Chief.
Yeah.
You're 5 minutes late.
I'm sorry, Ace.
The cops are watching this area. We had trouble slipping in.
Since when have I accepted excuses?
Yeah, boss, we know.
What about the other 3? Are they waiting at the rendezvous?
Yes, sir.
Did you both memorized my instructions?
We got him down cold, Chief, but suppose there's a hitch.
There won't be a hitch. The Ace of Spades doesn't make mistakes. Of course, if you make one.
Oh, no, we won't, Ace.
You can depend on us.
All right. Now, you two had better get going.
Yeah, okay.
One thing.
What is it, Chief?
Don't forget to leave your calling cards. I don't want to disappoint my dear friend, Sergeant Matheson.
Extra! Extra! Ace of Spades strikes again! First storage warehouse rob! $250,000 in furs looted! Guard killed as poker gang makes clean getaway! Extra! Read all about it!
Nick, there's a Mr. Ralph Williams here to see you.
Ralph Williams?
Special investigator for Acme Underwriters.
Oh. Show him in, Patsy. With the retainer they're paying me, I have to see him.
This way, Mr. Williams.
Mr. Carter, my company's in trouble.
Yes? Well, sit down, Mr. Williams. Tell me about it.
As you know, we're the biggest underwriters in the business. But this fur storage robbery yesterday, well, we can't take any more of those.
Oh, the Ace of Spades, huh?
Yes. Whoever he is, he's hit us 5 times in the last 2 weeks. We're paying out a fortune in claims.
You're working with the police on this?
The police? They're helpless. The Ace of Spades has been too smart for them. Take that fur warehouse job last night, for instance.
Yes?
Every burglar alarm was cut or disconnected. The vault combinations were known beforehand. And the locations of the most valuable furs.
What about the guard? Was he one of your own operatives?
Yes, one of our best men, too. They locked him into one of the refrigerated vaults.
Mm-hmm. The Ace of Spades men leave the usual calling cards?
Yes. It was a 5-man job, apparently. They left the 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 of clubs.
Oh, straight flush. It's a pretty high poker hand. Among his other accomplishments, our friend seems to have a perverted sense of humor.
Well, it's a brand of humor I can't say I relish. Mr. Carter, will you help us with the case?
I will. Tell you the truth, Mr. Williams, I was just about to drop down and discuss it with my old friend, Sergeant Matheson, in the Homicide Division. You see, the gentleman who calls himself the Ace of Spades interests me no end. I'm looking forward to meeting him personally.
Black 10 on red jack. Red 4, black 5. Yes?
The Queen of Hearts is here, Ace.
Queen of Hearts. I'll put her on.
Ace, I've got to see you at
I
once.
thought I told you never to come down here.
I had to come. I just heard some news. Nick Carter.
I know he's been called in by Acme Underwriters.
How did you know?
I make it my business to know everything, my dear.
But Ace, Nick Carter's clever, dangerous.
Yes, I know. It will be intriguing to match wits with him. Now then, my dear, you'd better run along. You've work to do tonight.
Aren't you even going to see me?
I'm sorry, but I'm busy.
I know. You're playing solitaire. Sometimes I think you love that game more than you love me.
Come, my dear, there's no basis for comparison. Solitaire, like every other card game, is relaxing. Women, when they're as lovely as you, are exciting.
Ace, please.
Good night, my dear.
Nick, you won't be late for Rhoda Stanley's birthday party, will you?
No, Patsy. You drop me at headquarters and go right on. I'll join you later.
Uh-huh. Oh, it's funny the way I bumped into Rhoda after all these years. Hadn't seen her since college, and then all of a sudden I was standing in a nylon line at Trimble's, and there she was.
Yes, and now we're going to a birthday party.
Uh-huh. The minute she found out I worked with you, she insisted on our coming. She's dying to meet you, and, well, I promised to produce. You sure you don't mind, Nick?
No, of course not, Patsy.
Oh, it ought to be something. She's married to John Stanley.
The banker?
Uh-huh, that's right.
Oh.
Which is the same thing as saying she's married to $10 million. And I was the girl in my graduating class voted most likely to succeed.
No, Patsy, it's a funny thing.
What's funny?
Stanley's Bank, the Marine Trust, is putting up the capital to tear down that slum area where the Ace of Spades is supposed to be hiding.
Oh, do you really think that's where the Ace of Spades' hideout is?
Could be. There are more than 200 abandoned tenements down there. And the 2 patrolmen murdered in that section seem to point to it.
Oh, I won't forget those 2 homicides in a hurry. Each of them had a playing card pinned right over the bullet holes.
Yes, pair of jacks. Fair sample of the Ace's grisly humor.
What kind of a man can he be anyway?
Infernally clever, Patsy. We know that much. A brilliant planner with a mind that doesn't overlook the minutest details that might trap him.
But why all those poker hands whenever he's pulled a job?
He's an egotist. Type of criminal who glorifies his crimes. Enjoys leaving his signatures at each one of them.
Oh. This close enough, Nick?
Yes, I can walk the other half block to headquarters.
Nick, Please be careful. Don't take any chances.
Now, don't worry. The Ace of Spades may play his cards according to Hoyle. But I'll play him any way I can to win. Hi, Matty.
Well, Nick. Well, to tell you the truth, for once, I'm glad to see you. This Ace of Spades has really got me on the merry-go-round. First, he knocks over 2 of our best cops. Then he kills this watchman on that warehouse job last night, and he leaves nothing. No evidence. Except those blasted playing cards.
Yes, I know.
Nick, I tell you, this Ace of Spades is like a ghost. This whole case like a nightmare.
Matty, have you got the cards his men left?
Yeah, here they are.
Common pattern. They sell hundreds of decks like this all over town. What about the...
Fingerprints?
Yes.
No, none. We powdered every card. Even used the iodine test. Nothing doing.
Suppose you searched that abandoned slum area.
Look, are you kidding, Nick? Of course we did. The night Burke and Finnegan were killed, we went through it with a fine-tooth comb. A devil of a job it was, too.
As I can imagine. Inasmuch that place has been blacked out ever since the city decided to dismantle their street lamps in the area to save electricity.
Yeah.
With all these hundreds of empty tenements, the Ace could change his headquarters at will. Why, you could drive a car through there with the headlights turned off and never be seen.
Yeah, I know. That's what makes it tough. The place is as black as, the Ace of Spades. I got a couple of men down there now nosing around. Not that I expect to find anything. Homicide, Sergeant Matheson.
Nolan's calling in from a call box down in that cemetery, Sarge.
Yeah?
Shall I switch you on?
Yeah, I'll talk to him.
Hello? Hello, is that you, Sarge?
Yeah. What is it, Nolan?
O'Connor's and myself saw a light in one of these here tenements.
What? Are you sure?
Yeah, positive. The light's gone now, but we got the place spotted. Shall we go in and investigate?
No. Now listen, Nolan. You and Connor stay there and keep your eyes peeled on that tenement.
Yeah?
I'll be right down with a squad.
Okay, Sarge. We'll be on the corner of the side.
Nolan!
You say that call box was located at the corner of 16th Street and Avenue F, Matty?
Yeah, that's right, Nick. A couple of more blocks and we'll be there.
From the looks of things, you must have every cruise car in the force in this area now.
Yeah. But judging by what's gone before, I don't think it's going to do us any good.
Matty, just look at this area. Nothing but rows and rows of dark tenements and boarded-up stores.
Yeah,
Well,
I
look,
know.
there isn't a whole pane of glass in the place. The streets and the sidewalks are certainly littered with this flash.
Hey, Nick, I heard a shot.
Take it easy, Matty. Take it easy. One of your boys up ahead just blew a tire, picked up a piece of broken glass, probably.
Oh, yeah. Oh, this place gives me the creeps, I guess. Uh-oh. There's the call box that Nolan called from.
don't see anything. You, Matty?
No. Nolan and Connors must be somewhere around, one way or the other.
Better hug the walls, Matty.
Yeah.
Right now we're out in the open like a couple of sitting pigeons. The ace... Matty. Here in this doorway.
Nolan and Connors, dead.
Yes, riddled by bullets. And look, Matty. The ace left his usual calling cards. The jack of hearts on Nolan and the jack of diamonds on Connors.
And Burke and Finnegan drew a pair of jacks, too, when they were murdered down here.
4 jacks. 4 of a kind. Well, whatever the ace of spades is, Matty, he's consistent. He's still killing. And according to Hoyle...
Patsy, what's happened to the master detective you promised to produce tonight?
Well, I can't understand what's keeping Nick, Rhoda. He was supposed to be here long ago.
Well, we won't worry about it. Let's just have another cocktail, huh? After all, it is my wife's birthday.
As you know, Patsy, I'm a lucky woman to be Mrs. John Stanley. Look at the birthday present John gave me. This necklace.
Oh, I've been noticing that, Rhoda. Matched diamonds, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It's a magnificent thing. Oh, that must be Nick now.
I'll get it. What the devil?
All right, Stanley, get those hands up.
Yeah, and fast. Hey, now, wait a minute. What does this mean?
We're playing cops and robbers. That's why we're wearing these masks.
But you...
Shut up, Stanley. I'll do all the talking around here. All right, Joe, get to work on that wall safe. It's behind that picture. You know the combination.
Right.
John, all my jewelry's in there.
No, my dear. I'm afraid there's nothing we can do now.
Or any other time.
Pretty sure of yourself, aren't you?
Yeah, lady, I sure am. How you doing, Joe?
Okay. Just got the safe open.
Swell. Now, Mrs. Stanley, I'll take that necklace.
Oh, John, my birthday present.
Will you give it to me, or do I have to tear it off your neck?
Rhoda, I'm afraid you'll have to do as he says.
No, I won't.
Oh, Rhoda, your husband's right. We're helpless now. These
No,
men are...
they're not going to take my necklace.
All right, lady. Looks like I'll have to rip it off that pretty white neck of yours.
Take your hands off my wife.
Shut up, Stanley. Stay where you are.
I said let her alone, you hear? Take your hands up.
John!
Nice work, pal.
Yeah. Haven't had a chance to use that blackjack in a long time.
You've killed him. He isn't breathing.
Naturally, lady. That was no love tap I gave him.
No.
You got all that stuff out of the safe, Joe?
Yeah. Everything's worked like clockwork. As the chief would say, according to plan.
You'll pay for this. Both of you.
That's what you think, lady. Oh, here's a couple of calling cards. Just to, remember us by.
So they left the ace of hearts and the ace of clubs, huh, Patsy?
Yes, Nick, and both of the men were masked. We couldn't tell who they were.
They hit John. They killed him. He tried to protect me.
Oh, now, Rhoda, don't try to talk. You've had a terrible shock. Just lie back on the couch and try to rest. The doctor will be here soon.
John.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Stanley. But someday you'll have the satisfaction of seeing those killers go to the chair.
Nick, one of those crooks said everything went according to plan. Do you think the ace of spades planned John's murder?
Yes, Patsy, I do.
But it was so wanton.
Whenever the ace of spades kills, he kills for a reason. He isn't the type to kill just for the pleasure of it. Now, Patsy, did you notice anything about these stubs? Anything unusual that might give us a clue?
Well, no, they were both masked, about medium height, wore black gloves, and... Wait a minute, Nick.
Yes?
I do remember something now. When the man who hit John with the blackjack raised his arm, I saw his cufflinks.
And what about them?
They were little black aces of clubs.
Unusual. Did they look expensive?
Oh, yes, very. And not the usual kind of thing you'd pick up in a jewelry store. Probably made to order.
Patsy, you're magnificent.
I am, Nick?
You are. You've stumbled on something we've badly needed in this case. A good lead. From now on, we're going to play a little game.
A little game?
Mm-hmm.
Of what?
A little game of poker.
Mind if I use your phone, Sergeant Matheson?
Oh, not at all, Mr. Williams.
Sergeant, my company is demanding action from you and Mr. Carter here.
Yes. Now, wait a minute, Mr. Williams.
Frankly, we can't wait for anything much longer. You realize the losses Acme underwriters are taking? Hello. Hello, Boulevard Garage. This is Mr. Williams. Is my car ready? What? 2 new tires. I see the old ones are pretty badly cut up, eh? Well, that makes 3 new tires in all. Uh-huh. Well, all right, go ahead. I suppose it can't be helped.
Car trouble, huh?
Yes, but that's the least of my worries, Mr. Carter. My firm's insured the Stanley jewels along with that diamond necklace for almost $100,000. Unless you nail down the ace of spades pretty quickly. Well,
might as well try to nail down a ghost.
We'll do what we can, Mr. Williams. I've got a lead on him now, I think.
What lead?
Well, I'd rather not say until I'm sure it'll be of value.
Very well. I don't care how you get the ace of spades as long as you get him. And soon. Good day, gentlemen.
Goodbye. Hey, Nick, what's this lead you're talking about?
I'll let you know, Matty, when and if it pays dividends. Oh, by the way,
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Homicide, Sergeant Matheson.
Sergeant, is Nick there?
Oh, yeah, sure, Patsy. Yeah, Nick, it's for you.
Hello, Patsy. Did you find anything?
Plenty. I canvassed the big jewelry stores just as you told me to do.
And?
After walking my feet off and talking to about 100 supercilious jewelry clerks, I finally made a strike at Rutledge's.
They make up those cufflinks?
Yes.
Did they have a carbon of the sales slip?
Yes, Nick, they did. The man who ordered those cufflinks was Frankie Morello.
Morello, huh? Good work, Patsy. Go home now. Soak your feet in hot water. I'll let you know when I need you again.
Yes?
Hey, Ace of Clubs is here to see you.
Send him in.
Hello, Chief. You sent for me?
Yes, Frankie. Sit down.
Thanks. Well, Chief, how'd you like the way Joe and me pulled off that Stanley job, huh?
That's an interesting pair of cufflinks you're wearing, Frankie. Little aces of clubs, eh?
Yeah, pretty neat if I do say so. Had 'em made to order.
That was very careless of you, Frankie.
Ace, what do you mean by that?
You wore them on the Stanley job. You gave Nick Carter a clue. You'll find out who you are sooner or later.
Yeah, but Chief,
Nick Carter's a dangerous man with a clue, Frankie. Now he hopes to get at me through you. It's going to be embarrassing to have you around.
Hey, Chief, I didn't wear these cufflinks at the Stanleys. I swear I didn't.
Oh, didn't you, Frankie?
No, you gotta believe me.
Yeah, Ace.
Send in the Queen of Hearts.
Right.
What?
Meet the Queen of Hearts, Frankie.
You?
Yes, Frankie. It's I.
Sorry, Frankie.
Chief, no. No!
Corpse of gangster, extra, Rito!
A fine state of affairs, Nick. Frankie Morello, our only clue wiped out.
Yes.
But only you and I knew about that cufflinks clue. Nick, what is this ace of spades, a mind reader?
Patsy, you forget.
Huh?
When you and I were discussing it at John Stanley's house, someone else was there who could have overheard us.
Oh, Nick, you're not suggesting that Rhoda...
She was in the room with us when we talked it over.
Well, I know, but she was in a severe state of shock.
Was she?
Nick, you don't mean...
I mean that things are beginning to add up. Look, Patsy, those crooks knew where the wall safe was, even at the combination.
Oh, yes, that's right.
The ace of spades could have received that valuable information direct from Rhoda.
Yes, but we can't be sure of that, Nick.
No, but there's one thing we can be sure of. Neither you nor I tipped off the ace of spades about that cufflinks clue. And somebody did. And the ace felt it was important enough to force him to destroy the evidence, his own henchman.
Then it must have been Rhoda who tipped him off. She was the only other person who knew about the cufflinks.
Exactly.
I can't believe it. What? Well, I knew Rhoda Stanley well. Of course, I haven't seen her for... Oh, Nick, how could Rhoda be an accomplice to the murder of her husband right before her own eyes?
Patsy, those jewels in the safe were insured for $100,000. That's a lot of money. Not to mention the millions that John Stanley probably left her in his will.
But if Rhoda's mixed up in this, then who is the ace of spades?
I've got a hunch, but I'm not positive yet. Whoever he is, he has an intimate knowledge of the jobs he tackles. And all these jobs have been pulled off against Acme underwriters. Patsy, suppose someone had easy access to the files of the company.
Files?
Yes, on banks, first storage vaults, and other properties, giving their floor layouts, burglar alarm setups, and so forth. A clever crook could pull off a nice, clean job with this information, couldn't he?
Yes. Oh, but there might be any number of men who'd have access to this information. Adjusters, executives, insurance actuaries, any number of people on the inside.
True, but we can narrow it down further. This man, this ace of spades, would not only have to be an inside man, he'd have to be someone who got around on the outside, too. Knew all these places by actual experience because he'd visited them. That's the only way he could operate the way he's doing.
Wait a minute, Nick. You mean...
I'm not sure, Patsy, but I hope to know within an hour. Come on, get your hat, let's go.
Go? Go where?
To the Boulevard Garage. That's where Ralph Williams keeps his car.
Nick, that garage attendant looked a little suspicious when you told him you were a dealer and that Mr. Williams sent you down to make an estimate on his car.
I'm going to make an estimate, all right. Here we are.
Nick, you still haven't told me why you're interested in Mr. Williams' car.
Not interested in the car itself. Just the tires.
The tires?
Yes. I understand 3 of his tires were cut up so badly I had to have new ones. I think I know what cut his tires that way. But I want to be sure.
Well, hurry up. That attendant is keeping his eye on us.
Patsy, I've found what I've been looking for.
Nick, I just don't get it.
Here, take a good look at all 4 of these tires.
Huh?
See the glass particles in the treads? There's old tires, full of them.
Yes, but what do they mean?
I mean that Mr. Williams has been driving this car over roads littered with broken glass. And the only place in town where there are roads like that is in the abandoned slum section.
Then, Nick, what you're saying is that Ralph Williams is the ace of spades.
Yes. And I'd bet every poker chip in the pot on it.
Investigation, Williams speaking. Who? Claims Department. Oh, yes, Mr. Redden. Funny, I was just talking to Mrs. Stanley. She's right here in my office now. No, we haven't been able to break that Stanley case. The ace of spades got clean away with those jewels. Huh? I know it's a lot of money, but we're licked and we'll have to pay the claim. Yes, I know, and you're perfectly right. But even Nick Carter's fallen down on this one. All right, Mr. Redden. Goodbye. Well, my dear, it looks as though you're in. They're going to okay the claim.
When will it come through? The cash, I mean.
Sometime next week. And after that, my dear, I suggest you go away for a long vacation trip. In fact, I think I'll join you myself. It's, getting pretty warm in town. Yes, come in.
A messenger brought this letter for you, Mr. Williams.
Oh, thank you, Miss Hamilton. From Nick Carter.
Nick Carter? I wonder what he wants.
Now, my dear, nothing to be nervous about. Let's see. There's nothing in it but a playing card.
Yes. But look at that card. It's the Joker.
Nick, the messenger left Williams' office 5 minutes ago.
I know. It's almost dark. He'll be out soon. When he does, Patsy, we'll tail him.
Nick, why did you send him that Joker?
Just having a little fun. In the ace's own way.
But isn't that dangerous? Shouldn't we have just gone up and got him? What if he gets away?
He won't. You forget one thing, Patsy.
What?
The loot. The ace has almost $500,000 salted away somewhere. And he's certainly not going to leave town without picking it up. That's the big reason why I sent him the Joker. He knows we're on to him now. It'll flush him out.
Of course. And he'll lead us right to the hideaway.
If everything goes according to Hoyle.
Nick, do you think it's in one of those slum tenements somewhere?
I'd bet on it. Can't think of a better place to hide anything. Here, wait a minute. Yes. Here comes Williams out of his building now.
Yes, and Rhoda Stanley's with him. They're getting into a taxi.
All right, Patsy. Here we go.
look. They've stopped at the Riverview boathouse.
Yes. They're getting into a launch.
But I don't understand. This means they're not going to the tenement area.
On the contrary, Patsy. You forgot one thing. The river fronts that area, and the boat running quietly with its lights out might get in a lot easier than a car, especially when all the streets are being watched.
We can't let them get away, Nick. What now?
I'm going on to the tenement area. You get Matty on the phone.
Uh-huh.
Have him throw a cordon around this entire area, and tell him to notify the harbor police, too.
All right, Nick.
I fancy make it plain to Matty that the harbor police are not to stop the boat, or just keep them under surveillance. We want the ace to pick up that money before he tries a final getaway.
Well, Nick, it worked out just as you figured. The Ace of Spades came off that boat and went into that 5-story tenement right across the street there.
Yeah, it's lucky your men were posted onto those docks, Matty. Otherwise, we might have missed him.
Well, the Stanley woman's waiting in the boat. We can pick her up later just as soon as we... Hey, Nick.
Huh?
The Ace of Spades is coming out. Get back into the doorway.
He went in empty-handed and came out with a suitcase.
Yeah, that's the swag, all right. Well, here goes. Just a minute, Ace. What? No! Drop that gun! Drop it, I say!
Nice shot, Matty. Winged him in the arm. Yes, sir. You trumped the Ace of Spades neatly.
Well, Nick, they're starting to tear down these tenements today. Oh, what a place. Even in daylight, it gives me the creeps.
Yes, but someday, they tell me, this is going to be a beautiful housing development with parks and playgrounds for the kids.
Maybe, but right now it looks like a kind of death house. And speaking of the death house, I wonder what the Ace of Spades is thinking about now.
About black on red or red on black?
Nick, what on earth do you mean?
I just spoke to Matty on the phone a few moments ago. He tells me the Ace of Spades sits in the death cell all day and all night, playing solitaire.
Say, Nick, how about giving us a few of the ingredients that make up your story for next week?
Why, sure, Hugh. Take a beautiful young girl who's positive she's going crazy, just as her mother did before her.
Then add her boyfriend, who refused to believe she was losing her mind in spite of the evidence to the contrary.
Mix them together, and add a country doctor who alone knew the secret behind it all.
And you have the tense and unbelievable situation with which Nick was faced.
And what do you call this witch's brew, Nick?
I call it The Case of the Demented Daughter.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, which is produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street & Smith Publications, Incorporated. Pictured stories of Nick Carter appear in every issue of The Shadow comics. In the broadcast of Nick Carter, Master Detective, Lon Clark is starred as Nick, Charlotte Manson is featured as Patsy, Matty is played by Ed Latimer. Original music is played by George Wright. Script is by Max Ehrlich. Any resemblance in these programs to actual persons, living or dead, or to actual places is purely coincidental. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented over most of these mutual stations each week at this same time. This is Hugh Sanders saying so long until next week. This program was heard in Canada through the facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation.
Suspense, which is heard on Thursday nights at this hour, is taking its customary summer holiday. Suspense returns to the air 5 weeks from now on Thursday, August 31st.
Ladies and gentlemen, a $10,000 reward will be offered on the program immediately following this announcement.
You out there,
You who think you've committed the perfect crime, the perfect murder, and that there are no clues, no witnesses, that your identity is unknown. Listen.
Somebody knows.
Yes, you, wherever you may be, no matter where you're hiding. Somewhere, sometime, someone listening to this program is going to bring you to justice. Yes.
Somebody knows.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents Somebody Knows, a program conceived in the public interest, dedicated to aiding the forces of law and order in the solution of this nation's unsolved crimes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to recreate for you tonight all the known facts in an actual unsolved murder. Somewhere, someone among you has had contact with the killer, or killers. Someone whose identity need never be known has seen evidence or possesses information that can lead to the solution of this crime.
In the public interest, the Columbia Broadcasting System offers a $5,000 reward for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the killer in this unsolved murder.
In tonight's case, in recognition of the efforts being made to apprehend her husband's killer, and hopeful of the results that may be obtained, Mrs. Madeline Christensen, widow of Frank J. Christensen, whose story we bring you tonight, offers an additional $5,000, doubling the original reward.
This makes a total of $10,000 in rewards for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the killer or killers of Frank J. Christensen.
We ask you then to please listen carefully, for you may be the one to win this reward.
Somebody knows.
It may be you. Now we open the files on one of this nation's unsolved murders. It's file number 49-104 from the records of the state's attorney's office in Cook County, Illinois. The unsolved murder of Frank J. Christensen.
The recorder's ready?
He is, Mr. Coroner.
Have these proceedings read into the record?
Yes, sir. Office of the Coroner, Cook County, Illinois. Transcript of testimony taken at the inquest before the Coroner of Cook County, A.L. Brody, Deputy Coroner Louis J. Nat-Hurney, and the jury duly impaneled and sworn, 2307 South Laramie Avenue, Cicero, Illinois, 11 a.m., December 13, A.D., 1949. We're ready, Mr. Coroner?
Very well. The inquest will please come to order. I'd like to ask you, ladies and gentlemen, if you have any information you can give the police, I wish you'd come forward. If you don't wish to give it publicly, you can speak in private. I'd like to see the streets made safe so people should not be mowed down. All right, I'll take the family history. Mrs. Christensen, will you please step up?
Yes, Mr. Coroner.
Swear the witness in.
All right, Mrs. Christensen. Raise your right hand.
Yes, sir.
At 11 o'clock in the morning, December 12th, 1949, in the somber atmosphere of Raleigh's funeral home at 2307 South Laramie Avenue in the town of Cicero, state of Illinois, a man's life and death are being probed. The life and death of a man named Frank J. Christensen. Under the skillful questioning of A.L. Brody, coroner of Cook County, many pertinent facts are being brought to light. Let's examine them in reference to the case which we're bringing you tonight. It's spring of the year 1946. Two men enter a candy and school supply store in the immediate neighborhood of a high school in the town of Cicero, western suburb of Chicago. They stand to one side looking over the crowded store.
Well, Leo, what do you say? I wouldn't have believed it, Chris. Slot machines in school stores. Fine education for the kids of Cicero, isn't it? Learning how to operate those one-armed bandits. Tossing their lunch money into the syndicate's payoff pot. Come on, Leo, before I get sick. You know, that's not the only school store I've seen those machines in, Leo. They're spotted in dozens of them. What's it mean, Chris? You said the syndicate? Yes, it looks to me like the syndicate's moving back to Cicero. Something's got to be done about it.
That's almost impossible. Where'll they get witnesses willing to stick out their necks far enough to testify? He's going to be crazy enough to put himself on a spot with the hoods from the syndicate.
Leo, I believe that some of the Capone gang have returned. They're operating openly without much hindrance from the law. And if they're allowed to continue, this means returning to the days of gangsters, hoodlum killings, and terrorism. But with God's help, I'm going to put a stop to it.
On August 26, 1946, as assessor and village board member, Frank Christensen forces the Cicero Town Board to call a special meeting in order to have a showdown on the gambling issue. An hour before the meeting is to convene, Frank Christensen's in his office, looking over the directive that he and Leo Kaspersky have prepared for the town board. He's almost finished when the door to his office opens.
Christensen?
Yes, that's right. What can I do for you?
He's here. Come on in.
Yeah, sure.
You going to the town board meeting, Christensen?
I am. Why do you ask?
Planning on introducing that resolution you and Kaspersky cooked up about gambling?
What's your interest in that?
Maybe we don't want you should get yourself in trouble.
Who sent you here?
What difference does it make? Maybe you better just lay off.
Well, if that's all you've got to
better
say...
listen, Christensen. Wouldn't do you or Kaspersky any good if it got out that you're both taking a payoff from the syndicate.
That's a lie.
Who cares? It could get out anyway. Wouldn't be so good for you, maybe, if it did.
How about it, Christensen? Are we making sense?
Some 30 minutes later, at the meeting of the town board in Cicero, Frank Christensen gives his answer to the two men who had paid him a visit in his office.
That it was necessary to file a directive in order to have this board bring into the open the widespread gambling and operation of slot machines now taking place in Cicero. Every day, every one of you must have seen these slot machines in open operation. The board has received letters and complaints from mothers of young children, from the clergy, from employers. It's gone so far that the Chicago newspapers have printed lists with the names and addresses of handbooks and dice games operating in Cicero.
Now, just a minute, Christensen, just a minute. The gambling detail investigated those addresses given by the Chicago papers. It didn't find a thing.
Well, then, mister, the gambling detail ought to take a lesson from Cicero's high school kids. They can walk into their school stores and play the slot machines 24 hours a day. If the gambling detail can't find what these kids can find, then there's been a complete breakdown of law enforcement in this town.
Now, see here,
and that's why Supervisor Kaspersky and I demand that the town board take immediate action to suppress gambling and slot machines, and not to stop until the gambling syndicate's been driven out of Cicero.
With the bombshell of his demand still echoing through the meeting hall, Frank Christensen leaves the town board and returns to his office. Then, as he opens the door and enters...
Hello, Christensen.
I thought I told you two to get out of my office and stay out.
That was a nice speech you made. Very nice. We figured we'd better congratulate you.
On what?
On still being alive. For a guy who sticks his neck out like you do, who knows? Might be the last time anybody can say that.
If you have a job to be done, try giving it to a physically handicapped worker. Your state rehabilitation agency has done a wonderful job of training disabled workers, many of them veterans, to do a specialized type of work in many different fields. When you hire a physically handicapped worker, you will do him a great service by boosting his morale, and you'll be doing yourself a good turn by acquiring a well-trained, efficient employee. The next time you need someone to do a good job, contact your state employment office and ask for a physically handicapped worker. Now back to Somebody Knows and a true case history of an actual murder.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue with the rest of the factual information concerning the unsolved murder of Frank J. Christensen. File number 49-104 from the records of the State's Attorney's Office of Cook County, Illinois.
Remember, $10,000 will be paid for information leading to the arrest and conviction of his killer.
What is your name?
Charles Cicero.
You are a police officer of the town of Cicero?
That's right. Town of Cicero.
All right, officer. Tell us what you learned.
The coroner's
from your
inquest into the death of Frank J. Christensen continues.
We have not
A picture of the man grows clearer. The facts surrounding his battle for reform, for the eradication of gamblers, hoodlums, and gangsters in the town of Cicero, come more and more to light. For 2 more years, despite attempted frame-ups on bribery charges, despite threats made against his life, Frank Christensen continues his determined battle against crime. Then, in 1948, he refuses to run for a 3rd term as assessor. His stated reason:
I'm retiring from politics. From now on, I'm going to devote my time to my private law practice and the real estate business.
Frank Christensen opens a real estate office, and in partnership with Leo Kaspersky, forms the Boulevard Manor Corporation to develop a vast housing project in Cicero. However, he never for one moment stops openly fighting the gambling syndicate. It is now 6:30 on Friday evening, December 9th, 1949. In the modest 4-room apartment at 1637 51st Avenue in Cicero, Frank Christensen and his wife Madeline are having dinner.
Are you working again tonight, Frank?
That's right, honey.
Don't you think you've been working much too hard lately? Between your law practice and Boulevard Manor, you've been at it day and night. It's too much for one man.
You know, you're making it sound so tough, you almost convinced me to drop some of it.
I only wish I could.
Do you really?
No. No, I think I know pretty well what makes you tick, Frank. And I wouldn't want you any other way.
Yeah, you better not. Well, anyway, it'll only be for a couple more days. Then we'll be off for the farm. And you know what those Tennessee vacations do for me.
All right, Frank. I'll be good.
Does that mean I can depend on your leaving the Novena services on time tonight and being home when I get here?
Only if you promise to pick up the papers.
Honey, you just made a deal.
It is approximately 9:15 on the night of December 9th, 1949. Frank Christensen finishes work at the subdivision, and with his friends Leo Kaspersky and Michael Litka, drives to the Alton Hotel for a bite to eat. It's approximately 10 o'clock as they return to the development, and Frank Christensen says good night, gets into his own car, and drives away. At 10:07, 2 cars speed down quiet residential 51st Avenue in Cicero. One of them suddenly pulls over to the curb and stops. A man gets out and starts to run. The other car, a black souped-up Ford, has pulled up in the middle of the street.
Get in this car!
At that moment, in the apartment of Mr. and Mrs. Joseph Mack, in-laws of Frank Christensen, at 1640 51st Avenue.
Joe, were those shots?
Well, I'll take a look outside. Claire, there's a man out there near the entrance lying on the sidewalk. I'm going to call the police.
The minute this call is completed, Joseph Mack runs back outside. His wife stands at the window, watching, waiting for the police cars to arrive. She glances from time to time at the motionless figure lying near the vestibule. There's something about it that seems vaguely familiar. Then a dawning, growing certainty comes over her, and she runs to the phone.
Hello? Madeline, this is Claire. Is Frank home yet?
Frank? Why, no. Why do you ask? Claire, that noise outside a while ago. Those firecrackers.
Madeline.
As the arriving police officers examine the body on the sidewalk outside and wait for the ambulance, the front door of the apartment building at 1637 51st Avenue bursts open. Mrs. Frank Christensen runs frantically across the street.
Is it Frank? Is it Frank?
Oh, tell me, is it... I thought I heard firecrackers. Frank, speak to me. Speak to me, Frank.
Here comes the squad roll. We better get him to the hospital fast.
Frank J. Christensen has been shot 8 times, in the head and chest, in the back and arms. He's dead on arrival at Loretto Hospital. Meanwhile, the Cicero police dispatcher has notified the office of State's Attorney John S. Boyle in the criminal courthouse at 26th and California Streets in Chicago. Sergeant Nick Disseldorf, aide to Captain Daniel A. Gilbert, chief investigator, sets in motion the smoothly operating, efficient machinery of the criminal branch of the State's Attorney's office.
Pearson,
Hello, Charlie. Nick.
I'd known I'd get a call from you on a night like this. What is it and where?
A shooting at 1640 51st Avenue in Cicero.
Got it.
No further details or identification given on the first flash.
Okay, Nick. Rook and I'll cover.
When Sergeant Charles Pearson and Patrolman John Rourke arrive on the scene, they begin an immediate inquiry into the shooting. Assistant State's Attorney Edward Healy also arrives.
Has an identification been made yet, Pearson?
Yes, sir. The man who was shot was Frank Christensen.
Christensen? We'd better get hold of Boyle himself right away.
State's Attorney John S. Boyle is notified and arrives at the scene with his first assistant, Edward Grin. Captain Dan Gilbert and Sergeant Disseldorf also arrive. Within an hour, the State's Attorney has over a dozen men on the spot. The investigation into the killing of Frank J. Christensen begins. An investigation that will not end until it's closed by a conviction. The following statements are obtained from 3 of Frank Christensen's friends and associates. They're of extreme interest to the State's Attorney's office. The first is given to Assistant State's Attorney Edward Healy by John C. Stoffel.
Stoffel said that last year, during the summer of 1948, 2 swarthy men in a car curbed his auto on the 52nd Avenue overpass. One of them, carrying a pistol, jumped from the car and yelled at him, "Get out of the car, you." Stoffel said he quickly threw his car into reverse, backed off the overpass, and got away. Now, I think it's quite significant that the words shouted at Stoffel are almost identically the same words shouted at Frank Christensen just before he was shot to death.
The second statement was given to Captain Dan Gilbert by Mr. Frank Kay, who is a law associate of Frank Christensen's.
Kay stated that at about 12:45 a.m. on the morning of December 9th, some 20 hours before the murder, he was driving on 35th Street when he noticed a car following him. When Kay arrived at his home at 3525 South 59th Court, the other car was right behind him, a 1942 green-colored Plymouth or Dodge with 2 men in it. Afraid there was going to be a robbery, he went into his house and locked the door.
The third statement was made by Mr. Frank Balloon, former fire marshal of Cicero.
It was on Friday morning, December 9th. I was leaving my home. It's about 75 feet east of Frank Christensen's law office, and I noticed 2 foreign-looking men trying the door of Frank's office. And finding it was locked, they walked a half a block east and got into a green-colored Plymouth sedan. Both the men were carrying briefcases. And they drove away. Well, there was plenty of parking space in front of Frank's office, so why did they park their car a half a block away?
At 5 p.m., Saturday, December 10th, a man telephones Captain Gilbert. He says that he has some information regarding the death of Christensen. Sergeant Pearson leaves immediately to pick him up.
Look, I don't want to get in no trouble. It didn't mean nothing to me until Christensen's murder, and then I figured I'd better let you know, but I don't want to get in no trouble.
Don't worry. We're just as anxious to conceal your name as you are. We'll call you, Smith. What's your story?
Well, about the end of October, or maybe it was the first week in November, I was at Mike Litke's tavern. Leo Kaspersky was there, too, talking business with Mike. It was about 11 in the morning. There was 2 guys sitting at the end of the bar, not 6 feet from me, and I got a good look at both.
The 2 men Smith is describing are swarthy in appearance, foreign-looking as he puts it. Both wear gray fedoras and dark overcoats. Both are about 5 feet 8 or 9, between the ages of 35 and 40, and weigh 190 to 200 pounds. Then Leo Kaspersky, who knows Smith, walks over to him.
I thought that was you sitting there.
Oh, hello, Mr. Kaspersky.
I'm leaving now. If you're going my way, I can give you a lift.
Hey, I'll take you up on that.
Fine. Come right along.
Smith rises and starts to follow. Then he notices that the two men seated at the end of the bar are staring after Kaspersky intently. And as he passes them, he hears...
We'll have to get rid of them, too, and I'll tell you why.
Did you say anything to Kaspersky about what you'd heard, Smith?
Like I said, Captain, it didn't mean nothing to me until after the murder. Then it hit me. Who else could they mean by them two they wanted to get rid of unless it was Kaspersky and Christensen?
The intensive investigation into the death of Frank Christensen is pursued relentlessly by the state's attorney's office, the Cicero police under Chief Chris Rooney. But no clear motive for his killer can be ascertained, no suspects uncovered, no clues as to the possible identity of his slayer or slayers. It's the morning of January 31st, 1950. In the matter of the inquest on the body of Frank J. Christensen, the coroner's jury is returning to the box after having retired and deliberated on their verdict.
Have you, gentlemen of the jury, agreed upon your verdict?
We have, sir. We find that the said Frank Christensen came to his death on the 9th day of December, A.D. 1949, from multiple gunshot wounds. Said wounds received from the pistol or revolvers held in the hands of two unknown persons. From the testimony presented, we, the jury, find said act to be murder and therefore recommend the police to apprehend said unknown persons, and when apprehended, they be held to the grand jury until released by due process of law.
Is that your verdict, gentlemen?
Yes.
Sign the verdict, and that'll close the inquest.
Now listen carefully, please. Listen, all of you, wherever you may be. We're going to give you a recapitulation of all the pertinent facts in the unsolved murder of Frank J. Christensen. Better make a note of them.
And remember, by following the instructions we shall give you in a moment, you may be the one to earn rewards totaling $10,000.
Now, here are the actual facts in the case. Frank J. Christensen, 44 years of age, was shot to death across the street from his home at 1637 51st Avenue in Cicero, Illinois.
The time, approximately 10:07 p.m., Friday, December 9th, 1949.
He died of multiple bullet wounds from two different guns, believed to be .38 caliber Colt Specials.
His killers are believed to have been driving a 1940 or 41 black souped-up Ford. Also may have had a green Plymouth or Dodge sedan.
Now, two men are being sought as suspects in the killing. Here's their description, so please listen carefully.
They are between the ages of 35 and 40.
They have swarthy complexions. Witnesses all claim that they have a foreign look.
Height, 5'8" or 9. Weight, 190 to 200 pounds. When last seen, were wearing gray fedora hats and dark overcoats.
Ladies and gentlemen, many theories have been advanced as to the underlying motives in Frank J. Christensen's murder. Here's the opinion expressed by Assistant State's Attorney Edward Healy, who, in cooperation with Sergeant Charles Pearson and Patrolman John Rourke, is still officially working on the case.
I am convinced that the murder was a warning by the underworld to a strong reform group to keep their hands off the suburbs government. Christensen had strong support for the post of first mayor of Cicero. He had a reputation as a vote-getter and would have been a tough candidate to beat in an election. Underworld bosses may have thought that by killing the reform group's number one candidate, they could scare off their other aspirants for the post.
Ladies and gentlemen, if any of you possesses information, and please don't send guesses or hunches, but actual, authentic information, follow these instructions so that your name and identity need never be made known unless you wish. Now listen very carefully.
Write your information on a plain sheet of paper. Do not sign your name. Instead, sign it with 6 numbers, any arrangement of any 6 numbers. Then tear off a blank corner of that paper with a ragged edge. Write the same 6 numbers on that corner and keep it. Mail the rest of the paper with the information to Somebody Knows, Hollywood, California. You need tell no one what you have done.
Mail your letter to Somebody Knows, Hollywood, California. And if the information you've supplied leads to the arrest and conviction of the killer or killers of Frank J. Christensen, we'll announce your signature number on this program. Then, if you don't want your name to be known, go to your lawyer or your doctor, your priest, minister, or rabbi, and have him present the torn corner of the paper to any CBS station. In this way, you won't have to appear in person.
If the torn corner matches the original paper containing the information, the $10,000 in rewards will be yours.
Remember, you, wherever you are, you whose name need never be known, you may earn a reward of $10,000.
Next week at the same time, we'll present another true case history of unsolved murder. Homicide file number 81550 of the Dallas, Texas Police Department. The murder of Leonard L. Lambert.
You out there, you who've murdered in cold blood, think you've gotten away with it. Listen, you cannot escape. There is no perfect crime. Remember, you are not unknown.
Somebody knows.
Tonight's case was written by Sidney Marshall from information in the files of the State's Attorney's Office of Cook County, Illinois. Research was by Maurice Zimm. Music was composed and played by Milton Charles. Somebody Knows is a James L. Safier production in association with CBS by arrangement with the Chicago Sun-Times and is based on a copyright owned by W.L. Finstad. It was narrated and directed by Jack Johnstone. In order to be eligible for the $5,000 reward and the additional $5,000 reward that will be paid by Mrs. Madeline Christensen, a total of $10,000, letters containing actual, authentic information leading to the arrest and conviction of the killer or killers of Frank J. Christensen must be addressed to Somebody Knows, Hollywood, California, and postmarked not later than midnight, August 20th, 1950. Arrest of the guilty person or persons must occur within 90 days of that date, and conviction must be within 1 year of tonight's broadcast. If more than one person gives the information leading to conviction, our judges will divide the two $5,000 rewards among them in proportion to the importance the judges attach to the facts supplied, and in this, the decision of our judges will be final. Until next Thursday at the same time, this is Frank Goss saying good night, and remember,
somebody knows.
You'll always experience a top-rating thrill when Casey, crime photographer, embarks on a new adventure each Thursday night on CBS. Casey, crime photographer, is the man who uses his news camera instead of a gun when a criminal's at large. And often enough, his girlfriend Anne and his slow-talking pal Ethelbert fog up his plates more than the criminals do. For the fast action and lively dialogue of crime photographer, stay tuned, for Casey comes along immediately on most of these same CBS stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Uh-oh, a hitchhiker. And is she pretty? Come on in, young lady. I'm bound for Little Bend, but I'll drop you anywhere you like.
Thank you. You're very kind.
My name is Blackie, Boston Blackie.
I'm Florence Newton.
Want to give me an idea of where you'd like to be dropped off?
I want to go to the farm.
Anyone in particular?
My own farm. The one my father owns.
Uh-huh.
I've been wading in the creek, and I hope he won't mind.
Well, there isn't much to do out here in the country except go wading, is there?
No, there isn't.
What do you kids do for excitement? Saturday night dances, movies, that sort of thing?
Yes, that sort of thing.
You're, not particularly talkative, are you?
I guess I'm not.
Good guessing.
This is the farm right here. Would you please stop?
Why, sure.
Thank you very much.
No trouble at all. You may have a little trouble with that door on your side. It sticks. Oh, wait right where you are, and I'll go around and open it for you.
Thank you.
Be there in a jiffy. Well, here we are, young lady. Now, where did she go? Florence? Florence Newton. That's funny. Maybe she went into the house. Guess I'd better find out.
Yes?
I imagine you must be Mr. Newton, that right?
Yes.
I just drove your daughter to the door, and when I went to help her out of the car, she'd disappeared. I thought maybe she came in the house here.
My daughter? What did she look like?
Young. About 21, I'd say. Attractive. Brown hair, blue eyes. About so high. She'd been waiting in the creek, and I gave her a lift. Well, what's the matter? Isn't she here?
No, she isn't. You described my daughter all right, but she was drowned in that creek you were talking about 3 years ago.
And now back to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Well, Thompson, I guess you close your case against Butch Heathers tomorrow morning, don't you?
We're going to close it, Inspector Faraday, and get a conviction of murder, too. I've never been as sure of a case since I've been district attorney.
No reason for you to doubt you'll get a conviction in this case. Boston Blackie's going to send Heathers to the chair for you.
I've never known you to be so sure of Blackie before, Inspector. I thought you two didn't even get along.
Oh, we rib each other a lot, but we don't mean it. At least I don't. I know I can depend on Blackie when I really need him.
Well, I need him this time, Inspector. Blackie says he saw Heathers kill that man. If he repeats that statement in court, that's all I want.
Sure it is. It's all you need. Blackie's word is reliable. When he says he sees something, he really sees it.
Howdy, Blackie. Welcome to Little Bend. This is Harry Oldfield.
Pleasure, Blackie.
How are you, Oldfield? Well, Sheriff, do you have those records on Butch Heathers ready for me?
Sure do. So Butch went to the big city and got himself into real trouble, did he?
He sure did. I want his local record to turn over to the DA.
I knew that boy was no good when I arrested him for stealing Clyde Ranson's shotgun 5 years ago. Well, here's all the dope on him as a local bad boy, Blackie. I made copies so you can have these.
Thanks, Sheriff.
Those records going to send Heathers to the chair, Blackie?
These records plus what I saw, Oldfield. And speaking of seeing things, Sheriff, I saw Florence Newton this morning.
Flo Newton? Well, she's been dead 3 years.
So her father told me.
Blackie, now don't you try to pull that old one on me. I've been hearing for years about people picking up ghosts in every town in this country.
But I did pick up this girl, Sheriff. She said she was Florence Newton, and her father admitted the girl was his daughter when I described it to him.
Blackie, I'm afraid the country air's gone to your head. Better stay in the city where you don't see things.
Look, I don't believe in ghosts any more than you do. But that girl got in my car down by the creek, rode up to the Newton farm with me, and then just disappeared.
Well, Blackie, she acted like a ghost anyhow.
Believe me, Blackie, Flo Newton's been dead for over 3 years.
All right, Sheriff, I believe you, but believe me, I picked up a girl in my car this morning, and she was Florence Newton.
Well, it's possible, Blackie, but where did you get wings for your car, huh?
Okay, laugh if you want to. When I see things, I see things, and I say I'm not getting anywhere with you. Thanks for the records on Butch Heathers, and so long.
Goodbye, Blackie, and And say hello to Miss Newton on the way home, huh? Goodbye.
Yeah.
Oh, well, now, how do you like that, Mr. Oldfield? Boston Blackie suddenly seen ghosts.
Well, that's some story, Sheriff. You think I could make anybody believe it?
Well, you're a writing man, Mr. Oldfield. Your paper sent you up here to get a story on Butch Heathers, but I think you got a better one on Blackie and the ghost of Florence Newton.
Oh, good morning, Mary. Come on in.
I certainly will. Blackie, have you seen the morning paper?
No, I haven't. I was out of the city yesterday, and I didn't get back to town till early this morning.
I'll say you were out of the city, and out of your mind, too. Look at this newspaper. The whole town's laughing at you.
What for? What if I... Uh-oh.
Blackie, since when do you not only see a ghost, but tell the newspapers about it?
I didn't tell the papers about it, Mary. Hey, wait a minute. That fellow Oldfield in the sheriff's office must have been a reporter.
Oh, fine. Well, you phone that paper right away and get a retraction. Wait till Inspector Faraday reads this. He'll haunt you with it for years.
I can't help that, Mary. I did see that girl. I talked to her. I had her in my car. I took her home.
You fell asleep. You had a dream and talked out of turn to a reporter.
Now, Mary, stop that. If the girl was a ghost, she was a ghost. But she was in my car, and now let's skip it. I have Butch Heathers to worry about today. I'm going to help make a ghost out of him.
Oh, so you can keep seeing him for the rest of your life, too?
Look, let's forget about the ghost of Florence Newton and worry about the trial of Butch Heathers.
I thought no one was worried about it except Heathers. Well, you saw him kill that man, didn't you?
Mm-hmm. And I have some reports on him from Little Bend that should help cinch the case against him. You going to be in court?
I wouldn't miss being there. You're the star witness for the state.
Yes, and when I get in the witness chair, it's going to be another kind of a chair for Butch Heathers.
Order. Order in the court. Will Boston Blackie take the stand? Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Take the witness chair.
Thank you.
Proceed, Mr. District Attorney.
Thank you, Your Honor. What's your name?
Boston Blackie.
Do you know Butch Heathers?
Yes, I do.
Could you point him out in this courtroom?
Of course, there he is, in that end seat at the first table there, the man wearing the green shirt.
Will you tell this courtroom where you saw Butch Heathers and what he was doing on the night of June 6th last?
Well, I was walking through the alley behind the garage where I keep my car, and I saw Heathers approach a man known as Ellie Spry, pull out a gun, and pump 3 bullets into him.
Yes.
Then he ran. I chased him, but he got away.
You say you definitely saw Butch Heathers kill Ellie Spry.
That's right. It was definitely Butch Heathers.
Thank you, Blackie. Your witness, Mr. Walters.
Thank you, Mr. District Attorney.
Blackie,
You say you saw Butch Heathers kill Ellie Spry.
Yes, I did.
You saw the murder committed with your own eyes?
With my own eyes.
Those same eyes that yesterday morning saw the ghost of a girl who'd been dead and buried for over 3 years?
Well...
Order! Order in the court. You did see a ghost on the road to Little Bend yesterday morning, didn't you?
I saw a girl.
You claim you saw Florence Newton, Blackie. The description was perfect. But Florence Newton is dead, isn't she?
Oh, yes, so I understand.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have just heard this man frankly and openly admit that he saw a ghost. Now, we all know there are no such things as ghosts, except in fairy stories and in the minds of people with overdeveloped imaginations. Order! Order in the court!
There will be no outburst. Blackie, Inspector Faraday of the Homicide Department is one of your best friends, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
And you'd like to see him send Butch Heathers to the chair, wouldn't you?
I'd like to see the guilty punished.
And you like to see your friends come up in the world, too, don't you? And the conviction of Butch Heathers might get a promotion for Faraday, mightn't it?
He's a good police officer. He's deserved a promotion for a long time.
And you'd like to help him get it, wouldn't you?
I've always helped Faraday whenever I could.
Thank you, Blackie. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, by this witness' own testimony, the facts are clear. There's no proof here that Butch Heathers killed Ellie Spry. This man sees ghosts, so he can see things that don't exist. This man who claims he saw my client commit the murder claims so in an effort to aid and improve the status of the police department friend of his. How can you convict a man on the testimony of a witness such as this? How can you send a man to...
Will the defendant please rise? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
We have, Your Honor. We find the defendant, Butch Heathers, not guilty.
Court is adjourned.
Hey, Blackie. Blackie.
Oh, hello, Faraday. Well, it looks as if he got away from us.
Yeah, he got away, all right. A great guy you are. I counted on you to help me send this guy where he belongs. But you have to go out and see a ghost.
You don't believe me either, do you?
I'll say I don't. Do you realize what that ghost has done?
Sure, he got into this trial and got Butch Heathers out of a jam. And we can't touch him now. He can't be tried again for the same crime. I know all about that. And I know something about that ghost, too.
Will you stop talking about that ghost?
I'm going to find that ghost and let it do the talking, Faraday. I'm going to find it if I have to follow it to the happy horning grounds.
And now back to Boston Blackie. On his way to the country village of Little Bend to get the criminal records of Butch Heathers on trial for murder, Boston Blackie gives a lift to a girl who says she is Florence Newton. Later, it turns out Florence Newton has been dead for over 3 years. Blackie is star witness in the trial against Butch Heathers because he saw Butch commit the crime. But the defense attorney wins an acquittal for Butch on the grounds that a man who sees a ghost can see a lot of things that don't exist. As we return to our story, it is the day following the trial, and Mary Wesley is with Blackie in his apartment.
Blackie, I'm sorry I teased you about Florence Newton. Can't you do something to find her again?
I've tried that, Mary. I drove out to Little Bend again last night and asked everywhere for a girl who might look just like the dead Florence Newton. But no luck.
Well, that's because there was no ghost. Now, will you stop trying to convince yourself there was?
Mary, did it ever occur to you that I never said the girl was a ghost? The girl was real, flesh and blood, real. It was her father and the sheriff and everyone else who said if I saw Florence Newton, I saw a ghost.
Well, you described the girl to Mr. Newton, and he said it was his daughter.
He said it answered the description of his daughter, but that it must have been the ghost of his daughter if it was anything. If I could just find her again.
Well, I'll help you, but I certainly never thought I'd help you look for another girl.
I'll get Faraday in with us. Maybe we can...
Oh, speak of the inspector, he rings the doorbell.
Chances are that he'd rather wring my neck. Come in.
Boston Blackie.
Florence Newton.
What?
Florence, am I glad to see you.
Thanks, Blackie, but...
Blackie, if this girl's a ghost,
I'm not a ghost, Miss...
Oh, excuse me, Miss Newton, Miss Wesley.
Hello. So you are real, aren't you? Real pretty, too.
Miss Wesley, I came here to explain all about what happened.
It's about time somebody explained something.
To begin with, my name isn't Florence Newton. I'm Vivian Peters, and I was paid $1,000 to play that trick on you.
Who paid you? Butch Heathers?
Yes. He was out on bail, but I didn't know that. Or him. He said it was just a gag.
Mm-hmm.
When I read in the papers this morning that he was acquitted because you said you saw a ghost, well, I realized why I'd been asked to pose as Florence Newton.
That's the best thing you've realized all day, Miss Peters. But you're going to be one of his worst enemies for telling me this, you know.
Why? What have I done?
You've proved my testimony against Butch was correct.
Well, so what, Blackie? Heathers was tried and acquitted for killing Ellie Spry, and he can't be tried again for the same crime.
No, he can't, Mary, but maybe there's some other way to get at him. I'm going down to see Faraday. Miss Peters, did anyone see you come to my apartment?
No, Blackie.
Good. You and Mary stay here till I get back. Everything's going to be all right, unless I'm all wrong.
Wallace.
Oh, Butch, come in.
Thanks.
Well, how's it feel to be a free man?
Great, Wallace, great. You did a good job for me. You're the best lawyer in town.
You didn't kill Ellie Spry. That's why I got you off, Butch.
Yeah. But Blackie had me nailed for that killing till you pried me loose with that business about the ghost. I knew that ghost story would make Blackie sound silly.
What do you mean you knew it, Butch? I didn't know it myself until I saw the papers just before the trial.
I got news for you, Wallace. I give you a little assist in beating the rap the state had on me. I fixed up that ghost.
What are you talking about?
Cost me 1,000 clams, Wallace. Don't worry. Won't come out of your fee.
Wait a minute, Butch. Did Blackie think he was Florence Newton, or didn't he?
Sure he did. It was the girl I hired to say she was Flo Newton and go through the whole routine. Just as Blackie said.
Butch, I hope you're lying.
No, I'm not lying. I'm bragging. That was a pretty smart trick, wasn't it? You see, I knew about Flo dying in that creek a while back because I was living in Little Bend when it happened.
Get out of here, Butch.
Huh?
You heard me. Get out. I took your case and defended you because I thought you were innocent. Now I know you're not. You did kill Ellie Spry, didn't you?
Is that what the jury said?
No, because you did something behind my back to ruin Boston Blackie's testimony.
Sure made a mess of it, didn't I?
Laugh if you want to, Butch. Laugh because you know you can't be tried again for killing Ellie Spry. Laugh because you made a fool out of me. But you're a killer, Butch.
Yeah, smart one, though, huh?
Yes, you're smart, all right, but so am I. Legally, you're free, but I'm a lawyer, and I'm going to find some loophole in the law to bring you to justice. Maybe that girl can help me. Maybe she can go to the police and tell them.
Think so, Wallace? She's a ghost, remember? And all a ghost can say is, boo!
Go ahead, Butch. Have a good laugh. Go out and have a good time, too, because you won't be having a good laugh or a good time for very long.
Hey. Who are you calling, Wallace?
The police. I won't be a party to a conspiracy.
I think you better not, Wallace.
You don't frighten me with that gun, Butch.
But you bother me with that phone. Put it down. Or I'll knock it down, you...
I think I'd better take that gun. You think so? No, so.
Now I gotta go get another lawyer.
Blackie, get out of my office before you start seeing things in here.
Look, Faraday, will you start seeing things? Will you start seeing how and why I was made to believe I picked up Florence Newton on the road to Little Bend?
I know why you think you picked up Florence Newton on the road to Little Bend. You're a big dope.
You mean I'm a big dupe?
Dope. What's the difference? No.
Faraday, that girl's real name is Vivian Peters, and she was hired by Butch Heathers to pose as Florence Newton.
How do you know?
Because she's in my apartment. She told me all about it. Butch hired her when he was out on bail.
Now you're not only seeing crazy things, you're saying crazy things. How would Butch know about the death of Florence Newton so he could rig up such a stunt?
Butch lived in Little Bend. He knew what she looked like, and the records show that he was there when the Newton girl drowned in that creek.
So he was there. So he knew the girl was drowned. So what am I supposed to do now? I can't send Butch Heathers where I want to send him. He can't be tried again for killing Ellie Spry.
I know he can't, but I've got to... Listen. There's your phone, Faraday.
I know it, Blackie. I gotta know something. Faraday speaking.
Inspector Faraday, this is Madeline Wells, Harold Walters' secretary.
Yes, Miss Wells.
Inspector, Mr. Walters has been killed.
What?
He's in his office, dead. He's been shot.
Wait a minute. Blackie, Butch Heather's lawyer has been killed.
I know. I heard her say it.
Stay where you are, Miss Wells.
Yes.
Don't touch anything. We'll be right up.
All right, Inspector.
Well, Blackie, what do you think of that?
It's not what I think, Faraday. It's what I know. Butch Heathers has made another mistake. Only this time we're going to make it his last.
Oh, no, Blackie. You bungled things the last time I had Butch. Go have yourself some fun in a graveyard. Meet some new ghosts, maybe. You're out of this murder.
I'm out? Oh, no.
You're out? Oh, yes. From here on, I'm handling Butch Heathers all by myself.
You mean mishandling Butch, don't you?
I'm going to surprise you, Blackie. I've got an idea. In fact, I've got two ideas.
You'd better get an idea how you can pin the murder of Harold Walters on Butch before you do anything else. We're just guessing he's our man.
He's not our man. He's my man. And I know how I can pin this on him, providing I get no interference from you. I'm going to have you kept here in this office for an hour, so I can have my way, and you can't get in it.
You know, Inspector Faraday, it's a funny thing how many uses you can get out of a fire escape like this. You can get out of a building on it, Hang laundry on it, sunbathe, and sleep on it.
Yeah, and keep quiet on it, too, Muldoon.
All right.
The glass in this window to Butch's room isn't soundproof.
Yeah, but it's sure almost look-proof, Inspector. Why, it's so dirty I can hardly see through it.
I can see enough. I can see Butch in there and the door to the hall.
Are you sure that Peter's girl will do what you told her to do?
She'd better. You know, I'm sort of proud of myself about this.
Yeah?
This is the kind of idea Blackie would get. He's not the only one who's smart.
Well, what if it doesn't work?
What do you expect from Blackie's ideas? Uh-oh, there must have been a knock on the door in there. Butch just got up and walked over to it.
Well, now we can lift up the window a little, huh?
Yeah. Quick, while he's on the other side of the room.
All right.
That's enough. Butch just opened the door.
Is it the Peters dame?
It sure is.
Well, Miss Peters, you took long enough getting here. Come in.
Thanks.
We can hear pretty good.
You phoned and said you wanted to talk to me, sweetheart. Well, what about?
You ought to know what about. I didn't know I was going to save you from the chair when I said I'd play ghost for Boston Blackie.
Hey,
Well, what you didn't know didn't hurt you too much, did it? You got a breath of country air out of it, too, didn't you?
You got out of the murder rap, Mr. Heathers. And everyone knows you killed Ellie Spry. Blackie's testimony was right, every word of it.
Yeah?
You've made an accomplice out of me, Heathers, and I don't like it.
Inspector,
Oh, you don't?
You...
Well. That's too bad.
It's so bad that I'm going to the police.
Oh, I wouldn't do that if I was you.
But you're not me.
Look, I killed Ellie Spry. I got away with it. I killed Harold Walters, my lawyer. I'm going to get away with that, too. I'd include you in that list in a minute. And don't forget it.
The police will know you killed Walter.
They won't even suspect me. Then Walters just win a case for me. Anybody in this town ought to know that Walters and I are the best of friends. Now, don't go to the cops, sweetheart. Won't do you any good, and I wouldn't like it. You understand?
Come on, Muldoon, let's
Yes,
go.
I understand.
I've heard all I need to hear.
I understand.
I gotta raise the window now.
Who's out there?
No time now. Let's go right through the glass.
All right.
Don't move, Butch.
Cops.
Duck, Miss Peters. There may be shooting.
Yeah, she ain't ducking, but I am behind her. Go ahead, shoot, copper. Hit this dame. See if I can.
No, don't.
Inspector, don't shoot. You'll hit the girl.
You mean you kill a girl, don't you? She makes a nice target, doesn't she, Inspector? A nice target, but a better shield.
Don't
Your
shoot.
pals ought to see you now, Butch. If you were as tough as you claim to be, you wouldn't be holding that girl in front of you.
Cut the talk, pal. Go ahead and shoot, why don't you?
You know I'm not going to shoot.
Polite cop, huh? You don't shoot ladies, huh? Well, you don't shoot me neither. And you don't catch me. Because a couple of more steps back, and I can reach the door.
You did this all wrong, Inspector.
Well, I'm at the door, Faraday. Go ahead and shoot if you want. This is your last chance. So long. So long, copper. And here's your girlfriend. Maybe you'll...
Go to sleep, Butch. Get tired.
Blackie.
Yes, Inspector. Blackie with a black jack. Are you all right, Miss Peters?
Yes, thank you. But I think my arm's going to be bruised tomorrow.
I think Butch's head is bruised a bit, too. Or maybe this blackjack got the worst of the deal. Faraday, it's a good thing you told the guard to let me go in an hour.
Yeah?
I knew where you were heading and stayed out there in the hall to wait for you. I imagine you heard Heather's confession?
Sure. You heard him admit he killed Ellie Spry and his lawyer.
Yes, and it's a good thing I was outside the door. Faraday, what would you do without me?
I don't know. But I'd sure like to try.
Don't do it, pal. You're a big man on account of me.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. The morning papers are going to say that Butch Heathers is another of the feathers in your cap.
Carter Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Carter Brown introducing another of my books, Felony in Fashion, the story of Todd Gaynor, an advertising man who sets out to promote business and winds up promoting bother of the lethal variety. Of course, when a man's mixed up with fashion, he also finds himself mixed up with females of the lovely variety. So, with that combination of dames and disaster, Todd Gaynor has more than enough on his hands, and I'll leave him to describe it to you.
The whole thing began with a brainwave, and looking back, I wish I'd had the brain to let the wave break and get out of the way. But there you are. An advertising account executive will do anything to safeguard his account, especially when it also means safeguarding his job. And that was why I'd rushed to the offices of Lamont Lingerie and an interview with Miss Beulah Lamont herself, a brunette with wide-spaced dark eyes wearing a thin silk dress that clung to her like paint to a wall. Only a wall is a flat surface.
Take a chair, Mr. Gaynor.
No, thanks, Miss Lamont. I do better standing up. The view's better this way.
Mr. Gaynor, I understood this was to be a business interview.
I'm sorry. It's just that sometimes my baser instincts get away with me.
Well, they won't get away with anything else, so let's confine ourselves to business, shall we?
Oh, of course. Now,
Come in. Ah, Eugene, I wondered what had happened to you.
My apologies, Miss Lamont. I was delayed.
Oh, it's all right. You're just in time, Eugene. Mr. Gaynor, I thought our general manager should be present at this discussion.
Yeah, sure. But I'm afraid Mr. Talcum and I don't agree on methods.
That is hardly surprising, surely. As Miss Lamont knows, I have always disapproved of the distasteful modern methods of advertising lingerie.
Yeah, so what do we get? No impact. Now, listen, Miss Lamont, how would you like to make $100,000 in increased sales?
Oh, naturally, I'd like it very much, but how?
Your product is good, but your merchandising stinks.
Really, Mr. Gaynor?
Please, Eugene.
Lingerie is a glamorous product, and you've got to glamorize its sales angle.
But not vulgarize it, Mr. Gaynor.
Depends upon how much you want to make money.
You have a scheme in mind, Mr. Gaynor?
Yep. Give each set of lingerie you produce in a different style a different name. Have an opening show, you know, like the dress designers, and plug the show in your advertising. Just take a look at this picture.
Miss Marilee Maytime. She's very attractive for a blonde. Don't you think so, Eugene?
I'm afraid I consider her a common type.
Well, 9 men out of 10 wish that type were more common. Marilee Maytime is an up-and-coming starlet. Her first film's not too good, apparently, and she can use all the publicity she can get. So, there shouldn't be much difficulty in getting her to act as a model for your showing.
Mr. Gaynor, you really think this scheme will work?
I'm sure of it.
My father died 18 months ago and left me the business. I've learned a lot in that time, but there's still a lot to be learned. I've been inclined to take Mr. Talcum's advice in most things, but on last year's figures, we made exactly $5,000 profit. This year, the way we're going, we'll be in the red.
But, Miss Lamont...
How much is your agency paying you, Mr. Gaynor?
$10,000 a year.
Very well. If you genuinely feel your scheme would work, I'm willing to try it.
Miss Lamont, you and my Elsa will never regret it.
If it doesn't work, I won't be the only one to regret it. I'll make you a firm proposition, Mr. Gaynor. I shall close my account with your agency. That was coming anyway. I simply can't afford them. But I am willing to try this plan of yours on one condition.
Yes?
That you take the position of advertising manager of Lamont Lingerie. I'll offer you $12,000 a year, plus a reasonable expense account.
Well, that's very...
It's not nice of me at all. I want to make sure you do your best to see this thing work successfully. At the end of the financial year, if we are not in the red, I shall confirm your appointment. If we are, I shall terminate your services abruptly.
If I take the job, what is my relationship to Mr. Talcum?
You will answer to me and only me, Mr. Gaynor.
But, Miss Lamont, you can't do that.
I've made up my mind, Eugene. Well, Mr. Gaynor?
I'm ready to start, boss. Everything worked like clockwork. Merrily Maytime agreed, the invitations went out, the press was organized, and when the night of the showing arrived, I was feeling pretty pleased with myself. An hour before the show was due to start, I was down at the Carlton Hall checking the arrangements. Lamont's designer, Paul, an excitable Frenchman with an excruciating accent, was there too.
Todd, all is prepared. We start with the negligee, yes?
By all means.
Then the nightgowns and the sets, the slips and the panties.
Fine.
I have the most wonderful sets. I give them the most wonderful names. I try one on you.
You think I'd look cute in a slip and panties?
Imbecile, I try the name on you. Midnight in Paris. How do you like it?
Not bad.
Ah, it is magnifique. It is in black satin with the scarlet lace trimming. Pablo, I have it. We will not start with the negligee. First, we give them Mademoiselle Merrily in the Midnight in Paris. It will be more dramatic, eh?
Whatever you say, Paul.
Bien, I go to make the arrangements. It will knock them for the loop.
Now, let's see. Chairs all set up. The bar.
All ready for your big night, Gaynor.
Talcum, why don't you take a powder?
I just thought I'd take a look around. If there is anything undesirable about this show, I shall consider it my duty to report it to Miss Lamont.
Why worry? She'll be here.
Did you know, Gaynor, that Miss Maytime has a very dubious past?
And just what do you mean by that?
I made it my business to inquire. I thought it my duty to make sure that there was no danger to Lamont's in associating their name with Miss Maytime.
And you found some dirt?
Plenty. I suppose everyone has a skeleton in their closet. It would be a pity if Miss Maytime's were revealed tonight.
We intend to reveal a lot of Miss Maytime, but we hadn't gone as far as the skeleton. Still, that's an idea.
I hope for your sake that everything runs smoothly.
Come on, Alfonso, ask someone. Hey, you guys anything to do with this show tonight?
I am. I'm Lamont's advertising manager. Can I help you?
I guess so. You can get me 2 seats in the front row.
That's impossible.
Alfonso.
Sure, boss. Now listen, you.
Hey, put me down. What do you think you're doing?
Alfonso's a strong boy, as you can see. He only needs one hand to lift you off the floor.
There ain't nothing impossible when the boss wants it done, Buster.
Just let him drop, Alfonso.
Okay.
What are you trying to do? Jar every bone in my body out of place?
I got a personal interest in Merrily. I want to see this show tonight. You wouldn't want any trouble, would you? I let Alfonso get annoyed, and before you know what's happened, he'll take the place apart.
2 seats in the front row, you said?
In the center.
In the center. And what names?
Duke Reinhardt and friend.
You just got yourself 2 seats in the center of the front row, Mr. Reinhardt.
You're a sensible guy. What's your name?
Todd Gaynor.
I remember you. Let's go, Alfonso.
That was rather unfortunate, Gaynor.
Yeah, but I'll bet you enjoyed it, seeing me manhandled by that oversized gorilla.
You shouldn't have let him have those seats.
Shouldn't have let him? When I was being waved about in midair like an Indian club?
Nevertheless, you made a great mistake allowing Reinhardt to be present tonight.
Why?
Because Duke Reinhardt is a dangerous racketeer. He is also Merrily Maytime's ex-boyfriend, except that he does not consider himself ex.
By around 7:30, the band had put in an appearance, and shortly after that, Merrily Maytime arrived, complete with a short, fat character who I guessed was her agent, and her maid, a delicious dish with half-closed eyes. I figured a guy could have fun opening them. The maid, her name was Elise, and I registered that, went off to the dressing room, and the blonde starlet turned to me.
You're Mr. Gaynor. How are you, honey? I said hello.
Hello.
This is my agent, Abe Schlinkel.
Hi.
Are you sick or something?
Or something. I don't think my blood pressure is going to be able to stand a combination of you and Midnight in Paris.
Is that some sort of crack?
Oh, no, it's some sort of satin with lace edging.
Listen, you can talk to Mr. Gaynor after the show, baby. You better go get ready. Never keep the paid customers waiting.
Oh, you might have to wait for your 15%. Is that what you mean, Abe?
I never wait for my percentage. I take my cut, then you get the rest. You know that, baby.
I know it, and I'm getting tired of it, Abe.
What the heck? You've got to have an agent, so why not stick with a good one?
I intend to. That's why I'm going to ditch you. I'll go and get ready. See you after the show, Mr. Gaynor.
I'm looking forward to seeing plenty of you during it, Miss Maytime.
You don't want to take no notice of the way she merrily talks, Mr. Gaynor.
Mr. Schlinkel, when she's in front of me, I'm too busy looking even to hear the words.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I better go see everything's all right with her.
Yeah, you do that.
Tom, is anything wrong? You look as though something's hit you.
Yeah, a blonde with twin fenders.
That, I presume, means that Miss Maytime has arrived.
She has. And the band's there. Everything's organized. How about you, boss?
Well, I'm not very happy with this idea of my having to introduce the show.
Look, what's wrong with having two gorgeous girls on the program? With you out there fronting, we'll get that much extra publicity, especially from the male reporters.
I suppose that's a compliment, but I only hope nothing goes wrong. I wouldn't like to see you unemployed, Todd.
You have the gift of the subtle hint, I see.
Hey, it is a good crowd, Todd, no?
Yeah, Paul, not bad at all. How are things in the dressing room?
Oh, that Mademoiselle Merelli, she has the chic.
And a couple of other things besides.
She's ready for the first number when you are Todd.
Okay, I'll go tell Miss Lamont.
The lights, they have gone out.
The fuse must have gone. Ladies and gentlemen, please keep your seats.
The electrician, we must find the electrician.
No use trying to move in this darkness. Please keep calm, everybody. The light should come on again any minute. There we are.
Signal the band quickly.
Ladies and gentlemen, I must apologize for the unfortunate accident with the lighting, but we are now ready to start the show. And without more ado, let me present the celebrated Miss Merrily Maytime to display the first of Lamont's latest creations, Midnight in Paris.
When you see her in this Todd, you will acclaim it as superb.
Oh, here she comes.
But something is wrong. The slip. It should not have scarlet lace on the bodice.
She's not walking properly.
She has fallen.
Yeah, that wasn't scarlet lace, Paul. That was blood. Todd Gaynor, advertising manager of Lamont Lingerie. Only an hour before, I'd been rolling that title tenderly on my tongue. Now I was wishing I'd never heard of Lamont Lingerie, never had thought up that brilliant publicity scheme of a showing for Lamont's new styles, because the showing had been stopped by murder. I went through the rest of the evening in a stunned stupor. From the time that Merrily Maytime sank to the floor with blood tinging her shapely bodice, to the interview with the lean, lynx-eyed lieutenant named O'Malley, who turned up from homicide. After the questioning and the statements were over, we were allowed to go. With my head still reeling from the shock and unexpectedness, I made my way to my car.
Oh, Mr. Gaynor, thank goodness you've come.
Elise, what are you doing here?
Well, I've been waiting for you. I've just got to talk to someone, Mr. Gaynor.
What about?
Miss Maytime.
Oh. Okay, slide over while I get in. I guess it's pretty tough on you, Elise. Your mistress being murdered puts you out of a job.
Well, that's not what I'm worried about.
Oh, then what's your problem?
Well, it's like this, Mr. Gaynor. This morning, Mr. Schlinkel called, and he and Miss Maytime had a furious row. I couldn't help overhearing.
Uh-huh.
She was saying he was robbing her, and she'd get another agent. And he said she wouldn't dare, that if she ever tried it, he'd tell the world what he knew about her, and that'd finish her in films.
Yeah, go on.
Then she said if she told everything she knew about him, he'd spend the rest of his life in Alcatraz. He just laughed and said something about 5 wins. Then she threw something at him, and he left.
Well, then what?
Well, that's all.
So what's your worry?
Well, I don't know what to do. I didn't tell the lieutenant about it because Mr. Schlinkel had always been very nice to me, and I didn't know whether the argument had anything to do with the murder.
Uh-huh. Do you have any idea what Schlinkel meant about 5 wins?
No idea at all.
It doesn't add up to much, does it? Well, my advice is to say nothing for the present to anyone.
Why, do you know something, what it means?
No, Elise, but if you didn't mention it in your statement, Well, it'd look strange if you came out with it now.
Yeah, well, that's what I thought, but I wanted to ask someone, and you seem the best person to ask. Thanks, Mr. Gaynor. Thanks a lot.
It's a pleasure. Well, it's getting late. I better run you home.
Oh, no, I couldn't go back to Miss Maytime's apartment tonight, Mr. Gaynor. I just couldn't. I'd go crazy.
Well, what are you going to do?
Well, you're so kind. I thought maybe you'd let me stay at your apartment.
My apartment? Wait a minute.
Well, I could curl up on the sofa or something. I wouldn't be any trouble.
Well, that isn't exactly what I was worried about. When I got into the office next morning, the atmosphere was rather subdued. Nobody talked much about the murder, but it was easy to tell everybody was thinking about it. In answer to a summons from the boss, the beautiful Miss Beulah Lamont, I went into her office for a conference. Eugene Talcum was there, too, and he wasted no time saying his say.
I told Miss Lamont, and you too, Gaynor, that I was against this whole idea from the beginning. Now, look where it's got us. Mixed up in a murder. Highly undesirable.
For the dead girl, sure. But callous as it may sound, not so undesirable for Lamont Lingerie.
In what way?
I figure it's made us about $1 million worth of publicity.
Publicity?
Just a minute, Eugene. Todd's right. It may be horrible to say, but it's true.
All we have to do is to make sure that we get our ads for the new styles in the papers. And you'd better start the factory working double time.
There's only one thing wrong with that.
What's that, boss?
Miss Maytime was murdered a little too quickly. She didn't have time to model more than one set. That means we haven't any pictures of the new styles. And at such short notice, we can't get them. Oh, we'd need a model.
That's where you're wrong. We've got a model.
Who?
You. Miss Lamont? Modeling those... You're out of your mind, Gaynor.
Oh, Eugene's right, Todd. I couldn't do that.
It's the only answer if you want those pictures in time.
But it's absurd.
What are your vital statistics?
37, 26, 37?
If you call that absurd, you don't look in your mirror.
I won't hear of it. The owner of Lamont Lingerie, descending to modeling the garments manufactured in her own mills, it's sordid and disgusting.
If we have to close the mills down because we can't sell our product, it would be even more sordid and disgusting.
In your father's time, Miss Lamont, the business always prided itself on being a conservative concern, thinking only of the good quality of its products and its prestige in the business world. Already, in less than 24 hours, you have turned it into a dime store novelty with business methods straight out of a comic strip.
I am to take it then, Eugene, that all you can do and intend to do is offer criticism of the way I run my business, whilst everyone else is left to do the work?
I will not associate with these cheap-jack methods of merchandising.
Then your usefulness as general manager seems to have terminated.
I'm afraid, Miss Lamont, that isn't quite as easy as all that. Your father had different ideas of my value to the organization. I might remind you that I have a contract with Lamont Lingerie, a watertight contract. That was how Mr. Lamont wanted it. You never know, Eugene, he said. You never know what may happen if I should die. An inexperienced girl will take my place. She will need the support and advice of a capable executive who understands the business. Unfortunately, you have consistently ignored my advice, Miss Lamont. Should you change your mind, I am, of course, at your disposal. Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, it's you, Lieutenant. Excuse me.
Did you want to see me, Lieutenant O'Malley?
No, Miss Lamont. I wanted a word with Gaynor. They told me he was in with you. I called on him at his apartment this morning, but does he answer the door? No. A babe answers the door. And what a babe.
Really?
Is there somewhere I could talk with him in private, Miss Lamont?
You can have this office, Lieutenant. I have to go and make arrangements about some photographs anyway. I'll leave word that you're not to be disturbed.
Thank you. You know, Gaynor, you could call me surprised when that maid Elise opened the door of your apartment.
Yes, Lieutenant.
So surprised that I had to talk to her. Quite a talk. She told me a few things I didn't get around to hearing last night.
Yes, Lieutenant?
All about the good advice you gave her, about not telling me about the row between the Maytime dame and her agent Schlinkel.
Yes, Lieutenant.
So after I left her, I went around to see Schlinkel. I thought we should have a heart-to-heart talk, but we didn't.
No?
No.
He found it hard to talk with his throat cut.
What?
That's right. Somebody had walked in on him and lacerated his larynx.
Schlinkel?
Yeah. So you can understand why I was so anxious to talk to you. You second cousin to a cretin. If it wasn't for the fact that the doctor established the time of death as around 5 this morning, when you were in your bedroom with the maid on the sofa outside, I'd book you on a double murder charge.
I have an alibi?
Yeah.
And that lets me out?
Yeah.
Well, in that case, kindly don't raise your voice to me, Sergeant. As a taxpayer who contributes to your salary, I don't like it. I might remind you, patrolman, that you owe your job to people like me, ordinary, decent, tax-paying citizens.
I hadn't finished, Mr. Gaynor. I wouldn't dream of booking you on a double murder charge in view of your alibi. But there are plenty of other things, like withholding vital evidence, for instance. That's a Lulu, worth about 7 years in the pen.
Now, Captain, I spoke hastily. Please forget every word I said.
Sure, Mr. Gaynor. On one condition.
You just name it.
All you have to do is get down on your knees in front of me and say, Lieutenant O'Malley, I'm very sorry for all the trouble I've caused you, and I promise it won't happen again.
What?
After that, you say, as a tax-paying idiot of a citizen, I am not really worthy to lick your boots, Lieutenant.
No, I won't do it.
You can get down on your knees, or you can have the withholding evidence charge thrown at you, Mr. Gaynor. Take your pick.
Do you mind if I wipe the floor first? This is a new suit. After the ceremony was over, O'Malley left with a pleased smile on his face. My face was red, and my thoughts were a riot. Schlinkel, murdered. Well, while I was trying to make sense out of it, the door opened, and the boss walked in.
The lieutenant finished with you, Todd?
Yeah, boss.
What did he want?
Oh, just a few more questions. How did you make out with the arrangements for the picture?
Oh, everything's fixed. I feel a little apprehensive about it.
Oh, you'll be terrific. But, look, what are you going to do about Talcum? Has he really got that contract he was talking about?
Oh, I'm afraid so. I was overseas when my father died. He must have arranged that contract as a sort of safeguard for me.
Well, in a sort of a way, I can see how Talcum feels. I mean, he's probably been general managing the business since before you were born.
No. He was only made general manager 6 months before Father died. He'd only been with the firm about 3 years.
Well, your father must have thought a lot of him.
I guess so. But I'm more interested in seeing that we make a profit than in what my father thought. That's why I'm making you assistant general manager and acting general manager until Eugene regains his senses.
Hey. Well, I just don't know what to say.
Don't say anything, Todd. Just live up to my confidence in you.
I'll do my best.
Did Lieutenant O'Malley have anything interesting to say about the murder?
Only that there's been another one.
Another one?
Yep. Abe Schlinkel, the Maytime girl's agent. He was murdered in his apartment.
But why?
Search me. It may have something to do with what Elise, the maid, told me.
What was that?
She overheard an argument between Merrily and Schlinkel. Apparently, Merrily had something on Schlinkel and vice versa. She was threatening to expose him or ditch him as an agent, and he was telling her that she wouldn't dare because of something to do with 5 Winds. Have you ever heard of anything called 5 Winds?
What?
5 Winds. Does that mean anything to you?
Why, it's perfectly ridiculous, of course. One of those crazy coincidences that you don't believe in until they happen to you.
What are you talking about?
It so happens that the Lamont country house is called 5 Winds. Father died there.
It had been quite a day. As far as I was concerned, its only bright spot was the knowledge that Mrs. Gaynor's little boy, Todd, had an alibi for the 2 murders in which Lamont Lingerie was involved. But what with my humiliation at the hands of homicide's hawk-faced Lieutenant O'Malley, and the mystery of the Lamont Mansion 5 Winds, I was all set to bestow a blistering bawling out on the maid Elise who'd opened her mouth to O'Malley. When I unlocked my apartment door, the Gaynor gaze was grim. Elise, I'm back.
That's nice, baby.
What? O'Malley? What are you doing here? Lieutenant?
Waiting for you to come home, Gaynor.
How did you get in?
You'd be surprised how a janitor reacts to a police badge.
Where's Elise? What have you done with her?
Nothing. The joint was bare when I got in.
She'd gone?
That's my deduction. Maybe she felt bad about spilling the beans to me about that 5 Winds business.
Yeah, could be. What do you want, Lieutenant? If you've got any ideas about making me crawl around the floor on my knees some more...
No, I want your help.
Are you kidding?
If it'll make you feel happier, Gaynor, you're off my list of suspects.
Thanks.
And I figure you can help me.
How?
Well, I checked up on that business about the lights going out during that showing you organized.
And?
And the way it stacks up, this was a premeditated killing. The murderer must have had an accomplice, someone to take care of the lights while he did the knife work.
That makes sense.
Now, the 2 murders, the Maytime girl and Schlinkel, must be connected.
Yeah, I had got that far myself.
That means I've got 5 suspects, leaving you out of it.
How do you figure that, Lieutenant?
Because Schlinkel's killing narrows it down to the people who are connected with him and the Maytime dame. Ticking him off, that means Duke Reinhardt, because he'd been involved with Merrily and probably knew Schlinkel. Alfonso comes in automatically because he's one of the Duke's hatchet men. He could have either pulled the lights or done the stabbing. Neither chore would bother Alfonso. Then there's Miss Lamont.
How do you include her?
Because indirectly she hired the Maytime girl through Schlinkel.
Hey, wait a minute. I did all that, not Miss Lamont.
Maybe, but she knew all about it. And for the 5th suspect, we have that French designer, Paul.
Paul? Where does he come in?
Don't you know?
Know what?
He was the guy that Merrily tossed the Duke for. He also had a fight with Schlinkel in her apartment about a couple of weeks back. Bust a couple of Abe's teeth for him.
Well, how do you like that? I never thought he had it in him. Say, that makes the Duke your best bet, doesn't it?
Could be. I'm putting out a general alarm to pick up Reinhardt and his pal.
Oh, then what do you want me for?
Because I could be wrong about Reinhardt, and you work at Lamont's. I want you to dig around and see if you can find out anything there. If I start asking any more questions, they'll clam up. But you could nose around, and no one would figure it was anything more than curiosity.
You've got a nerve. After what you did to me today? Oh, you go and do your own snooping.
You know, when I mentioned the Lamont dame, I thought it kind of upset you, thinking that she might be a suspect.
What if it did?
Well, here's your chance to help prove she's in the clear. And a good-looking doll like that might be grateful, too.
Lieutenant, you have a point there. But definitely. Okay. You got yourself a hound dog.
I didn't realize you knew yourself so well. That is a perfect description.
The lieutenant left me with a lot to think about. I was sitting with a cigarette and a short drink trying to make sense out of the setup. O'Malley had hit on a sore spot when he mentioned the lovely Miss Lamont. I shied away from the thought that she was really involved with the murders. Then my phone shrilled. Hello?
Todd?
Yeah, who's that?
This is Paul.
Oh. What's the matter, Paul? Having trouble with your slips and panties?
No. I'm having trouble with my conscience.
Well, what have you done? Snipped the wrong slice out of your satin.
Todd, I must see you. It is important.
You mean now?
Please, Todd.
Okay. Where are you?
Do you know the blue cage?
The downtown spot? Yeah, sure.
Can you come at once?
Okay. I'll bring my wallet. You get into that cage without one and you find out what blue...
Oh, do I realize she has the shape so superb?
Why, you're too busy designing curves to look at them.
Please, we are off the track.
Okay, let's get back on it. What's this picture you're talking about?
Here. See for yourself.
He slid a small glossy square across the table until it lay in the center of the pool of blue light thrown by the lamp. It was the photograph of a man and a woman. The sort of picture that makes perfect blackmail material.
You see, Todd?
Yeah, but I prefer not to.
You recognize the girl, of course.
Sure. The late Merrily Maytime. Taken quite a while ago, I'd say.
And the man?
Well, there's something familiar about his face, but I don't know him.
You will not have the chance now. He's dead.
Who was he?
His name was Lamont. Henry Lamont.
What?
Oui. The father of Mademoiselle Lamont, who is our employer.
So that's why Merrily ditched Duke Reinhardt for you. You were holding this over her.
You think that?
What else?
I think I could kill you for that.
Wait a minute. Take it easy. If I'm wrong, I apologize. But it seemed the obvious thing to think. Well, how did you get this picture?
I find it this afternoon. Among the things brought back from the Carlton Hall last night. It was under one of the sets. I thought it must have fallen or been dropped among the lingerie. And then in the haste of gathering it up, no one noticed it.
Yeah. That could happen, I guess. Well, that means either the girl herself lost it, or Schlinkel, or the maid, or you. Now, that's everybody who was ever in that dressing room.
Except for one other person. The murderer.
Yeah.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, what is it, waiter?
Are you Mr. Gaynor?
That's right.
Would you and your friend please come with me? The proprietor would like a word with you.
What about?
I don't know, sir. I was asked to fetch you.
Okay. Come on, Paul. Let's go see what the proprietor wants, whoever he is.
That's the door there, Mr. Gaynor.
Thanks. Now, look, what... Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
Duke Reinhardt.
Nice of you to drop in tonight. I was just arranging to pick you up, and that French guy, too, but I was lucky. You came to me.
Huh? You're the proprietor?
Yeah, but it's kept pretty quiet.
What do you want with us?
Alfonso's waiting outside in the car. We're going to take a little ride.
Look, what's the idea, Reinhardt? Where are we going?
Button your lip, Gaynor. I'll have Alfonso do it for you. He'd enjoy it.
You won't get away with this, you know.
Todd, please, do not anger him.
The cops will be right on your tail, Duke.
They're on it now. That dumb O'Malley put out a general alarm to pick me up.
Then you're only making things worse for yourself.
No, pal. This way I'm making them better. This is the place, Alfonso. Pull up here. We're getting out of here, Gaynor.
What for?
You'll find out. Come on. Yeah. I figured I didn't have to tell that French character to sit still. One look at Alfonso and he nearly fainted.
Well, you tell me what this is all about. Where are you taking me?
Don't you know this house? It's where your boss lives, the Lamont dame.
What do you want with her?
The pleasure of her company. All right, ring the bell. And don't try any funny stuff. There are half a dozen guys who could tell you I'm a good shot. If they could talk, that is.
Yes? Todd. Well, this is a surprise visit.
No more for you than for me. This isn't my idea, it's his.
And who are you, may I ask?
A guy with a gun, lady, who wants you to take a little trip.
I don't understand.
You will when I tell you his name's Duke Reinhardt.
Miss Lamont, is anything
Who's that?
wrong?
My general manager, he and I were having a business discussion.
Well, your business is going to have to wait for mine. Hey, you in there!
Miss Lamont, what's going on? Gaynor.
Welcome, Telcom. Come and join the party.
What's the meaning of this? Who's that man, and what's he doing with a gun?
Itching to use it, Buster. Yeah, you better come with us.
But...
Don't argue, lady. I'm running out of patience. The car's waiting. Let's get moving.
Well, but this is outrageous. I refuse to go anywhere. This is tantamount to kidnapping.
Listen, pal. Right now, the cops are looking for me about a little matter of a double murder charge. You think I should worry about adding kidnapping to the list?
I...
After you, Mr. Talcum. We piled into the Duke's Cadillac, and Alfonso headed its nose out of town. It was quite a crush in the back with Beulah, Paul, Talcum, and me. But this was one time when there didn't seem to be any point in protesting. After about an hour's driving with the speedometer never falling below the 70 mark, the car turned into a driveway of a large house. As the headlights hit the building, Beulah Lamont clutched my arm.
Todd, do you know where we are?
Search me.
This is Five Winds.
What?
That's right, lady. Your country house.
What do you want with it? Why have you brought us here?
Well, I'll tell you. The joint's empty, isn't it?
Yes.
That's what I figured. We'll be safe from any interruptions.
You're keeping us prisoner?
Yeah, you can call it that.
But why? For what reason?
Marilee Maytime was my girl. Once. Now I'm being tagged with her killing. And that jerk Schlinkel's. So I decided to handle things my own way.
But why bring us into it?
Because one of the people in this car is the murderer.
Dirk Reinhardt wasn't the kind of a guy to waste words or effort. When he found the front door of Five Winds locked, he signaled Alfonso the human bulldozer. There was no door built that could stand up against him, and we were hustled into the living room, a vast expanse of space filled with shrouded furniture. I felt like any minute one of the shrouds was going to be taken off a chair and used on me. And I could see that the others, Paul, Beulah Lamont, and Eugene Talcum, felt pretty much the same.
Okay, now, just so we get it clear. We're all staying in this house until I find out who did the two murders the cops are trying to pin on me.
Well, that's new. A racketeer turned detective.
Don't get smart, Gaynor. Miss Lamont, is there any liquor in the joint?
In the cellar, but that's probably locked, too.
Now, look here, Reinhardt. This is absurd.
I don't want to hear from anybody till I say, pal, so button up.
But just how do you propose to discover who is the murderer?
Well, first off, we're going to play a little game called Secrets. Everybody's going to tell their secrets. What they know or knew about Marilee and Schlinkel. And I'll start off. I first met Marilee about 2 years ago, toting a cigarette tray in a dump on the east side. You know, she was the first dame I ever met who said no to the mink and a cozy apartment routine. She wanted a career, so I introduced her to Schlinkel. And as soon as she started getting in the dough, she told me she was all washed up with me. Said it wouldn't do a career any good to be associated with a known racketeer.
And you accepted that, Mr. Reinhardt?
I didn't want to, but, well, what choice did I have? When I heard she was doing that modeling job for you, Miss Lamont, I thought it might be a chance to see her. That's why I came.
Perhaps it is my turn now. I have not much of a story. I met Marilee maybe 9 months ago. She's modeling. We go out, we like each other, c'est l'amour. But she tells me we must not be seen together. She has the jealous ex-lover, a gangster, and he will kill me. So we are very careful. Then the Hollywood chance comes for her. After that, she is so careful that I do not see her at all. Then I realize that the gangster and I, we are friends. We have both received the brush-off.
And so when she comes to do the modeling job, you lose your temper and kill her. Is that it, Frenchie?
No. I am with Todd. How can I kill her?
Reinhardt, since I only came along for the ride, as it were, perhaps I might make a suggestion?
I'll listen, Talcum.
I have only one piece of personal experience connected with the murder of the unfortunate Miss Maytime, and it is this. Todd Gaynor suddenly came rushing to Miss Lamont with his idea. It was he who organized the showing and persuaded Miss Lamont to engage Miss Maytime. I should like to ask Gaynor just why he had the idea, and just why he was so insistent that Miss Maytime should be the model.
Yeah. How about that, Gaynor?
That's ridiculous. I never met Marilee until the night of the showing.
Maybe someone paid you to organize the thing and to do the killing even, huh?
Look, I was reading a magazine which had a picture in it. It struck me it'd be a good idea to get her as the model, that's all.
I don't think I believe you. Alfonso.
Yeah, Duke?
I think you better take Gaynor outside someplace and persuade him a little. When he's all persuaded, you can bring him back in here.
Boss, it'll be a pleasure. And I know just the place. The cellar. Nice place for a little exercise, huh, Buster?
It's big enough, all right. All these bottles. The guy who owned the place did himself proud.
Well, I guess we'd better not waste time. The boss says persuade you. That's just what I'm gonna do. Only do me a favor, pal. Be obstinate.
Okay, I will. With this bottle.
You're a scream, pal. You think a bottle's gonna stop me? I ain't even gonna use my gun on you. I'm gonna take care of you with my bare hands.
Guess you're just a one-bottle man, Alfonso. No, I didn't shoot him. I just figured a shot in the cellar might worry some of the people upstairs. Then I started for the living room, moving as quietly as I could. The living room door was half open, and I could hear the conversation.
That was a shot, I tell you. That ape might have killed him.
Oh, relax. Alfonso wouldn't kill him. That shot was probably only to frighten him.
Well, it didn't. What? Drop the gun, Reinhardt. You heard me get rid of Alfonso, didn't you? You want to go too? Drop it. Thank you.
Good work, Gaynor. Now,
Pipe down. And that means everybody. Duke, I'm going to short-circuit your search for the murderer.
Yeah?
Yeah. I've got a few ideas of my own. Like the accomplice. The guy who turned the lights off for Marilee's murderer. No one seems to have thought of Schlinkel.
You mean...
Sure. Why else would he be murdered, except to keep his mouth shut?
But why would he be an accomplice? Why would he help to kill Marilee?
Well, I've been doing a lot of thinking about that, and here's how it seems to me. Elise, the maid, told me about the quarrel between Marilee and Schlinkel, where they mentioned 5 Winds.
That's the name of this house.
That's right, Duke. And I think I know what 5 Winds meant to the girl and her agent.
What, Todd?
A photograph. The type of picture that's usually touted around the waterfront dives, a man and a woman. The woman was Marilee Maytime.
Yeah, you're lying. She wouldn't do a thing like that.
I saw the picture. I figure the murderer was showing it to Marilee just before she was killed and must have dropped it in his hurry to get out. Paul found it later.
What's that got to do with 5 Winds, this house?
Well, I'm sorry about this, Beulah, but the man in the picture was your father.
No. No, Todd, you must have made a mistake. It can't be true.
I wish it wasn't, but the whole story's in that picture. Somebody wanted that picture to blackmail Henry Lamont. So, he went to Schlinkel to find the right girl. Schlinkel produced Marilee. I figure the client was probably a good amateur photographer and took the pictures himself.
But why, Todd, why?
I'm coming to that. Well, Marilee gets her Hollywood break, decides to get rid of Schlinkel. He threatens her with the exposure of her part in the blackmail. Comes the Lamont showing, and I think Marilee's got a bright idea. She wanted to get rid of Schlinkel, so she told him that unless he gave her a signed release that he was no longer her agent, she'd tell the press exactly what she'd done to Henry Lamont.
Yeah, but you don't know that for sure.
No, it's the only way it adds up. So, Schlinkel rushes to his old client, the guy who wanted the pictures in the first place. Because the client would see that if Marilee blew the works, he'd be in strife too. And that was when the murder plot was cooked up. And when Schlinkel signed his own death warrant because he not only knew about the pictures, he also had the murder to hold over the client's head. So Schlinkel went the way of all flesh.
Yeah, it figures. Only why was this stunt worked on the Lamont guy at all?
Miss Lamont, didn't you tell me your father died while you were abroad?
Yes.
And when you came back, you found that someone who'd been quite a small fish in the firm was a senior executive with a watertight contract?
Yes.
How do you rate as an amateur shutterbug, Eugene?
If you are inferring that I'm the murderer, Gaynor, you must be even more of a maniac than I thought, which is saying a great deal. Now, drop your gun, Gaynor.
Hey, that's mine.
Your gun, Mr. Reinhardt, yes. Nice of you to let it lie on the floor, Gaynor. Now, drop yours. That's better. One last thing. The keys to your car, Reinhardt.
I've got them.
You? How did you get them?
I went through Alfonso's pockets in the cellar. He was driving, remember? I took his gun and the car keys.
That was very thoughtful of you. Throw them to me. That's being sensible. Now I'll say goodbye. Too bad your game of secrets didn't work out quite as you planned, Reinhardt.
Todd, we must do something. He will be 100 miles away before we can get the police.
Relax, Paul. He won't get any further than the front drive.
What?
I was wondering what you were pulling.
You've got the keys to your Cadillac.
Yeah.
Yeah, I threw him the keys to my Jaguar. If those keys fit the caddy, the 2 manufacturers are going to feel insulted.
Let's go get him. I owe him something for Marilee.
Hold your horses, Duke. By now, he'll have found the keys don't fit. What do you think he'll be doing?
He will come back here, perhaps?
No. He'll realize the only way out is the car. If he can't use it, he'll make sure we don't. He'll be sitting in that car with the headlights on to prevent us getting to him.
You're right, Todd. But what can we do?
Only one thing. Go look for a rope. It took a few minutes to explain my idea. The house had 2 stories. With a rope, I figured I could let myself down from one of the front windows onto the top of the car. With Paul making sure the rope held, I slid down it and landed on the roof of the caddy with a thump. Then I took my courage in both hands, wrung it dry, and slid down the back of the car, wishing they'd never thought of widening the back windows. There seemed an awful lot of glass to slide over. I hit the gravel with a scrape. reached for the extra piece of rope in my pocket, and undid the cap of the petrol tank. Fed the rope into the tank, gave it a few minutes to let the petrol soak in, and then lit the end. As soon as the rope flared, I started running. I made about 12 feet and hit the gravel, hugging it like a blonde who felt lonely. The tank exploded, and as the flames bit around the back of the car, the door opened and Talcum came plunging out. At the same time, a figure came diving down the porch, Duke Reinhardt with a gun in his hand. The gun I'd taken from Alfonso.
You're not getting away with it, Talcum. No!
Duke, you okay?
Yeah, I got him. I got him for Merrily.
Hooray! What did he do for you?
He couldn't hurt Duke Reinhardt. Him, an amateur. Why, he only...
The tough part is, Duke, that even an amateur can get lucky. Hello?
Well, fine general manager you are, not even coming to the office. You should see the orders pouring in.
Yes, boss.
The newspapers want an interview. I thought I'd better say yes, so they're coming to the house at 7 tonight. Would you come and protect me?
Protect you? What from?
The newspaper man.
I thought you meant me. And I was going to say I couldn't guarantee anything.
I'm not asking for any guarantees, am I?
Now, wait a minute.
I've always believed in close cooperation between a general manager and his boss.
You have? Well, just you stay right where you are. I'm coming to prove just how close that cooperation can be.
So with Mr. Gaynor getting his girl, I think we might say finish to Felony in Fashion. I'll be back again to bring you another of my stories. The next one's called The Widow is Willing, and she's some widow, as Mark Hunt, an insurance investigator, finds out. So this is Carter Brown saying so long for now. Be seeing you.
In Felony in Fashion, you heard Margaret Christensen as Beulah Lamont, while as Todd Gaynor you heard our star, Leonard Teal. The Carter Brown Mystery Theatre, based on the best-selling novels by Carter Brown, is dramatized and directed by Morris Travers for Grace Gibson Radio Productions.
And now, the Mole Mystery Theater, presented by M-O-L-L-E. Mole, the heavier brushless shaving cream for tender skins.
Good evening. This is Jeffrey Barnes, welcoming you to the program that presents the best in mystery and detective fiction. Tonight we bring you, as a return engagement, one of the most successful plays ever presented on the Mystery Theater. It's entitled Murder Without Crime, and was written by J. Lee Thompson and Jack DeLeon. Barry Kroger, featured recently on Broadway in the play Therese, is the star of tonight's story and will be heard as Matthew. John Sylvester plays Stephen. And by the way, a most important element in tonight's play is a piece of furniture, an ottoman. Not like the usual footstool, but quite large. Large enough, in fact, to hold firewood or perhaps A body. Say, look here, Dan Seymour. How can you laugh at such a grim thought?
Well, a man can laugh at worse things. For instance, shaving torture. You know, a lot of men can laugh at that because they use Mole, the heavier brushless shaving cream. Yes, sir, with Mole, it's smooth. So smooth. It's slick. So slick. It's a smooth, slick shave you get with Molle. Mole, the heavier brushless shaving cream for tender skins. That's right. Mole is the shaving cream that's heavier, the cream you need if you have a wiry, hard-to-cut beard or tender skin. Because Mole is heavier, it not only softens your whiskers, it stands them up straighter and makes it easy for your razor to cut them off. So you shave faster, closer, easier, and you shave painlessly with Mole, the heavier brushless shaving cream for tender skins. Now for tonight's Mole mystery, Murder Without Crime.
Just a minute, dear. It's the phone. Sit down while I answer.
I can only stay a few minutes, Stephen. It's 1 a.m.
That's long enough for a drink, Grandma, darling.
Are you thirsty?
I'm always thirsty. Hello? Hello? Whoever it was hung up. Must have been a wrong number. It probably got tired of waiting. What are you staring at, darling?
That picture on the mantelpiece. It wasn't here the last time I was here. That's Jan, your wife, isn't it?
Uh-huh. It's a picture Jan taken just before she left me.
Oh, well, I'm not going to worry about her. Turn on the radio, darling. I feel like music. Something soft and sweet to fit my mood.
Sure. Come and sit on the ottoman with me.
Oh, darling, this is so wonderful. Soft, light, sweet music. Whom do you love?
You.
Oh, let me hear you say it.
I love you.
Say it with more passion.
I love you, I love you, I love you.
I wanted you to act more like a lover, not like a caveman. You keep that up, I'll go upstairs to your landlord for protection.
Ah, Matthew will do you no good. You are entirely in my power. Oh, darling, I love you more than anything in the world.
More than you loved your wife?
Jan? She means nothing to me anymore. Oh, now what? Turn off the radio, darling.
All right.
Hello?
Stephen, this is Jan.
Jan?
Stephen, what's the matter?
Matter? Nothing at all.
Are you alone?
Yes, of course.
Darling, speak louder. I can't hear you.
I said I am alone.
Then could you meet me?
Where are you?
I'm at the Nelson Hotel.
All right, I'll be right over.
Stephen, do you love me?
You know I do. I always have.
Darling, do you want me to come home?
Yes, dear, but I'll come and get you. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Stephen. I'll be waiting.
Who was that?
Why,
It was Jan, wasn't it?
Yes.
Is she coming back to you?
Well, she wants to.
Oh, she does. And all she has to do to have you running in dizzy circles is drop a nickel on the pay telephone.
Now, look, darling, I hate to have to ask you to do this especially tonight, but I'm afraid we'll have to call it off.
Really?
Now, please don't make a scene. I'm sorry, darling, but you'd better go home. I'll phone you later.
No. She'll not get you back. I won't give you back to her without a fight. I won't leave.
Perhaps I can change your mind. I'll write out a check for you.
A check? You think you can buy me off? All you have to do is to run to your checkbook.
Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. It was rotten of me. Brenner, what are you doing? Don't take that dagger off the wall. Leave it alone.
All right, Steve. Go ahead. Go ahead, meet your wife. Tell her how you love her. How you've always loved her. Meet her. But when you come back, I'll be dead.
My dear, you're not doing your nightclub act now, you know. And be careful with that dagger. It's sharp, even if it is old.
I said I'd rather die than give you up. Well, I meant it.
If you're thinking of taking such a step, I'd suggest another method. This might be bad, you know. Men don't like their women scarred.
I'll show you. You dirty rotten. Oh. Hey.
Granna. 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 Oh, Lord. Beth. Must be Matthew. What'll I do? I must do something, but what? The ottoman. I'll put her in the ottoman and nobody will know. Oh, gotta take the dagger. Just a minute. Gotta clean the blood off this dagger. There. There, put it back. Yes, I'm coming. I'm coming. Just a minute. Oh. Hello, Matthew.
Stephen, I was just leaving my apartment upstairs when I heard something, and as your landlord, I thought... My dear man, you look ghastly. What on earth have you been doing?
Doing? No, nothing.
Are you sure? Do you mind if I have a drink, Stephen?
Help yourself.
Thanks. You gave me quite a fright just now.
Oh? How?
When you didn't answer the door. In fact, I had to summon up all my courage to come in at all.
Good heavens, why?
I don't know. I should have said, I wondered if you would answer the door.
Why shouldn't I answer the door?
Oh, I thought perhaps you might have got tired of it all. Or whatever people get tired of when they make up their minds to blow their brains out. I was quite prepared to find you dangling someplace.
Why should I want to hang myself?
Well, I heard a rather loud gasp. Almost a scream. You know, the kind of a scream you expect a woman to give when she finds her lover dead.
Oh, it's probably a wild party across the street.
Strange. I could have sworn it came from here.
Well, it didn't. Well, Matthew, I don't want to turn you out.
By the way, is Granna here?
Granna? Good Lord, no.
I could have sworn I heard you coming in with her a few minutes ago.
Well, you're wrong. Now, Matthew, you must go.
Oh, must I? I was hoping we could chat a while tonight. Anniversaries are so fast, don't you think?
Anniversary? Anniversary? What anniversary is this?
It's yours. 4 years ago tonight, you came to live here. Remember? 4 years ago tonight, necessity forced me to become a landlord. And I rented you this bottom apartment.
Well, this house was certainly too big for one person. What are you staring at, Matthew?
That knife, a dagger you've got on the wall there.
What about it?
I don't know. There's something... Oh, yes. You've cleaned it or polished it or something. It's shining so brightly.
Oh, it's your imagination. Now, Matthew, I do wish you'd get out.
Well, I must say you're most inhospitable.
I've got to meet Jan.
Jan's coming back? Oh, my dear Stephen, you should have told me. Oh, well, what's this?
Huh? What's wrong?
That handkerchief in your breast pocket.
Oh.
It's covered with blood.
Yeah, I cut myself on a glass.
You cut yourself rather badly from the looks of the blood. Where'd you cut yourself?
My wrist.
Well, let me look at it. You know, these things can be dangerous.
No, I'm all right. Let me alone.
Well, if you insist.
Good night, Matthew.
Yes. Good night.
Oh, thank heavens he's gone. Now, I'll have to go meet Jan first, but then I can get rid of the body later.
Stephen? Stephen? Gone. Now, I must find out why that man was so nervous and why he kept staring at the ottoman. Now, let's have a look. It's Granna. Granna! Good Lord! As the curtain falls on Act 1 of tonight's play, Matthew runs into a bad situation. As for Stephen, well, it looks as if he's gotten into even worse trouble. Wouldn't you say so, Dan?
Yeah, Mr. Barnes, he's as bad off as the fellow with the TWs.
TWs? What's that?
Why, that's when a fellow has, tough whiskers. Now, that kind of fellow can be in real trouble every time he shaves. But not if he shaves with Molay, the heavier brushless shaving cream for tender skins. Yes, Molay is a heavier cream. The cream that not only softens your whiskers, but holds them up straighter and lets your razor cut them off close and clean. With Molay, you shave faster, closer, easier, and you shave painlessly. Try it. See if you don't say, it's smooth, so smooth. It's slick, so slick. It's a smooth, slick shave you get with Molle. Molay, the heavier brushless shaving cream for tender skins. And now back to Jeffrey Barnes and Act 2 of Murder Without Crime.
Stephen has accidentally stabbed his sweetheart Brenna and hidden her body in the ottoman. Unknown to Stephen, Matthew, his landlord and neighbor, has entered the apartment and discovered the body. And now Stephen returns home with his formerly estranged wife, Jan.
Come on in, dear.
Ah, Stephen. Home at last. Well, it doesn't look too bad, darling.
Oh, you know it's a mess. I wish you had given me a few hours to clean up a bit. Men aren't good housekeepers, you know.
Stephen, you'll have me thinking you didn't really want me to come home.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Oh, Jan, if you had only never gone.
Well, I'm back now, darling.
Yes, you're back, and it's wonderful. Jan, I love you. I really do. You know that. Who could that be? Hello, Matt.
Jan, my dear.
Hello.
Good to see you again. Oh, you're looking even more beautiful than when you went away.
Well, that must be because I'm so happy to be back with Stephen. Has he been bad while I was gone?
Jan, much as I hate to drive that light of ecstasy from your eyes, Stephen has had a ravishing blonde up here every night of the week.
Oh, what's more, I believe you. Well, Stephen, you and Matthew chat while I freshen up a bit. I won't be too long.
She's beautiful. Perfectly beautiful. You know, Stephen, if I were 10 years younger, I'd take her away from you.
No chance.
Am I as bad as all that? I came down, Stephen, because I seem to be hearing too many things tonight. Remember how I thought I heard Grenna with you earlier? There's nothing worse than an imagination, unless it's a conscience. Stephen, what's the matter?
Nothing.
Oh, there's something wrong.
I tell you, there's nothing wrong. Well, Matthew, I must write some letters.
I must say, Stephen, you're not at all the genial host tonight. Whenever I'm alone with you, you spend all your time thinking up schemes to get rid of me. I really brought you an important message.
Well, what is it?
I have a friend who has lots of money. He said you always wanted to get rid of that ottoman, and he wants to buy one.
Oh, so?
So I sold him yours.
Mine? But I'm afraid I couldn't...
Don't be silly. You've always complained about that ottoman being an eyesore. You can't have any reason for not wanting to sell it, can you?
Oh, of course not. As far as I'm concerned, you can take the thing out tonight.
Can I? Oh, what's this book lying on it? Crime and Its Consequences. What a pedantic title. But interesting, isn't it, Stephen? Uh-huh. Listen to this passage. No murderer can boast he has committed the perfect crime if the body of his victim is discovered. Stephen, doesn't murder fascinate you?
Well...
Of course it does. Everyone loves a murder. And shall I tell you why? It's because they think that murder can never touch them. You, for instance. You can't possibly imagine yourself being involved in a murder, can you?
I suppose not.
But why not? Stephen, why did you tell me that Grenna wasn't up here tonight?
Why? Because she wasn't here.
Shall I tell you how I know she was up here, Stephen? By her scent. Jasmine.
Oh, well, as a matter of fact, she was here, but only for a few minutes, and then I made her leave. I thought it wiser, what with Jan coming home.
And she left without a scene. Then she must be waiting for you somewhere else.
Oh, that's what you suspect, huh? I'm sorry, Matthew, you're barking up the wrong tree.
Well, I feel better. What's the big joke?
Well, I've just accused your husband of planning to lead a double life with another woman. And apparently he finds it amusing.
Ah, the ravishing blonde. Where do you think he's keeping her, Matthew?
Well, from the way he's been acting tonight, you'd think he was keeping her right here. Perhaps in that ottoman.
I've had all your idle talk I can stand, Matthew. You refuse to take a hint to leave, so now get up.
Stephen.
It's all right, Jack.
Really?
I can understand how a man becomes irritable under certain circumstances. Well, I'll see you both later.
I'm sorry, Jan, but he does get on my nerves. Besides, I'm upset tonight. I gave my wrist quite a gash.
Oh, darling, let me see. Oh, how did you do that?
The refrigerator, you know how those ice trays jam. It bled a good deal, and the way it aches, I think it's become infected.
Well, let's put some iodine on it.
Huh? Iodine? There isn't any.
Yes, there is, dear. At least there was some in the medicine cabinet.
Oh, well, it's gone.
Well, let me take a look.
Oh, I looked. There is none, Jan. I guess I'd better find a drugstore and get some, although I don't feel much like going out.
Well, I'll go, darling.
Oh, Jan, would you?
Yes, of course.
Oh, you could take the car. I hate to ask you to do this, Jan.
It's all right. I know you hate to drive at night, and I'm quite good at it. I don't want my newfound husband to die on me.
Oh, darling, you're wonderful.
I'll be back in 20 minutes.
Don't drive too fast.
No, I won't.
20 minutes. Now, gotta get Grinner's body out of here. I'll get that old trunk out of the back room, put the body in it. Then carry the trunk down to the car. I've got to hurry. This darn trunk is heavy. Oh, that must be Matthew again. I won't answer. Maybe he'll go away. Good. I think he left.
Hello, is anyone
Matthew!
home?
Where did you get the key to my door?
Well, Stephen, after all, I am your landlord.
Get out! Get out!
I don't like your attitude, Stephen.
My attitude?
Yes, Stephen, your attitude. I think you're up to something, and I want to know what it is. What's more, I don't intend to leave here until I find out.
All right. Mr. Sherlock Holmes, what am I up to?
That I won't know until I find a clue. But Oh. Well, I think I've found a clue. Of course. There's a trunk over there against the wall. The proverbial trunk.
Oh, still think I'm moving in somewhere with Grinner.
No, not exactly. But the trunk is there, ready to receive the body. How grim and ominous.
Oh, really, Matthew, you're a bore.
Yes, Stephen. And perhaps you're a murderer. Perhaps I arrived just in time to keep you from removing the body of the girl from its present hiding place and putting it into that trunk.
You better go sleep it off, Matthew. You've had too much to drink.
No. Let's reconstruct our problem. Let's see. I have it. A husband is entertaining his girlfriend in his apartment. Suddenly, the husband learns that his wife is returning. There's a quarrel and a loaded revolver. No, a knife. Perhaps that very knife there on that wall, that dagger.
You certainly do suffer from imagination.
No. The fear in your eyes betrays you. Confess, Stephen. Confess that you're keeping the body of Grenner in that ottoman.
Yes, it's full of bodies.
I'm not concerned about the number of bodies, but with one body. The body of Grenner. Is it in the ottoman?
Yes, if you like, yes.
I know it is, Stephen. Because I came back here while you were out meeting Jan, and I did look inside the ottoman.
Huh?
And it gave me quite a scare.
You looked?
Yes, Stephen. I suppose I could have saved you a certain amount of fear and anguish, but I must confess I enjoyed watching your emotions. Now, I'm going to call the police.
Matthew. Matthew, you wouldn't kill me. Send me to the electric chair.
Why not? I pay taxes to provide, among other things, for a state executioner.
Matthew, I'm asking you for my life.
Your life. And what of the life of that poor girl there in that ottoman? One moment she was warm and alive. The next she lay cold and dead. You sit there whining and cringing for your miserable life. Oh, no, Stephen. I will not spare you.
No, wait, Matthew. I didn't mean to kill her. It was an accident.
Accident? Who'll believe that? A man stabs his sweetheart the same night his estranged wife returns. Oh, really, Stephen? Really?
Matthew, think of Jan. You once said you'd do anything for her.
Hasn't it occurred to you that perhaps Jan might find consolation with me?
You?
Yes. Is that so fantastic?
You mustn't send me to the chair, Matthew. I'm afraid.
What of it? We're all afraid. I can remember as a small boy thinking about death. I used to lie in my bed and I'd wonder what it would be like if I didn't wake up the next morning. It gave me a peculiar sensation to frighten myself.
Then you couldn't turn me in.
No, but I could.
Matthew.
To my mind, the greatest of all emotions is to feel other people suffer.
No.
I'm the sort of a man who likes to stand outside a prison in the gray mist of an execution morning,
Matthew, no.
to see the poor wretch taken from his cell and hear the prison clock chiming the hour of his deliverance.
Stop! You've got to have mercy!
But you're wrong, Stephen. I don't have to have mercy. You listen to me. You're going to die, Stephen. Do you hear? You're going to die.
This is Jeffrey Barnes again. In just a moment, we'll bring you Act 3 of Murder Without Crime.
Thousands of people who suffer the social and business handicap of dandruff are discovering that the way to combat it effectively is with double danderine. You see, double danderine is unlike many hair preparations available today, for such products really do no more to fight a common type of dandruff than plain water does. That is, they simply wash loose dandruff away. But double danderine actually combats this dandruff by killing the germ that many outstanding authorities contend is its cause. And double danderine kills this germ on contact. Now, a special ingredient named Alzan is the reason for double danderine's astonishing effectiveness. Alzan is an active antiseptic so remarkably efficient, many hospitals use it. And of all hair preparations, only double danderine has it. So try double danderine and see if you don't agree that most ordinary hair preparations can't compare with its dandruff-combating effectiveness. If you're not completely satisfied, return the empty bottle and get your money back. Buy double danderine at your druggist's.
Matthew, you can't turn me over to the police. I'll kill myself first. I'll kill myself.
What? And keep me from the pleasure of seeing you squirm in court. Oh, no, Stephen. You're going to die properly and legally. And after that, Jan and I will...
Matthew, can't we talk this over like civilized human beings? Of course. Let's sit down and be rational. Let's have a drink.
Drink? That's a wonderful idea. Shall I fix them?
No, I shall. I'm the host.
Oh, yes. And I'm the guest, and it's about time you treated me like one. Wait. No, wait. It's not like you to be so generous pouring your drinks, Stephen. It's just occurred to me that I can't see exactly what you're doing. You're not putting deadly nightshade into my drink, are you?
Don't be silly. Here's your drink, Matthew.
Well, I don't like to appear to have a suspicious nature, Stephen, but I think I will feel better if we exchange glasses.
But...
No, I insist. Here, you take my glass, I'll take yours. There.
I insist on having my glass back, Matthew.
No.
You must not drink from that glass.
And I insist that I must drink from that glass. Your health.
Matthew, no.
It's excellent, Stephen. Now I feel a generous mood coming on me. Perhaps I shall leave off tormenting you soon. You know, I've enjoyed myself more in the past hour than I have in years.
Have you, Matthew?
And would you like to know why? Because, Stephen, I've hated you for as long as I can remember. Hated you and envied you. Because you've always had the things I wanted. Plenty of money. Jan. Even Grenna.
But you never showed it.
Especially I hated you for your way with women. They like you. They've never liked me. Yet I love women. And I desire them. And I'm strong. You weak, cowardly.
Have you quite finished, Matthew?
Something's wrong. Stephen, you've poisoned me.
Ah, no, Matthew. You poisoned yourself. You insisted on switching the glasses. I tried to stop you.
Stephen, you can't. It's all a horrible mistake. Save me, Stephen. Save me. You mustn't let me die. They'll hang you for murder.
They'll hang me anyway for killing Granna.
But Granna's not dead. Look. In the ottoman.
Not dead? What are you talking about? She's gone. Her body's not hit.
Yes, I know. You only wounded her last night. I found her and took her to my apartment. And the two of us thought we would teach you a lesson. You're not a murderer, Stephen. Listen,
Matthew. Matthew. Hello?
Stephen, this is Granna.
Granna?
Yes, Stephen. I'm alive. I'm here alive. Stephen, let me speak to Matthew. Stephen, hello?
Matthew, did you hear her? She wants to speak to you when you're dead.
And now this is Jeffrey Barnes again, inviting you to be with us next week when we present The Further Adventures of Kenny Andrews. A few weeks ago, we introduced a funny little smart guy named Kenny Andrews. He made a great hit, and we've received floods of mail demanding his return. So next week, smart little Kenny, who thinks he has an angle for any situation, returns in a mad adventure when he becomes entangled with big-time gangsters and a lovely girl named Nikki Passions.
The original music for the Mole Mystery Theater is composed and conducted by Alexander Semler. Murder Without Crime, written by J. Lee Thompson and Jack DeLeon. Barry Kroger and John Sylvester were featured in tonight's program. This is Dan Seymour saying goodnight until next Friday at this same time when the Mystery Theater presents The Further Adventures of Kenny Andrews.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Suspense, which is heard on Thursday nights at this hour, is taking its customary summer holiday. Suspense returns to the air 8 weeks from now on Thursday, August 31st.
Ladies and gentlemen, a $5,000 reward will be offered each week on the program immediately following this announcement.
You out there, you who think you've committed the perfect crime, the perfect murder, that there are no clues, no witnesses, that your identity is unknown. Listen.
Somebody knows.
Yes, you, wherever you may be, no matter where you're hiding. Somewhere, sometime, someone listening to this program is going to bring you to justice. Yes?
Somebody knows.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents Somebody Knows, a program conceived in the public interest, dedicated to aiding the forces of law and order in the solution of this nation's unsolved crimes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to recreate for you tonight all the known facts in an actual unsolved murder. Somewhere, someone among you has had contact with the killer or killers. Someone whose identity need never be known has seen evidence or possesses information that can lead to the solution of this crime.
In the public interest, the Columbia Broadcasting System offers a $5,000 reward for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the killer in this unsolved murder.
We ask you then to please listen carefully, for you may be the one to win this reward.
Somebody knows.
It may be you. And now we open the files on one of this nation's unsolved murders. It's homicide file number DR75-4613 of the Los Angeles, California Police Department. The unsolved murder of Mrs. Gladys Kern. It is St. Valentine's Day, Saturday, February 14th, 1948. The time is between 4:30 and 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The place, the exclusive Los Feliz residential section in the hills high above the city of Los Angeles, California. A real estate agent is showing a prospective buyer through a vacant home at 4217 Cromwell Avenue.
Now, here's the dining room. As you can see, it's designed for good, homey, comfortable living, and yet large enough to accommodate a good-sized dinner party. And this way is the kitchen. Now, maybe as a man, you aren't interested in what makes a kitchen practical. But if you're like my husband, you're certainly interested in what comes out of it. So I'd just like to point out a few of... What's the matter? Why are you looking at me that knife? What are you doing with that knife? No, you can't. No!
On Sunday morning, February 15th, 1948, a red light winks on a switchboard in the Los Angeles Police Department.
Missing Persons Bureau.
Hello? Is this where you report a missing person?
That's right, sir.
Well, my name is Jack Kern. It's my mother. Well, ever since yesterday, we haven't any idea what happened to her.
I see. What's your mother's name, Mr. Kern?
Mrs. Gladys Kern.
Mrs. Gladys Kern.
Yes, sir.
And the address?
6200 Roy Street in Highland Park.
6200 Roy Street, Highland Park. Now, if you give me a detailed description of her, the department will be glad.
At about the same moment that Mrs. Gladys Kern is being reported missing, a sergeant enters an office in the homicide division.
Say, here's something you might be interested in, Lieutenant.
Oh? What is it, Sergeant?
A note, anonymous. It was picked up in a mailbox at 5th and Olive. Looks like it might be something for homicide.
Has the crime lab seen it?
Just got through with it. He said bring it down here.
All right. Let's see what it says.
The note is written on a plain piece of paper folded over. On the outside, penciled in large, scrawling letters, are 3 words. Hurry to police. The body of the note, also printed in clumsy, penciled letters, is alliteratively phrased, badly spelled, and unpunctuated.
It says, I made acquaintance of man 3 weeks ago. He said he wanted to buy a home for his family, but he was a racketeer.
No real estater would do business with him. He suggested I buy a home for him in my name, and then he would go with me to look at the property to make sure he liked it. They went into the house, and I waited outside. After a while, I went up to investigate. She was laying on the floor. I turned her over. I was covered with blood. I pulled a knife out of her, then I left and ran. I knew this man as Louis Fraser. He's about 5'10", has jet black curly hair, wears blue or tan gabardine suits. He told me he was a fighter, and he looks it. I won't rest till I find him, because I know that man is my only alibi.
Without him, I feel equally guilty.
What do you think, Lieutenant? A crank?
I doubt it, Sergeant. I think this man has described an actual crime.
Monday morning, February 16th, 1948, Mr. Fred Lyon, a realtor with offices at 2144 Hillhurst Avenue, is showing homes to 2 women prospects, one of whom is Mrs. Verdi F. Cross, a trained nurse. One of the homes on his list is located at 4217 Cromwell Avenue in the Los Feliz Hills. At the moment, Mr. Lyon and the 2 women are looking over the grounds at the Cromwell Avenue address.
And as you can see, ladies, the property's been well kept up. The owner spared no pains to maintain his home in keeping with the section. Personally, I feel that at $25,000, the property's very sound value.
The two women and Mr. Lyon leave the grounds and enter the service porch. They walk slowly toward the kitchen door. Then, as they're about to enter the kitchen...
What
is it? What's the matter, dear?
There, on the kitchen floor. Look through that open door.
Good Lord.
Wait a minute. Stay here.
Mrs. Verdi F. Cross, the nurse, walks a few feet into the kitchen. She stands there a moment looking down, and then comes back to Mr. Lyon and the other woman.
You needn't go any further. That woman is dead.
A few minutes later, in the Police Communication Division, a monitor on a police complaint switchboard plugs in to answer a call.
Los Angeles Police Department, Complaint Division. You're certain the woman's dead? All right, what's the address? 4217 Cromwell Avenue. And your name? Mr. Fred Lyon. Who's with you, Mr. Lyon? Very well, sir. Go back to the house. Don't touch anything. You and the two women...
As the monitor talks to Mr. Lyon over the telephone, he plugs in the Homicide Division switchboard on the same line. Simultaneously, he writes the pertinent information on a form, rips it from its pad, and places it on an endless chain conveyor belt that carries it into the next room. The next room is the broadcasting room of KGPL, official radio station of police communications. The dispatcher takes the slip and hands it to one of the 7 broadcasters sitting fan-shaped around him. She looks it over quickly and presses a button on the microphone before her.
Code 2, a dead body at 4217 Cromwell Avenue. Code 2, a dead body at 4217 Cromwell Avenue. Cars 301 and 115 acknowledged.
Within a matter of minutes after the flash is given, Detective A.W. Hubka arrives on the scene. His official report, as given to the Homicide Division and later at the coroner's inquest, contains in part the following information.
In response to the Code 2 broadcast, I proceeded at once to the home at 4217 Cromwell Avenue. In the kitchen, I found the body of an attractively dressed woman lying face down on the floor. My examination satisfied me that she was dead. There was a deep wound in her back between the shoulder blades. Obviously a knife wound. In the kitchen sink, I found a leather-handled hunting knife with a blade of about 6 inches in length. An attempt had been made to wash it clean, though some traces of bloodstains still remained. Also in the sink was a man's balled-up handkerchief, which bore stains that I presumed to be blood. Beside the body lay an open purse and a wallet. Within a short time, a detail arrived from Homicide Division.
Shortly after the discovery of the murder, information is correlated between the Missing Persons Bureau and the Homicide Division. A police car speeds to Highland Park and picks up Mr. John E. Kern, husband of Mrs. Gladys Kern, reported missing the day before. It takes him to 4217 Cromwell Avenue. A police officer leads the tense, anxious man toward the kitchen.
This way, please, Mr. Kern. The body is here in the kitchen.
Gladys. Dear God. It's my wife, Gladys. My wife. My wife.
In just a moment, we'll continue with file number DR75-4613 of the Los Angeles, California Police Department. The unsolved murder of Mrs. Gladys Kern.
CBS invites you to hear another adventure in the far corners of the world with yours truly, Johnny Dollar, later tonight. Starring Hollywood actor Edmund O'Brien, yours truly, Johnny Dollar, brings you the adventures of a top investigator for a large insurance company. Old hands who think they have a new twist and new hands who think they have a novel twist try to swindle Johnny Dollar's company, and Johnny has to keep one step ahead. For action, thrills, and adventure in the far places, listen to yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Edmund O'Brien, every Thursday on most of these same CBS stations.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue with the rest of the factual information concerning the unsolved murder of Mrs. Gladys Kern.
Remember, $5,000 reward will be paid for information leading to the arrest and conviction of her killer.
With the establishment of the identity of the body at 4217 Cromwell Avenue as that of Mrs. Gladys Kern, all the resources of the Los Angeles, California Police Department swing into action in an effort to apprehend her killer. Detective Captain Bert Jones' Hollywood Division is placed in charge of the investigation. The coroner's inquest is held at 1:30 p.m. Friday, February 21st, 1948. Deputy Coroner Edwin Lennox is presiding. The first witness to be called is Mr. John E. Kern, the dead woman's husband.
Now, Mr. Kern, we'll try to make this as brief as possible for you. Would you tell us, please, if you know of anyone who could possibly have any reason for doing harm to your wife? Will you talk into that hand microphone, please, so that we can all hear you? Go right ahead, please.
My wife had absolutely no enemies that I know of. There was no reason why anyone should want to kill her.
I see. When was the last time you saw her, Mr. Kern?
Last time I saw her alive was about 5:30 Saturday morning when I left for work.
Would you please tell us, in your own words, all that you can remember of your wife's activities on that day?
Well, Gladys was up before dawn to fix my breakfast. She always did.
I see.
She was a good wife.
Go on, please.
I left for work about 5:30, returned home about 4:30 that afternoon.
Was your wife at home then, Mr. Kern?
No, sir. But she'd left a note for me. It was to remind me that we were going to a wedding.
While waiting for his wife to return that night, Mr. Kern took a little nap. It was some time later that the doorbell rang.
Oh, the doorbell. It must be Gladys.
Hi, Dad.
Hello, Father.
Oh, hello, kids. Come in.
We've come to take you to the wedding, Dad. Where's Mom?
Guess she's not home yet, Peggy.
Oh, that's too bad. We thought we'd all go together.
Well, you know how your mother is, Jack. She's got a client on the string.
I know. She's liable to come home at all hours.
Look, you two kids run along. I'll wait for her. We'll show up later.
Still sweethearts, eh, Dad? Can't move one step without the other. Well, I guess that's okay, this being St. Valentine's Day, but don't be late. This is going to be a night for the Kerns to howl. Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Kern, what did you do after your children left?
Well, I wasn't worried about Gladys, as I'd told the kids. She was very often kept late closing a deal, so I lay down again. It was Sunday morning before I woke up.
Mrs. Kern hadn't come home, of course.
No, sir. I was really scared then. I called the kids right away, and they hadn't heard from her either. Jack called the Missing Persons Bureau. We phoned everyone we could think of, and, well, then we just waited. Waited.
Meanwhile, the reports on preliminary investigation in the case are discouraging. Detective Captain Jones has only this information to offer.
The murder weapon, the leather-handled K-bar hunting knife, is the type widely sold in war surplus stores. A check has been made of each such store in the city without any concrete results. We are also urging the anonymous letter writer through the radio and press to turn himself in, work with the police. No response has been forthcoming to date.
Chemist Ray Pinker of the Police Crime Laboratory has this to report.
Mrs. Kern's purse of a black plastic material would hold no fingerprints unless applied by wet or blood-covered fingers. We found none. Nor were there any prints in the wallet or the murder weapon. The anonymous note had passed through too many hands to provide us with anything of value.
Then, finally, comes the first break in the case. A witness is found who saw Mrs. Kern on that fateful Saturday in the company of a strange man. The witness, Mrs. Mary Johnson, manager of a drugstore at North Vermont and Fountain Avenues.
Why, yes, officer. I saw Mrs. Kern on St. Valentine's Day. She came in here real often. Her real estate office is only a few doors away, at 1307 North Vermont. Well, it was about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I'd say, that she came in. Oh, I was busy back here at the drug counter, so I didn't really pay much attention. But I did notice that there was a man with her. He was... What? Oh, no, I'd never seen him before. None of the others had either. They sat at the soda fountain and talked for a while, and, well, then they left. That was the last time I ever saw poor Mrs. Kern. The man? Well, as near as I can recall, he was of medium build. He wore a dark blue suit. Yes, I remember now. He had very dark hair. Yes, very dark hair.
Blue suit, very dark hair. What was it that anonymous note had said?
I know this man is Louis Fraser. He's about 5'10", has jet black curly hair. Wears a blue or tan gabardine suit.
Then, 2 weeks later in Long Beach, California, just a few miles away, another event takes place that finds its way into the file on Mrs. Gladys Kern. In a real estate office at 4591 Banner Street, Mrs. Jacques Landis is sitting at her desk, checking property listings when the door opens.
Hello there.
Hi. You got any houses for sale?
Should say we have. What kind of a house were you looking for?
I'm not particular. Nobody else in the office?
Not at the moment, no, but I have all the listings. If you could give me some idea of...
Does this give you some idea, lady?
That knife. What are you doing with that knife?
You just keep your mouth shut. I ain't gonna do nothing with it. If you don't, I'll... All right, now. Let me have that purse. Quick, now.
Yes, of course. Here.
Okay. Now you just sit there and keep that mouth shut.
Yes.
You better not do anything for 5 minutes. I'll come back and I'm gonna take care of it. So long. Thanks.
Oh, answer. Oh, please answer. Operator, get me the police. Hurry, get me the police.
Now the pattern begins to grow clearer. Another real estate woman has been threatened and robbed by a prospective home buyer carrying a hunting knife. And now there's a more detailed description. A description that fits into the same general pattern that the police have been building.
Attention all police officers. Wanted for questioning in the murder of Mrs. Gladys Kern, this man. Description follows. 23 to 26 years of age. 5 feet 7 to 10 inches tall. Handsome. Has black wavy hair neatly combed. Eyes dark brown, close set. Smooth shaven, features sharp. Has Midwestern accent. May be dressed in blue gabardine slacks and a greenish blue zipper jacket or a pinstripe suit. May be driving a 1939 Chevrolet Coupe or a dark gray 1940 Dodge or Plymouth sedan. Will repeat. Wanted for questioning.
Now the police receive 2 more important bits of information. The first comes from Mr. William Osborne, a physicist who maintains offices in the rear of Mrs. Kern's realty office on Vermont Avenue.
At about 4 o'clock the afternoon of Saturday, February 14th, I happened to notice Mrs. Kern go into a real estate office with a man. He was in his 50s, about 6 feet tall, weighed probably 200 pounds. His hair was graying and his face was, well, I would say rather lean. He had a New York appearance in his manner and his dress. He and Mrs. Kern were talking and joking, and they left shortly after they'd come in. I'd never seen the man before, and I never saw him again.
The second bit of information, undoubtedly one of the most important clues in the entire case, came from Mrs. Peggy Ann Phillips, young married daughter of Mrs. Kern.
When I was graduated from school, my brother Jack gave me a diamond wristwatch as a present. A short time before St. Valentine's Day, my mother took her watch to a jeweler for repair, and I gave her mine to wear meanwhile. She was wearing my watch on the day on St. Valentine's Day. When the police found her, the watch was gone. Oh, excuse me, please. My baby's crying. He loved his grandmother. I'm sure he knows he's never going to see her again.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've now given you all available information as contained in the files of the Los Angeles, California Police Department regarding the unsolved murder of Mrs. Gladys Kern. On the basis of that information, the coroner's jury said,
We find the death of Mrs. Gladys Kern to be a homicide at the hands of person or persons unknown.
Person or persons unknown? No. The killer of Mrs. Kern is not unknown. Somewhere in whatever town or city this man is hiding, some one of you has seen him today, has spoken to him, eaten lunch and dinner with him, driven in the same car that he used on the day of the murder. No, the cold-blooded killer who took Mrs. Kern's life is not a person who is unknown.
Somebody knows.
Now listen carefully, please. Listen, all of you, wherever you may be. We're going to give you a recapitulation of all the known facts in the unsolved murder of Mrs. Gladys Kern. Better make a note of them.
And remember, by following the instructions we shall give you in a moment, you may be the one to earn a $5,000 reward.
Now here are the actual facts in the case. Mrs. Gladys Kern, 42 years of age, a realtor with offices at 1307 North Vermont Avenue in Los Angeles, California, was stabbed to death with a hunting knife in a vacant home at 4217 Cromwell Avenue in that city.
The date? Saturday, St. Valentine's Day, February 14th, 1948. The time? Between 4:30 and 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
The motive was obviously robbery. Only a few pennies were found in a rifled purse. And a diamond-studded wristwatch she'd been wearing was missing. The police have descriptions of two men whom they're seeking as suspects in this crime. Here's a description of the first man.
His age between 23 and 26. 5 feet 7 to 10 inches tall. Handsome. Wavy black hair, neatly combed. Eyes, dark brown, close set. Sharp features, smooth shaven. Has a Midwestern accent.
And please remember that this man seems to have a preference for blue or tan gabardine suits. Now here's the description of the second man seen with Mrs. Kern on the day of her death.
Age in his 50s, about 6 feet tall. Weight about 200 pounds. Hair turning gray. Face rather lean. Has what is described as a New York appearance in his manner and dress.
Now, the clue most likely to trap the man we're looking for is a diamond-studded wristwatch. Here's the description. Listen carefully, please.
The watch is a Bulova. The case is yellow gold with a two-tone overlay of platinum. On each side there are 2 or 3 diamond chips. The hands are black, spade type. The figures, Arabic on a white dial. The face opening of the watch is slightly oblong.
And most important of all, on the back of the watch is this inscription.
Peggy Ann, 6-1944.
Let me repeat that, please. On the back of the watch is inscribed the name Peggy Ann, and the figures 6-1944. Ladies and gentlemen, if any of you possesses information that may have bearing on the unsolved murder of Mrs. Gladys Kern, please follow these instructions so that your name and identity need never be made known unless you wish. Now listen carefully.
Write your information on a plain sheet of paper. Do not sign your name. Instead, sign it with 6 numbers, any arrangement of any 6 numbers. Then tear off a blank corner of that paper with a ragged edge. Write the same 6 numbers on that corner and keep it. Mail the rest of the paper with the information to Somebody Knows, Hollywood, California. You need tell no one what you have done, nor will you have to appear in person.
If the information you've supplied leads to the arrest and conviction of the killer of Gladys Kern, we'll announce your signature number on this program. Then, if you don't want your name to be known, go to your lawyer or doctor, your priest, minister, or rabbi, and have him present the torn corner of the paper to any CBS station. In this way, you won't have to appear in person.
If the torn corner matches the original paper containing the information, the $5,000 reward will be yours.
Remember, you, wherever you are, you whose name need never be known, you may earn a reward of $5,000.
Next week, at the same time, we'll present another true case history of unsolved murder. Homicide file number 78654 of the St. Paul, Minnesota Police Bureau. The unsolved murder of Mary Agnes Kabiska.
You out there, you who have murdered in cold blood and think you've gotten away with it, listen. You cannot escape. There is no perfect crime. Remember, you are not unknown.
Somebody knows.
Tonight's case was written by Sidney Marshall from information in the files of the Los Angeles, California Police Department. Research was by Maurice Zim. Music was composed and played by Milton Charles. Somebody Knows is a James L. Safier production in association with CBS by arrangement with the Chicago Sun-Times and is based on a copyright owned by W.L. Finstad. It was narrated and directed by Jack Johnstone. In order to be eligible for the reward, letters containing information leading to the arrest and conviction of the killer or killers of Mrs. Gladys Kern must be postmarked not later than midnight, July 26, 1950. Arrest of the guilty person or persons must occur within 90 days of that date, and conviction must be within 1 year of tonight's broadcast. If more than one person gives the information leading to conviction, our judges will divide the $5,000 reward among them in proportion to the importance the judges attach to the facts supplied. And in this, the decision of our judges will be final. Until next Thursday at the same time, this is Frank Goss saying good night for
Somebody Knows.
Excuse me, but have you met Ethelbert? Ethelbert is one of the constant joys of the CBS crime photographer shows. The others being the fast-paced action, the ingenious stories, and the trigger-quick thinking of Casey, the crime photographer himself. Stay tuned right now for Casey's latest adventure entitled Collision. This is CBS, where you hear Arthur Godfrey every weekday afternoon, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. My stories start in many different ways. This one began with a question and ended when the secret locked in a man's mind brought sudden death.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. America's favorite whole wheat flakes. That's an honest description of Wheaties in 5 well-chosen words. But it really doesn't begin to tell you how Wheaties got to be that way. And if I expect you to pull up a bowl and spoon to a box of Wheaties tomorrow morning, there are at least 2 reasons I think I ought to mention. First of all, Wheaties taste good. They taste mighty good, either plain with a little milk or cream, or with your favorite fruit sprinkled on top. They're crisp, delicate, flavorful flakes. Good right down to the bottom of the bowl. And secondly, good tasting as Wheaties are, they always remember to be good for you, too. I could tell you all the vitamins and minerals Wheaties contain, but why don't I just say Wheaties are 100% whole wheat flakes? That says more than a lot of fancy words. It's really amazing that anything that tastes as good as Wheaties can be so good for you. But it's true. Try Wheaties, America's favorite whole wheat flakes, next time you're up before breakfast.
Tonight I had another story to write. Find it somewhere in the 3,000 square miles of Chicago, among the people who are Chicago. People. Ever get the feeling you'd like to forget that word? Close a mental door, snap a psychic lock, and boom, you're alone? Can't do it, pal, because maybe you're people, too. So tonight I watched them again. I wandered south on Western Avenue, crossed Addison, and there was Riverview Park. I walked around there, watching the people hurry themselves from one thing to another, each one trying to catch up with a couple of hours of fun. And then I saw a sign that read, Mentalo, the marvel of the age, knows everything. Admission 25 cents. Okay, I'm a sucker for any man who knows everything and freely admits it. He might even know what makes the world tick, like a time bomb. That'd be worth 2 bits of anybody's money. I went in. Mentalo was in the middle of his act.
Battle of Waterloo proper was begun at 11:30 a.m. on June the 17th, 1815. The battle went through 5 distinct phases until the French were routed.
That right, lady?
Well, yes, it is.
It sure is. Now, who's next? Who has the next question? You, sir. You just came in. You seem a little skeptical.
Are you talking to me?
I am, sir. Maybe you'd like to ask Mentalo a question.
Oh, all right. What's the temperature of the sun?
Mentalo, the gentleman thinks he stumped you.
The temperature of the visible surface of the sun is about 6,000 degrees centigrade. The interior temperature is estimated at approximately 20 million degrees centigrade.
Is that correct, sir?
I'll take his word for it.
And you can, sir. Now, who's next? Who?
I got a question.
Very good. Ask it.
Mentalo.
Yes?
What happened? What happened to you on the 15th of last month?
What happened? The 15th?
Yeah, the 15th.
Mentalo.
15th? Make him get out of here. Get him away.
That's all for this show. That's all. Nothing wrong. Cheer up, folks. Everything's all right now. They're up. Okay, thanks. Mentalo, come on. Let's get out of here.
It happened again, Phil. Again?
You want a doctor?
Huh? Now, look, mister, I said everybody clear out.
Yes, I know, but this man collapsed. He looks pretty beat.
I said get out.
Okay.
And make it fast.
Okay.
Real fast.
So I made it real fast, like the man said. But as I walked through the carnival grounds, that bird brain of mine that just won't let me grow old gracefully started working overtime. Why did Mentalo do a nosedive when that question was asked? What happened to him on the 15th of last month? Listen tomorrow at the very same time, and Just Plain Stone will tell you all about it. But then, just as I'd reached the edge of the carnival grounds, a voice pushed its way through my thoughts.
Test your eye and your aim, folks. Knock down the ducks.
It was the man who'd asked the question. I walked over to the shooting gallery. He picked up one of the rifles.
I say, here you are, mister. Test your eye and your aim.
Why, sure. Thank you.
Well, that was close. Pretty close.
I'll try to do better.
Just a little more practice, that's all. A little practice.
Yeah, like everything else.
Well, that's better.
By the way, what happened to you on the 15th of last month?
Take your shots and beat it.
Why did you ask that question?
Give me the rifle, mister.
I got 5 more shots coming.
Not tonight. Give me it.
I pays my quarter. It takes my shot.
I said hand me the rifle.
Okay, here.
You want to see something? Watch.
Well, with bullets or words, the man's good.
You ain't a conny man.
No?
No. But you're awful curious.
That's an old family failing and an occupational hazard.
Uh-huh.
Why did you ask Mentalo that question? Did you know how it would affect him?
You know, mister, a couple of months back, a guy picks up one of these rifles. He don't know nothing about guns, see? He gets careless and the gun goes off. At him. He's dead. Accident.
pal, you have a strange, oblique way of making me feel uncomfortable. I see what you mean.
Now you're hitting the bullseye. So long, mister.
Okay, twice I got curious, twice I drew blanks. I thought about it some more and then decided to pass it up in favor of the cotton candy. And then I saw Mentolo. He was walking down the midway, but like a man in a trance. There was something about him that screamed, I need help. His little figure seemed odd, incongruous against the laughing, hurrying people. I followed him, wondering, and then he stopped in front of the roller coaster. For a moment he watched it, and then, as if suddenly making up his mind, he headed for the ticket booth. That didn't figure, so I bought a ticket, too, and followed him to the loading platform.
Tickets for the next ride, please. Tickets for the next ride.
Hey?
Oh, thank you. Tickets for the next ride. Tickets for the next ride, please.
I got in the car directly behind Mentolo. That dazed, bewildered expression was still on his face. His hands gripped the side of the car. He half rose in his seat as though he were going to leave, but he sat down again. And then...
All right. Lock the safety bars. It's 200 feet up. Lock your safety bars.
We started up the long incline toward the top of the 200-foot grade. I kept my eyes on Mentolo. He gripped the safety bar in front of him until his knuckles whitened under the pressure. A couple of kids behind me began to rib me.
Geez, hi. I'm getting scared.
Hey, mister, you gotta have a girl with you.
I did, but I left her in the funhouse.
Oh, what a square she must be. Hey, if you get scared, mister, hold on to me.
I'll keep that in mind.
Hey, baby, I paid 4 bits for this. Let him grab his own cookie. hey, watch it. We're going over.
Here we go!
And then it happened. We started down the almost perpendicular drop. Mentolo stood up. Mentolo!
Let me go. Let me go.
Mentolo struggled to his feet, almost dragged me out of my seat. I held him while we hurtled down the long drop and finally hit the bottom. And then Mentolo stopped struggling to get free. He went limp and sagged back into his seat.
Why did you stop me? I've got to kill myself.
Well, he almost did, and me with him. My arms ached from the effort of holding him down. But the ride was finally over. I got him off and away. He let me lead him like a child out of the park and to his cheap hotel room on the north side. I told him who I was and then waited until he spoke.
Why didn't you let me do it?
Well, I'm just an old busybody. How about some coffee?
No, nothing. Just leave me alone, please.
Just a minute, I saw your act tonight. I heard the question that sent you off.
It's always someone different who asks it. Never the same person twice.
Have you ever got hold of the person who asks it?
No. I was afraid to.
What did happen to you on the 15th of last month?
I don't know. Something tells me that I must not remember. I must not.
Your act is legitimate, isn't it?
Legitimate?
Yeah, no fake. No shills to ask questions you're sure to know the answer to.
I have a photographic memory, Mr. Stone. I never forget anything.
Yet you've forgotten one day of your life.
Yes. You don't believe it, do you?
Oh, yes, I do. But why did you try to kill yourself?
Because I know that if I do remember, I wouldn't be able to stand it.
Don't you have any clue at all?
Two things. Two things that mean nothing.
Well, maybe they do. What are they?
It's just streamers in the sky and the name Helene.
Streamers in the sky and Helene. Who is Helene?
I don't know anybody by that name. I don't. I tell you, I don't.
All right. Now take it easy, Mentolo.
Oh, get out and leave me alone. Get out.
Yeah. Get out and leave him alone.
Phil.
Well, my friend the Barker, hello.
What are you doing here?
I brought Mentolo home after he tried to kill himself.
What? Mentolo, you all right?
I'm all right, Phil, but I don't want to remember.
Look, Phil, for what it's worth, he's sick. He's got to see a doctor.
No, Phil, get him out of here.
Mister, get out.
But this man is...
Get out and don't come back. Because if you do anything that hurts Mentolo, I'll kill you.
General Mills is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
If someone asked you to describe a bowl of Wheaties topped with fruit and swimming in thick, rich cream, you couldn't do better than to say breakfast of champions, because that's a fact. A lot of champions in the sports world really go for Wheaties. They like the way Wheaties taste, and they admire the solid nourishment Wheaties has to offer. Finding a breakfast cereal that's good and good for you is just as much of a bargain to a baseball champion as it is to anyone else. For example, the world's champion New York Yankees have a sparkling third baseman named Bobby Brown. He eats Wheaties. He's been eating Wheaties for 10 years. He must know what he's talking about when he says this. You can put me down for milk, fruit, and Wheaties almost any day of the year. Those whole wheat flakes taste swell and hand you lots of good nourishment, too. I'd recommend Wheaties to anyone, anytime. Well, I don't suppose you'll be fielding any hot grounders along the third base line anytime soon, but before you know it, you'll be eating breakfast again. And we feel you're entitled to champion nourishment just as much as any player in the New York Yankee lineup. Have yourself a bowl of Wheaties, won't you? Wheaties, breakfast of champions.
And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
Like I said before, sometimes you'd like to seal off the rest of the world and forget it. Let 1,000 people die in a flood, we click our tongues and say, how terrible. And that's as far as it goes. But let one kid scratch himself on a nail and 87 people come running with the iodine. The human reality of what happens to a lot of people at once is too big for us. But what happens to one individual is something each of us can get hold of. I don't know, maybe that's what sent me to a friend of mine, a psychiatrist whom I dragged out of bed.
Oh, but, Randy, what concern is mental law of yours?
Oh, I don't know, Ken. Why'd you become a psychiatrist?
Well, I see what you mean.
Okay, you see what I mean. Now, what gives with mental law?
Self-protection. His mind is protecting him. Whatever happened on the 15th of last month is suppressed. The memory is horrible enough to force a complete blackout.
Yeah, but he remembers two things, Ken. Streamers in the sky and the name Helena. What do the streamers mean?
Almost anything. This guy's symbol for something else.
Yeah, he tried to kill himself tonight. Will he try it again?
It's likely.
Well, what'll set him off again?
Hard telling. Question, object, anything. Was Mentallo upset when you left him?
Upset? He was practically hysterical.
I'd better go with you.
Oh, you're worried too, huh?
I'd feel better if I saw him.
Here's the room. It's right here, 612.
Randy, try the door.
Open.
You know where the light is?
I think I saw a switch by the door.
Randy.
Mentallo.
Don't try to unfasten that buckle. Cut the belt.
Lift him. Hurry.
All right. Cut that belt. Hurry up, Randy.
Is he alive?
I think so. All right.
Easy, Ken. There.
Pulse is still strong. He couldn't have been hanging more than a few seconds before we came in.
Poor little devil, Ken.
Look, Randy.
What?
There's something clutched in his hand.
But, well, yes, that's a key. That's an old-fashioned house key. Now, why?
I don't know.
Well, what's your guess?
It's hard telling, Randy, but I do know this. He's no longer responsible for his actions.
Well, then the next time he tries anything like this, maybe nobody will be around to stop it. Ken, is there anything that we can do? Is there anything you can do?
It's up to him, Randy, but let's get him to my office. We'll see what we can do there.
Feeling better, Mentallo?
Yes, thank you.
You know where you are?
No. No, where's Phil?
Oh, you're Barker? I don't know. Now listen to me, Mentallo. You tried to hang yourself. Do you remember that?
Yes. After Phil left, I felt so hopeless.
You had this in your hand, this key. Look at it.
I found it in my pocket, and then I knew I had to kill myself.
Is it your key? Do you remember what it's for?
No.
He won't remember that, Randy.
Oh.
Well, who are you?
He's a friend of mine, and he's a doctor, Mentallo.
Well, I don't want any...
Now, look, twice tonight you tried to kill yourself. Once is enough to call in the police.
No.
Oh, don't worry. That's not what we want to do. I want to help you, and the doctor wants to help you. Please believe that.
No one can help me because I can't remember, and I must not remember.
The police will ask questions when they learn you tried to kill yourself.
But it's no business of theirs or yours. Why don't you leave me alone? Why do you care?
Oh, that's the same old question asked the same old way, and this time I've run out of answers. Make up one of your own. I don't know.
I'm sorry. And I believe you do want to help.
Yes, we do. Now, look. There'll be no need to call in the police if you let us help you. You're sick. Do you know that? You're sick.
Let us help you.
All right.
Good. Now, you trust Mr. Stone, don't you?
Yes, I do.
All right. You're going to sleep. When you feel this hypodermic needle, start counting backward from 100. Just a little sting. Then start counting backward from 100. Now.
Mr. Stone.
What, Mendelow?
You stay near?
Oh, yes, I'll stay.
Start counting. 99.
99. 98. 95. 90.
He knows your voice, Randy. He trusts you. You asked the question.
Me, is it all right?
Yes.
Mendelow, can you hear me?
Yes?
It's the 15th of last month.
The 15th of last month. Streamers in the sky.
What streamers? What are they? Where are they?
The Aurora Borealis.
The Northern Lights?
Yes. Aurora. I went to Aurora.
Aurora, Illinois?
Yes. I was there.
Now, you're in Aurora. Where did you go there?
The house. Yes, I've got to open the door. And the key...
Here's the key.
Unlock the door. She's going to be here. Helene.
Who is Helene?
I love her. She loves me. There's the room. The room.
All right. Now, you're in the room. What did you do?
I waited for her. And she came in. And then Helene!
Mendelow.
Oh, Helene!
Ken, is he all right?
Yes.
We still don't know what happened.
There's one way to find out, Randy.
What, find the house in Aurora and take him there?
That's it. What we've done here is bring him to recall that far.
You see?
Now it's a question of bringing back the whole thing, bit by bit.
Ken didn't go along. Mendelow didn't want him to. It wasn't a long drive in miles. I watched Mendelow when I could. His face was contorted in an agony of effort as we drove through Aurora slowly, looking for one street, one house. Then...
That house.
But it's all boarded up. Are you sure, Mendelow?
It's that house.
All right. The house set back from the street. The only light came from a street lamp half a block away. Mendelow walked slowly ahead of me, up the walk toward the porch, then up the porch stairs. Open the door.
Locked. It was locked that day, too.
Well, unlock it. You got the key.
Yes, the key.
Where's the light switch?
No light.
All right. We'll use the flashlight. Now, go ahead, Mendelow. Go ahead. But there's no furniture here, Mendelow. This house is vacant.
This is her house. I know. There were 3 of us here. 3
This is the room.
Go on. Randall, think. Well, you've got to think. It's the only way you'll remember what happened. It's the only way you'll find out what's torturing you.
She's here. She came to me in this room.
Helene came to you here?
Because she loved me.
Where is she now?
Her clothes. In this closet.
Mentelow walked to the closet, opened it. A row of dresses hung there. A faint odor of perfume drifted through the room. For a moment, Mentelow stood there, and he started toward a door. Mentelow, where are you going?
I know. The basement.
Wait for me.
Down there. Down there.
There's no one here, Mentelow. No one at all. The basement's empty.
Not empty. She... Under the earth where I put her. Under the earth.
Get it out. Come on, get a hold of yourself. What are you talking about?
I killed her. She came to me because we loved each other. I was holding her in my arms when I killed her. Now she's down here. Under our feet. I killed her.
Who was she?
I killed her.
You're satisfied now? You're satisfied?
Bill.
What are you doing here?
You had to stick your nose in. You had to make him tell, didn't you?
Mentelow, are you sure? Are you sure?
Yeah, he's sure. And so am I, because I helped him put her here. He'd never known if you didn't make him remember.
Who was Helene?
You're never going to know.
Helene.
You had to go and make him remember. It was all over. Nobody would have known because we traveled with the yak.
Yes, but somebody did know. Because somebody asked him tonight what happened on the 15th. Somebody always asked that question. Why? And who was Helene?
Helene? Helene was his wife.
What?
He was jealous because she never loved him. She loved me.
Then how could you have killed her, Mentelow? Listen to me. You only think you killed her. Because if she hadn't come here, she wouldn't have been killed. You blamed yourself. That's what it was. And then you forgot. The shock made you forget.
Don't listen to him, Mentelow. Don't listen.
I remember now. I remember. You killed her. Made me believe.
But you're not going to tell anybody else about it. Both of you are going to stay here.
I'm not afraid anymore, Phil. Because I know now I didn't kill her. You did, Phil.
Mentelow went toward Phil. Phil had a gun pointed at him. I jumped back, turned off the flashlight. For a moment, there wasn't a sound. And then...
Mentelow. Where are you? Mentelow.
Wait, Mentelow. Don't move. You hear me? Don't move.
Mentelow. Stone. Mentelow.
Helene is here, Phil. Down here.
Shut up!
Mentelow.
I'm all right.
Good. Phil. What's it going to be now?
Get me out of here! Away from her! Bill! Get me out of here!
Well, it's almost dawn now. I can go home to my little trundle bed and sleep the day away. Yo-ho-ho, the reporter's life for me. Oh, sure. But anyhow, I got my story. Two men, one whose feelings of guilt forced him to believe he killed a woman he loved, and another man whose feelings of guilt made him a gibbering coward. But where's the moral? That someone always pays for a crime? Sure, but who is guilty? Maybe we should say, what is guilty? What's in that space above our eyes that makes us act the way we do? That makes us people? To louse up Shakespeare, there are more things in the darkness of the mind than are dreamed of in your philosophy, Mr. Stone. Oh, you can call me Randy, pal. Just call me Randy. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, first on the Wheaties Big Parade, stars Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Here again is Frank Lovejoy.
Stepping out of the role of Randy Stone, I'd like to make a very important request of you and your family. Pick up the May issue of Reader's Digest and turn to page 73 and read the short article called, What Do You Eat for Breakfast? I was amazed to learn from this article how important a good breakfast is to the health and welfare of every one of us. And that means the health and welfare of our nation. To all the men who sell Wheaties, you, the sales force of more than 700 enterprising men of General Mills, and you, the hundreds of thousands of grocers who must meet the exacting needs of the American homemaker, to all of you, I want to say that I'm mighty proud to be back on your team again. We have a big job to do. Together, we can help more families to help themselves by eating a good, substantial breakfast, one built around Wheaties, the breakfast of champions. As we do this, we can take pride in the fact that we're making a real contribution to the health and welfare of our nation. Good night, and thank you.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis and edited by Larry Marcus. Tonight's script was written by Russell Hughes, with music by Frank Worth. The part of Mentalo was played by Ben Wright. Listen next week at this same time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. And now, on Wednesday night, listen to Brian Donlevy in Dangerous Assignment on the Wheaties Big Parade. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. Stay tuned for a special all-star broadcast on NBC.